Time for NewsNation Live. Right now on NewsNation Live, historic arraignment.
Mr. Trump!
Former President Trump is hours away from becoming the first U.S. president to face criminal charges. The step-by-step legal process ahead and the complicated job for the Secret Service. Plus, spy balloon intel. New details on what it was trying to gather as it hovered over the U.S. And border battle.
What kind of America is this?
Republican presidential hopeful Nikki Haley tours the southern border. How she plans to address what she calls a crisis. NewsNation Live starts now. And good morning to you from NewsNation in Chicago. I'm Marnie Hughes. We are beginning today with the unprecedented arraignment of former President Donald Trump. He is expected to turn himself in this afternoon, be arraigned, and become the first former president to appear in court charged with a crime. NewsNation is covering every angle of the breaking news throughout the day. Correspondent Kelly Meyer is live outside Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate, where he'll give a primetime address later tonight. But first, we start with Robert Sherman. He is live in New York, outside the courthouse in Manhattan. Robert, good morning to you. You've been there for weeks. Today is the day.
Today is the day, Marty. You can see all the people who are walking behind us right here. This is hands down the busiest that this courthouse has been ever since that we first really started covering this a couple of weeks. Manhattan, this New York City, has been thrown smack dab into the middle of the political universe. I want to give you this live look at Trump Tower, not too far away from us here in New York City. That's where the former president is right now. He overnighted there last night after getting in from Florida. He will be making that journey today over to the courthouse here arriving sometime late this morning is our understanding. And then the former president will go through the arraignment process. Admittedly, Marnie, we don't know exactly what that is going to look like because there have been a lot of arraignments that have happened at that courthouse behind us. This is going to be the first one that happens with Secret Service protection. So how exactly that's going to go, we're not totally sure right now. What we do know is that indictment will be unsealed when we'll finally learn what the 45th president is charged with in this case. Whatever that may be, his legal counsel says they will be pleading emphatically not guilty in this case. And that is the way that we're expecting this day to go. And then at some point after that, the former president will be departing. But it's going to be a busy day, and there's going to be a lot of activity on the ground here in New York City. Marnie?
And a lot of focus on security, Robert. Walk us through what you're seeing.
Well, especially right here, this is the area that we've seen change the most drastically over the last week and a half. All over the place, you see uniformed New York police officers walking around, and officials here in the city say that they are heightening their law enforcement presence, but emphasize that there are no credible threats here in the city of New York at this point. Now, what has changed here is that while there haven't been many demonstrations here in the city over the last couple of weeks, you do see the scene behind me. More and more people are arriving here. Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene is going to be here later today holding what she calls a peaceful protest alongside the New York Young Republicans. The mayor of New York called out the Congresswoman by name and issued a stark warning to anyone who misbehaves. Listen to this.
If one is caught participating in any act of violence, they will be arrested and held accountable, no matter who you are.
This has become an absolute media frenzy here, and you see part of the reasons why. The arrival of Congressman George Santos just a couple of minutes ago. All the cameras here in this area swarmed around him. You're seeing a lot of the big political players arriving here in New York City for what's to happen here today. The congressman telling us that he's not here for the cameras. He's not for the spectacle to behold here. He's here because he believes in the rule of law and he believes in standing up for his constituents. Without question, we're going to see more of these folks here throughout the day, Marty, as all eyes are converging on New York City today. Marnie?
And the logistics of it, Robert, you and I spoke in the last 24 hours about some of the streets closing in the area. How far from point A to point B, Trump Tower to the courthouse?
Don't realize that to travel around New York City to go a couple of miles takes a long time here. So you're looking at over 40 minutes is what we were looking at, taking a look at the maps the other day. to make that journey. But you are starting to see some road closures around the city. And that's what officials say they believe is going to have the largest impact on their constituents today. The average person is going to feel the effects of road closures and traffic. They're asking people to take the public transportation systems. But that is going to be pretty widely felt here in New York City today. Again, Marnie, a lot of residents that we talked to here, they don't really know what to expect because these are all uncharted waters. Nobody has ever seen anything like this before. Even in a city such as New York, has gone down. Marnie?
Yeah, the booking largely routine, but involving a former president, something we have never seen. Robert Sherman in Manhattan will be checking back with you throughout the morning. Thank you for that. After today's historic arraignment, former President Trump will then travel back to Florida immediately, where he will deliver a primetime speech that is set for later tonight. NewsNation's Kelly Meyer is live near the Mar-a-Lago residence in Florida, where Trump will speak later this evening. Kelly, what can we expect and what do we think he may say tonight?
Hey, Marnie. Well, the action will be moving back here to Mar-a-Lago. No extended stay in New York City on part of former President Trump. He'll be right back on his plane, immediately heading here back to Florida after his appearance in court. So 6 hours after his arraignment, he will be back here for his primetime speech, 8 p.m. Eastern, his first speech since his historic indictment. And as he continues to make this bid for the White House, we have a look at Mar-a-Lago. He'll be there inside tonight, addressing his supporters, just as he did around 5 months ago when he launched his 2024 presidential campaign. Also a Tuesday night primetime speech. But what can we expect? We're looking at a lot more of what we've been seeing from the former president, posted on his social media pages, talking about this investigation being political and an attack by Democrats to stop him from running for president again. NewsNation's Dan Abrams spoke with former advisor and Trump attorney Rudy Giuliani, who defended the president and said that the case isn't strong enough against the former president. Take a listen.
When you're going to bring a case against a president or ex-president, and the first one ever, it's got to be something where the American people as a whole, like Watergate, where the American people say, I'm a Republican, I thought Watergate was wrong.
And Marnie, we're expecting more of those supporters we met yesterday and saw yesterday lining the roads as he went to the airport to be back here today to greet the former president as he returns here to Mar-a-Lago. As far as Trump supporters in Congress, from those we've reached out to, from Jim Jordan in the House to Lindsey Graham in the Senate, they aren't expected to be inside for the speech here tonight. Marnie?
And to say, Kelly, that this case is complicated is an understatement. There is floating around the potential idea of a gag order in the case. How might that impact what the former president is able and willing to say tonight?
Well, it could limit what the former president wants to say about the case just as he's preparing to make this speech. Much of it expected to be focused around what transpired today as he tries to continue rallying supporters around his 2024 campaign. Only the judge can make this call, and he's expected to make this decision later on today. We're told the Trump team is preparing for this and preparing to push back against this as restrictive of Trump's First Amendment rights. Marnie?
All right, a lot to keep our eye on. Kelly Meyer at Mar-a-Lago. We're also monitoring the situation in Manhattan. The former president expected to be arraigned at 2:15 Eastern time this afternoon. We continue to follow it throughout the day here on NewsNation. Kelly, thank you for that. We are also learning some new details this morning about that Chinese spy balloon that floated across the U.S. and then was shot down over the Atlantic. More specifically, how it maneuvered. Allison Harris is live at the White House for us with more on what some new reporting about the balloon reveals. Allison, what have we learned?
Good morning, Marnie. New reporting details the figure 8 formations that the Chinese spy balloon did while flying over the U.S., sending Beijing sensitive information in real time. Now, this reporting by NBC News is not independently confirmed by NewsNation, but it does state that the balloon gathered intelligence from several U.S. military sites and that it could have gathered even more if the U.S. did not scramble to obscure the balloon's ability to pick up the information. The national security spokesperson, Admiral John Kirby, says he's not going to get ahead of the analysis that's being done on the balloon. Remember the pieces and fragments that were able to be recovered after it was shot down off the Carolina coast. But he did tell our Elizabeth Vargas this.
We're still exploiting and looking at and analyzing the material from that spy balloon that we pulled up off the bottom of the ocean. And I don't want to get ahead of that analysis. But we did, while that thing flew over the country, we exploited on it. We studied it, we analyzed it, and we're confident because we knew where it was going. We were confident that it didn't discover anything really additive to what they could have gotten from other intelligence sources. Again, we're going to learn more as we continue to analyze that balloon and the debris, but we're comfortable and we're confident that we took appropriate steps to minimize any additive value, intelligence value that the Chinese could have gotten off.
And even now, China maintains that this was a weather balloon and that the U.S. massively blew this out of proportion by shooting it down. Now, remember, this balloon entered U.S. airspace back on January 28th over Alaska. Remember, then it floated over Canada, then back over Montana, parts of the Midwest, finally over the Carolinas. And the world first learned of this because of news reports. Now Kirby is reiterating that this clearly was not a weather balloon from China. And it could maneuver, and it did loiter, but the Biden administration maintaining that the U.S. government took great steps to avoid this balloon gathering any real intelligence. Again, Marnie, they're still doing that FBI analysis. Perhaps someday we will get more information from the government once that analysis is done on what exactly this balloon was able to gain in terms of intelligence and sensitive information.
Yeah, perhaps some transparency, not likely, though, from China. Yeah. All right, Allison Harris, thank you for that. Breaking news overnight, the U.S. carried out a military operation killing a senior Islamic State leader in Syria. U.S. Central Command said in a statement that Khalid Ahmed Jabouri was responsible for planning Islamic State attacks in Europe. He also developed the leadership structure for the group. They went on to say no civilians were killed or injured in the strike. A UN report from February estimates the Islamic State has 5,000 to 7,000 members and supporters spread between Syria and Iraq, and roughly half of them fighters. Today, one of the most crucial elections of the year will be happening in the state of Wisconsin. Voters there will decide which one of these two candidates will fill the open state Supreme Court seat. The court has been under conservative control for 15 years. The results of this race will carry major implications for years to come. And now this election has become the most expensive state Supreme Court race in history as well, which each candidate has raised more than $10 million. NewsNation correspondent Kelly Beeson joining us live from one of the polling locations in Wisconsin this morning. Kelly, good morning to you. So what more can you tell us about these two candidates? Typically judges seen as apolitical, but we know in this day and age that's few and far between to come by.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Marnie. While we know this race is officially and technically nonpartisan, the two candidates that voters are now choosing between, one is Democratic back, and that's Janet Protasewicz. She is currently a Milwaukee County Circuit Judge. And then the Republican back candidate in this race is Dan Kelly, and he is a former Wisconsin Supreme Court Justice. Whoever wins this race, Marnie, is set to serve a 10-year term, and that will begin in August.
And Kelly, so much is at stake. One of the big reasons that this race is getting national attention because the outcome of the election could determine the future of Wisconsin's abortion laws. Talk more about that.
Yeah, certainly, Marnie. That is a big ticket item. It's an issue that's bringing a lot of people to the polls. So what we know is that since the overturning of Roe v. Wade, the court is expected to hear a lawsuit challenging a 174-year-old law nearly banning all abortions in Wisconsin. And so here's where the candidates stand. Protasewicz has been very outspoken. She said that she is pro-choice. She's also gone as far as to say that if Kelly were to be elected to the court, that he would actually keep this ban in place. However, Kelly has fired back. He said that he hasn't made public how he may or may not rule on this ban. And I thought that this was really interesting. These were his words verbatim earlier this year. He said, "I don't talk about my politics because I understand they're not relevant to the work of the court. We're there to decide questions of the law, and that is it." So that has been his public stance, Marnie.
Right, impartiality, maybe the most important part of that job. Kelly, what are voters telling you as you talk to them as they show up?
Well, we actually headed to a couple polling locations earlier this morning, Marnie. Polls opened here at 7 a.m. Central Time. And a few of the issues that are driving voters to the polls here in Madison are really no surprise. Redistricting, or the possibility of that in the future, that was a major issue. And then also, of course, abortion. So hearing about that, certainly, again, no surprise. And we don't know yet how voter turnout is going to look for this election. But if the primaries are any indication, what we saw back in February is that 21% of voting age residents in Wisconsin did come out and cast their ballots. That is a 20-year high. So it remains to be seen how many will turn out this time around.
Wow, 21% is a high. Just think about that for a second. Kelly, spending has been such a huge part of this particular campaign. $42 million spent. That's a record in this election alone. Put that into perspective historically. Are we seeing more one candidate benefiting more than the other with that type of money involved?
Yeah, certainly. It's a great question because this really is historic, Marnie. So the only other race that really came close historically was in Illinois in 2004, where $15 million was spent in a state Supreme Court race. So really, really interesting. You see the discrepancy there. It's fascinating. We know since the primaries, Kelly has been outspent 2-1, and also Protasewicz, it's said, has about $6 million more than him in the backing financially in this race. So it's going to be interesting to see what the implications of that may be. We've been here for a couple of days, and the ads are absolutely relentless, going back and forth. Many of them butted up next to each other on television. It's a heated race out here, Marnie.
Yep, and an important judicial race that we continue to watch. Polls are open in Wisconsin. Kelly Beeson, thank you for that. While the former president is in New York for an arraignment today, one of his opponents on the 2024 ticket is visiting the southern border. Nikki Haley, the former U.S. ambassador to the UN in the Trump administration, is hoping to bring attention to her presidential campaign. Correspondent Allie Bradley reports from Eagle Pass, Texas.
Yeah, Nikki Haley announcing that bid for president back in February, and she spent a lot of time down along the southern border being hosted by Representative Tony Gonzalez. From seeing migrants jumping off the trains in Hondo to an unstable border wall in Del Rio. She saw it all and says that the Biden administration is failing the American people.
What kind of America is this?
South Carolina governor was accompanied by Representative Tony Gonzalez to address what the two say is an ongoing crisis caused by the Biden-Harris administration.
Biden needs to open his mouth and say this is a crisis. He needs to let his cabinet agencies say that this is a crisis, and they need to start dealing with it. And Congress needs to get in a room and fix it.
Haley, a daughter of immigrants, has taken a tough stance on immigration and border security, which began during her time as governor, saying closing the border is not rocket science and that the United States is a country of laws that need to be enforced. She is touting a mandatory E-Verify program, advocating for getting rid of the 85,000 IRS agents to bring in 25,000 Border Patrol and ICE agents, while also defunding sanctuary cities.
Stop the insanity, because we're doing this to ourselves. And what I will say is this is not a Republican or Democrat issue. This is a national security issue.
Haley announced her bid for president back in February. Her trip to the southern border is the first time a 2024 presidential candidate has made the move.
So we have got to start taking care of the American people. I will tell you, when I run for president, this will be one of our top priorities, is to make sure we acknowledge the crisis that it is.
And while all eyes are on the heavyweight matchup between former President Donald Trump and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, Haley and former Vice President Mike Pence are battling it out for third place, despite Pence tapping Haley as UN ambassador under the Trump administration, according to Politico. A recent Harvard-Harris poll found Pence with 7 percentage points to Haley's 5, both trailing Trump and DeSantis by double digits. The heated race between Pence and Haley may not be getting much attention, but what is making headlines is that the underdogs are now taking aim at each other in hopes of gaining some ground in the 2024 primary. Now, I did ask Nikki Haley specifically about cartels and if she wants them to be designated as terrorist organizations. She said absolutely yes, that is what they are, and that is what they need to be called. Now, she did also invite President Biden to come back down here and see the border once again, and also urge Congress to come together and act. We'll send it back to you.
Allie Bradley reporting at the border. We have continuing coverage of this historic and remarkable day, the first time a former U.S. president will be arraigned on criminal charges in a Manhattan courthouse. Next, a former federal prosecutor joins us live to talk about what we can expect from the legal proceedings. I'm also going to be talking to a former Secret Service official about the security surrounding today's arraignment, and later a Republican strategist about the political implications as we get closer to the presidential race of 2024. All ahead here on NewsNation Live.
If prosecutors can run on a campaign pledge to get somebody, then we're back in the Soviet Union, where the head of the KGB said to Stalin, "Show me the man and I'll find you the crime." That's not the way justice should work in America. You don't campaign on the promise to get somebody.
A lot of questions about the intersections of law and politics in this case right now. Former U.S. President Donald Trump in New York City this morning to surrender himself to authorities after being indicted on Friday by a Manhattan grand jury in an alleged hush money case. The former president, who officially arrived in New York yesterday afternoon, is likely to plead not guilty by all accounts at the Manhattan courthouse this afternoon. Mr. Trump's court appearance will mark him as the first U.S. president to face criminal charges. Meanwhile, outside the Manhattan courthouse, the NYPD faces an unprecedented security task as protesters and supporters are expected to convene outside the federal building ahead of Mr. Trump's arrival this afternoon. Joining me this morning to talk more about all that is ahead and as we wait for the mystery to be unlocked as far as the charges is Renato Mariotti, former federal prosecutor and host of the podcast It's Complicated. Thank you, as always, for being here. This is complicated. I mean, as we go through it, there's so much we don't know. I think first and foremost, as we digest the possibility of criminal charges against a former president, the question I keep hearing is, what is the crime? Is this about personal funds and corporate funds being used and the difference? And what is the crime in your mind?
Well, we don't know yet because we haven't seen the indictment. And that's why, we just heard a moment ago a statement from Alan Dershowitz. I don't take his views very seriously because he has very strong feelings about an indictment he hasn't even read. So we don't know. The indictment's not public. We are going to know later today. There's reports that it is involving the falsification of business records. And then that leads us to another question, because under New York law, that's only a felony if it's done in furtherance of another crime. So we don't know what the other crime is. Could it be tax fraud, campaign finance, for example? We don't know exactly. I'll have a lot of questions about it. I have certain questions and concerns about the indictment, but that really depends on what the factual and legal underpinning is. And I think we'll know more about that later today.
Like what about the indictment raises some red flags for you?
Well, if it's a campaign finance case, I don't think that we've had many campaign finance cases in which the expenditure is a hush money payment to a former paramour. That has happened in the John Edwards case, but that resulted in an acquittal for Mr. Edwards. So I do think that's a potential question. I think there's also, a question regarding whether or not there were actual false statements that were transmitted to another person. In other words, there's clearly false statements in the books and records of the Trump organization meant to disguise payments. I don't think there's any serious question about that. But if there are, typically fraud involves sending those false statements to someone else for the purpose of fooling them, tricking them into getting their money or property. What I'm interested in seeing is whether or not, for example, there is evidence that false statements were sent, let's say, to a tax authority. Because as you know, I think everybody knows, when you have false statements in your books and records, occasionally that can result in a false W-2 or 1099 or something along those lines. So I'm interested in seeing exactly what the prosecution's theory is. I think we have to take a careful approach. I don't think that any prosecution of someone who is in politics is wrong. There's plenty of corrupt politicians in my home city of Chicago. But we have to, I think, look at the evidence and the law very carefully.
There was I guess the most recent development in the case was the addition of an attorney. Joe Tacopina has been all over cable news talking about the case representing the former president. Now we've got Todd Blanche. Does that indicate to you that his legal team may be more concerned about these potential charges than first thought?
I think that's a very good move for the former president. I mean, Mr. Blanche is a serious attorney. He's someone you would actually hire for a case like this. Mr. Tacopina is not a serious attorney, in my view. His statements have, I think, reflected a sort of levity and an attitude towards this indictment that is unwarranted. Look, I represent people all the time since I've left government practice who are under indictment. I represent people right now who are under indictment. It's a big deal to be indicted for serious crimes, for felonies. That's a life-altering experience, and you need an attorney who's going to take that seriously, who's got experience going up against government prosecutors, who can make the right legal motions, who can fight your case aggressively. Now, I do think the former president now has an attorney who's capable of doing that. Of course, we're going to have to wait and see whether or not he lasts and whether or not he's on the forefront. The former president seems to run through attorneys very quickly.
How about the judge in this case? The former president has made no secret that he's not happy about this judge. He's called him biased, says he hates me. Risky move for Donald Trump to be going after the judge presiding over this case if it were to go to trial?
Well, it's a foolish move from a legal perspective. And there's nothing, by the way, none of what was said, there's no evidence to suggest any of those things are true. But it's very valuable as a media strategy because here we are on television repeating his statements, right? You just repeated what he said. There's no evidence; those are just his unwarranted opinions. I imagine he's concerned because this judge presided over a case in which Trump's company, the Trump organization, was found to have committed a felony. And so I think that is where he views there as bias. But I see no evidence to suggest that. This is a judge who's presided over cases in New York for some time, has a good reputation. I don't think he's doing himself any favors within the four walls of the courtroom.
Renato Mariotti, as we wait, thank you for your perspective. As always, good to see you. Right now, there are some protesters against the district attorney presiding over this case and the potential charges, Alvin Bragg. They're gathering outside New York. You can see that live on your screen. We're going to be talking about security in New York surrounding the former president's arraignment in the hours ahead as he will make his way from Trump Tower to the courthouse around 2:15 Eastern time this afternoon. You can see the barricades are up. All hands on deck for NYPD. We'll be right back. Is holding what is being called a peaceful protest before former President Donald Trump appears in a Manhattan state courthouse this afternoon for his arraignment on criminal charges. These are some live pictures on your screen from New York City in Manhattan. Republican Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene expected to speak there as well. There also appears to be some counter-protesters in the crowd. By all accounts, there's maybe 100 or so, just to give you perspective on what we're seeing. Sometimes it can look bigger than what it actually is on camera, but that's where things stand now. There may be more media right now outside the courthouse. New York City Mayor Eric Adams says he's not going to tolerate any violence at any of the protests across the city today or in the days ahead. Joining me this morning to talk more about the security around this type of event, Chuck Marino, CEO of Sentinel Security. He served as a supervisory special agent in the United States Secret Service under 3 presidents. Chuck, great to see you. Thank you for being here. Talk about the dynamics of this type and magnitude of a security operation.
Yeah, you know, it's pretty big, but I can tell you that this is something that the Secret Service, and especially the Secret Service working with the NYPD on numerous occasions, do each and every day. I think based on what we're seeing, we can tell that when it comes to the former president, he's still extremely well protected, large entourage based on the fact that he's a very recent former president, the fact that he's a declared candidate for presidency, and the increased media attention and divisiveness that we see within the U.S. based on the decision for the district attorney to go ahead with the charges. So all of that is taken into consideration. And then you have the various sites, the venues that are going to be visited, Trump Tower, the court building, and any other locations. And what you're going to see is this protective bubble that's established and built by the Secret Service and NYPD. Follow the president wherever he goes.
And will that include if he has his mugshot taken at the courthouse?
Well, you know, hypothetically, I can tell you right now that the Secret Service very rarely will become involved in processes like that. That is typical processes related to court appearances, et cetera, that would traditionally be held between the district attorney and Trump's legal team. That's really where the negotiation for these things take place. The Secret Service is going to be solely focused on the safety and security of the former president and those locations.
How might an impromptu speech or address to the public outside the courthouse, as we're hearing may happen, so the former president may speak once he leaves the courthouse, further complicate the security measures around him in an environment like this?
Well, all of these security plans are flexible, they're dynamic, and they are able to be expanded and constrict where we're allowed. So if the former president were to throw on an impromptu press conference, I can assure you that the Secret Service would be let into that plan earlier rather than later, and they would set up accordingly.
I want to play for folks at home one of the comments and messages made within the last 24 hours by New York City Mayor Eric Adams on the potential of violence and his message to the public that's in New York, and then we'll chat about that.
New York City is our home, not a playground for your misplaced anger. Although we have no specific threats, people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is known to spread misinformation and hate speech. She stated she's coming to town. While you're in town, be on your best behavior.
And I do want to add that in response to that, Congresswoman Greene said that she will reject any violence, and those who resort to violence are, quote, not one of us. That said, there is always the concern in an environment like this that things could spark up something. How are threats being monitored? Walk us through some of the logistics that the FBI, the Secret Service, and local authorities are looking for right now.
So the Secret Service is not a member of the intelligence community. They're not an intelligence organization. They are, however, a massive consumer of intelligence. So that means they work very closely with the NYPD Intelligence Division. They'll work very closely with the FBI, and they'll also monitor the protective intelligence, as we call it, as it comes in. So they're paying attention, like this all threats, all hazards approach. They're also paying attention to things like protests, what's planned for the day, are there disruptions that may arise, and they're keeping their eye on all of that. You know, intelligence, as you point out, is essential because it serves as the foundation for all of the planning that we now see taking place. And that is, you want to be prepared for everything that you know about, and especially those things that may arise that you don't know about.
I think the other interesting thing, and it gets really into the weeds in terms of what they are looking for, but even who's checking into hotels, how many people they're expecting or who have arrived in the last 24 hours as they anticipate what they need to be looking for. I mean, it's very granular. There's so much that we don't even know that they won't say they're checking.
So if we focus on Trump Tower, let's remember that the former president stayed in Trump Tower when he was president, and even before that when he was a candidate. So the protocols that were established back then can be re-implemented, if you will, based on the threat dynamic. So that building is well taken care of, I would say, from a policy and procedures standpoint by the Secret Service and the NYPD. They're familiar with the staffing model for that building. They're familiar with the people that reside within the building and all of the other operations that come along with it. It's that ad hoc intelligence where these additional venues come into play. And I got to tell you, the media coverage and the divisiveness of this subject plays a role in the intelligence as well, which means the haystack gets bigger and you have to pay more attention to finding that needle in the haystack because there's so much noise out there right now. There's so many opinions that you have to make sure that you're staying focused in terms of identifying the threats early and taking mitigating measures to address those.
Right. As I said earlier, we are at an intersection of politics and the justice system involving a former president, something we have never seen to this magnitude before. But what we do know is nimbleness on the part of the Secret Service and all local law enforcement will be key today. And as you said, they are flexible and prepared for everything. Chuck Marino, always appreciate it. Good to see you.
Likewise. Thank you.
So far, Trump's polling and fundraising is up since his indictment on Friday, in the millions, 7 million and counting. How far will that momentum carry him as he is arraigned today and heads back to Florida to address the nation later tonight? We'll talk about that straight ahead. historic arraignment of former President Donald Trump today. He is expected inside of a courtroom this afternoon in Manhattan. Joining us this morning, Republican strategist Terry Holt. He also served as senior advisor to former House Speaker John Boehner. Thank you for being with us on what is a remarkable day in American history. Whether a mugshot is taken of the former president or not, this is a day that will go down in the history books, undoubtedly because of what it entails and also the impact it could have. Just tell me for a moment how you feel about what we are seeing and what we may learn today.
Well, it's a grim day for America. As we've talked about a lot over the last few days, this hasn't ever happened before. It's a grim day for America because we would like to think that our leaders are going to keep their noses clean and stay on track. And as we've seen with President Trump, life is more complicated. This may be a grim day for America, but it's not necessarily a grim day for President Trump. His polling is strong. He's lapping the field of Republican primary opponents. In the short term, at least, President Trump has been buoyed by this process because for a lot of Americans, people who have voted for President Trump in the past, this is seen not as a criminal process, but as a political process. And for that is also a sad thing where our criminal justice system is not held above reproach, where it can be seen to be taken in a political direction, especially when it comes to somebody as high profile as Donald Trump.
And to your point, I mean, ultimately, for the last few weeks, Donald Trump has been able to control the narrative. That being said, we haven't seen the evidence or the charges specifically against him. Might that change this afternoon? Should Donald Trump and his legal team be concerned about the unknown at this point?
I think they should be very concerned from a criminal standpoint. But from a political standpoint, the betting money is that they'll come out swinging, that they'll talk about the grievances that they have against this case and against the other cases that are mounting ahead of them in the process. I think it's too early to tell whether this process and the other investigations that are still being carried out, whether that's going to have a cumulative effect on the president's standing with the in the polls. I think what we see is a distinction between people wanting to come to the president's defense, but then among Republican voters, maybe a hope that we want to win an election again, and maybe Donald Trump should be in a stronger primary field where we have a competition to see who's going to be the next primary or the next nominee for the Republican Party.
And how might this, on a larger scale, impact the fractures that we've seen on the Republican Party? How does it coalesce after this, once some of the dust settles, so to speak?
Well, I think we're in uncharted territory. I don't see where the dust does settle. Donald Trump is the most divisive figure in American political life. Even in the general election, he's running very close to President Biden at this point. So the dust doesn't seem to ever settle with President Trump. We're in for more of the same and more lawyers, more stories about President Trump and fewer stories about Mike Pence or Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis or any of the other folks who would like to have a little bit of oxygen in this political season.
Well, let me ask you this, because Trump has been described in the past as Teflon, impeached twice. He's overcome a lot of criticism, but now he's got criminal charges against him. How many political lives does Donald Trump have? How much patience does the American public have?
Well, if I knew the answer to that question, I'd be so busy with so many meetings to tell the future that I wouldn't be able to see straight. I think Donald Trump will have to go through the very real criminal process. That is a concrete, unequivocal portion of his life now. He is being arraigned, and that process will now take over a certain portion of his life. So as it's like I said, in the short term, things look good. Millions of dollars in political contributions, more support among Republican primary voters. But in the long haul, the wheels of justice continue to grind.
Republican strategist Terry Holt, appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tonight on Elizabeth Vargas Reports, Republican New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu will join Elizabeth to talk about the future of the GOP and the indictment of former President Trump. Make sure to tune in 6 p.m. Eastern right here on NewsNation. In our next hour, a shocking update to the manhunt for a former Maryland political aide, Roy McGrath, dead after being on the run for about 3 weeks. What we know about that case and what's still to come. NewsNation Live in our next hour. We are still waiting for any sign of former President Donald Trump ahead of his scheduled arraignment in Manhattan this afternoon, set for 2:15 Eastern Time. Here's a scheduled look at what we can expect this afternoon. The arraignment could last between 15 and possibly 30 minutes or so. We're going to have more details on Trump's logistics at the top of the hour as he makes his way from Trump Tower to the courthouse. Also, as OPEC cuts oil production, we are tracking the impact on American gas and diesel prices, how much you're paying at the pump. We also have new reporting about the Chinese spy balloon shot down in February over the Atlantic. What kind of intelligence was likely gathered, and how was it maneuvering in the sky? And a programming note for you here on NewsNation. Tonight on Banfield, a primetime exclusive interview. The parents of murdered Idaho College student Ethan Chapin will join Ashley live to talk about the case and the trial ahead. Tune in 10 p.m. Eastern right here on NewsNation. Right now on NewsNation Live, former President Trump facing criminal charges in just hours. The historic arraignment and the complicated effort to keep the former president and New York City safe.
Violence and destruction are not part of legitimate lawful expression.
Plus, up at the pump, we're tracking gas prices for you after a surprising production cut announcement. And top dogs. The big dance may be over, but the party's just beginning for the Yukon Huskies. NewsNation Live starts now. And good morning to you from NewsNation in Chicago. We're going to start in New York this morning. All eyes on Manhattan as former President Trump set to make history as the first former U.S. president to face criminal charges when he is arraigned later today. Mr. Trump arrived in New York on Monday ahead of the unprecedented proceedings set for this afternoon. A grand jury indicted the former president late last week on Friday over an investigation into hush money payments during his 2016 campaign. The question now being, what is the evidence and what are the specific charges? We will learn those answers this afternoon. We have team coverage for you at this hour. NewsNation correspondents Robert Sherman, Dre Clark, and Kelly Meyer joining us throughout the hour. I'm going to start with Robert Sherman, who is live in New York outside the courthouse. Robert, a much different mood this morning ahead of today's proceedings.
Very different than what we've seen over the last couple of days, Marty, and that's largely because the day has finally arrived, and here we are in Lower Manhattan, which is right now at the center of the political universe. More and more people are coming out here in front of this courthouse, which is where all this is going to be taking place later today. But first, we want to give you a live look over at Trump Tower. That's where the former president still is at this hour. His attorney's confirming to us that he's going to be on the move early this afternoon to make his way to this courthouse. And they're expecting to arrive here around 2 p.m. Eastern time, which is when this whole arraignment process will take place. And that is a process we really don't know a whole lot about, Marty. It's going to be taking place behind closed doors initially. This is a first for the United States. We've never really seen this happen with a former U.S. president. We've never seen the involvement of Secret Service in an arraignment such as this. But then that indictment will be unsealed. That's the key thing today, because that's when we'll finally learn exactly what the former president is charged with and exactly how many charges there are here in this case. We do know the former president is going to be pleading not guilty. That's what his attorneys say. That arraignment will be taking place in the courthouse that is right behind us over there. It has become a big day here, Marnie, in terms of what the scene is like here on the ground. And of course, more and more people are arriving here. We're going to keep you updated on this throughout the day, Marnie.
And talk a little bit more, Robert, about security and what you're seeing outside the courthouse right now and who's there.
Well, you can see this large grouping of people that are now behind us here. Again, this is new. We haven't seen this many people outside of the courthouse in the last couple of days. What I would say to this is that Marjorie Taylor Greene, the congresswoman from Georgia who helped organize the conservative side of this demonstration, was out here earlier. There was a large mass of people who surrounded her, and then you heard counter-protesters try to drown her out as she was talking. Don't want to overstate too much this, Marty, because while you see this large grouping of people that's behind us here, the far majority of people here are without question reporters, which just goes to show how much of a media frenzy this has all become. We want to show you this video, which was taken last night. So, of course, all this is going to be going down inside a courtroom later today. There's only a finite number of seats inside that courtroom, so you had journalists sleeping out in the New York freezing cold in a line waiting to get one of those coveted seats on the inside of that courthouse. Some people spent the whole night there, cuddled up in blankets. Some people even paid professional line sitters to stay in a line for them. How do we know this? We met one of them. Listen to this.
How you doing? I am cold as hell. How are you? But are you like really gonna be out here all night? I'm really gonna be out here all night. So I don't know if I could do, if there's enough money in the world to make me do this. We wait for your wants. You want to get in that room, you want to hear the proceeding, you want to see him get locked up or not get locked up, you want to be in the room where it happens. That's where we come in.
That right there is what all of this has become, Marty. We've covered a lot of events over the last couple of years. We've covered Super Bowls. We've covered campaign trails. I've never seen a media frenzy like the one that we've seen here outside this courthouse today. Again, of all the masses of people you see behind us, the far majority of people are reporters, are photographers, are producers. That is the spectacle that this whole event has become in Manhattan. Barney?
Yeah, journalists just like you, Robert, and so many witnessing history and reporting on it and the story that there is to tell there. I have to appreciate the diplomacy of the line guy, that he kind of played both sides. It doesn't matter who he's sitting in line for, you want inside that courtroom. All right, Robert Sherman in Manhattan, thank you for that. This historic case is undoubtedly costing taxpayers. They're paying for increased security in Manhattan as the president waits to be arraigned. NewsNation correspondent Dre Clark has been following that for us, following the money this morning. Good morning to you, Dre, joining us in New York as well. The security presence around Manhattan today is visible. We saw that in Robert's shot. And as I said, very costly.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, the city isn't providing any comment in terms of how much money it's costing to provide this high level of security. But Marty, I want to share some breaking news we just received. One of Trump's attorneys has informed our NewsNation station here in New York City, WPIX, that the former president plans to leave Trump Tower here at 1 o'clock to make his way downtown for his arraignment. So that's less than 2 hours from now. And again, that information coming from one of the former president's attorneys. Meanwhile, as you mentioned about that security, we haven't seen this much security around Trump Tower since the former president was in office. For weeks now, city, state, and federal law enforcement have been working together to come up with a massive security overlay plan that will stretch from here on Fifth Avenue down to the courthouse in Lower Manhattan, where the former president will be making that arraignment appearance in just a few hours from now. Meanwhile, the NYPD says at this point in time, they have not received any credible or specific threats made against the city, but they are monitoring social media for any serious chatter, potential threats. They're also keeping an eye on political extremist groups. More than 30,000 NYPD officers are all on standby today. Many of them are already working, already on duty. The police commissioner would not go into specific numbers in terms of manpower, but she says the department will have enough officers on duty to facilitate mobile units to be dispatched to any area where they may be needed should anything bad happen. And again, city officials are not commenting on the cost to provide this high level of security throughout the city. The NYPD, as we've been reporting, is short almost 2,000 officers. So many officers will actually be working overtime today. The mayor says the city is always prepared and has the ability to shift resources where needed in a moment's notice. But this was the mayor's message to anyone looking to come to the city today to start trouble.
While there may be some rabble-rousers thinking about coming to our city tomorrow, our message is clear and simple. Control yourselves. New York City is our home, not a playground for your misplaced anger.
But I will remind everyone that violence and destruction are not part of legitimate, lawful expression, and it will never be tolerated in our city.
Now, this is also a big day of protest, and Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene will be here in New York City today, standing alongside protesters who will gather outside the courthouse this afternoon. The mayor had a very strong message for the Congresswoman, whom he says likes to spread misinformation and use hate speech to stir people up. The mayor's message to the Congresswoman is to be on her best behavior while she's in town. Marnie?
And Dre, I know Marjorie Taylor Greene, I'm being told, is in Manhattan now, arrived just moments ago. The Congresswoman wasting no time replying to the mayor's message that she should be on her best behavior. What else did she say in response?
Well, she called the mayor delusional, also saying that she believes the mayor is trying to intimidate, threaten, and stop her from using her First Amendment right to support Donald Trump. She also said this, and I'm quoting here, Mayor Adams should be more concerned about New York citizens and taxpayers being murdered, raped, robbed, and carjacked than an elected member of Congress coming to town. We should also note, though, that the Congresswoman has made it very clear that anyone who plans to come here to New York City to carry out any acts of violence is not acting on behalf of anyone that she associates herself with. Marnie.
All right, Dre, thank you for that. Moving on now, after today's unprecedented arraignment, former President Trump will travel back to Florida immediately, where he will deliver a primetime speech set for later on this evening. NewsNation's Kelly Meyer is standing by near Mar-a-Lago in Florida, where that speech will happen later tonight. Kelly, welcome and thank you. What can we expect tonight to hear from the former president?
Hours. No extended stay in New York City for former President Trump. He's going to be on his plane right back here to Mar-a-Lago right after his arraignment. So 6 hours after his appearance in court, he will be back inside Mar-a-Lago for an 8 p.m. Eastern primetime speech, his first since his historic indictment. And as he continues to campaign for another shot at the White House, he will be inside Mar-a-Lago for this speech, similar to where he was just 5 months ago, back in November, when he launched his 2024 campaign. That was also a Tuesday night primetime address. So what can we expect here tonight? We're looking at much of the same rhetoric that we have seen from the former president, posted on his social media sites, attacking this investigation as political and saying it's an attack by Democrats to stop him from running again. Now, NewsNation's Dan Abrams spoke with Trump's former advisor and former attorney Rudy Giuliani last night. He defended the president and said that this case isn't strong enough to be brought against him. Take a listen.
When you're going to bring a case against a president or ex-president, and the first one ever, it's got to be something where the American people as a whole, like Watergate, where the American people say, I'm a Republican, I thought Watergate was wrong.
And we're expecting former President Trump's supporters to return here to greet him as he returns to Mar-a-Lago. As far as Trump's supporters in Congress, from Jim Jordan in the House to Lindsey Graham in the Senate, we're told that they won't be inside for the speech here tonight. Marnie?
And Kelly, there is the potential of a gag order on the table in this case, with the former president prepared to make remarks later tonight. That may further complicate things. How might it impact this evening's speech?
Well, it could limit what the former president can say about the case as he's preparing for this address here tonight. Much of that expected to focus on what transpired today as he continues to rally his supporters around his 2024 campaign. But the final call comes down to the judge, and he's expected to make this decision later on today. Trump's team, we're told, already preparing for this and ready to push back as it is restrictive, they say, of Trump's First Amendment rights, as well as some top House Republicans coming to the defense of former President Trump, saying this would stifle his speech. And they say, quote, that it would be at odds with everything America stands for.
Boy, some uncharted territory here. All right, Kelly Meyer at Mar-a-Lago in Florida. And just again to remind you at home, the former president expected to be arraigned 2:15 Eastern time in New York. We expect him to leave Trump Tower and head to the courthouse at 1 Eastern time. He'll be departing with the motorcade. A lot of security on hand. Some other headlines at this hour to get you caught up with. The chief of staff to former Maryland Governor Larry Hogan died on Monday after a confrontation with the FBI in Knoxville, Tennessee. Roy McGrath had been on the run for 21 days after he failed to appear in federal court in Baltimore on wire fraud and embezzlement charges. McGrath's lawyer said it is unclear whether his wound was self-inflicted or the result of a shootout with FBI agents. The charges stem from his time working with Maryland Environmental Service. This was prior to joining Hogan's administration in 2020. It is Election Day in the city of Chicago. Voters will decide today between two mayoral candidates who share very different visions for how to address public safety in the nation's third largest city. Paul Vallis, a former CEO of the Chicago Public Schools and endorsed by the Fraternal Order of Police, has vowed to hire more police officers and address rising crime. His opponent, Brandon Johnson, the Cook County Commissioner and endorsed by the Chicago Teachers Union, wants a more holistic approach to public safety, including promoting 200 detectives and investing in mental health services. Polls are open across the city of Chicago. Oil prices spiked today after OPEC Plus, an alliance of oil-producing nations led by Russia and Saudi Arabia, announced it will cut oil output. Experts believe drivers may soon be feeling the pressure and the pain at the pump in a result of rising prices. Tom Dempsey joining us live this morning with everything that we're learning and what this may look like, and also a response from the White House. Good morning, Tom.
Hey, Hey, Marnie. Yeah, once again today, we're seeing the price of crude oil trickle up on the markets to over $5 per gallon compared to the same time last week. But right now, there's very real concerns about the impact of gas pumps all across the country in response to this announcement by OPEC Plus cutting oil production, especially with the busy summer driving season not too far away. In fact, this morning, Gas Buddy reports the national average for a gallon of regular to be right around $3.50. That's up about a dime from last month. OPEC Plus will be cutting oil production by around 1.5 million barrels a day starting in May through the end of the year as part of a precautionary stabilizing measure. That's according to OPEC Plus. The U.S. says it received a heads up about the production cuts, but this certainly throws a wrench in America's plans for fighting inflation. Crude oil makes up about half the price for the cost of gas at the pump. The research group Clearview Energy Partners says this OPEC Plus decision could spike prices at the pump by around a quarter, and demand from the summer driving season could push prices up to $4 a gallon in several months. Since this announcement, though, President Joe Biden has tried to ease some of the concerns.
Do you have any reaction to the oil production cuts, sir? OPEC! On OPEC!
Now, back here in D.C., this announcement from OPEC Plus came just days after House Republicans passed an energy package to boost oil production and ease permitting restrictions for things like pipeline projects. But Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has already called the package dead on arrival since it allegedly targeted clean energy initiatives. Last month, the U.S. Energy Secretary also added that it could take years for the country to replenish its stock in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Now, some context of where things are today. Again, the national average right around $3.50. That's about $1.50 cheaper than the record high that was reported last summer when gas prices were around $5 a gallon. Nobody wants to go back to those times, Marty. But again, demand from drivers as well as that busy summer travel season expected to impact those prices even more in the weeks and months ahead.
Yeah, I'm curious also, Tom, how the OPEC Plus announcement impacts U.S.-Saudi relations.
Yeah, that's a big part of this. You know, the U.S. came out against this OPEC Plus oil production cuts, the announcement saying it was inadvisable to do that right now. And of course, things have been sort of frayed between the United States and Saudi Arabia over the past, year or two, especially after President Joe Biden campaigned on a message saying that he would make Saudi Arabia an international pariah in response to the death of journalist Jamal Khashoggi. Again, things haven't really gotten better, even though the president has toned down that message. And this OPEC Plus decision could actually end up helping Russia get more profits from its oil to help pay for the war against Ukraine. So again, foreign policy, obviously a factor in this OPEC Plus fallout, and things not really great right now between the United States and Saudi Arabia, Marnie.
Yeah, a complex situation that will for sure be part of the 2024 presidential conversation. All right, Tom, thank you for that update. Well, did you have fun at the dance? Do your feet hurt a little bit, figuratively speaking? After 3 weeks, 68 teams, 7 rounds of bracket busters and buzzer beaters, there can only be one top dog. The UConn Huskies have won the NCAA men's basketball championship. The Huskies held off the San Diego State Aztecs 76-59. And Xavier Walton is with us live. Fun assignment for you and an exciting end to the season. But these two teams, Xavier, not the only ones that had a lot riding on this final game.
Oh, yeah, there was a lot of money on the line. And we're going to talk a little bit about, college betting or betting on college basketball games. Do want to say I had fun at the dance, by the way. Didn't even go to the dance. Still had fun. All right, let's give the UConn Huskies their one shining moment. They really did dominate in the month of March, and then that rolled into April in the Final Four in Houston. Did you know the Huskies won by nearly 20 points on average? San Diego State really didn't stand a chance. We're talking about the Aztecs. Huskies now undefeated, 8-0 in Final Fours, played in the state of Texas, the Lone Star State. Here's what it sounded like in Houston after the win. Yes, you saw that player there celebrating, so congratulations to the UConn Huskies, and also big shout out to the Aztecs. Listen to this. Less than 1%, it was like 0.38% of the millions of brackets that were filled out actually had the San Diego State Aztecs in the finals in Houston. Here are the odds.
The odds of San Diego State to win before this tournament even started were even lower than UConn, of course. They were at plus 8,000 before the tournament started to win. So they were one of those teams definitely at the bottom of the 64 teams there when it comes to odds of winning the entire championship game.
Against all odds, about 1 in 4 American adults bet on this year's tournament. That's an estimated 68 million according to the American Gaming Association. For reference, that's 18 million more people betting on this tournament than the Super Bowl, which amounts to roughly $15.5 billion in wagers. More than 56 million brackets were filled out. Not a single one, though, perfect. Here's why.
The odds of somebody having a perfect bracket are very, very slim. The NCAA said, yeah, it was a 23% chance less of anyone having a perfect bracket than someone picking out 1 grain of sand, and there is 7.5 quintillion grains of sand. So it was a 1 in 9.2 quintillion chance for anybody to have a perfect bracket.
You know, Marnie, I'm looking over here for a grain of sand and I can't really find one. Clearly, no perfect bracket. You see that correlation there. Fun times. Obviously, it comes to an end the college basketball season. But hey, shout out to the UConn Huskies. Maybe next year, if I remember this correctly, Marnie, I think you were a Hoosiers fan. Are you an Indiana Hoosiers fan?
Oh, yes.
Maybe next year.
Yeah, through and through. I married a Hoosier, so yeah, by marriage. But yeah, we were rooting hard for Indiana. We thought this might be their year. I guess not. We'll wait for next year. I'm just wondering, Xavier, now, like, it's been so fun, as you mentioned, to watch so many great games. Like, what are we going to do now? Baseball?
Baseball? Oh, baseball season just started. Yeah, I think baseball. We got to talk about the NBA finals coming up. Well, playoffs. We got to do playoffs, then the finals.
Yeah. Oh, I was just.
Talk about?
My EP just said, the Masters are this weekend. We can watch some golf too. All right. I guess we'll stay busy. There's so many good things to talk about. All right. Had fun at the dance. Xavier, always appreciate the smiles. All right. You are looking live at the Manhattan District Attorney's Office this morning. We are awaiting former President Donald Trump's arraignment this afternoon. Joining me next, Judge Andrew Napolitano, to talk about what we can expect. How about that possible gag order in the case? And if it goes to trial, would the former president testify? There's a lot of legalities to this. The judge will be here to help break it down for us. Day and also his response this afternoon and later on this evening as he returns back to Florida. The president arrived in New York on Monday afternoon, staying overnight at Trump Tower. Former president expected to make a short trip to the courthouse. Less than 2 hours from now, we're hearing 1 p.m. Eastern for a 2:15 arraignment. And then from there, former president may speak outside the courthouse, and then he'll be on his way back to Mar-a-Lago in Florida for a primetime speech later tonight. Joining me now, Julia Manchester, reporter at The Hill. Thank you. There's a lot that we don't know at this hour, but we do know he'll be giving this primetime speech later tonight. So let's start there, Julia. There are reports that about 500 Trump supporters will likely be in attendance for the address tonight, including some prominent Republicans. Do we know yet who will be there?
Not exactly yet, but we do know, Marnie, that this is absolutely geared towards those Trump supporters in the room and obviously Trump supporters watching all around the country. This is going to be a grievance session for Donald Trump, talking about this indictment, talking about how this is further evidence that the legal and political establishment in the United States is out to get him. And, you know, he's riding a wave of momentum. This may not be the best day for him, but in a way, we're seeing this entire saga benefit his campaign financially. In fact, his senior advisor, Stephen Miller, tweeted that he's raised $7 million since the indictment last week. And we know that most of the 2024 GOP primary field announced and potential candidates have essentially attacked Alvin Bragg for the decision to indict Trump. So Trump very much zeroing in on this and really trying to milk it for all that it's worth in an effort to galvanize that energy for his supporters.
Right. It has invigorated, in many cases, his supporters. But what about those who voted for him the first time and not the second, or the independents? Does he pivot tonight and try to reach people who have been on the fence and are concerned about what they're seeing, this intersection of politics and the criminal justice system?
That's a very good point, Marnie. If he pivots and talks about, you know, kitchen table issues and also maybe talk about this, how he would reform the justice system as a whole if he were president, or push for that reform, maybe he could. But I think a lot of Americans, particularly those who did not vote for him in the last election, are very fatigued by the drama and the baggage that Donald Trump has brought to the table in American politics. I mean, since 2015, it's been a saga of never-ending negative news stories and attacks back and forth surrounding the former president. So I think there is a desire to move on in some sense, and I think that's why it's so incredibly smart of President Biden and his team to not focus on this or even address this, really, whether it's in a press conference or in a press gaggle. You've seen President Biden continue on like business as usual, whether that's going to Mississippi and meeting with victims of those tornadoes, or continuing on with his economic tour, talking about his economic policies and goals. Those are the issues that really are going to win over swing voters, not necessarily a political and legal debacle that's happening in New York City.
Right. So we've seen the President Biden, and Democrats remain mostly quiet on this, but a lot of Republicans, including the former president's primary opponents come 2024, Ron DeSantis being one, come out and speak on his behalf in defense of what we're seeing happen. Do you expect that to change, that the focus will be more on the future, that they may see some risk involved in continuing to support him through this?
Yeah, so they have to walk a very fine line. Look, especially for Ron DeSantis, they are going after the same group of primary voters that Donald Trump is going after. And poll after poll shows that Donald Trump has a grip on those primary voters. And we know that these primary voters tend to lean more conservative and more pro-Trump. So they are very upset over this indictment. So that's no surprise that you have people like Ron DeSantis or former Vice President Mike Pence, despite their personal issues with President Trump, that they are essentially defending him. But at some point, they are going to have to pivot towards the future and focus on other issues that could galvanize conservatives, like the economy, like crime, the situation at the southern border. And they also want to keep their eye on appealing to maybe more moderate Republicans as well. And, if they do well in the primary, and if it looks like they could advance to a general election nomination, they want to keep their eyes on those independent swing voters. So it's a very fine line that they have to walk here. But I think a lot of it depends on the speed at which the news cycle moves. We're talking about this week, but we could be talking about something completely different with 2024 ramifications next week.
Right. I mean, some say this is the lesser of the investigations against the former president.
Yes.
So how does that impact those cases involving election fraud concerns, classified documents found at Mar-a-Lago? What impact might those have on the grand jury investigations in those cases moving forward?
Right. So speaking from a political perspective, I would imagine it puts more pressure on the officials running those investigations, because one of the criticisms Alvin Bragg has received is that this was a political move, and he holds a political office. He ran as a Democrat for this position. So it's very easy for Republicans to say, you're a Democrat, you campaigned on wanting to do this, and this is you're motivated by politics doing this. So I think it puts more pressure on some of these other officials, whether it's in Georgia, Washington, D.C., or the other investigation in New York, to kind of say, look, to sort of present this in the least political way as possible. They want to be as neutral as possible, relying on the rule of law. And they really need to do a good job messaging on that if they don't want to open themselves up to this criticism. But we know that that criticism is likely to come because Donald Trump for years has been saying that this political and legal establishment here in the United States is simply out to get him.
Wow. A lot of different complicated issues to cover and cases that have yet to be revealed. Julia Manchester, as always, appreciate your time. Good to see you. Thank you as we await what is next in the hours ahead for the former president. Tonight on Elizabeth Vargas Reports, Republican New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu will be with Elizabeth. They'll be talking about the future of the GOP, as we are this morning, and the indictment of the former president. That is 6 Eastern, right here on NewsNation. We'll be right back. Looking at a live picture above the Big Apple as we wait for an unprecedented arraignment between former President Donald Trump and the Manhattan District Attorney's Office for alleged hush money. The former president faces more than 30 criminal charges in the case. We will likely get more details about what specifically those charges are and the evidence this afternoon after the former president appears before Judge Juan Merchan, the judge presiding over the case. There you can see the former president in New York. We are hearing he will be leaving Trump Tower and headed to the courthouse at 1 Eastern, the arraignment set for 2:15. Joining us this morning to talk more about the case and what is ahead, Judge Andrew Napolitano, a former New Jersey Superior Court judge. Great to have you. I always look forward to our discussions. I learn a lot. And soon we will be able to not speculate any further about what the evidence and the charges are. But for now, that's where we find ourselves. Some may say 30 plus charges seems like a lot. How would you respond?
Well, good morning, good afternoon. It's the afternoon here on the East Coast. It's always a pleasure to be with you. The 30 charges either mean that every time money was paid by Donald Trump personally to Michael Cohen to reimburse him for paying Stormy Daniels, and every time Donald Trump was reimbursed by the Trump Organization to Trump personally, that each of those was a criminal act. Now, there were 13 payments to Michael Cohen and 13 reimbursements to Donald Trump, so that's 26 right there. That is one way to sort of calculate where they came up with 30 counts. The other way is that there may be other crimes charged here that have nothing to do with Stormy Daniels, that have to do with other frauds in which the Manhattan DA wants to charge Donald Trump as having participated in the past 5 years. We won't know that until the indictment is released. The indictment is a piece of paper on which the charges are outlined. The evidence often is not outlined. Those of us that do this for a living can pretty much, with a fair amount of accuracy, speculate as to what the evidence is once we read the charges. But the indictment will be a sterile document which will just list the charges and what they claim Donald Trump did that was a violation of New York state law.
Explain the statute of limitations in this case and the possible strategy from the defense in relation to that.
Okay, so there's an underlying, that's a terrific question. There's an underlying federal crime here, which is the crime of using corporate funds to pay a campaign debt. That's the crime that Michael Cohen pleaded guilty to. People do go to jail for that. Michael Cohen himself went to jail for 3 years for that. After Michael Cohen got out of jail, the feds decided not to prosecute President Trump. He was out of office already, because they didn't believe Michael Cohen. They believed him when he testified against himself at his own sentencing hearing and guilty plea. They didn't believe he was credible enough to be their chief witness against President Trump. That crime has a 5-year statute of limitations, and that crime occurred in 2016. So the statute of limitations has run. The DA will argue that because Trump renounced his New York citizenship and New York residency and left New York, and also because for 4 years he left New York when he lived in the White House, that the statute of limitations was told, as we say, meaning stopped running for the time that he was outside the state. That is an argument that prosecutors often make, and it is an argument that courts often accept. Look, if the statute of limitations has run, if that underlying federal crime can't be used, then I don't know what they're indicting him for. But if the statute of limitations has not run because he was out of state during most of that time, then they have their case.
That's interesting. Is the judge in a tough spot here with the gag order on the table and some First Amendment concerns?
You know, I can tell you from having been there, not a case this dramatic and this much public interest. However, judges are loath to impose gag orders because of the First Amendment. The First Amendment says Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech. Today, that means no government, local, state, or federal, executive branch, judicial branch, or judicial branch, shall interfere with the freedom of speech. So courts are loath to do that. They will do it if they believe that the defendant's speech is undermining the government's right to get a fair trial. If the defendant is so polluting the jury pool that it will make it nearly impossible to choose 12 jurors, not 12 people that never heard of the case. You don't want ignoramuses, but 12 people who still have an open mind about whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. So I don't think you're going to get a gag order today. But if the former president goes on a rampage, as we know he can, and begins to argue his innocence in public rather than in a courtroom, you may see some sort of a limited gag order. And I have to tell you, that is the defense counsel's biggest fear, because we all know the president. I'm privileged enough to have been his, and to still be his friend for 37 years. You don't have to know him personally to know he is impossible to silence when something gets under his skin. So if I were Joe Tacopina right now, I'd be saying Hail Marys that no gag order, even a limited gag order, comes down.
Or apparently Todd Blanche, who is now representing the president, former president. Always a pleasure, Judge Napolitano. Appreciate it. Good to see you.
Sure. Thank you.
Much more ahead as we continue to wait for the former president to arrive at the courthouse in Manhattan, right here on NewsNation Live. On the city of New York City ahead of today's arraignment of former President Trump, expected to happen at the courthouse at 2:15 Eastern Time. Our correspondent Sloan Glass is on the ground in Manhattan this morning talking to some of the protesters who have showed up. I do want to mention no credible threats at this point, and there have been some protests, but it is a very active morning. It's now the afternoon in New York. I want to bring Sloan in for a look at what's happening and just let you know at home we've got a little bit of a delay. There's a lot of media in the city this morning. Good morning. Good afternoon to you, Sloan.
Hey, Marnie, yeah, active is definitely the right word here, but most of the commotion is because of the crowd of press. We have seen a lot of pro-Trump supporters, and there are some anti-Trump protests on the other side, but the crowds are interacting with each other in a way that's fairly tame. It's mostly just some shouting back and forth. We saw Congresswoman Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene speaking, and it was impossible to hear because people were whistling. They were shouting. So we could not understand a word she was saying. She didn't have a microphone. And I think a lot of that was just to amp up and make both sides feel a lot of emotions. But for the most part, things have been very calm here. Mayor Eric Adams has said that he has not heard of any credible threats. The large majority of this crowd, we're estimating 75%, has mostly just been press.
All right, Sloan Glass in Manhattan. Let's hope that it remains calm as it has in the weeks prior to today. And today, as you said, a very active day as we await the former president to arrive at the courthouse. Thank you for that, Sloan. We continue to monitor the situation in New York and elsewhere across the country and world. Much more. News Nation Live, straight ahead. first time a U.S. president has been charged criminally. Former President Donald Trump will be arraigned in Manhattan inside the courthouse at 2:15 Eastern Time today. You're looking at live images on your screen outside the courthouse and also Trump Tower, where the former president arrived yesterday. Trump faces multiple investigations, including those involving efforts to undo the 2020 election results and allegations of mishandling classified documents. But the issue at hand is the hush money involving former porn star Stormy Daniels from 2016 during his presidential campaign. Booking today largely routine, but the same can be said that this is unlike anything that we have ever seen to this point. Here's what we do know is the former president will be fingerprinted. He will learn the charges against him and the evidence involved in the criminal charges. He will plead not guilty, according to his attorneys, and a mugshot will likely be taken. Also, the judge has decided there will be no video cameras allowed in the courtroom. Some still photographers will be allowed to take some photographs, so we will likely see those in the hours ahead. We're also hearing the possibility that the former president will speak outside the courthouse after his arraignment. We have learned in the last hour or so, Trump is expected to leave Trump Tower at 1 p.m. Eastern, so a little more than an hour from now this afternoon in New York. Robert Sherman, our correspondent on the ground in Manhattan, has been following this for weeks. And as I said to you earlier, today is the day, and there's definitely a different mood in Manhattan.
And hour by hour, it seems to change here, Marty. You've definitely started to see that anticipation grow. As you said, today is the day, and the countdown is on until the former president leaves Trump Tower and makes a journey over here to this courthouse in Manhattan. He's going to be heading south to lower Manhattan. It's about a 40-minute drive from what we've been able to see from the maps. But our understanding from this whole process is that the former president is going to go through this arraignment situation around 2 p.m. Eastern Time. And this arraignment is something that we really don't know a lot about when it comes to those intimate details, Marnie. Again, the attorneys for former President Trump said they've had a lot of arraignments in their careers, and they've had a lot of arraignments in this building that is behind us. But they've never had one with Secret Service before. They've never had one involving a former president. So obviously there's going to be more situations to deal with here as they go throughout this whole process. And then once that arraignment takes place around 2 p.m. Eastern Time, that's when the indictment will be unsealed. And that's significant because up until this point, all of us have only been able to guess at or speculate as to what is in the indictment. But that is when we would actually know what the former president is formally charged with. Then he'll enter a plea in which his attorneys say that he's going to plead not guilty. And that's when he's going to make the journey back to Florida. Obviously, still a long way to go here today, Marty, and you're starting to see the mood here start to heighten a bit as more and more people are making the journey here to lower Manhattan. But today is the day that the city of New York is right in the center of the political universe once again. Marnie?
Robert, I do know there are a lot of steps that will happen before we get to this point, but there have been rumors that former President Trump will speak after the arraignment outside of the courthouse. What are you hearing about that possibility at this hour?
We're not really sure about that right now because everything has been moving very fluidly. I mean, we just heard from Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who was out here. She was the one who was hosting this event. She popped by very quickly, was swarmed by media, said a couple of things, and then left. We saw Congressman George Santos was here as well. So you are seeing a lot of the big players politically are making the stop down here today in order to say their piece. And of course, we've heard from a lot of Republicans saying that they're here to support the former president and they're here to support what they believe is the rule of law. So obviously that has been happening a lot today and will continue.
All right, and we know security is tight, about 30,000 NYPD officers on standby right now. An important and monumental day. Robert Sherman in Manhattan for us. Robert, thank you. We'll be checking back with you shortly. Much more NewsNation Live as we watch the situation in Manhattan over the next hour. We'll be right back after a short break.
Major league level, they did to a Democratic governor at the AAA level. And I do believe that it was a test case, my case, that these uncontrolled, weaponized prosecutors would go after high-ranking political figures who they can't beat in elections or don't want to win elections and upset and overturn our democracy.
Former Illinois Governor Rod Blagojevich there speaking to Morning in America about going to jail himself over charges against him, Trump pardoning him years later. A good morning once again from NewsNation in Chicago. Our top story today, this week, this month, this year in history really is the unprecedented arraignment of a former U.S. president this afternoon. In this case, former President Donald Trump. In a few hours from now, the former president expected to turn himself in and become the first former president, to appear in court charged with a crime. A grand jury indicting him on Friday over an investigation into hush money payments during his 2016 campaign. Ultimately, this afternoon, the mystery will be unlocked, so to speak, about the precise allegations against the former president and the trail of documents that we have heard so much about to this point. 30-plus charges potentially. NewsNation is covering every angle of this major story, and joining me now, Robert Sherman, live in New York outside the courthouse where the former president will appear just hours from now. Robert, good morning to you once again. Reset the stage for folks just joining us about what you're seeing and how it has changed over the last few hours as we anticipate Trump's arrival.
Yeah, to be candid with you, Marnie, over the last couple of weeks we've been out here covering this case, and we haven't really seen a lot of activity except when it's come to the press. There may have been one or two demonstrators and a couple of flags flying, but nothing really more to speak of. Today's the first time that we've actually seen a significant crowd of people outside of this courthouse here. Marjorie Taylor Greene is the one who helped organize this protest here alongside the Young Republicans Club of New York, and they arrived here a bit earlier. Marjorie Taylor Greene was just here for a few minutes, and you heard some counter-protesters trying to drown her out with chanting, with whistles, banging drums as well. But something that I want to make abundantly clear here, Marnie, is that the majority of people who are behind us here today are members of the press. We have seen reporters coming in from Japan, reporters coming in from Australia, all around the globe. It has seemed as though throughout this whole process, you've seen more camera lenses than you have seen demonstrators. And even with the large number of people today, that still remains true from what we've seen on the ground here. But still, there is a lot of energy, and that anticipation has continued to rise. We are expecting the former president to hit the road shortly and start making his way to Lower Manhattan. We'll keep you closely updated with all of those developments.
Right,
Marnie?
so the former president will travel several blocks, but it could take upwards of 30 to 40 minutes to do so. Talk a little bit about the security around the transport of Trump from point A to point B once he gets to the courthouse.
Well, New York officials have said that, as you can imagine, they're going to be closing a lot of roadways here in New York, and they are going to have more security. You just look around here. We've seen a lot of uniformed New York police officers on the ground here, and they say that that's going to be the case throughout the courthouse, through Trump Tower. All of these major areas are going to have a larger presence on the ground here. That being said, though, they emphasize that there are no credible threats to the city here. And from what we've seen here today, yeah, you've seen a couple of shouting matches, but that's really it. That's all that has really developed out here today. So everything has remained peaceful, and the hope of officials is that that's going to continue to be the case here.
Yeah, at this point, more press and police than members of a curious public. We know a lot of people, though, are watching at home as things unfold. Robert Sherman, live for us in Manhattan. Stand by. We'll be coming back to you. Thank you for that. I want to bring in Judge Andrew Napolitano, once again, a former New Jersey Superior Court judge. I'm glad that you're back with us because I had a lot more questions that we weren't able to get to in our last hour. So good to see you once again. I think starting with the idea of a mugshot today, I've heard different scenarios that could play out. What does New York law say about taking a mugshot of a former president in this circumstance, and will it be released to the public?
Well, needless to say, New York law does not specifically address taking a mugshot of a former president, but New York law does require that everyone who is booked in that courthouse that we're looking at on the right of the screen because of a charge made by state officials must have their mugshot taken. Now, we've heard two stories here. We've heard one that they're going to dispense with that for the former president. They don't have the authority to dispense with it, and technically they will be violating the law. It's not a significant violation. It's like jaywalking. But the other version we've heard is that they will not distribute a photo of it. Most states make mugshot photos available immediately on the internet. New York does not. So they're either going to take it and try to keep it secret, or they're not going to take it because they know they won't be able to keep it secret. If they don't take it, expect a lot of phony mugshot portraits where the characters with which you and I are both familiar out there in the world will take photos of Donald Trump's face, head on and side, and superimpose it on what appears to be a mugshot background.
Let me ask you in this case, which is unprecedented. So, I mean, we're in uncharted territories here, but what would be the purpose of a mugshot of a former president in this scenario?
That's a good question. No purpose, because the purpose of the mugshot is to identify the defendant. So a typical mugshot includes 2 photographs, a booking number, the person's name, their birth date. The former president's not going to like this if they do this, his height and his weight. All of that is to identify the person, because these rules were written before the internet, quote, in case the person flees, tries to flee justice. Now, that is not a concern with respect to Trump, nor is the need to identify him a concern with respect to Trump. So that may very well be the reasons why they will dispense with the mugshot, because it really doesn't serve any purpose when the defendant is arguably the most recognizable person on the planet at this point.
Yeah, a couple other logistical questions that I had. One being the cameras in the courtroom. The judge ruled against it. There will be some still photographs. The right call here?
Well, you know, it's up to judicial discretion, and we all look at things differently. If it were my courtroom, I would rule, yes, you can have cameras in the courtroom. They actually are less intrusive than the still photos, because the still photographers want to move around and sort of outdo each other. But when you have one pool camera in the courtroom, quietly, silently, in an unobtrusive place, everybody forgets that it's there. But the paramount reason for it is this is a historic event, and the world is watching, and the world has the right to know how the government treats people, what the government does to people, how the courts get involved in this, and how Donald Trump can get a fair trial, but no fairer than anybody else, how he can be treated just like any other defendant. People should see what's going on so they can form their own judgments about how Donald Trump is being treated by the judiciary and by the prosecutors.
Treated like any other defendant, and this is a big if, and I know that as I say this, but throughout the process, but if he were to be found guilty and face jail time like Michael Cohen did, a former president isn't going to go to jail no matter what, right? I mean, the implications of that.
I would, if I may, Marnie, modify your statement a little bit. A former president isn't going to go to jail for this. I think you're probably correct. When Michael Cohen went to jail for 3 years for spending corporate funds, Trump Organization funds, on a political campaign, paying the campaign's debt to Stormy Daniels, he also pleaded guilty to other crimes that were personal to him, that had to do with him and his taxes. So this is probably not a crime for which the president would go to jail. However, the charges looming in Georgia, the charges looming over the Mar-a-Lago documents, and the charges looming over January 6th, the latter 2 federal, would indicate jail upon conviction, as long as he's not the president of the United States at that time.
Right, and it's yet to see the impact this case may have on those. Real quickly, before I run out of time with you, the former president has made some statements about the judge presiding in this case, some criticism about bias. Could Donald Trump be found in contempt by this judge for making those types of statements at this time?
No, he could be found in contempt for making those statements after he's instructed not to make them. Technically, he's not a defendant until that booking number, I'm going like this because this is where they put the booking number on the mugshot, right underneath your chin. Until that booking number is assigned, he's not a defendant. He's free to say whatever he wants about anybody. Once he's a defendant, he is no longer free to attack the judge or attack the prosecutors. This goes to the prosecutor's patience and to the judge's patience.
And arguably speaking, tonight, when he gives a speech to the nation, he will be a defendant. If there's no gag order in place, is he limited in what he can say?
He's limited in what he can say because his lawyers are going to say to him, whatever you say can be used against you. You start blasting this judge, it's going to seep its way into the courtroom. You start blasting the prosecutors, you're going to animate them to pursue you more aggressively. We suggest you discuss only your own behavior and leave attacks on the prosecutors and motions before the judge to us. We're the pros. That's why you've hired us. But Marnie, I know him. He's been my friend for 37 years. That kind of statement, which I just made, in one ear and out the other.
All right, we'll leave it there. Judge Andrew Napolitano, former New Jersey Superior Court judge. Always a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Marnie.
In one ear, out the other. It's going to be an interesting few hours and next day ahead. Joining me now to talk more about what we can expect former President Donald Trump's arraignments ahead of the arraignments are Brian Claypool and Misty Maris, both attorneys. I want to get your response to what the judge said there, in particular about a possible gag order and what the former president can and cannot say, the risk involved. Misty, let me start with you, and you can piggyback on the judge's comments.
Yeah, well, the judge is absolutely right. As a defense attorney, you want to tell your client that anything that's said in the public space can always come into the courtroom. And in addition to that, there's the possibility that statements made could be criminal in nature, for instance, inciting violence, something of that nature. However, if there is no gag order from the court perspective, without a gag order and without specific parameters of what someone can or cannot say, Donald Trump would be free from a legal perspective to say anything he wants. The New York law is very clear on that. To the extent that there is a limitation, it has to be specified by the judge, very specifically stated, and it has to be actually in part of a court order in order for that to be enforceable. And if a gag order is violated, well, then there's a whole host of issues. He could be hauled into court the next day for violating it. I do not suspect this judge will impose a gag order today. I do suspect this judge will say, be wary of what you say and whether or not it crosses the line into inflammatory or insidious speech, because that could potentially be problematic down the road and could lead to a gag order. But I don't foresee that at this juncture. It just depends on what happens next and whether or not there's a basis for it down the road.
Right. And any defendant listening to their attorneys and a judge is one thing. This is a defendant unlike any we've seen. Brian, jump in here about the free speech issues and a potential gag order in this case. A tough spot for the judge.
Yeah. Hey, Marty, great to be with you. Absolutely. I mean, you have to weigh the First Amendment as well, a right to free speech, before you issue a gag order. And to Misty's point, there's no evidence before the court that President Trump has gone out there and argued the case in court or made inflammatory comments about this judge. So you can't just unilaterally issue a gag order that arguably violates President Trump's right to free speech before he's even arraigned or even at the arraignment. That would be unprecedented. And I don't think that would be fair either. I mean, the public has a right to hear what the parties think about the case. This case is the first ever where a former president has been indicted. So to gag the parties, I think, would be a disservice as well.
Well, and as we await the speech tonight, I think that will be a more important question that we ask at that point. To take us through the next steps of this, though, I was just talking to the judge about the potential of a mugshot. Misty, what are your thoughts on that? And do you expect one will be taken, given the fact that it doesn't really serve a purpose here?
Yeah, so in New York, the law is pretty clear. Fingerprints are absolutely required and have to be taken in every case, in every scenario. And now, Marnie, you don't stick your finger on a little pad of ink. It's all electronic. So your fingers are scanned, and then the fingerprint is put into the system, and you're assigned a number as a defendant in the case. However, there is discretion on a mugshot. And so in this particular case, we have to think about what the purpose of a mugshot is. The purpose of a mugshot is not to shame somebody. The purpose of a mugshot is for identification. So something the court and the judge would weigh is whether or not an image of this individual is readily available. Can we identify this person? Are they easily identifiable? I think there's really no question no one can contest this, right? Donald Trump is one of the most identifiable people in the world. So I do think that there's a strong argument, to the extent the defense wants to make it, that a mugshot is not necessary in this case. And I think there's a viable chance that the judge says, I agree with you, there's no need for a mugshot. However, the fingerprinting will happen. Everything here is a bit different than your average defendant, and that's because of the presence of the Secret Service. As a former president, he has Secret Service protection for the rest of his life. So there's going to be additional protocols in place that are not typically there. But I do foresee no mugshot, especially if it's contested by the defense, and no handcuffing. I think that might have already been addressed, but it's highly unlikely that would happen. He's protected by the Secret Service. That's to prevent someone from fleeing. Not really a concern in this case.
Right. No handcuffing, no perp walk. We'll see if there's a mugshot. Ultimately, the speculation will end in the next couple of hours. The indictment will be unsealed. We'll learn about the multiple 30-plus criminal charges against him. Brian, how granular will that get? What will we learn specifically in the indictment, and how does that set up the next step in the case?
Yeah, Marty, well, I think the indictment is going to be based on New York Penal Code 175. It's basically bookkeeper fraud. That's the misdemeanor. Bookkeeper fraud means that President Trump allegedly instructed somebody to make a false entry in his books with an intent to defraud. And that's a misdemeanor. In order to elevate this to a felony, which if Bragg doesn't try to do that, he's going to be in deep water. Why would you ever indict a former president for a misdemeanor? If he's going to elevate this to a felony, it's 175.10. Basically, that says you got to prove what I just said, bookkeeper fraud, and then you've got to prove a second crime, that President Trump did that with the intent of committing another crime, and that second crime will probably be the campaign election finance violation, right? So you're going to have to prove two crimes in one to elevate this to a felony. And Marnie, I will tell you, there is a lot that's going to have to take place before this case ever sees a courtroom. I mean, first of all, Trump's probably going to try to seal his mugshot if it's taken. He's probably going to file a change of venue to get this out of Manhattan, where most everybody's against him in Manhattan. And then he's going to file a motion to dismiss all of these charges based on lack of jurisdiction, because that campaign election violation is a federal crime, and this is in state court. And then on top of that, you've got statute of limitations arguments. So there is a long way to go procedurally before this case ever sees a courtroom.
Right. And that said, you have to believe that the DA, Alvin Bragg, knows all of this as he files the charges, as he prosecutes this case, takes it to the grand jury. So, Misty, I mean, the chances of this thing going to trial, how likely is that?
So Brian Clayton is right on the money as usual. I did a lot of television with Brian. He's always spot on. There are so many pretrial challenges here on several issues. Statute of limitations, as Brian said, whether or not there's a federal preemption issue. You're talking about a state state falsification of business records, bootstrapped to a federal election law crime. Can you even do that in New York? That is a case of first impression. That's something that's going to be challenged depending on what the charges exactly are. There's a whole host of other legal theories that could potentially be relevant for pretrial. Then let's say we get past all of those legal arguments and legal issues that could get this case thrown out. Well, then the falsification of business records has to be with the intent to defraud. Who is that? Who was it intended to defraud? How is the prosecutor going to prove that? And then move forward even further to the extent that it's based on the federal violation of election law, a violation of campaign finance law, that this payment was made because of the election to cover this up in furtherance of the election. Well, there's a whole host of other reasons why an individual in a position like Donald Trump or anyone really who makes a business decision to enter into some sort of agreement like this. The agreement itself isn't illegal. So now you have a crime of intent, and you have to look into that person's head at the time and prove that the reason that they did this was because of the election. All tough road to hoe, if in fact the charges are what we think they are. So there are multiple opportunities for this case to be challenged. Whether or not it gets thrown out before we even step into a trial, before we're even in a courtroom, is really going to depend on exactly what is in this indictment, so we know the actual legal theories behind this, and whether or not they are actually cognizable from the perspective of New York law. Remember, we're in a New York court. We are not in a federal court, so there's a lot of novel arguments here to be made on a case of first impression.
Right, stop the speculation, right? Let's unlock this mystery, and in a couple hours from now, we will. Trial attorneys Brian Claypool, Misty Maris, as always, thank you. I learned a lot in our conversations. All right, tonight on Elizabeth Vargas Reports, Republican New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu will be with Elizabeth. They'll be talking more about what's happening in New York today and also the future of the GOP as the former president is indicted. Tune in 6 Eastern tonight only on NewsNation as our entire primetime team follows the news of the day. Coming up next here on NewsNation Live, the Trump arraignment watch continues. I'll be speaking with a security expert about that side of it, all of the security measures and coordination behind the scenes happening right now in Manhattan and ahead of the former president heading back to Florida later this evening for a primetime address. We'll be right back with much more NewsNation Live. of Sentinel Security. He served as a supervisory special agent in the United States Secret Service under 3 presidents. So you know the ins and outs of what is happening behind the scenes. So the Secret Service will be accompanying the former president, as they always do. But who's in charge of security getting from point A, Trump Tower, to point B, the courthouse?
Yes, so they are along the motorcade route, Marnie. We'll see the same type of coordination between the NYPD and the Secret Service to secure the motorcade route and make sure that that's all clear, free of vehicles, free of pedestrians. You'll have the NYPD out front leading the motorcade, as they typically do, for all foreign dignitary and domestic visits. And they will also be accompanied by Secret Service agents that are assigned specifically to the former president's detail.
All agents involved today, whether it's Secret Service, FBI, or local, will have their heads on a swivel looking around. What will they be looking for along the route and outside the courthouse?
You know, today the big concern are disruptors. We know that there are 2 sides of this issue, 2 positions. We see that, as you just discussed, with the protesters that are showing up. And we know that not all people that show up to these protests have good intentions, nor do they actually care about the issues on the table. They actually try and infiltrate these groups to disrupt and cause violence. So everybody will be paying attention to that. I assure you, if there's any indication that that's going on, which the intelligence does not lead us to believe is actually a concern right now, thankfully, then they will squash that very quickly. I do not anticipate that either of these protest groups are going to be allowed to get out of sorts, so to speak, with the law enforcement agencies on the ground.
We are to assume that the courthouse has been swept prior to the former president's arrival today. What type of security do you anticipate is inside once he goes in the doors?
Yeah, the model that we see at Trump Tower, with the outer perimeter, the sweeping of the buildings, the additional Secret Service agents that are on the ground there, you can anticipate seeing the same type of model there at the court building. They're going to make sure they've got a secure perimeter, safe arrival area for the former president, and they'll have plenty of manpower on site should those protest groups and other onlookers move from Trump Tower to the court building, in addition to those that are already there.
And you are looking above. This is a helicopter shot of the motorcade before they will leave Trump Tower and make their way a few blocks to the courthouse. When you talk about monitoring chatter and some of the potential threats out there, which there are no credible ones, again, to mention for folks at home, what types of things would agents be monitoring?
So based on the increased media and the divisiveness over this issue, you're looking at an array of concerns that may present themselves. They may be specific to threats against the sites that the former president may find himself in today, Trump Tower, the court building. You may see specific threats directed directly at the former president. I'm sure the district attorney's office is unfortunately doing the same as it relates to the district attorney. So you've got a whole different, diverse set of concerns that may present themselves, and they present themselves through a number of ways. They present themselves sometimes directly, which is verbally, one person to another, social media, sometimes in writing, via email. So all of these threats come in via numerous different mechanisms. And it's the Secret Service's job to work closely with the NYPD Intelligence Division, the FBI, and others to make sure that they're pulling in all of these different possible threat streams, analyzing it, and then prioritizing it. Proximity is a big issue. So, for example, if you have a threat that originates out of New York City, based on the proximity and the events that are taking place in New York City, that's going to be a higher priority in which you're going to see law enforcement respond immediately to identify whoever made that threat, interview that threat, and deem if they are actually, in fact, a concern.
Right, and being flexible and adjusting as needed, the nimbleness required in a situation like this, given the fact that we are hearing reports the former president may speak after he is arraigned before he heads back to Florida this afternoon. How will they prepare for that possibility as you have crowds, I wouldn't say large, but crowds of media and police and some public onlookers outside of the courthouse?
Yeah, so this can happen a number of ways. This can be a spontaneous press conference that could happen both in New York and then again at Mar-a-Lago. That would be more along the lines of what's called an off-the-record movement, where nobody is given really official notification in the outside world, like the media, that something is going to take place. It just happens by surprise. Of course, the Secret Service and local authorities would be pulled into that conversation early on so that they can adapt the security plan accordingly. If it goes to a press conference that is announced, then the expectation is that you could have a greater turnout than what's originally there to show up and listen to this if it's in a public type of space, at which point in time more planning would be required and set up time for the law enforcement agencies and Secret Service to conduct that safely.
And as we discuss this, Chuck, I'm now being told by the former president's legal team that there is not going to be a speech or address outside the courthouse. But I think we are prepared and nimble, just as law enforcement is, that anything at this point could happen. Chuck Marino, appreciate your insight as always. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Marnie.
All right, you are watching on the right side of your screen the motorcade of former President Trump outside Trump Tower. They will make their way to the Manhattan courthouse, the DA's office, in just a couple of minutes from now. We're hearing top of the hour at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, ahead of a historic moment for any former president. In this case, it is former President Donald Trump being arraigned today on criminal charges. We'll be right back with much more NewsNation Live and live coverage of this breaking news event straight ahead. 3 dozen charges following a hush money investigation dating back to 2016. Here to talk more about the case and the process over the next couple of hours, what we can expect, Jana Spilbor. She is a criminal defense attorney and legal analyst. Always a pleasure to talk to you, Jana. If you were defending the former president right now, are you worried?
No, not even a little bit, except for maybe one thing, Marnie, and that is, let's fast forward. Okay, let's fast forward to a point in time where this case actually goes to trial. Now, I'm just saying that it's pure speculation. It probably will never get that far. But there is no way, absolutely no way, Donald Trump could ever get a fair trial on what we expect these charges to be. Not in 2023, not in 2053, not ever. And when you cannot possibly get a fair trial because of who he is and why this case is being brought and where it's being brought, you have to, it begs the question, why the heck are we doing this? Why are we putting this man through this? And not just him. Why are we putting the country through this on what we expect to be completely unprovable, bogus charges when there's no way that justice can be served for him or for us? I'm trying to be friendly here and put a smile on my face, but this is not a day for America to be proud, and I mean that sincerely.
Well, we don't know, to be fair, what the charges are. We don't know what the evidence is. And I guess in the absence of Alvin Bragg, the DA, he would say no one is above the law. He must know something that the rest of the country is yet to be privy to.
Well, and I can't wait. We'll find out in about a half an hour or so, or maybe a little bit longer, what exactly is in that indictment. Because you're right, we are all assuming what we've heard, the rumblings through the grapevine, what these charges are going to relate to, but we don't know. We're not going to know until that indictment is unsealed. But I would bet that we're kind of right? Unless something is going to completely come out of left field, which would be even more horrendous. But assuming that these charges are all related to this potential misdemeanor that happened well beyond the statute of limitations ago, and that frankly was not a crime at all, that Alvin Bragg is being very creative in trying to turn into a single felony. Now come to find out that there are 30 plus charges. What can they possibly be related to? If this is all correct, if we haven't been led down a primrose path, are they 30 conspiracy charges? Is it going to be every email, every phone, every text, every word that was spoken between Donald Trump and his former attorney? Is that somehow going to be a separate charge? And speaking of his former attorney, who also did time in the clink for basically being dishonest, if he's the key witness here, this is nothing more than a circus and a sham and a politically motivated prosecution, which should scare the heck out of all of us, because Donald Trump is not a normal defendant. This is not a normal case. There is no way that Donald Trump is being treated the same way you or me or anybody else who's not a former president and prospective president is being treated. It's just, there's so much here, Marnie, that it really is, it's disgusting. And I can't wait to see what's in that indictment, because then we can really get down to the nitty gritty and figure out if any of these charges are real, if any of them will stick, and what's the best way to handle it.
Right. I agree with you. There is nothing routine about the process and what is playing forward. I guess the question then being asked, felony or misdemeanor, guilty, not guilty, if jail time is one thing on the table, a former president is never going to face time behind bars. So what is the end game here for the district attorney? I'll leave that question out in the etherverse or the universe, whatever, the ether. I do want to ask you about the judge, though, because this is uncharted territory, how the judge handles this and also handles the criticism the former president has already said and will likely continue to say even tonight in his prime time address. Is there a risk here that Donald Trump this could backfire on him, criticizing the judge in this case? Could he be held in contempt? Might we see a gag order? Where do you think?
Those are all really great questions. And we all know, right? We all know because Donald Trump was president for 4 years. There's no shutting that man up. And I don't mean that in an unkind or vicious way, but that's the truth. We live that and we live it today. And for a judge to get his or her back up for being criticized by any defendant, let alone one as well known as Donald Trump, would be dumb on that judge's part. So I don't see a gag order being put in place. And also, let's think about this. Take Donald Trump out of it for a minute. What is the purpose of a gag order? A gag order is to ensure that the defendant, which in this case is Donald Trump, gets a fair trial. And I stand behind what I say, that there is absolutely no way, gag order or no gag order, that Donald Trump gets a fair trial in state court on these charges. Look at where we are as a country. 2023. Everything is on blast, right? Social media puts everything on blast. You can't tell me that there wouldn't be 12 people wanting to get in that jury box just so they could say, I convicted Donald Trump, or I acquitted Donald Trump, or now I'm going to be writing a book about Donald Trump and my time on the jury. You can't get it's very hard for anybody. In this day and age, with the way the communication is just ever present, can get a fair trial in these high profile cases. So holding him in contempt, dumb idea. Gag order, even dumber idea. I don't anticipate those things happening.
We are at a collision of the legal system and politics like we have probably never seen before. Jonna Spilbor, I've got to leave it there, criminal defense attorney, legal analyst. Thank you.
Marnie, thank you.
All right, in a matter of moments, the former president will be leaving Trump Tower, headed to the courthouse in Lower Manhattan for his arraignment this afternoon on criminal charges. 30 plus, we are hearing what those specifically entail. That mystery will be unlocked shortly. Coming up next here on News Nation Live, my colleague Leland Vittert will be here as we await this historic moment for our country and for the world, for that matter. We'll be right back. weighing whether or not to issue a gag order in this case, whether or not he finds the former president in contempt if tonight during a primetime speech he says something that the judge clearly laid out, I don't want you to talk about in the public eye. So how does he walk that line?
I don't know. And you have to wonder, how much does the judge care about seeing his name in the paper and his face on television? We've seen a number of judges sort of, none of these compare, but we have to go back. You know, you have the Lance Ito model, a la OJ, who did not distinguish himself, made it very much about him. And then we had the judge in the Alex Murdaugh case, which I know you covered extensively. Right. So very different ways of controlling a courtroom and playing to the cameras or not. What can, you know, if we just look at the tea leaves, right? If this judge wanted to be the center of the attention, he would have allowed cameras in the courtroom and he would have allowed live pictures or taped pictures of the hearing. He's not doing any of that. He said 5 pool photographers can come in, they can take their pictures, and they can leave. So does that give us an indication of how he feels? Fine. I thought Jonas Spielberg made a very good point. Gag orders are there to ensure a fair trial to the defendant. In America, whether you are the former president or a nobody and you are charged with a crime, one of the great parts about this country is you are entitled to a fair trial and the presumption of innocence. Everything is done to ensure a fair trial. It's hard to argue that by the former president of the United States and the current top contender for the Republican nomination speaking in some way makes his trial less fair. You know, gagging defendants is something that I can't even remember the last time that's happened because of what the defendant was saying.
And isn't that the point of all of this, right? The bigger question it begs is, even if found guilty of a felony, right? Donald Trump is not going to see the inside of a jail cell, right? So you ask, what is the end game? Does it hurt him politically? And I'm talking about the New York charges, right? We can leave Georgia and Florida out for now. But for this one, what is the end game from the DA? And when you hear people at home go, no one's above the law, this is important, but what's the end game?
It's a great question. And probably Alvin Bragg is going to have to answer for that later today when he speaks to the press. His job is going to be to convince a skeptical public that this is not about politics, right? That the same Alvin Bragg who campaigned on how many times he had sued Donald Trump can be seen by Americans, who 2/3 of them believe this is a political prosecution, that this is not political, that he would have spent the same amount of resources, the same amount of time, and the same amount of horsepower, if you will, in investigating Bob Schlump, a diamond dealer in the financial district, in the diamond district, versus investigating Donald Trump or some guy who has a business selling guitars or any other businessman in New York who engaged
or
in the same
Michael
kind of
Cohen charged with some of the same things we may see in this case.
The difference with Michael Cohen also is who actually committed the act versus who had knowledge of it, who had intent and who did not.
And won't it come down to a signature?
It may come down. It may come down to a signature. It may come down to what people were they were told to do. Obviously, Michael Cohen testifying has its own issues. I think what's going to be interesting to see in the president's defense, and we may get at least a preview of it today. Donald Trump has built his entire career. We talked about being in control. He's also built his entire career on being the best businessman in the world, right? Art of the Deal, The Apprentice, The Celebrity Apprentice. He is the greatest businessman on earth. How does he then say, oh, but by the way, I don't know anything about accounting? Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, I have no idea that this was going on. Well, you can't have it both ways.
Well, he can say I had people who were looking out for me who handled it and they did not share with me. How do you expect, or do you expect tonight in a primetime address, after what may happen and what we may learn in the next few hours, will he pivot? Will we hear a different tone from Donald Trump tonight? I know I'm asking you to read the tea leaves, get your crystal ball out.
All of his
but what
advisors,
do we expect?
All of his advisors I talked to, both on television and in private, want nothing more than him to come out and essentially do a version of what Bill Clinton said when he said, it's time for me to get back to work for the American people after the Monica Lewinsky scandal. They want Donald Trump to make this entirely about the American people and about the situations that everyday Americans find themselves in right now and how he is going to make that better. History tells us, though, that elections are about the future, and it's very difficult to make things about the future when someone who enjoys airing their grievances is now stuck in investigations about 2020 and in investigations and an indictment about 2016. Whether Donald Trump has that discipline or not, who knows? We all find out together.
Right. And he was also, in addition to looking at the past, able to bring his Republican opponents in the 2024 race to join him on this bandwagon and condemn the process of what we're seeing.
Yeah. You could say Alvin Bragg has done more to unite the Republican Party than anybody lately, right? What I think's interesting to watch, though, is you've got this split between people who are supporting Donald Trump. And I think we watch for more of that today once the indictment comes out. You have those who are supporting Donald Trump, and you have those who are just criticizing Alvin Bragg and saying Alvin Bragg is engaged in a political prosecution. There's high crime in New York, on and on and on, without saying the words Donald Trump. Those are two big splits in the Republican Party.
And at what point do his Republican supporters, his opponents, change their tune, right? When does this become about 2024 and not the moment?
Yeah, who knows? And the more these investigations go on and the more times we go through this for court hearings for Donald Trump, and who knows if the judge makes him show up for every hearing. Trial, you can be 2 or 3 years in New York between indictment and trial. Does Donald Trump have to show up every time? Do we do this every time Donald Trump's about to head to court in New York? What about in Georgia? What about if there's a federal indictment? This, in a way, we don't know. Everyone in the Trump team goes, oh, it's great for him because people are seeing him as being persecuted and on and on and on. I'm not sure how long for swing voters, not for Republican primary voters, how many of these days are really that good for Donald Trump?
Well, and how long before America's patience runs out, right? He's been described as being Teflon.
Well, you and I have been talking for about 9 minutes. Americans' patience is probably already over.
All right. Well, I've been on the air for 3 hours. Leland, you're going to take it over from here. I'll be back a little bit later this afternoon, 2:15, the time to watch the arraignment of former U.S. president here on NewsNation.
We'll see you there. Thank you very much, Marty. And our coverage begins now, just 2 minutes ahead of 1 p.m. Eastern in New York. Live pictures of the Secret Service motorcade there that will take Donald Trump from Trump Tower down to the courthouse for his arraignment. With us now, NewsNation senior political contributor, as well as Pulitzer Prize-winning columnist, our good friend George Will. George, you and I talked last night. We watched the motorcade yesterday. There is all sorts of imagery here that kind of reminds us a little bit of OJ and the Bronco chase and the like, and this courtroom drama. And then you realize that OJ kind of looks like traffic court right now compared to the enormity and the coverage of this.
Well, that's right. And OJ was trying to get away. Mr. Trump is in his orderly manner going to court. It is important to bear in mind, Leland, at the beginning of a legal marathon. We're not even in the first 10 yards. The mills of justice grind slowly, in the old saying, and they should. And American law is so thick with procedural safeguards that Trump's battery of lawyers, and as you say, he changes them the way some people change socks, but there's always a surplus of lawyers around him. There will be so many ways to put sand in the gears and slow this process down that people who are hyperventilating today had better take a deep breath, because this is going to go on for a long, long time.
Yeah, I think about taking a deep breath, but his supporters tell you, right, that him being persecuted, and they're trying to spin it almost to him being this messianic-like figure. He is Jesus taking the cross and bearing this cross of Democrats coming after him because he is fighting for you, the American people. That's how the Trump folks are spinning it. This would be the question, right? Which is, how long is this spectacle and us covering it wall to wall, as we say in the business, watching every moment. How long is this good for Donald Trump before people don't necessarily get angry, they just get tired?
Well, that's an excellent question, because my feeling is, and I can't demonstrate this, but my feeling is that the American people have had a surfeit of drama, a surfeit of chaos, a surfeit of the sense that, good Lord, what's happening next? I think the American people are tired of getting used to things they're not getting used to. So in that extent, obviously, we can't do the kind of coverage we're doing today for another day. It will begin to look old. And besides, there's just not enough news in this. The president coming downtown to be indicted, that's news. Tomorrow, on to something else.
Well, it's on to something else until you've got something that comes out of Georgia or something that comes out of the special prosecutor in special counsel for DOJ. How much of a gift is it to Donald Trump that the first time he is indicted, may not be indicted again, but certainly the first time, reasonable people, even most Democrats that I've talked to, and I know some that you have talked to, really have some serious questions if breaking 250 years of precedence over the payoff to a porn star in a hush money deal from 2016 over questionable accounting is how we want to begin going after our former leaders.
Well, remember, what you just described is only half of what Mr. Bragg is bringing forward. What you just described is, in New York, a misdemeanor. In order to pump it up to a felony, Mr. Bragg had to tack it on to something else. And the something else is that he did this to influence a federal election. Leland, let me give you a hypothetical. Suppose a man runs a business. He runs a corporation, and he's decided to run for the Senate. And he says, I think it would be helpful to me if people thought I was a nice guy. Therefore, I'm going to use corporate money to give all my employees a raise. That's a corporate expenditure that might influence a federal election, but is that a campaign finance violation? You can see what a strain we're putting on the law to weave a net fine enough to capture Mr. Trump in this particular episode.
Yeah, it does feel this is not me talking as much as it is the legal world talking, that this is a strain. And soon we can all stop speculating on this, because in an hour and 15 or hour and 30 minutes, we're going to get the actual indictment and be able to go through the elements of the crime. Interestingly enough, it is a state crime in New York. This is not federal, so it changes sort of how we look at things. I don't know if you can see what we would call return, George, which is what's on the screen. But the upper left is a picture of the courthouse manned by dozens of NYPDs, of New York's finest, shoulder to shoulder, ready for the impending riot that might come. I don't know about you, but I greatly appreciated Eric Adams, the mayor of New York, basically, who said, stop talking about a riot and stop talking about violence, because it's not going to happen. This is all going to be just fine.
That was very wise of him to calm the troubled waters. It's important to remember this, Leland. 690,000 New Yorkers in 2020 voted for Donald Trump. It's not as though he's without support in this sprawling metropolis. But there is no evidence that any of those 690,000 people want to take time out of a nice sunny day to go down and do what? Shout at the sky? This is not, it seems to me, comparable to January 6th.
Why is there so many who seem to want to make it that way?
Adds to the excitement. Journalism trades on excitement. And this is a shocking moment in American history, an embarrassing moment in American history. So it's not as though there isn't news value here, but when you have an enormous army of journalists competing to make this not just interesting, it's inherently interesting, but to have a new angle on it, the speculation runs rampant, and the speculation can continue until we get some dare I say, facts, such as what in the world has he been indicted for?
Yeah, that would be helpful in a way. And it's interesting. We may also hear from Alvin Bragg for his thoughts as well this afternoon. So we'll have facts and then a little bit of Bragg's own commentary on the facts as he sees them. George, stand by for a second. I just want to bring in Robert Sherman, who's in Lower Manhattan near the courthouse. Robert, we've been promised, at least by some of the hysteria in the coverage, wildness in this crazy, out-of-control security situation. Does that jive with what you're seeing on the ground?
No, not in the slightest, Leland. And as you were pointing out earlier, New York police has been all over this today. If you actually look at the scene that's behind us, looks like that you have a lot of people here. They've actually put a separator in between the crowd here. So you have people who are against the former president on one side of a fence, people who are in favor of the former president on this side of the fence here. So it's really, I mean, you've had a couple of shouting matches. You've had a couple of people getting into each other's faces, some chanting. Outside of that, it has not devolved into hysteria. And I think the important piece of context to add here, Leland, is you look at the sea of people behind us, about 4 out of every 5 people here is either a reporter or a member of law enforcement. I mean, that's just, they significantly outnumber the number of demonstrators that are actually here today. So that just goes to show exactly how this landscape has played out here. There are more demonstrators than we've seen before, a lot more members of the press from around the world, and a lot of law enforcement on the ground, Leland.
I love that. So it's gone from being outnumbered 10-1 to just 5-1, which, okay, there we go. Robert, stand by as well. Chuck Marino, former supervisory special agent with the United States Secret Service. And I'll ask you, I don't know if you can see what we call return, which is what's on the screen. But on screen right is the aerial view over, I believe that's 56th Street. Where Trump Tower backs up and the Secret Service motorcade is there. Just give us a sense here. Streets are closed. You've got the motorcade that can drive wherever it wants down south to the courthouse. What's going through the Secret Service agents right now, their minds?
Yeah, so obviously, as you alluded to, big law enforcement presence here. The former president, there's no shortage of security. He remains a very well-protected individual based on the fact that he's a recent former president, a declared candidate for the presidency, and then based on everything that's going on here with his impending court appearance. So secure perimeters around all locations, around Trump Tower, streets closed. Same thing will be mimicked at the courthouse building. You'll see a very secure motorcade route. Streets will be closed. NYPD will lead that motorcade route. And as you were talking about the NYPD presence there at both locations, it's obvious that the strategy here from the NYPD is one of deterrence through visible force.
Yeah, and that historically has worked pretty well. You think about the NYPD, they've done New Year's Eve now for 20 plus years after 9/11. This is not a new rodeo. We've seen some stepped up elements of the motorcade, if you will. There's now an ambulance in the back. Certainly seems like the Secret Service has added a couple of cars. Trump, we believe, has just walked out, and you can see the Secret Service moving as we watch the signal coming down with a number of his folks. We switched to a view where we believe we can see the former president coming out to the motorcade. Chuck, if it was not for the unprecedented nature of a former president as the motorcade is starting to move, if it was not for the nature of the former president heading from where we are watching him at Trump Tower down to the courthouse for his arraignment on criminal charges, but for that, would this be any different for the Secret Service than taking the president to an afternoon meeting about one of his business deals?
No, that's exactly right. I mean, obviously, when you look at the protective intelligence, Leland, this has to play into that. The extensive media attention, the divisiveness over the attorney general and district attorneys, choice to go forward with these charges. All of that plays a role. And that's why you're seeing these overly extensive enhancements on the law enforcement side to make sure this goes off without a hitch. Normally, if this was just an everyday, which the Secret Service does with all its protectees, it really is a point A to point B solution. Same security measures, just not as visible, especially when it comes to the security of a former president.
Right. I guess what I'm saying is just in terms of walking him into the courthouse, once he gets into the courthouse, he's in a very secure building around a lot of people who are law enforcement partners of the Secret Service. You've got a lot of optics here, perhaps without a lot, and we hope this is true, without a lot of need for it.
Yeah, we always hope there's not a need for it. So far, the protest turnout, I would say, has been on the lower end. You even heard the mayor cite there was no specific or credible intelligence, anything concerning to law enforcement officials. So this really, I think, is going above and beyond, and rightfully so, to match and be prepared for this unprecedented event.
Yeah.
But I don't think we're going to see any problems here, Leland. I think everything's going to be under control, very secure, and the president will do his business, not looking like he normally does as a former president, but so be it. He'll go about his business and do so safely and get out of town.
So we're watching the motorcade, a few of the Secret Service Suburbans with the former president in it head down. I'm going to see if Robert Sherman is available for us, as George will be as well. George, how long does an American public that cares about a lot of things, namely the economy, stupid, but the culture wars and the like, how long do they care, and how many more of these court hearings do we do all of this for?
Even the exceptional can become boring, and the American people, perhaps owing something to the television age, have chronic attention deficit disorder. Except in this case, it's not a disorder. It probably saves their sanity, because they will not focus on one thing for very long.
What
Remember,
do you?
Leland, we in our business tend to forget that people are raising children, going to work, and don't have a lot of time to obsess on this.
Yeah, well, that's for sure. And people are far more obsessed with themselves than they are with whatever it is that the former president is dealing with. What do you make, George, of this idea that we're going to have not cameras in the courtroom, but still photographers to take a couple of snapshots of the former president as he is there for his indictment and for his hearing? The first time Donald Trump will not really be in control of a situation, probably since he came down the golden escalator, maybe since before that. This is a man who has built his entire career on being in control, the man who has said that I alone am the one who is the best at everything. That's just his persona. And now he's going to be standing behind the table in a courtroom where the judge is the emperor and he can only speak when spoken to. What's these pictures going to look like? Is he going to be defiant? Is he going to be smiling a la Tom DeLay? What are you going to be watching for?
I think that what we're going to see is a man with a poker face, a stone face, engaged in very perfunctory, very scripted, very ordinary for the judge and the other court officials, the bailiffs and all the rest, proceedings. I don't know how long this is expected to take. I'd be surprised if it took 15 minutes. So the long and the short of it, Leland, is that Mr. Trump is going to be suitable really for still pictures, and I'm not sure what we're going to miss by not having cameras in there. That is, television cameras.
All right, well, as somebody who is on television, I'm going to argue you're going to miss a lot, because we would love to see it all. It's the first time in history that Donald Trump has ever asked for cameras not to be in there. It was the news organizations that petitioned the judge to allow cameras inside the courtroom, and then it was the Trump team that said no. They thought that it would turn things into a circus, although it is hard to imagine how things could become any more of a circus than they are now. Back to Robert Sherman real quick on the ground. Robert, as I'm watching, it seems as though the motorcade's getting pretty close to you. Have things changed outside? Do we have any idea if the former president's going to pull up to the front door and walk in, or are they going to bring him around back?
Yeah, it's hard to say, because they do have a lot of this area cordoned off that's back over there. Again, I mean, security has really heightened, and a lot of these roads have been closed off. It really is going to be a big wait-and-see game as to exactly how they're going to pull this off. That's one of the big questions that we have here. But they are trying to flow traffic away from that street that's right in front of the courthouse. But at this point, it's anybody's guess if they're going in the front door or side door.
Hey, Chuck, the former president's always been one for the show. Is this up to him? Is this up to the Secret Service? Is this up to the DA and the NYPD if he gets to walk in and walk out of the courthouse?
Attorney's office and Trump's team, and if the Secret Service can execute it safely and own the area, the front door is an option if the former president's team wants to do that. Historically, the Secret Service is going to want to opt for the covered arrival away from the public. So I'm going to put my money on that we're not going to see a front door entrance, but I may not be right.
Yeah, we all get to find out together live on television. I'm still fascinated by, Chuck, sort of the level of the level that we've gone to here, closing roads, doing all this. This doesn't happen for a former president. He moves around a lot. He goes to campaign rallies, on and on and on. When the motorcade goes from Mar-a-Lago to his golf course, they stop for traffic lights. So what is it about today, and why is there this sort of enormously different view of how the former president is being protected and dealt with?
Yeah, historically, as somebody who's been assigned to New York City for almost 10 years with the Secret Service, New York usually raises the bar a notch anyway to begin with. NYPD prefers secure motorcade routes to avoid standstill traffic, to keep the protectee on schedule. But I think back to your point that just the nature of today, the unprecedented amount of press, I think the NYPD and likely the Secret Service are feeling much more comfortable rolling in the motorcade, owning these sites the way we see it today. I mean, this is not just unprecedented for the former president's team. It's also unprecedented for those that have been tasked with providing for his safety and security. So, there are always unknowns out there. And I think what you're seeing is an overly aggressive mitigation strategy because the haystack is so big right now.
Read this back to you and see if I understand, but just so I'm here. The Secret Service's worst nightmare and the thing they hate the most is when the world knows, and therefore anyone who would want to do harm knows or make a scene knows, that one of your protectee is going to be at a certain location at a certain time, and that's well publicized and broadcast as has been for 5 or 6 days. That's not exactly the environment that you all like to operate in.
No, that's right. As you leave, say, Trump Tower, right, the window to depart there is very narrow. The choice of streets is very narrow. The probability of a planned or coordinated attack that may be unknown, the risk is higher. Then as you have more routes of travel, the bubble expands. And then as you come closer to pulling into the courthouse, it re-narrows, right? You then have the same problem you did when you left Trump Tower. The options to arrive in the building diminished greatly, and then the same concerns present themselves. So again, this is, as far as a mitigating protective strategy, this is a winner all day long because you're eliminating the possibility and mitigating things that you know and don't know.
Stay with us, Chuck. Appreciate it. Michael DeSharo's here, former Manhattan Assistant District Attorney, now a criminal defense attorney in town. Michael, just in terms of the timing on this, we were told perhaps that it was going to be a 3 or 4 hour affair at the courthouse. Right now, he's going to arrive at 1:30 Eastern for a 2:15 arraignment. We're talking about things happening pretty quick, aren't we?
Yeah, the arraignment itself should take about 15, 20 minutes. It shouldn't be that long. And the actual time spent in the courtroom.
Yeah, no, I guess what I'm trying to say is that it seems as though they're compressing the amount of time that versus what a normal defendant, even a normal white-collar defendant turning themselves in and leaving, would anticipate staying in the courtroom for.
Oh, in a normal arraignment, you could stay there for 24 hours if it was just a regular felony arraignment with a regular person.
Oh, wow. This is very different.
This is radically different than anything else, as it should be. It is a former president, but no, I've had clients in arraignments, especially if there's a large number of arrests, you sit there for 2 days.
Well, yeah, it seems as though the president's waiting time will be in a matter of minutes rather than a matter of hours or days. Michael, we're going to get at some point here, as we watch the former president head to the courthouse, actually some real facts. You and I have been talking in speculating, for lack of a better term, or informed speculation, on what is in this indictment, what the actual charges are, what evidence Alvin Bragg has, how he has evidence that might, he believes, convince the world that this is about facts and the law and not about politics. What are you going to be watching for in this indictment? When are we going to get it? What are you going to see as the indicators that this is really something, or this is that thin as turnip soup case that a number of folks, even people who don't like the president, have been describing?
I'm waiting for the bait and switch. And what I mean by that is that we've all been discussing the Stormy Daniels case because the payments are sexy and obviously there's a cachet to that. I'm waiting for Alvin Bragg to present an indictment that includes other crimes that we have not been discussing, thus trying to blunt all this criticism. That's what I'm on the lookout for. If the indictments are simply about these payments made to this woman years ago, that's a very defendable case. I'm really waiting for Bragg to come into court and present a 34-count indictment about other things that no one is talking about.
Yeah, the idea that at least there's something else was Karen McDougal, the former Playboy playmate that President Trump was also involved in. Chuck, you spent 10 years in New York City. You know the streets. Where is the motorcade right now? Where do you see it ending up? Back of the courthouse, down in one of the Sally ports, or at the front door?
What street they're on right now, but back to the previous point I was making, we're starting to see that route of travel narrow as they become close to the district attorney's office there in the court building. I'm still going with a out of sight arrival, standard protocol. If there's an opportunity to do that, I think that's the way we're going to see it go, and whisk them right in.
Yeah, we're watching the motorcade pull in. This is quite a much larger motorcade than the former president typically has, at least from where I've seen him. Now we're looking straight down, it would appear, on the courthouse where the NYPD is shoulder to shoulder to see if the president's motorcade comes around there. The helicopter is trying to find it right now on the streets down in lower Manhattan. And it appears as though the motorcade stopped, and now we'll wait to see if the former president walks out in the open air, as you point out. Here they stop, and now we watch. And it looks like things are a little
we're on the
dark.
Side street there.
Yeah, that's the Secret Service agents. They're walking up to the Suburbans. It sure looks like he's walking in the front door, Chuck.
Yeah, so again, they own the perimeter around there. If they could safely do it, they're going to do it. No different than what we see at Trump Tower. So it's space and distance, right?
And I'm going to, Chuck, I'm going to just interrupt you. You can see the back of the former president's head as he walks into the courthouse. 1:24 Eastern. On April 4th, a former president of the United States walks in to hear the charges against him. Quite a day. George Will, senior NewsNation political contributor and Pulitzer Prize-winning columnist, with us in a very odd way. And I've said this before, is historic and unprecedented as this is, it also looks an awful lot like somebody going to a business meeting.
Well, that's exactly right. It's very difficult to infuse with drama something that is as routine as getting your driver's license checked. As I say, I don't know how long this episode is going to take. Not long, I suspect. And because there will be no television cameras in the courtroom. Were there, in the extremely unlikely event, to be some unscripted statement, we won't know about it anyway. But I'm sure that Mr. Trump's very expensive and large battery of lawyers have told him, what you want to do here is to do nothing off script. And the judge doesn't want anything off script. The judge wants to get this over with so he can get on with his life and the rest of the world can, and Mr. Bragg can go back to whatever he does. There's one bit of news today, and it's about to come when they unseal the indictment. The rest of this is froth.
Yeah, lots and lots of froth in sort of a turbulent sea that, as you pointed out yesterday, will come and go. The words in the indictment, as Michael DeSharo pointed out, is what's going to matter, what's going to tell us really what the evidence here is. The flip side of the politics of this is that he has sent out, I think, at least a dozen fundraising emails. There's been a fundraising video. He's raised $7+ million. It has united the Republican Party around Donald Trump. Just purely from a winning the Republican nomination for president, is there anything better for Donald Trump and anything worse for Ron DeSantis than what we are seeing right now?
I think, yes, there would be many things worse. I think it's not quite right to say this has united the Republican Party around Donald Trump. It has united the Republican Party around a kind of rejection of what they consider a politicized use, or as we now say, the weaponization of the criminal justice system. But as to the durability of this, remember, I don't think there's really very much affection that is bringing Republicans to the side of Donald Trump here.
Yeah, no, you make
I think.
Yeah, even Jeb Bush, who of all people defended Donald Trump. Everybody seems to be taking this anti-Alvin Bragg, the New York Manhattan district attorney, who has brought these charges and sort of going against him rather than for or in favor of Donald Trump. Certainly the 2024 candidates are taking that tact. George, stand by 1 second. I want to bring back Michael DeSharo because you've spent a lot of time inside this building. What is this building like? The former president's walking through hallways. Are they dingy? Are they grand courtroom hallways that we think about from Law and Order, which is how most of us know New York courtrooms and New York courthouses?
It's very old. Some of the courtrooms are extremely ornate. The hallways are very poorly lit. The best way to characterize it, it's not a happy place. The hallways tend to be depressed because people aren't. This isn't a showroom. They're selling cars. This is a courthouse. Most people there don't want to be there. They've been accused of crimes, and there's a negative energy, like all criminal courthouses. Nobody wants to be in that building unless they work there or, have something to do there.
I can imagine there's a lot of people who want to be in there right now just to see the images of the former president walk through, and we're obviously watching social media where we may get our first images of the former president wandering the hallways. Chuck, just inside the courthouse, once he's inside, does he have that kind of bubble of Secret Service agents around him that we typically think about? Or will he be, for lack of a better term, either because of deference or because of agreement, turned over to the NYPD and the NYPD corrections folks inside the building?
Well, he may be turned over from a processing standpoint, but he'll never disappear from the detail. So they'll make all of the movements around the building with him. Of course, they're in a secure bubble there, so they'll be able to create some distance, but the detail will always have eyes on the former president and accompany him where he needs to go. They're also working very closely with the NYPD Intelligence Division, who will be part of the secure package up there, moving around with the former president, as well as local agents from the New York field office who have conducted the site survey of the site in advance.
Yeah, well, there's obviously the Secret Service folks who have done the site survey in advance, and then there's President Trump's own team, the former president, still has a pretty big group around him, especially since he is still running for president now for 2024. His press advance people will have gone through and walked and seen what was going to happen. This courthouse has been locked down now for almost a week. Robert Sherman, you've been there. You were there a week ago when this got announced. Is it still kind of this, use lack of a better term, a circus-like scene?
It is to an extent, Leland, and we actually did just get from our producer, Kim Anderson, apparently the former president is now inside the courthouse. He did not go through the front door. He went through one of the side doors, so he's already inside. You heard a couple of cheers came from the small corner of the crowd that was over here. That was the reason for all of that. So, I mean, you look at this atmosphere that's here. Circus really is the right word for it, Leland, because, I mean, you do have this whole hodgepodge of people who are here, but wanting to make crystal clearly evident that a lot of the people you see here are in law enforcement. Almost everybody you look around is holding a camera or a microphone. There are more demonstrators here than we've ever seen before, but the majority are not demonstrators here either for or against Mr. Trump.
Yeah, and as you said, the majority of the people are either media or law enforcement, which oftentimes happens at these planned events. Misty Maris bring in former assistant district attorney in New York City who has argued before this judge, Juan Merchan. As we understand it, Misty, it's now 1:30 Eastern. If the time holds, the former president is in court right now. What's this judge like? We know he's done a couple of other Trump-related cases. He's been reported to be, if anything, deferential to the prosecution because he's a former DA. Does that jive with your experiences?
So he's a former prosecutor. So, of course, there's always going to be that sense that the judge is sympathetic to the prosecution's perspective. But I will say, in the roulette wheel of judges that you can get in New York County, he is a very, very good judge. He is a fair judge. He is very focused on the charges. He does not like distraction. He goes right to the point, and he is very focused on the law. I would say, from the perspective of a defense attorney, Donald Trump actually got a very, very good judge in this particular case because we do have these very novel issues of law that are going to be decided likely on pretrial motions. So for this particular venue, he selected a good judge. That's why, as a defense attorney, I'd be saying, pipe down a bit. Be careful what you wish for. Yeah. You could have somebody who leans way more towards the prosecution in this particular county.
Or somebody who's way more to the left. I almost laughed out loud when you said does not like distractions, because this entire case is much more of a just filled with distractions than it is filled with the law, at least so far until we get the indictment. Michael, what are the options for the Trump legal team of motions to file today, motions to quash, motions to have the charges thrown out, motions for change of venue? Just give us the menu for today from both the prosecution and the defense.
Oh, the defense starts out with sufficiency to review the grand jury minutes. Then we move to actually dismissing the exact counts for lack of jurisdiction, statute of limitations, change of venue. I don't know if they'll do that now. I expect the first salvo to be the defense attacking the actual charges. And from what I've seen thus far, the statute of limitations is a real issue because the statute actually talks about when someone is continuously out of the jurisdiction. That's for the purposes when you know someone committed a crime, but you can't find them. But in this case, obviously, we know where Trump was for 4 years. So it's going to be a host of defense motions that are going to be made. And the judge sets what's called a motion schedule. So have your motions in by June 6th or whatever, and then the prosecution gets to reply, and the court comes back to make a decision.
All right. President Trump was posting to his social media account on the way down from Trump Tower, heading to Lower Manhattan. The courthouse seems so surreal. Wow, in capital letters. They are going to arrest me, again, capital letters. Can't believe this is happening in America. MAGA exclamation point. Misty, in terms of timing here, you've got a court schedule in New York that is backed up for years, something like 900 plus days typically from indictment to trial in your typical criminal case. This isn't a normal criminal case. There's obviously unlimited funds on both sides. There's huge spotlights. There's a lot of time on and on. Is it possible we could get well past 2024 in the election and have no resolution here?
I think it's very possible, especially if the indictment reflects what we do think the legal theories are. And Leland, you've done a good job of making it clear. We just don't know yet. So that analysis could change. But if it is, in fact, what we believe it to be, this is going to be a novel legal theory tying a misdemeanor falsification of records charge into a felony by use of a federal statute. That is going to be something that is a case of first impression. It's going to be challenged. There's going to be statute of limitations issues, as was previously flagged. So there is this whole host of pretrial motions that I would foresee in this case that would extend what we typically see in a criminal case, where there's always going to be pretrial motions, but there's also these novel legal issues that are going to need to be decided, potentially cases of first impression. And therefore, I think we could be well beyond 2024 in a case like this. I would expect his defense team to do what's called waiving speedy trial, meaning giving more time to prepare, engage in this motion practice. And this could be drawn out for quite some time in New York County. Forget Donald Trump. This would be drawn out no matter who the defendant was. But in this particular instance, there's so many legal issues here to attack before we set foot in a courtroom.
And we are just beginning a few minutes in. 1:36 Eastern time. You're looking at the courts building in Lower Manhattan. Former President Donald Trump inside to hear the reading of his indictment and to plead, we understand, not guilty to the charges. George Will with us still. George, is this better for Donald Trump to be dragged out as long as humanly possible? I guess the best case scenario would be that it is dismissed, which certainly there's going to be motions for. But if not dismissed, it's better for him to continue being aggrieved and persecuted, in his words, than it would be for a plea bargain or some kind of resolution.
I think that's right, particularly because, as we've already suggested, there is at least one, maybe two other potential indictments waiting in the wings. It's not just that dragging this out is a strategy. It's a necessity because, as some of your other guests have said, these are complicated issues, from standing, from statute of limitations, to the coupling of the New York misdemeanor to the federal, turn it into a federal felony. These are not trivial matters. This is the heart of due process. And each one of these deserves a hearing, and you can't do it quickly. Because all these will have to be briefed and argued, perhaps with separate legal teams in each case. So this is going to be a very protracted process. From Mr. Trump's point of view, he hopes to be inaugurated on January 20th, 2025, at which point he can pardon himself.
Well, I don't know if he can pardon himself from state charges, but I'm wondering if he certainly will pardon himself on the federal charges, probably. But I just can't help but think, Georgia, just from a historical perspective, you think about Bill Clinton at the time he was the president, but basically the entire Monica Lewinsky scandal came back to sex or sexual acts. And in this case, we are having former President Donald Trump and this whole circus that we are involved in is coming back to his relationship and then the subsequent hush money payments to an adult film star and a Playboy playmate. I don't know what the historical reference is here or the irony to that, but I feel like there has to be something. And we have to note that Bill Clinton, after his shenanigans, left office as one of the most popular presidents in history.
Immediately after the Monica Lewinsky episode was resolved legally, we had the 1998 off-year elections, in which a rarity happened. That is, a president in his second term, in the middle of his second term, saw his party gain seats in the House. And the feeling was that one of the reasons this happened was that the public was disgusted somewhat disgusted by his behavior, but very disgusted by what they took to be the absurd disproportion of preoccupying a president so much over a lie, granted, a serious matter, but a lie about his sexual relations with an intern. The country just sort of shrugged and said, it's yucky behavior, but something is just disproportionate about this whole thing. And there's some possibility that the country could come to the same sort of shrug conclusion in this case.
And I think about, not to the same extent, but the breathless coverage that surrounded some of those days with Ken Starr and certainly with Bill Clinton when he gave his deposition and his testimony to the grand jury. In the like, bring back in Michael DeSharo, former Manhattan assistant district attorney, now in private practice. The headline is Trump to be spared handcuffs and mugshot. So what is there to do between when he walked into this dingy courthouse that you described that is slightly depressing and probably fairly cleared and secured of the usual criminals and lawyers and hangers-on that always exist inside a courthouse? What is there to do before he heads into court?
I was joking with my buddies because there's something called the CJA. It's a criminal justice agency that interviews all the people that are going to be arraigned before the judge, and they assign points as to whether the person should be released. I can't imagine that's being done in this case. He must be fingerprinted because there has to be a return of a rap sheet to present to the court. Obviously, he doesn't have a criminal record, so that shouldn't take too long if they haven't done it already. But I don't expect this process to take too long. I mean, how do you interview? What are the interview questions you ask the former president? Where do you work? I mean, that's what happens every day. It's called the CJA sheet, and that's the interview.
Yeah. At some point, you can't help but laugh or chuckle a little bit. Chuck Marino back with us, former Secret Service agent. I have to imagine that even though Michael has described this courthouse that's pretty dingy, I've been in a lot of them. You've been in a lot of courthouses. You've got guys in shackles sitting along the hallways. You've got police walking around. You've got hangers-on. You've got lawyers. You've got reporters. You got witnesses, on and on and on. I'll leave it to you to describe, but to what level has all of that been cleared out?
All of it, except for those that have been authorized to be in the area, like the photographers, for example, and those personnel from the court that are essential to the processing and other steps that need to be taken to get this over with. So other than that, there will be no hanger-ons in the area. Likely the entirety of that floor has been cleared. Any other court proceedings or anything like that may be going on have very likely been rescheduled so that they can have the entire area to themselves.
And at least so far, none of the people who have been authorized have posted any pictures on social media that I can see. So we're all stuck looking together at the outside of this courthouse while inside the president is processed in a way that Michael just described, fingerprints taken, and then he is going to appear before the judge, the Honorable Juan Merchan, who Misty Marish has argued cases before. What do you read, Misty, into the judge, for lack of a better term, splitting the baby, allowing these still photographers in his courtroom for 5 or so minutes, but then kicking them out before the actual arraignment?
Not surprising at all. This judge, as we discussed, is really not about distraction. There was a whole discussion about whether or not, under his discretion, whether or not he would allow cameras in the courtroom. Keep in mind, New York State, there's some of the most restrictive laws in the country about having cameras in the courtroom, so it's left to the judge's discretion. This particular judge is going to want to limit, to the extent possible, anything that could serve as a distraction to the actual merits of this case, to the charges, to the indictment, and to the process. So for me, I think it was a balance of this First Amendment rights and being able to give that transparency that was requested, with also adhering to what he has historically done, which is keep this from becoming that media circus where we heard the defense argue that they did not want cameras there for the indictment. Also, keep in mind, we're all talking about this as a historic moment. This is a former president, but the indictment process is pretty procedural, right? So it's not like this is going to be something that would necessarily be major arguments or anything like that that could be maybe more fodder for having a First Amendment, argument as far as cameras in the courtroom. So not shocked at all. I had predicted that he would not only say no to cameras in the courtroom, but also limit any sort of media coverage in general.
Michael DeSharo, what is the options for the former president? He's in court. He is in no way in control. We remember even during I'm thinking back to the very first Republican primary debates in 2015 when Trump would try to do different things to command the stage, to be in control. He can't in this case. The judge is in control. He is a dictator. It is not a democracy inside a courtroom. What are his opportunities to speak? What is he going to say? What questions are going to be asked him? How much of this is like Law and Order?
If anything, he's only going to say not guilty when asked if entering a plea. Oftentimes, the defense lawyer, we enter for our clients. This is not the time to grandstand. This is not time for politics. This is not time for you to make a show, nor will this judge allow it. If this happens to be the trial judge, do not get on his wrong side. I'm sure his attorneys have had lengthy conversations about what happens in this courtroom. I don't expect the president to say much of anything in the actual courtroom. Now, when he gets outside, he gets his right to speak back, and I'm sure he will.
Yeah, 8:15 Eastern, we understand that there is a speech from Mar-a-Lago, at least so far. Our folks have told us that there is not going to be any comments from the former president before that. Alvin Bragg, the district attorney, will have a press conference this afternoon. We're still right now, we understand, about a half an hour away as we look inside the courthouse. I don't know, Michael. You said it's pretty dingy. It looks like they've at least swept the floors ahead of the former president's arrival here. But your point's well taken, as is Chuck, that things have been fully cleared out. I see at least one Secret Service agent. There's two checking people before they go in. We don't know whether the former president will walk down this hallway and pass the cameras or not. Misty, back to you, former Manhattan Assistant District Attorney. You talked about all the motions that are possible, change of venue. We've also got suppression of certain evidence. We've got the statute of limitations motions that might come out. It's a whole list. How many of those hearings does Donald Trump actually have to show up for in person?
A lot of those will be done, just the attorneys. He will always have the right to come, but I would expect that a lot of those pre-trial issues, what we're talking about, these very novel legal issues, some of them may even be decided on papers. Some of them may have argument. It really all depends on the judge. So we may see him coming to court for all of these different decisions or hearings on those motions, but I would doubt it. I think that we're going to see him be engaged. If and when this case actually gets in the courtroom, he will have to appear. He has the right to face his accusers and all of that. But the pretrial, a lot of times that is left up to the legal team and the lawyers to argue those motions, and it's up to the defendant whether or not they want to be in the room for that.
Yeah, well, look back to the hallway where there is a lot of milling around, which is often what happens during this time. So you understand what's happening right now. It is 1:50 Eastern. We are told court should get underway at 2:15 Eastern, but no electronic devices are allowed inside the courtroom. There are reporters inside the courtroom, but no electronic devices. So things are pretty delayed in terms of what we're getting by way of information. There is a hallway shot inside. Whether or not the former president will walk past or whether that is inside the secure area, we don't know. We saw some Secret Service agents standing guard there in the hallway. So we move forward now to 2:15 Eastern. The president will come into the courtroom. There's 5 still photographers that have been allowed by the judge to take a couple of pictures for a couple of minutes, conceivably with the former president there inside the courtroom. He will not be in handcuffs, and he also will not have had his mugshot taken. So the only photographic memorialization of today beyond these pictures are going to be the pictures of the former president inside the courtroom taken by those pool photographers. George Will with us, NewsNation senior political commentator and contributor. George, Misty said the president can choose to show up for all of these motions or not. What is the calculus for him and his team as he runs for president? Does being seen as the victim who is subject to this, in his words, an unfair political persecution, a good thing or bad thing?
Well, it would be a bad thing for him to want to show up at merely procedural, quite pro forma events, unless he really thinks that the more attention is paid to him in this setting, the better. But I don't think he will believe that. This is not inherently either edifying or enlarging for Mr. Trump to be seen in this setting. He has to go through this. He's already reaped whatever benefit can be reaped by him for this quasi-martyrdom. Now I think he'll want to demonstrate that he can go on being a normal person with a normal life and a normal presidential candidate with rallies and schedules and all the rest. I can't see him allowing this to bog him down. Being waist deep in procedural matters is, among other things, uninteresting.
You just said normal, and I would hate to come back on anything, but what since 2015, when then Donald Trump came down the golden escalator and announced his running for president, has been normal in American politics?
Well, what has been abnormal in American politics has been Trump being normal. I mean, this is what Mr. Trump does. He has not been, shall we say, camera shy for the last 40 years. He's been a man about town in New York. He's put himself on television. He has made one, shall we say, attention-getting claim after another, such as the fact that Barack Obama was not born in the United States, bouncing from one unsupported claim to another. So this is, believe it or not, normal for Mr. Trump.
Normal is the abnormal as we watch what's happening. Back to Michael DeSharo, former Bronx assistant district attorney, now criminal defense attorney. The 2 things that we are really waiting for until we hear from the former president and when we hear from Alvin Bragg, the only kind of 2 things that matter from an optics standpoint are these pictures, which we don't understand the links between the photographer's cameras and the way to get those signals and those pictures that will be in ones and zeros from the courtroom when they're let out back into the ether and then distributed to news organizations and put on social media. So we don't know what the rules surrounding that are. That's the first thing to watch for. The second thing to watch for, because there are no electronics allowed in this courtroom, is the indictment itself. When does it come out? I would assume we get it by email when it has been unsealed. But when does it come out? Before the hearing, after the hearing, and then what actually is in it?
Well, I imagine that his lawyers would get it before the hearing starts, so they have at least a chance to read it. But then it gets unsealed when it's read in court. An indictment is a very simple document. And you've heard it talk about speaking indictments. Indictment just says, these are the crimes the grand jury has convicted you of. Now, a speaking indictment tells a story. It gives you a lot more detail. So that's what I expect in this case. And of course, we're all waiting for.
But what are we talking about? Are we talking about 1 page, 10 pages, 85 pages?
If it's 34 charges, it could be, I mean, we're talking about spacing and letters, right? It could be 20 pages. It could be, but don't let quantity ever mean anything about quality. It really matters what the charges are, not how big the indictment is. The biggest case in United States history was a 300-page indictment, and all the defendants went to trial and were found not guilty.
All right, Misty, give us the analysis, not the necessarily political analysis of Alvin Bragg, because that's a whole nother thing. But from a legal standpoint, do prosecutors want to put in everything they can and everything they know into the indictment? Are they required to put all their evidence into the indictment?
So that's a great point, Leland, and it's the two different forms, right? It might just say the grand jury has determined that there is probable cause with respect to these 34 charges. It could be, as your prior guest said, a speaking indictment, which includes all of the bases and information that led to that conclusion. It's more of a storytelling. Prosecutors actually oftentimes keep it tighter. In this particular case, I think that Alvin Bragg might be, he's facing a bit of scrutiny. And this is not a political analysis. This is the analysis as both a citizen of the state of New York and as an attorney. He went out during his campaign and he said, I'm going to get Trump. And now he's facing some backlash about utilizing prosecutorial discretion, going after this kind of novel theory of law, provided that's what we see in the indictment. And the question is why? Well, now we're in the grand jury process, right? So the grand jury has made a determination in the process that protects defendants, saying that there's probable cause that a crime was committed and probable cause that this person has committed a crime. So there might be an incentive from a transparency perspective to include more in this indictment than we would typically see in your usual case, because of all of the fodder surrounding, well, what is really the meat and potatoes of the claims and assertions and charges against Donald Trump.
Yeah, there's the court of law, there's the court of public opinion. Alvin Bragg is obviously aware of both and aware that his star witness, unless there's something we don't know and haven't heard or thought of, is a convicted perjurer and fraudster in the form of Michael Cohen, his former lawyer. So that makes things a little bit more complicated. To you, Michael, what can Alvin Bragg legally say at his press conference this afternoon?
I don't know what because Alvin Bragg's also a politician, which I'm not. So he can discuss the charges. He's a politician, so he can discuss anything he likes in terms of not what happened in the grand jury, not the evidence that's coming, but what he's going to prove, all in what I imagine would be his political context. I can't imagine him getting too much into detail. As your prior guest said, DAs don't like to give too much because the more you give, the more the defense has a chance to explore.
Yeah. I would just want to, as we look at the picture, I'm going to ask the control room here. Guys, we're just getting ambient audio here. We're not hearing anything from that picture in the hallway. Yeah, it's just ambient audio of quite literally people milling around and seeing old friends is what it seems like for at least a couple of minutes. I believe Johanna Mosca is with us, NewsNation contributor. She just dropped out, so we'll try to reestablish with her. Chris Hahn, host of the Aggressive Progressive podcast. We obviously have talked a lot, Chris, about how Republicans are viewing today and how Donald Trump is going to speak to them tonight. I'm wondering how many Democrats and how skeptical they are of Alvin Bragg, and what is the political bar for him to meet to prove that him going ahead of the two other investigations, number one being Georgia, number two being the federal special counsel, was a wise idea.
Yeah, I think that, I've been telling people they should be cautious, wait and see what he has to say. I think when prosecutors get going on a case, they tend to pull on a string and you never know what you're going to find. I don't believe this is going to just be about Stormy Daniels. If it is, I'll be somewhat disappointed, pending on what's in the indictment. I'd like to see what's in it. But yes, I've heard, look, Democrats have a natural tendency to panic about every action they take. They are always worried about the ramifications. But the thing about these court cases, and all of your previous guests have said this is going to take time. There are going to be many hearings. There's going to be lots of motions. In politics, it's never one story that gets you. It's the drip, 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 drip. Yeah. And court cases are nothing but drip, drip, drip. And this is just the first faucet in Trump's house that is going to be leaking like a sieve over the next 18 months.
There's been a lot of drips since 2015 for the former president, none of which have ended his political life. A lot of them have made him stronger. Resetting right now at 2 p.m. Eastern, Donald Trump is somewhere behind those barricades inside the court building in Lower Manhattan. He will face a judge, if everything is on time, in 15 minutes on an indictment that we haven't seen yet. It is reported to be 30-plus counts. The Associated Press reports one of those counts is a felony. If we follow the storyline along, it involves hush money payments to adult film star Stormy Daniels and how those were accounted for. There's been new reporting that it may involve similar hush money payments arranged by Michael Cohen, the former president's disgraced lawyer, to a Playboy playmate, Karen McDougal. So all of those things are playing out right now, quite literally in real time. James, just say that one more time. All right, so we understand that the former president has been formally arrested and fingerprinted. There will not be a mugshot, and we're told he will not be put in handcuffs at any time. Michael DeSharo, a former Bronx DA who spent a lot of time inside this courthouse, among others with us. Michael, you've walked these hallways. What are we looking at?
You're looking at the entrance to the courtroom. It looks like they clean the floors too, Leland.
Well,
they really done the place up.
Yeah, and everybody, and it's amazing how much brass you see in terms of the leadership of the NYPD in white shirts in New York corrections as well. Everybody is out there, and a lot of guys with gray hair that you'd probably not see normally milling around at 2:15 on a Tuesday afternoon. Misty Maris, former prosecutor as well. When the president's been arrested, or former president, does that actually mean somebody read his Miranda rights off the little card to him?
Well, at this point, when we have the indictment, this is not the opportunity where they would be reading the Miranda rights. That would only come if if law enforcement was intending to question him. That's where your Miranda rights come in. What I think is going to happen today is, honestly, if we were in that courtroom and we really had eyes on it, and I know from the outside we're all wondering what's going on, it would probably be a bit anticlimactic. The judge is going to say, do you want me to publicize this indictment? Publicize has a different meaning in that courtroom, Leland. It means read it aloud. It means read it aloud to the defendant. Will he say? They'll probably say no. The lawyers probably already have it. And then after that, I suspect Donald Trump will have a resounding answer of not guilty. That is likely all he will say. From there, it's probably going to be the mundane, and nothing about this is mundane, please don't get me wrong, but it will be, all right, let's get a calendar for motion practice. All right, let's get a schedule going. All right, here's where we're going to come back with respect to all of these different deadlines that occur in the pretrial procedure in any criminal case. So that's what I suspect is going on in the courtroom. Obviously, look at all of the security that we see. It's a whole different ballgame when you have somebody, a former president, who has Secret Service protection for the rest of his life. So, of course, there's a more choreographed situation here to get him in front of the judge. Keep in mind, he goes in the door, the district attorney's door. He never has to leave the courtroom to go before the judge. That means no perp walk. Now we know no mugshot, no handcuffing, everything we've been speculating about. That is coming to fruition. And I think that we're probably just the result is going to be a not guilty and a procedural schedule. That's likely what's happening in that courtroom.
All right. A couple of hours ago, the former president suggested that he would like to have the case moved to Staten Island. Michael DeSharo, former Bronx DA, Staten Island obviously is a much more conservative part of New York City. What goes into that? This judge, Juan Merchan, who's handled other Trump cases in the past, is this solely his decision? Does he get to... would he still preside? How does this all work and play out?
Well, the defense makes a motion, and then the court decides whether there's going to be a change of venue. And I guess the only motion that you can make is that because of the politics involved, he can't get a fair trial. Okay, so does that mean we have to go to a jurisdiction that has 50-50 Republicans and Democrats? I don't see the judge. I don't see him transfer, because when you transfer the case, you're saying, you're right, we can't have a fair trial here. And it's not a fair jurisdiction for him. I can't imagine this judge doing that.
No. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to it, and whether or not you can get a witness, get a jury seated who doesn't know anything and doesn't have any feelings about this. Obviously, the Stormy Daniels part of this story has been played over and over and over again. The Karen McDougal part, if that is included in the indictment, has been slightly less publicized in terms of the payoff process to her. It seems as though there's a little bit more activity. Chuck Marino, formerly of the United States Secret Service, who's protected a lot of presidents. He's never had to take one into a courtroom for an arraignment because nobody has. But at the same time, as you watch this, and I keep going back to it, if the former president wasn't in this office building for a arraignment, this would all look fairly routine, dare I say, boring.
Yeah, I think you got it right. I mean, the uniqueness here is, while the Secret Service did not get involved in any of the process decisions that would typically happen between the district attorney's office and the Trump legal team, we have to recognize that we still have a former president that has turned himself in, surrendered, and is now in custody for all intensive purposes with a Secret Service detail. I mean, never in my life did I think I would see anything like this, and yet here we are. So we've got the Secret Service operating as they always do, working closely with the NYPD. You see them standing alongside the court officers to provide a safe and secure venue for these proceedings to take place. But you're right, if this was any other day, this would be an in and out that would almost go unrecognizable to the general public.
Yeah, and you certainly if it was a former president, he goes in and out of buildings all the time, nobody notices. Sitting presidents, things are a little different. Right. Chuck, we've talked obviously and are continuing to focus on what's happening and what will happen in this courtroom. In 8 minutes from now, the Honorable Juan Merchan will take over and preside over the arraignment of Donald Trump. There's a lot of other cases against Donald Trump continuing, one of which is the special counsel case, the look into the classified documents. What do you make of the fact that Secret Service agents will be interviewed by the special counsel, and just, if for nothing else, the relationship now of the former president to his Secret Service detail?
Yeah, you know, it's a very slippery slope. And if you recall, Leland, we found ourselves as an agency in this position back during the Clinton administration with the Monica Lewinsky, Ken Starr investigation. There, the director of the Secret Service at the time, Lou Merletti, I was working at the White House during that time, tried to get us exempted from testifying in that case under a protective privilege, which was ultimately denied by the Supreme Court. So now we've kind of opened up Pandora's box where, you know, Secret Service agents are now required to testify when subpoenaed. And this is an occupation where you need the trust of the people that you're protecting. The Secret Service doesn't want to be placed in this.
Hey, I'm just going to stop you Chuck, for 1 second. It looks like a couple of still photographers are just now walking through the secure area. A couple of guys actually I recognize as still photographers. And if that is the case, that would give us at least an indication that we're a little bit closer to them heading in for that 5 minutes of pictures before the arraignment begins, which would be a pretty significant development here. I want to bring in Chris Pilkerton, a former assistant DA in Manhattan. Chris, can you tell about this hallway, where we are, how close we are to a courtroom? Does this judge always use the same courtroom? Is there courtrooms that are nicer, not nicer? How does this work?
Yeah, so I believe they're on the 15th floor. There's certainly, I'll say, a variety of courtrooms. And some are very nice. Some are like you see on Law and Order, and some are not quite to that level. But he's from where they're standing right now, it looks like they're pretty close to the courtroom. And then that process, and also looks like we've got court officers on both sides, perhaps some Secret Service in there as well. And then I think they'll probably just make their way right into the courtroom from here.
Yeah, in just in terms of the way things work, we understand obviously that there's not going to be any holding of the president, whether there's going to be a bond set or not. I haven't heard, or if he's released on his own recognizance. Considering what happens with bail often in New York, it would be hard to imagine someone would view the former president as a flight risk. But Chris, just in terms of how it works, after the arraignment, is it that quick? Then he's free to go?
Yeah, so what will happen is that he'll be arraigned. They will likely set a motion schedule. And they'll look at calendars and coordinate, and then it should be over at that point. So
and then Alvin Bragg, the district attorney of Manhattan, the man at the center of this, and the man at the center of the political firestorm has just been let in behind the doors that you see there. Emily Jasinski with us of the Federalist Society. You know what I think is interesting? Senior fellow with the Independent Women's Forum as well, Emily. I am not hearing from Trump supporters right now, or Trump's inner circle, in the way you normally do. It feels like they have all gone dark, or maybe you just have better sources than I do.
No, I think that's a fair point, actually. Real Clear Politics, Phil Beckman over there, has a story right now showing that the Trump campaign's internals look really good in the wake of this news, that he's up on DeSantis and that he's actually up on Biden by a 43% margin, according to their internal polling, that is. Now, it's somewhat interesting. You aren't hearing that trumpeted from the rooftops. Donald Trump himself has obviously on his Truth Social account and his feed really been leaning into this. He's kind of relishing it personally. That doesn't mean his team thinks it's ultimately good for him. And I think for all of the talk, people are on the right, people say this is great for Donald Trump. You hear that analysis. You hear it even from some people on the left. I saw it as a sentence in the Axios morning newsletter today that Donald Trump, the media could play into his hands by hyping this up and covering it super well. It is not good for anybody. And it's sure as heck not good for the American people to look at what's happening right now. The optics of being arrested, the optics of the coverage of Donald Trump being arrested right now, that is not good for any candidate. There's an argument, of course, that it helps him with some voter block, but he is a declared candidate for the presidency in 2024, and it is not a good thing, no matter how people try to spin it, that he is being arrested and that the media has cameras on his plane, on everything. There's an argument that yes, it works in favor of him for some voters, but in the overall picture, I don't think it helps, and I think that probably explains what you were picking up on.
Yeah, there's a tawdry and yuck factor to it, just when you factor in the Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal part of this. There's a flip side to that, if you want to make the Bill Clinton reference we did earlier with George Will, but the issues still hold there. Right now, we don't know actually, and we should say that, what's going on. We know the president has been formally arrested. We understand that court was supposed to start at 2:15. Alvin Bragg, the man at the center of all of this, has headed into the courtroom. David Ehrenberg, state attorney for Palm Beach, Florida, and noted Democrat, not a huge fan of the president. Wanted to bring you in real quick. What is Alvin Bragg's calculus for this 4 p.m. news conference? How is it that he keeps saying, hey, this isn't a political prosecution, I'd go after everybody the same way, if he's then going to hold a news conference at 4 p.m.?
Yeah, you can do that in high-profile cases, and I appreciate the intro. Noted Democrat, thank you.
You stick around for a couple hours, you're going to get elevated even higher. Very well noted.
Thank you. Well, in this role as state attorney, you don't do politics inside the office. Outside the office, you can do whatever you want. But he is going to give probably a brief discussion of what's in the indictment. He can't really stray from that because that would influence a jury improperly. That could be a Sixth Amendment violation. So he'll be very limited as to what he can say. But I think he wants to at least get his side out there because he knows Donald Trump is going to try to own the space when he speaks later on.
Yeah, he certainly will try to own the space. He always does. Inside that courtroom, he will not own the space. And we are waiting, and we don't know exactly the mechanics of how we are going to get our first pictures of Donald Trump, just like you see in Law and Order. I say that. I should probably pose it as a question to Michael DeSharo, former Bronx DA. Is this like what we see in Law and Order? Is Donald Trump standing next to his lawyers, and then you've got the prosecutors? We don't know whether it'll be Alvin Bragg representing the state of New York or somebody else. But is it just that simple?
Yes, there's a prosecution. The judge is going to ask the prosecution some questions. They're going to ask the defense some questions. They're going to set the motion schedule, and we're going to move on. Like, it's a very, it just occurred to me that if the judge may also ask if there's a phrase that judges say where if you can't afford a lawyer, one can be appointed for you. I don't think he's going to ask him this question, but it is in the law.
Yeah, there's these sort of moments that we all know and see, certainly from real cameras in the courtroom during some high-profile trials, but also that we've seen in the past from other TV shows that just happen. For whatever it's worth, Chris, I'm seeing on the camera shot right now, we're next to Part 59 and Part 95. Those are the two signs there where the Secret Service and NYPD has things locked down, and notably, things have closed down. It would appear as though the milling around has stopped, and now you've just got a bunch of uniformed law enforcement standing there. So you would think something is going on now behind them. What is behind those doors?
Yeah, so they're going to be bringing him up from wherever he's, in a normal circumstance being held. I don't believe, they would have the president in any kind of cell, but there's certainly a holding area. Those parts, so just so you know, that's the name of the courtroom, right? So those are just courtrooms 95 and 59. So presumably it's in one of those. And I think it's also worth noting, look at the resources here, just for this event. We've seen what's going on the streets. You see what's happening right here. Just imagine if and when this goes to trial, this is going to be every day for quite some time. So it's pretty fascinating to watch. I don't recall ever seeing anything like this, and we're certainly in unprecedented circumstances.
Now, Michael DeSharo, former Bronx DA, we've heard from the president's team that there is no chance of a plea bargain. Now, things obviously can change, and you don't know if at some point Alvin Bragg looks for an off-ramp or not. We don't know what's going to happen in motions and the like. But how far away are we from a trial, and how long, do we have any idea of figuring out how long one would last?
In terms of time, we're probably, in a case like this, the fastest I've seen some felony cases in Manhattan go to trial are 2 or 3 months. That's extremely fast. That's pre-COVID. Now, with this case, I can see this case being on trial in 6 months because we just have to decide the legal motions. There's going to be a bunch of legal motions that have to be made that we discussed, and the court has to rule on them. And then we starting to trial. How long a trial asks? Well, how much time do you need to pick an impartial jury in Manhattan? How many panels? That's what the juries are called when they're brought in. Usually they're brought in, 50 at a time, 60 at a time, and you go through them. And that could take a very long time because you have to be aware that people have political axes to grind either way. So both sides have to be aware of that. And as far as the resources go, the prior guest was correct. You don't see blue shirts on a Tuesday or white shirts on a Tuesday, 2:15 in the courthouse. This trial, if it happens, is going to cost millions of dollars.
Millions of dollars just in the very beginnings of security, not to mention all of the other resources that come into it. Chuck Marino, at some point, really, what we're watching is pretty wild. I remember at the beginning of this, someone saying that if this goes to trial, it's going to make the OJ trial look like circuit traffic court or something as compared to what we are seeing. Can you do this every day for weeks on end if this thing goes to trial?
Well, it's going to need to be done every single day because the perimeter is not going to change. The security needs are not going to change. The fact that you're going to have this high profile event with the former president and his team inside isn't going to change. But one interesting thing I want to bring up about when we're talking about expenses is this is usually non-reimbursable. The Secret Service does not have a reimbursement functionality within the agency. So unless something is declared a national special security event like the United Nations General Assembly in New York, all of this cooperation, all of this manpower that you're seeing, there's no reimbursement check that's going to come to NYPD.
Yeah, that's a fascinating point in terms of just how much this is going to cost the city of New York for Alvin Bragg to go through this process. And there'll be a lot of questions about whether they would spend this much money to prosecute any other normal person, not a former president who engaged in the very same issues. It's now 2:20. We are now 5 minutes past when court was supposed to begin. And as we've watched that door where we're told there is a courtroom somewhere beyond, it would appear as though things are getting underway. But reporters are not allowed to have any kind of electronic devices inside. We understand that there's going to be some still photographers who, before court formally enters session, will take some pictures. And because there's no mugshot, those pictures are the only thing we will get to memorialize anything meaningful of this day other than pictures of cars moving around in this shot you're seeing here down a hallway in a hallway of a courtroom on the 15th floor in Lower Manhattan. Chris Steyerwalt with us, a NewsNation political editor. Chris, you know, Donald Trump loves being in control of everything and the optics of everything. What is the face that he is going to have on in these pictures? Is it that of defiance, Tom DeLay-esque smiling? What message does he want to send before he gets on his plane, heads back to Mar-a-Lago, and talks tonight?
Well, I suppose he wants to be seen as a victim. Donald Trump, the brand is that he is a martyr for the cause of the forgotten man and woman of America, and that if they can do this to him, they can do it to anybody. The signs at his rally said "witch hunt," so it is Holy Week for America's Christians, and the leaning into the martyrdom aspect is very palpable in terms of how Trump is raising money and what he's doing. So I assume he's going to want to have on the countenance of a man who is being unfairly maligned, a man who is stoically accepting the outrageous slings and slings and arrows of fortune.
We've already seen some of his supporters label him almost in a messianic-like way, that he is taking the brunt of Democrats' attacks on him in this criminal prosecution because he is out there fighting for the forgotten man and woman. It almost as though he is being compared to Jesus by some of his supporters in one way or another. Chris, we talked about this with George Will, and I can't help but, as we zoom out and think about everything that's happened, Chuck made a great point about the millions of dollars that have been spent, that will be spent on security and courtrooms and gumming up the legal system and everything else. All of these New York City officers that every day will have to come down and secure the courtroom and the motorcades, on and on and on. It all comes back to Stormy Daniels, who was an adult film star, and Karen McDougal, who's a Playboy playmate. Would Democrats be wise to at least remember that when they did this, when Republicans did this to Bill Clinton over Monica Lewinsky, it did not work out very well?
Well, I mean, it did and it didn't, and you sort of pay your nickel and you take your chance. I figure that this is, yes, from what we know, and of course I cannot wait to read the charging documents and finally know what everybody has been puffing all this hot air over for all of these days. But that will of course be material. But the other thing is elections have consequences. The Democrats didn't like it when Donald Trump was president and the way that he conducted himself, and he violated norms. And when he walked across Lafayette Park to hold the Bible up by the church, I mean, the outrage that Democrats continually felt around Donald Trump and his trashing of the norms of the presidency and all of that stuff. And the answer was, of course, well, he won the election, so he gets to do it. Alvin Bragg won the election, so he gets to be the district attorney. Everybody has to do their job. And these are the consequences. And there isn't a master plan, and there isn't some controlling authority that can put all the pieces in the right place. Voters get to choose, and we are getting to watch not just voters choose, but we're going to get to watch, perhaps, depending on what happens, we're going to get to watch the first freedom, the most basic freedom that was at the root of the American Revolution, which is the right to a trial by jury. And we have long vested in grand juries and petit juries in these United States extraordinary powers, including the powers of life and death over people. And it is one of our strongest and proudest traditions. And that's what is going to happen now. And I don't know how it ends up. I don't know what happens from here, but this is how the system, I won't say it's how the system is supposed to work, but it is how the system works. Alvin Bragg won an election. Donald Trump won an election. Then he lost an election. These are the consequences of choices that voters made. And now these will be the consequences of what jurors decide.
Who knew that elections have consequences would be quoted so many times by so many different people in so many different ways. Chris, we understand that the former president is going to speak tonight at 8:15. Corey Lewandowski, then the campaign manager in 2016, first Trump campaign manager, now not with Donald Trump formally anymore. He was on the show last night. He made the point, I thought it was an interesting one, effectively saying, if Donald Trump can make tomorrow night, meaning tonight's speech at Mar-a-Lago at 8:15 Eastern, about the future and about the American people, he will be able to turn this into a net positive. If he talks about his grievances and the wrongs that have been done to him and in his mind continue to be done to him, he will lose this golden opportunity that's already netted him $7 million in fundraising. Is there any chance that the president is disciplined enough and that his advisors have been able to get through to him in a way, or you've heard from any of your sources, that he is going to take the former tact and try and stay on script, for lack of a better term?
In a presidential election that will see $4 billion consumed for openers, $7 million ain't nothing. And I've heard that number thrown. Oh, well, we've raised $7 million. Well, congratulations. You got $7 million. That's about a half a day's airtime in Florida running up to the election. So whatever. The problem for Trump ultimately is Republicans know that most Republicans know that it's not the correct choice to nominate Donald Trump. Right? They know that it is an unnecessary risk. And whatever they think of Bragg's charges, they would rather not have to deal with all of this and what's coming potentially in Georgia and what's coming potentially in other criminal charges that Trump may face in the months to come. They know it would be good to not have to deal with it. And certainly it would be good for Trump if he could elevate this up above something else. But if I were giving Donald Trump advice, I would say, try to be cool.
Hold on, Chris, I just want to stop you real quick. We've got people walking out. Boris Epstein among them, one of President Trump's top advisors, who we understand was on the plane from Palm Beach up to New York, walking out. And I'm going to see if the control room can get names for any of the three individuals who walked out. Bring in Chris Pilkerton, former assistant DA in Manhattan. Chris, does that mean they're walking into a courtroom or out of one?
Looks like they're walking in because, as we mentioned before, that part is a courtroom. Here comes the president right now.
President Trump, will you come speak to us? President Trump?
All right, President Trump followed by his Secret Service agents. Walking in. Chris, thanks for tossing it back. You there see another one of President Trump's advisors, Jason Miller, walking in behind him. All right, Chris, give us what happens, the play-by-play as he walks in to the courtroom right now.
He walks in. Everyone gets settled. I saw Joe Tacopina, his lead attorney, walk in as well. The judge will enter. Everyone, will rise. And then the process will begin. I believe, as Michael was saying, there'll be some questions for both sides. They'll go through the charging document, the indictment. So hopefully shortly we'll get a chance to see what that looks like.
How long till we get that, which everybody's been waiting for?
I don't know. I mean, it should be pretty shortly. So hopefully that will be released very soon. But I think then the rest of the process will continue, like we talked about. Your normal arraignment, there's a lot of charges here for what we know. So this could take a little bit longer.
I'm just going to stop you real quick. In walks right now what appears to be the 5 pool photographers. And they have been selected by the media organizations to allow some photographic evidence of what is going to happen inside, but then they will be brought out, we understand, before court formally begins. So we will see the pictures of the president. Chris, what did you make of the facial expression by Donald Trump as he made that quick walk? Chris Steyerwalt. We're blessed with many Chris's.
The Trump glower was in effect. Donald Trump's the only president I know of who, in his official presidential portrait, he looks like he might be ready to take a poke at somebody. So definitely he was putting on a combative countenance. He was putting on that face, and Donald Trump is a television producer at heart, and that he's been thinking about this moment and those handful of steps for days and days, and what that would be like and how he would want to look and what tie he was going to wear and all of everything around it. So I'm sure this was a matter of great obsession for the former president.
Yeah, and as if the timing has been precise to right now, his team has sent out a request for you to buy a $47 T-shirt with a fake mugshot put on the T-shirt. We'll try to get that turned around, but a not guilty T-shirt is now for sale by the Trump campaign as the former president walks in to the courtroom. Chris Steyerwalt, I know you have to go. We thank you, and we'll be talking throughout the day and week with you as well. Misty Maris, the 5 courtroom photographers, if we want to call them that have been allowed in, is pretty unprecedented in New York courts. They're coming out right now. Now, the way they get their photographs to the rest of the media world, we don't know, and how far they have to go, if they're able to get reliable internet to send it out, and how quickly we can get that turned around. We're watching, and we'll be waiting to see those and bring in. But the news organizations that asked for cameras in the courtroom, that had been denied. Instead, you get the still photographers. Does that motion for cameras in the courtroom get revisited? Can it be appealed? Is this solely up to the judge? And what do you make, knowing this judge, the Honorable Juan Merchan, of the decision and the optics?
Yeah, certainly if this case were to go to trial, that application could be revisited, meaning the media could again ask for cameras in the courtrooms. Interestingly enough, let's go back to the year 2006. Court TV actually appealed a decision all the way up to New York State's highest court, the Court of Appeals, that found that the statute in place in New York, again, one of the most restrictive statutes in the country relating to media in the courtroom, and it was upheld. That law has never been changed, although there's calls to revisit that law, and lobbyists are saying that maybe it should be changed in this modern era. But as of now, the way the law stands, the sole discretion is with the judge. The judge can make a determination to let cameras in the courtroom. I stand by it. I predict this judge will not allow it if this case goes to trial. I think we will see something similar. We'll see the artists in the courtroom. We'll see limited media coverage permitted in that courtroom if this case were to go to trial. But to your point, Leland, it's not that the application can't be made again. That application was made specifically with respect to the arraignment process. So there's always going to be that opportunity, and perhaps other arguments relating to First Amendment rights and transparency issues that could be raised as this case continues through the legal system.
All right, just to reset for a second right now, court was supposed to begin at 2:15. About 6 minutes ago, we saw the former president of the United States walk out of the doors you see there, and then turn to his left and walk in to a courtroom on the 15th floor of the Judicial Building, the courthouse in Lower Manhattan, for arraignment on the charges. The two things that we have been waiting for hours, literally. Number one, the pictures from the photographers that you just saw walk out of the courtroom. And they are going to go to probably a conference room. They'll put in the digital cards that come out of the cameras. They'll put those into computers and hopefully send these images out as soon as possible. We've got teams watching social media and then also some of the feeds that can tend to be a little quicker than that to give you those first look pictures, which will be the only photographic evidence of the former president of the United States being arraigned. As our team has eloquently laid out, he will be asked for his plea, and we obviously will have been told he will plead not guilty. Among those we saw walking in with the president, Boris Epstein and Jason Miller, two of his top advisors. Jason Miller was tweeting some pictures from the motorcade on the way down. We're also going to try to turn around the tape of the former president walked in. As we listened, people asked if he'd come over and talk, and he did not respond in any way. The doors to the courtroom opening. The former president has not been mugshotted. That was part of the agreement made, but his fundraising apparatus, his campaign, sent out this email, and you can see they're selling a T-shirt with what looks like a mugshot, but is not, of the former president with the requisite scowl that Chris Steyerwalt pointed out that was on his face as he walked into the courtroom, and they're now asking for you to send money on that. In terms of cameras in the courtroom, Michael DeSharo, now from the New York Post, the Senate Judiciary Committee of New York, Brad Hoylman-Segal, quote, as the media capital of the world and the venue for the arraignment of Donald Trump, we must change this outdated law to allow the public to witness trials. With his first-of-the-kind trial on the horizon, there's no time to waste in opening the doors of the courthouse to the media and the American public. Obviously, for the first time in history, Donald Trump has opposed having cameras in the courtroom. His lawyer said it would create a circus-like atmosphere as compared to what we see outside the courthouse and inside the courthouse building. Kind of looks remarkably like a circus to begin with. So there is that. What I'm interested in, Michael, and you and I have been talking about this for a week plus now. When do we get the indictment?
It should be momentarily, as soon as it's given to the defense attorneys, as soon as the court reads the charges, it should be released to the media. There's no way to everybody, really. There's no reason. There's no reason for it to be sealed. It's not a domestic case. So we should have it very, very quickly after this is done.
I'm going to just stop you guys. The people who just walked in now, this is live. To the panel, does anybody recognize any of those folks or those other prosecutors? Nope, nobody. Nope. No. Misty, go ahead. Did you recognize any of those folks walking in?
I didn't recognize them, but I've got my eyes peeled on the screen to see if there's anybody that I recognize going into the courtroom.
Okay. Chuck Marino, former Secret Service agent who's dealt with a lot of details. Once the president's inside that courtroom, the Secret Service doesn't really have much to do they?
Not much, but as you saw the former president walk through the doors into the courtroom, his detail followed. Again, back to my previous point, they're not going to let him go anywhere outside of their eyesight. So they will stay close. What you're seeing here in general are the three concentric rings of security that the Secret Service provides, from the outside to the middle perimeter where we see all the uniforms on the 15th floor there. And then you see the inner workings of the president's protection detail, which go wherever he goes. So it's pretty consistent. It always follows the former president, whether we're talking about a building, and then once inside that building, it stays intact.
Yeah. Michael DeSharo, to you, if this was a normal arraignment, how long would this last?
The same as it's gonna let the actual arraignment itself will last the same. The circus behind this obviously wouldn't be the same, but I've done some arraignments are, especially when there's a bail arguments, they can last for an hour. But obviously in this case, there's no bail. So the actual arraignment, the time in the courtroom will not be any different than most defendants. There's not really, it's actually take less time. He already has an attorney. He speaks English. He's going to plead not guilty, and everything's been handled beforehand. So I don't expect the court time to take a lot. What took the time was all this security and all these white shirts that had to be summoned for this case.
All right, the courtroom that they're in, as I understand it, is part 59. At least that's the one, the doors they walked into. Misty, have you been in that courtroom?
I sure have. I've been in most of the courtrooms in this courthouse.
All right, well, the one we care about is part 59. Describe it for us.
It's many of the courtrooms in this particular building are all very similar. The judge sits in the very back of the room. There are two tables, a defense and prosecution table in front. You have the seal of the state of New York on the wall. There's a galley where, in general, there would be people who are viewing a trial, or if this was not the arraignment of the President of the United States, there might be other attorneys in that room waiting for their case to be called and to come up to the bench. So it is a very traditional, typical courtroom. I believe this is the room that this judge is generally in. We call the room numbers parts in New York. And I imagine that you got Donald Trump on the left side and the prosecutors on the right side with the judge facing forward. And that's where all of the procedures are going to be taking place.
It's really remarkable in the age of social media and that everybody has a camera and that everybody can post anything, that we have not seen a single picture of Donald Trump inside the courtroom, inside the courthouse, and there is your very first picture. This is from the pool photographers there, and you can see the president flanked by his three lawyers, Todd Blanchie, Susan Nichols, and Joseph Tacopina. As we understand, these pictures were taken just before court got underway. Whether or not the judge was inside there or not, we don't know. Guys, and I'm going to bring you all in on sort of the mechanisms of this. How are these pictures coming to us, and are there going to be more? Let me see if the control room, are we getting these off a feed? So we're getting these off a feed from what is called the pool feed. So all the media organizations agree that we're all going to share everything. There were only 5 photographers let in. And this is the only picture so far that's been released. You can imagine between the 5 photographers, there would be more. Emily Jashinsky, just take us through, and I know Phil Wegman's got some great reporting on this as well, the decision to send out that T-shirt fundraising email. And I can just imagine we're going to start getting these side-by-sides of these pictures, the T-shirt fundraising email that looks like a fake mugshot. What does the Trump campaign and what does Donald Trump, the greatest showman on earth, want to portray by this picture, this look?
But let's understand, we have a two-party system. If you're telling me that by not supporting, if it were Donald Trump, that we're going to keep going down this path of big government, socialism, massive inflation, a lack of economic
we got the wrong audio.
We
got the wrong audio. We're not really sure who that was talking or how that ended up on air. Emily Jashinsky with the Federalist. Are you still here? Can you still hear me? Oh, no. May Mailman, former White House counsel's office with the president. May, appreciate you being with us. You've been in the White House. You know what Donald Trump likes to portray. What was the image that the former president wanted here? What does this face mean?
I mean, oddly, he looks a little bored, which, of course, this is the least boring day in his life in quite a while. So, you know, it's hard to tell because this isn't really a trial. He's not really in front of anything that we've ever seen before. This is a pure political production. And so I think that he's just trying to portray nothing here. And then we'll move to his show later. His show will start as soon as he leaves this courtroom and will carry on to his primetime address tonight. So this is a nothing. No one pay attention to this. This isn't a real trial. You know, this judge is not here to, you know, be the face of the rule of law. this is nothing. And then if you're going to play political games, we're going to play political games, but it's going to be, I'm going to be a part of that too, because he's the presidential candidate here.
Yeah, and certainly the former president enjoys being in control. I guess, Misty and Michael, who's with us as well, we'll start with Michael. The thing that I'm struck by when I see this picture is you've got the former president of the United States who for so long held himself out as something different, always in control, the most important man in the room, on and on and on and on. And now he looks sitting at a defendant's table, kind of exactly the same as a lot of white-collar defendants do in court.
Well, he's the defendant. He doesn't have anything to do in that courtroom. It's very...
Hey, Michael, I'm going to interrupt you. You're going to want to hear this. Robert Sherman just now has the first look at the indictment that we've gotten. Robert, go ahead and start reading.
Yeah, we're getting this piece by piece, but we have a producer inside the courthouse who, again, electronics were not allowed inside court, so is only getting this out now. We know that there are 34 felony counts for falsifying business records in the first degree. Obviously, we know that a not guilty plea was issued by the former president's staff. We're getting this piece by piece, Leland, so I should have a few more tidbits in the next couple of seconds, but that's what we have, 34 felony counts for falsifying business records in the first degree.
All right, and so just in terms of, for those of you keeping score at home, the reporting that there were 30 plus counts is correct. That could be because as far as we know, there were only 2 acts looked at, the payoff to Stormy Daniels, possibly the payoff to Karen McDougal, the Playboy Playmate. Conceivably, these would be for each individual check or each individual accounting record of these. Michael DeSharo, and we don't know this, so I'm going to tread very carefully here. We put up right now on the screen Trump facing 34 felony counts. Do we know that each one of these is felony, guys, or are we thinking that because the AP's reporting was only 1 felony count? Do we know if the unsealed indictment is 34? All right, Robert Sherman is now saying that these are 34 individual felony accounts. Michael, what do you make of that?
Okay, so they're felony counts. And what are they based on? Are they based on simply the payments, or are they based on the business dealings, the real estate dealings that he was being investigated with before? That's the real question. Somebody could take a look at the actual language of the charging document.
Yeah, and we don't have the charging document. What's happening is that there is some producers in the courtroom, no electronics allowed, who are basically running out at certain times to send out a note to everyone, a pool note, if you will, about what has happened. And the first major things were the 34 felony counts for falsifying business records in first degree, not guilty plea entered. So far, nothing else new from inside the courtroom. Misty, I feel silly almost asking this, but this is what we all have seen it in Law and Order. How do they deal with the issue of bail? If he is now a felony defendant, don't they have to in some way set bail, or has this already been agreed to between the president's lawyers and the DA?
No, great question, Leland. In New York State, the rules are pretty clear on bail, and especially when you have these crimes which are put into that pool of white-collar crimes. There is no bail. Bail is not something that will be addressed today because he will be released on his own recognizance. And that is just the way that these types of cases are handled in New York for any defendant. There could have been perhaps an analysis if you had someone who's a flight risk. We don't have anything like that here with Donald Trump. We have the most recognizable person on the planet. We don't have somebody who's going to be able to split and leave. And so he will be released on his own recognizance under New York State law and rules relating to bail.
Yeah, and he also has a Secret Service detail following around and with him at every minute. May Mailman, formerly of the White House counsel's office, sort of said the president looks a little bored almost, shoulders a little hunched over there as he sat. I want to talk real quick as we bring in Michael DeSharo back. What do you make and I'm going by names here, but Todd Blanchie, who is the president's newest criminal defense attorney, as we look at that picture, he would be sitting, I think, first chair, if we can put the picture back up, guys. Then Susan, Donald Trump, Joe Tacopina, and then I believe, although it's far off, possibly Boris Epstein at the far end of the table. Michael, what do you make of the lineup of lawyers there?
I mean, these are all very experienced attorneys, but the lead lawyer is Joe Tacopina. That's why he's filling out there the notice of appearance, which is, it's kind of comical to see it in this case. He actually has to fill out a piece of paper that says, I represent Donald Trump, and give it to the court. So he is the lead attorney in the case. And there's going to be plenty of work for them to do, because if this is going to be a trial, it's going to involve cross-examining witnesses, going through a lot of documents, which Mr. Blanche, I know, has a lot of experience with white-collar crime. I'm not sure about the other ones.
All right. And obviously, Joe Tacopina has been the more outspoken member, shall we say, of the legal team. You know, Misty, the president has been very negative about this judge. You have a different feeling about him. But at what point, A, is it sort of not advisable to attack the judge in your case? But B, is there some motion for the judge to recuse himself, or to say, hey, judge, you know, our defendant, which he now is, although also the former president, doesn't want you as the judge anymore?
Yeah, so it's absolutely his First Amendment right to speak out against the judge. Is it advisable? Absolutely not. Defense attorney's nightmare for the client to go out there and speak negatively about the judge. This particular judge, he's very fair. I don't think he will hold that against him. As far as a recusal motion, there is a mechanism in New York State court to say that the judge is biased and therefore cannot preside over this particular trial with this defendant. In this case, there does not appear to be any evidence that would support that. Remember, it's not just like the judge doesn't like me. The New York State rule is very, very specific and strict. There has to be something real, tangible, some sort of conflict of interest that is truly going to be problematic for a fair trial. We don't have that here. And his lawyer said as much. Joe Tacopina said as much about those statements that were made.
All right, we're still trying to get a hold of this indictment itself, which we understand will give us a lot more information on these 34 felony counts in what is called in the first degree. So, Michael, back to you. Falsifying business records in the first degree as a felony, what are the elements of that crime?
Well, there's a duty to report. There's a duty to report accurately. It has to be conduct in a course of business. But other than that, it can be very amorphous. It can apply to all businesses, and we just don't know if it applies to the real estate or if it applies to falsifying documents to the election commission, or that's what we're really waiting for. And I also don't understand.
Hold on. Help me out here, though, because if it relates to either the Stormy Daniels payoff or the Karen McDougal payoff, we've been told that these are misdemeanor charges unless you can get a second included crime. And now you're off on real estate transactions. So I'm trying to figure out how that all comes together. I know it does, but my synapses aren't firing.
I don't know how you get 34 felony charges out of some checks, and I don't know.
I guess what I'm asking is this the beginning of Alvin Bragg with the potential ace up his sleeve, or what we've seen indications that potentially this is way more than just Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal?
Based on the number 34, I believe so.
Wow.
I think Mr. Bragg, like I said before, pulled a bait and switch, allowed us to discuss Stormy Daniels because that's sexy, but now we're bringing in business documents related to his real estate dealings that Mr. Pomerantz investigated and were declined to be prosecuted back a year ago or 2 years ago.
I've got two attorneys, so I'm going to get at least 5 opinions. Misty, do you agree?
Look, I think there's the possibility that this goes outside payments made to Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal, but I actually think that you can get 34 charges out of that, and I'll tell you why. There's a really important element to the falsification of business records. It's with the intent to defraud. That's going to be critical, and that's going to be a big part of the defense case. You're not going to see the IRS behind the table. You're not going to see some family behind the table saying who was harmed in this case. So that intent to defraud, critical to the case. What is falsification of business records? Omitting something, telling somebody not to file something, could be any host of things relating to those business records. So Leland, for example, you're paying a phony retainer, right? That's part of what this case is about. Well, every time you make a filing with respect to taxes, every time you report something to an accountant, all of those different transactions and all of those different records that relate back to the original payment could be potentially a second count, another count that leads up to us this 34. Now, is there something more to it? Well, that's certainly a possibility. In order for all of these counts to be a felony, because those are just misdemeanors, to be a Class E felony, every single count would be for the purpose of covering up another crime. What's that other crime? Well, we don't know yet, but we suspect it's election fraud. It's to cover up campaign finance violations. So that's how this all fits together. I think you can get 34. Think about it in any business sense. You know, you don't just pay the check, then you report it to your accountant. We're talking about a high net worth individual with lots of different mechanisms here. So once you go to the paper trail, you absolutely could get there, but maybe there's more to it.
Yeah, and I'm thinking about May Malman. The president has sort of set the expectations game very, very, very low on this. He has made it seem as though that this is kind of frivolous because it's about payoffs to Stormy Daniels, which is hard to say and sort of take seriously as how could paying off a porn star to be quiet really be that serious of an issue? All of these resources expended over possibly Karen McDougal. Again, how can this be serious enough? How is this not a political persecution, in the words of the former president? I guess what I'm asking is that if Michael is right, and there's a lot more to this, and this isn't just 34 different entries in accounting ledgers of basically the same two payoffs that we already know about. If there's something more here, was this expectations game played very badly? Because suddenly now this will seem like a much bigger deal when we were promised it would be absolutely nothing.
No, I think people already have their minds made up about whether this is political or frivolous or not. So even if we see some other transaction be targeted by the DA, I think it'll seem even more political to people who are inclined to see it that way, as if he's just trying to pile on, throw things at the wall, throw the kitchen sink at Donald Trump, which we know he wants to do. The New York Times had reporting over the weekend about hiring additional people on the team and just really having a full get Trump effort, and that this Stormy Daniels line seemed to be the one that might stick, but that doesn't mean that he wasn't looking at other things. As you were reporting last night, 76% of Americans see this as political. And I think that's why Donald Trump is getting a boost in the polls. People want to move to,
Michael DeSharo, what is taking so long inside that courtroom?
I don't know if the judge is on the bench yet.
Well, we do. I think we do because he's pled not guilty. He pled not guilty, at least by our count, almost 15 minutes ago.
Okay. Then we have the defense is going to, they've entered the plea, and now it's time for them to exit. It shouldn't take that long, but it's not. Are they going to clear out the courtroom before they let Mr. Trump leave, or is he going to go through the side door? I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, he at least walked into the courtroom past the cameras. Chuck, at what point is it the former president's choice on the optics here? Would it have been his choice, the Secret Service's choice, the court's choice, whether or not this camera picked up him walking those 12 steps?
Yeah, I think all the above. The Secret Service, the court officers, they own the space. So it's safe. Everybody in there is either law enforcement or they've been swept coming into the building. So there's no concerns there. The president can do whatever he wants. There's no moving pieces here. Everything is set. The only thing that has to move is the detail when the former president moves. Everything all the way down to the outside area with the secure perimeter It's all ready to go. Leland, if I can get a second, I wanted to comment on one thing about Trump's team's ability to avoid the optics of being in custody. No photos of him being fingerprinted, no mugshots, no other information coming out of what that process felt like. But if you look in the courtroom, if you look at the tight shot, it looks like a civil trial. But when you expand out in that picture and you see the two court officers, the bailiffs, standing directly behind him, that portrays the visual that he is in fact in custody until the judge says he's not.
That's a great point. And if you look at his body language, I don't think I've ever really seen Donald Trump sort of look with his shoulders slumped, kind of forlorn, perhaps not the usually defiant scowl that we've seen. We understand right now, 3 p.m. Eastern, as the former president of the United States is still in the courtroom, part 59, if you watch Law and Order, in terms of courtrooms, that's what they're called, parts, not numbers. Part 59 courtroom in the Manhattan courthouse in Lower Manhattan. The shot you are looking at looks down the hallway, and we are waiting to see if the former president walks out the way he walked in. The indictment's been unsealed. We don't have it. We do know, and we're the first to report, that it is a 34-count felony indictment for falsifying business records. And the former president of the United States has pleaded not guilty to those counts of falsifying business records in the first degree. We're starting to get just a very little bit of movement outside of the courtroom. Misty, to you, other than the procedural things of when motions are due, do you have a lawyer? Do you understand the charges against you and the like? What is there? Hold on. We're going to just sit on this for a second. It looks like the doors to the courtroom are opening. Guys, can we turn up the volume here just on the chance that we get somebody saying something as they walk out? Mm-hmm. Misty, if they've opened the doors to the courtroom, that means people are coming out, correct?
Yeah, it looks like it. So I think what probably happened is we're going through the scheduling. The judge is explaining what being released on your own recognizance means. It means you're released, but when you are scheduled to appear, you must appear, that you can't not come just because you leave. Probably something about you're free to go back to Florida, but you have to be in New York when you have to be in New York and when the court says you have to be in New York. There may have been some kind of warning. I do not think this judge would have a gag order. I don't think that would be anything that would happen at this juncture, but there may be a warning that, hey, look, depending on what comes out in the public sphere, there could be a gag order in place. Keep in mind, the lawyers, there are ethical rules that control what the lawyers can say on the courthouse steps. There are not rules relating to the defendant unless the court imposes rules. So I imagine that that could be some of what is going on now as we await the exit from the courtroom after these procedural issues have been handled.
Yeah, and there's going to be a flood of information coming out, about what happened inside the courtroom, because at least for the past 35 minutes or so since the former president walked in, it has been a black hole other than the picture you see below me, and then the little bit of information of 34 felony counts. We were led to believe that it was a number of counts, but misdemeanor charges. The fact that there are 34 felony counts is very different, raises a lot of questions. Michael DeSharo brought up the idea of a bait and switch. This may have nothing to do, or very little to do, with the payoffs to Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal. That would drastically change everybody's talking points. Alvin Bragg, the district attorney in Manhattan, is expected to speak to the media a little later. It appears as though they're behind schedule, which is pretty consistent with almost everything involving the former president, and frankly, everything involving oftentimes anything having to do with courts and campaigns. But we were told for 3:30 Eastern for Alvin Bragg. That may now get pushed a little bit later. We're at 3 Eastern right now. So Alvin Bragg speaks sometime in the next hour or so. It appears as though he was in the courtroom representing the state of New York, which, at least so far, the only pictures we've gotten are of President Trump and his lawyers. As Chuck Marino, the Secret Service, pointed out, also of the court officers the uniformed law enforcement standing behind the former president. He was not handcuffed. And so far, there's no pictures that have leaked of the former president inside this courthouse. Stephanie Grisham, to you, former spokesperson for the president, what do you just make of his entry to the courtroom, what sort of the face he had on, and then that body language? You've spent a lot of time with him. I've never really seen him hunched over, little forlorn, certainly not, sort of showing a confident, defiant look.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. That was not a Donald Trump I have seen very often. It struck me when he went inside, he didn't have the usual, group of aides that he has with him. He just had Secret Service. So I think that
I'm just gonna. I hate to correct you because there were a couple different things. We did see Jason Miller walk in, and
right.
Boris Epstein as well. What do you make of that?
Well, I could go on about that, but it just shows you the quality of staff that is around him right now.
Fair enough. What do you make, though, and you know Donald Trump very well, they're totally dark. The inner circle of Trump world, and I've talked to other reporters who are well-sourced as well, it's not just me, but they've gone totally dark. That is so unlike this team.
Yes. Yeah, you're right. Well, it's so much smaller now. I mean, when we were on the campaign in 2015, 2016, the team was very dark in the beginning, too. And when there were maybe, I think, 14, 15 of us, it was a very dark, nobody leaked, nobody talked. But as it grew, of course, and the capacity for leaks grew, and then you got into the White House, and that was just, as you well know, never ending leaks and drama and backstabbing and changes of staff. And so now they're back to that lean, mean campaign. I think they're trying to replicate as it was in the beginning.
Yeah, it's certainly a much more insular circle. The audio's up, and we see the door to the courtroom, I should say, opening in closing. Chuck Marino, in terms of just sort of what we're about to see, the president walks out. We don't think there's any other stops. And then he goes downstairs to the same cars. They leave, motorcade out to LaGuardia Airport. The one thing that we're waiting for, and I still can't figure out what's taking so long, Michael DeSharo, where's the indictment? Where is this?
It's a great question. This is not something that even if they went through if they read every count, it wouldn't take this long. So I'm not sure what the delay is or what sort of process the judge is going through. Maybe going through every single part of an arraignment that is legally required. I could definitely see that. Like I said before, a question like, if you want the court to appoint you with an attorney, we can. He's crossing all the T's and dotting all the I's.
Yeah, well, we heard from Misty that this judge in particular does it by the book. He's presided over other cases involving the former president as well. Stephanie, what is the plan for tonight, right? We saw them send out the pictures of the T-shirt that sort of has a fake mugshot on it, raising money, that from the president's campaign team. We've seen them raise money off of this. He is portraying himself as the victim, that he is being persecuted, in his words, by Democrats because he's fighting for the common man and woman. He goes back to Mar-a-Lago for a speech tonight. He'll speak after Alvin Bragg does. Is he disciplined enough to speak more about the American people than what he put out on social media today? I can't believe what's happening in America, my parenthetical, to me.
The short answer is no. The people that will be surrounding him tonight are all supporters. And in that environment, he generally gets more and more comfortable to just speak off the cuff and say what he wants. Now, I think it'll depend on what the judge says to him inside. I think that the gravity of this moment has probably hit him, especially, in seeing that picture. But depending on what the judge says, if the judge really admonishes him about what he says and not, saying too much about this case, he may be scared straight, if I may use that term, and have the discipline, at least for this evening. I don't think it would last, though. I think at some point he's going to get on his Truth Social and have to go on and on in all caps like he was doing last night and today.
Yeah, Michael, to you, talk about admonishing a defendant to keep his mouth shut. The whole criminal justice system in America, as well it should be for a former president and for anybody else, you've got the right to an attorney, and you are presumed innocent until proven guilty. I can't remember a time that a defendant has been told to be quiet. How could a judge do that? Because the only thing that you're defending is you getting a fair trial.
Well, you have the freedom of speech. It's just you don't have it in the courtroom. So courtroom decorum must be followed. The only person.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about after court.
I don't think this judge would say anything like that. This is the leading Republican presidential candidate. I don't think the judge would overstep. To me, it would be overstepping his bounds because this is clearly going to be part of the campaign. And let's not forget, 80 million people voted for this person. So this is such a different world than any of this are used to. We are going to be learning things as we move along.
Yeah, we're sort of learning kind of in all in real time together. The last news really to come out of 34 felony counts was 25 minutes ago. That's when he pled not guilty. So far, the arraignment now is taking a whole lot longer than we ever thought it would. I'm looking here right now. We're trying to see small thing. I'm just trying to see if we've got any contentious back and forth here. We're getting a little bit of color from inside the courtroom right now, but nothing that we're able to go to air with. Real quick, Misty, and I say real quick just because we want to make sure we can get in and hear the president leave. What is the president's legal team's options that if this is taking longer, if this is now we're at 25 or 30 minutes, maybe even 40 minutes of an arraignment, is there anything they could be arguing or anything that they could be asking the court to rule on right now?
They could be making motions for change of venue. They could be making those types of motions. I don't suspect that they are, and that's based on some comments by lead lawyer Joe Tacopina, that they intended to ask for a motion schedule so they could submit motion papers on all of these different legal arguments that we've addressed. There's the possibility that they're raising some of that. There could be questions, Leland, about process, just given the fact, and maybe the release of the indictment to the media. There might be questions about process because we do have a situation with a high level of interest, obviously public interest, media attention. So there could be other issues that we just couldn't really predict from these chairs about what's going on. Maybe it's exiting the courtroom safely. We don't know. That extra element of Secret Service being involved in high security, could that be something that's delaying the process? Absolutely possible. But there is the possibility that certain motions are being raised. I just do not believe that that is the case in this particular on this particular day and at this particular time. I think they're going to put that for another day where they can fully brief them and lay out all those legal arguments.
It's just remarkable that in the day and age of everyone having a cell phone, everything being on Twitter, everything being televised, we have literally the eyes of the world upon a courtroom in Manhattan, and we know nothing about what is going on inside. We've gotten one piece of news in almost 30 minutes, which is that it's 34 felony counts, and beyond that, nothing. And it speaks to sort of the way the New York courts do things, the way this judge does things, because we don't have anybody inside the courtroom with an electronic device, believe it or not, to tell us what's happening inside the courtroom. So we now wait for the biggest thing being the indictment itself, which will tell us what Alvin Bragg is basing these 34 counts on. Notably and noteworthy that these are 34 felony counts. We had been told over and over by the Trump team that these were misdemeanors. So that definitely changes things. It changes the burden of proof. It changes what has to be proved, the elements of the crime, still beyond a reasonable doubt. But certainly more things have to be proven for felonies in this falsifying business records law in New York than have to be proven for misdemeanors. Stephanie Grisham is back with us. Stephanie, we get that the president's trying to turn this around and play it to his advantage. At what point does that dynamic flip, maybe not with his die-hard supporters, but with the Trump agnostic folks who are still angry at Alvin Bragg over things? And the second part would be, at what point do the people who are angry at Alvin Bragg and have coalesced around Donald Trump or coalesced around being against Alvin Bragg that are Republicans, at what point could that change if, big if, what we see in this indictment is different than what we've all expected?
Right. If there's, well, depending on how the indictment is laid out, if there seems to be, irrefutable proof in there, I think that people will start to quiet down. I don't think the attacks on Bragg or just the process or weaponizing of the judicial system are going to stop. It's certainly not for Republicans. But I do think, this is the start of a steady drip of court issues that are going to be happening. Think about this. In 3 weeks, he's going to be in New York again. It's a civil case, but for rape. And then you've got the other 3 federal and criminal investigations that are going on. So there's a lot going on, and it's going to be a steady drip. And I think that this string of trouble will not help him get back the votes that he lost in 2020. So while this might be in the short term helping him with fundraising, helping him, his base is very riled up. They're certainly very loud on social media and at rallies and at these kinds of little protests, but they're not loud at the voting booths. They're just not. And I think that I'm not sure, I'm in the minority, that he'll make it through the primary. But if he does, I think this is not bode well for the general. He's not going to get the votes back that he lost, certainly not with all of this baggage and potential corruption that's going to come to light.
Well, and we talked to George Will about this a little bit. There's 2 sides to that coin, that if this is only about payoffs to Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal, there is a sense of fairness and irritation, perhaps, by some in the way that it helped Bill Clinton, that the takedown of Bill Clinton or attempted takedown of Bill Clinton over Monica Lewinsky was sort of, people didn't really like it. Even if they didn't like Bill Clinton, they didn't like that less. And there are certainly people who may not like Donald Trump, but don't really feel as though this is what in America you go after people on. All right, we're going to bring back Michael DeSharo and Misty when we understand at least what is in this indictment. As I think, Michael, we're well past how long any of us thought this would take.
Yes, now this has become a mystery. I think Misty may be right. They may be getting into it. They may be getting into some issues with the judge. So I at this point, I would have been out of with a regular defendant, I would have been out of there 30 minutes ago. But things may be happening and there issues may be brought up that require the court's attention.
Yeah, Misty, how much Michael Cohen, who's at the center of all of this, who has flipped on Donald Trump and obviously has made it no secret how he feels about Donald Trump and what he thinks should happen to Donald Trump and on and on and on. How much does the fact that he is at the center of this case, at least what we believe to know about this case, at some point, could we, and I'm just tossing this out here because we don't know, so we ask questions, is this the kind of thing that the judge could throw some of these counts out and just say there's not enough evidence here at the very beginning of this?
It's possible, but I wouldn't imagine that would happen today. It could certainly happen on motion papers, but credibility is always a question for a jury. Michael Cohen, probably the definition of a non-credible witness. What you learn in law school is what makes a witness credible and non-credible. He has every facet of being a non-credible witness. However, that's usually a jury issue. The type of decisions that happen pre-trial relate to whether or not there is enough evidence to move forward under the charges and under the elements of those charges. So there might be decisions on the law that do not relate to credibility. They would relate to the legal theory. They would relate to statute of limitations. They would relate to preemption issues, but they wouldn't get into credibility pre-trial. However, when you get to trial, if Michael Cohen is your star witness and you don't have anything else, I would say you're in trouble as a prosecutor.
Yeah, and we've been led to believe that Alvin Bragg brought in other people and has tried to shore this up. Michael Cohen has issued statements basically saying, look, you don't have to believe me. I've got all the documents to prove it. I keep going back to that picture of outside the courtroom, that the entire world is watching a hallway in New York City with a number of police officers, state court officers, quite literally milling around, and you can see at least one or two Secret Service agents guarding the door, where the former president of the United States just pled not guilty to 34 felony counts. So we are watching this unfold all together. Alvin Bragg is going to speak, the prosecutor in New York, at some point later this afternoon. Everything has been pushed back by significant numbers of hours at this point. So who knows? We're now 6 hours away from when the former president is scheduled to speak from Mar-a-Lago. It's hard to imagine the world in which that time schedule is kept. So we're all tuned in this together. Another one of the court officers just walking out. We'll wait to see if the president walks out. Then bring back in now Michael DeSharo, famed Bronx former district attorney, assistant district attorney, now a criminal defense attorney in the city of New York. You said that there's a head fake, that Alvin Bragg had may have had something totally different up his sleeve than Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal. Is the fact that we're so far into this arraignment speak to that?
It's very possible. As Misty said, if Michael Cohen is your star, you got a problem, my friend. So I imagine Mr. Bragg trying to shore up this witness, saying, you don't have to believe him. Here's all this other stuff. And the other stuff may be real estate related, business related. That's the play that I would have gone with if you're bringing such a high profile case, because the leaks came from his office. Someone in his office leaked grand jury, someone in his office leaked what it was about. So this may be, and frankly, now I'm at a complete mystery as to what's going on in this courtroom, because as Misty knows, these arraignments happen very fast for the average defendant.
Yeah, it's sort of, we were already in uncharted territory. Now we're sort of really in uncharted territory, that nothing we really expected out of this arraignment is happening. We still don't have the indictment. The indictment is much more extensive than any of the reporting had led us to believe. Not only is it 34 counts, but it is 34 felony accounts. That has been confirmed by Robert Sherman. The former president has pled not guilty. As we looked at it, things should be over, and they are far from over. We're now well into 40 minutes of this arraignment, possibly even longer. Stephanie Grisham, to you, former White House press secretary. The Trump legal team may have caught a break, or I should say the Trump public relations team may have caught a break, in that this is the first case. You've got Georgia and you've got the special counsel investigation, second and third coming up. How much of the Trump strategy right now is about trying to sort of make this a proxy case for all the other ones because they think this one's the easiest to beat?
I mean, they are going to double and triple down on this. And I think you're absolutely right. I think this will almost be a practice case. I hate to say it like that because it is still a criminal case and felonies are a big deal. But I think they're going to continue to just play the victim, and they're going to continue to kind of see how these things, flush out, and they're going to continue to fundraise. They're going to use every single thing that anybody else would see as a negative and try to turn it into a positive for him. That's just how they work.
To be fair, they're pretty good at it, and they've been very successful.
Very good at it.
They're very good at it and been very successful doing it. I think there's an interesting split screen if we can get it. You have two men who are likely to run against each other in the 2024 nomination, in 2024 presidential race. It is Joe Biden, who is currently at the White House, and it is Donald Trump, who is currently in a courtroom in New York City. And the side-by-side is something the Democrats are going to want to hammer home again and again and again. Michael Starr Hopkins with us, Democratic strategist. What do you make of the White House and President Biden, and then President Biden's inner circle as well, and typically the people who speak for him and are very supportive, largely staying away from this case and commenting on it?
he's celebrating this. I mean, look, this is a tragedy. And the idea that we're having an American president being charged with potentially 34 felonies, that's not good for our democracy. And so as we move forward, I think you're going to continue to see a White House that's quiet, that doesn't celebrate, that doesn't, spike the football. And I think that's exactly what the nation needs. It's part of the reason that President Biden was elected. It's that notion that we're getting back to some semblance of normality. And even while you're seeing President Trump being formally charged, you're seeing a White House being quiet. And that's exactly what they should be doing.
Well, and I don't know if we can get the split screen of the White House and the courtroom, but that is the split screen that the White House wants, do they not? Of calm normalcy, and we can all argue back and forth, but at some level, they want as much as they can hone in on President Biden being president and Donald Trump dealing with these other issues, shall we say?
Absolutely. I mean, when we were going through the COVID crisis...
Oh, there he is. Just listen.
How did you plead, President Trump? How did you plead? President Trump.
So...
Everyone is to stay put. That's what we did. Okay. Take it. You want to take us?
Okay, so roughly 1 hour after President Trump walked in, the former president of the United States has walked out of a courtroom in Manhattan. He has pled not guilty to 34 felony counts, and you can see and hear that he said nothing to the media on the way in or way out, and now we have more milling around. We expect the president to leave the courthouse a lot quicker than the time it took from when he got inside the courthouse to when he went into the courtroom. So now we'll switch at times to our outside view as we await the president's motorcade. We understand he is headed right to LaGuardia Airport and flies to Florida, where he will speak tonight. The next live event, Alvin Bragg, the district attorney, will speak to the media about this 34 felony count indictment. And back to Michael DeSharo, former assistant district attorney in the Bronx, now criminal defense attorney. I keep going back to this. 34 felony counts, way different than the reporting, and almost a 45-minute long arraignment, way longer than we were led to believe. What do you make of both?
It sounds like they took their time. They may have read each count in open court. Usually what's called waiving the reading, which is what you do because you don't want to sit there and listen to boring counts. You can read them for yourself.
All right, hold on. And I'm just going to stop you, Michael. The former president's walking out of the courthouse. That didn't take long. One elevator ride down. Jason Miller, you can see getting in one of the Secret Service Suburbans. And the former president will walk into the Suburban. It looks like they've got him turned around now and ready to depart for LaGuardia Airport. Bring back in Chuck Mariano, former supervisory special agent with the Secret Service, who's done an awful lot of presidential protection and former presidential protection. Boy, in terms of the scare and the fear and this is going to be another January 6th and there's going to be riots in the streets of Manhattan and everything else, this has been about as tame of a morning and early afternoon in Manhattan as you can possibly believe.
That's exactly right. This is the way we like all the protective visits to go. And, kudos to NYPD and the Secret Service and others for the planning that they did here. I mean, definitely unprecedented times. But as you've said over and over, Leland, at the end of the day, these agencies are doing this every day. Yes, we're getting a lot more attention to this. Yes, there's a lot more resources involved, especially when we're talking about a former president. But it went off without a hitch. They were able to do it. Now, the long-term question is, how does all this get paid for by the taxpayers of New York should this go to a lengthy trial?
Yeah, you make a great point, and you said this earlier, that all of this security, the shutting downs of the streets, the calling up of all 36,000 NYPD officers, on and on and on, is not reimbursed. So at some point, the taxpayers of New York, if there is a trial, are going to have to decide how long they are willing to pay and how many days they are willing to pay for this giant production. And I will use that word liberally that occurs when the former president of the United States comes down. You can see a lot of people out there. Is Robert Sherman, our correspondent on the ground, available? Robert Sherman's with us as the former president heads to LaGuardia. All right, Robert, this took a lot longer. What was happening outside the courtroom, and we still don't have the indictment?
And we're still waiting on our producer to get clear of the courtroom and be able to give us the exact details that took place inside court. We'll tell you this, you look around here, you are starting to see some people clear out a little bit. The tone here has really dropped down. It's a lot more calm out in front of this courthouse right now. We know that the former president is expected to be on his way shortly, heading off to LaGuardia Airport. So it's all just about wrapped up here in terms of what was happening in court. Of course, we will be hearing from the district attorney's office shortly, but still waiting on a few more of those specific details as to what exactly happened in court and what those charges specifically look like. But still 34 felony counts falsifying business records, Leland.
Yeah, Chuck Marino with us as we follow the president's motorcade. I'm in a little bit of sort of, I think you have to almost make the point that typically when it is the president of the United States, the news helicopters are not allowed above the motorcade. And now that it is a former president, we sort of see in minute detail the motorcade moving and all of the Secret Service's movements along the way, which there's an irony to that. I don't know what it is, though.
Yeah, definitely an irony. I mean, we would prefer that doesn't happen, but these are the limitations when you're protecting a former president. You don't get all the bells and whistles in the sense of security and protective operations that you do with the president or even the vice president, for that matter. So what we're seeing is an enhancement of what is really a normal looking and operating protection detail that does not typically garner much attention. Yeah. This is the exception. We've got a presidential sized motorcade that doesn't come with all the presidential, I
think there's probably a lot of Secret Service agents who are going to be very happy to get back to Mar-a-Lago and deal only with moving the former president to and from the golf course.
That's right.
Yeah. Just a note from the pool as we bring in George Will, a NewsNation senior contributor. President Trump did not take questions from the cluster of reporters gathered in the hallway, never coming within 30 yards of us. Court police set up 2 sets of metal barricades between the press and the path that Trump took to and from the courtroom as we look at the presidential motorcade making its way to LaGuardia Airport for perhaps the fastest trip to LaGuardia in recent memory. If you know anything about New York traffic as they head up, I believe that's the East River on their way to LaGuardia. George Will with us now. George, so far we haven't seen the indictment. But the one thing we have seen is the picture of the former president sort of hunched over, as Chuck pointed out rightly, with 2 court officers behind him. This is now a former president as a defendant in a criminal case.
Yes, but we don't really know yet to the extent to which, if any, it's a felony case as opposed to a misdemeanor.
I'm just going to stop. I'm going to stop you because we do. Reporting from Robert Sherman, it is now a 34-count felony indictment. All felonies.
Then the question is, how did they get to the felony? How did they take the misdemeanor, which is the falsifying of business records, and bootstrap it into, pick your verb, into a felony? It could be this is just what we've been talking about, you and I and others today and in previous days, that this is just a way to connect it somehow to the campaign finance laws and the prohibition of using corporate funds to influence a federal election. If so, 34 is a big brassy number, but we haven't learned anything, if that's indeed what the 34 come down to.
Yeah, Michael DeSharo made the point because we didn't think it was going to be 34 felonies. And second of all, that the fact that they are all felonies, if it was simply for every accounting error, it may even further play into President Trump's hand that there may be something we don't know and have not even understood was in those indictments. And this would be the question. If it turns out to be 34 individual checks and business records that were falsified, connected to sort of a cockamamie federal election campaign finance violation, on and on and on, that's strung together, that plays very well for Donald Trump. Donald Trump has downplayed expectations. Life is about expectations, as are politics. If, as the president heads to LaGuardia, we hear that this is about something greater than Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal, an adult film star and a Playboy playmate, do we have a different ballgame on our hands?
Sure. But it's interesting that you and I and your guests today have trouble imagining what that extra thing would be. If it's 34, as you say, bookkeeping problems. I'm not a great mathematician, but 34 times not very much turns out to be not very much. So we're just going to have to wait and see.
Well, we do wait and see, and that's the big question. I'm going to bring in Michael DeSharo. Let's go to Misty real quick, and then we'll head over to May Malman. Misty, I still can't understand this. We were promised that we are going to get the indictment. How is something that has already now been read in open court not publicly available?
It's pretty surprising, but that would be something that's up to the judge with respect to logistics. And I'm wondering if that's one of the reasons why this took a bit longer. Perhaps there was some discussion of how the actual indictment is going to be released to the media. I, like you, Leland, we've all been sitting here with bated breath waiting for it, expected to have it after open court was concluded. But clearly there must be some process in place. Perhaps the district attorney will speak to that. I see that our imaging says that looks like he might be coming up soon. Maybe the district attorney will speak to when that will become publicly available. I think Michael DeSharo made an excellent and brilliant point that I didn't think of. I'm wondering if during the indictment process
Misty,
they talked about some of the leaks.
I'm going to just stop you right now, because we now have a statement from Bragg with the indictment. So we are going to get the indictment out to all of you guys. Do we know if Bragg's press conference is at the same building, guys? All right. I'm going to start reading this now, and you're going to learn this at the same time we do. Alvin Bragg announced today the indictment of Donald J. Trump for falsifying New York business records in order to conceal damaging information and unlawful activity from American voters before and after the 2016 election. During the election, Trump and others employed a catch-and-kill scheme to identify, purchase, and bury negative information about him and boost his electoral prospects. So far, this seems to be about Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal. Trump then went to great lengths to hide his conduct, causing dozens of false entries in business records to conceal criminal activity, including attempts to violate state and federal election laws. This is how we get to the felonies. He's now charged in New York Supreme Court with 34 counts of falsifying business records in the first degree. The people of the state of New York allege that Trump repeatedly and fraudulently falsified New York business records to conceal crimes that hid damaging information. Now he's trying to justify why this prosecution is important. Manhattan is home to the country's most significant business market. We cannot allow New York businesses to manipulate their records to cover up criminal conduct. As a statement of facts, and Michael, pay attention, you're up next. The trail of money and lies exposes a pattern that the people allege violates one of New York's basic fundamental business laws. As this office has done time and time again, we uphold our solemn responsibility to ensure that everyone stands equal before the law. In one instance, American media paid $30,000 to former Trump doorman who claimed to have a story about a Trump child out of wedlock. Second instance, AMI paid AMI is the people who published the National Enquirer, $150,000 to a woman who alleged she had a sexual relationship with Trump when Trump explicitly directed a lawyer who then worked for the Trump organization as Trump's special counsel to reimburse AMI in cash. Trump's special counsel indicated to Trump that the payment should be made via a shell company and not by cash. Third instance, 12 days before the presidential election, the special counsel wired $130,000 to an attorney for an adult film actress. The $150,000 sounds an awful lot like the Karen McDougal situation. After winning the election, Trump reimbursed the special counsel through a series of monthly checks. This is how we get to 34. All right, Michael, there it is. Take it away.
Okay, so we're staying with all that sexy stuff about Trump's sex life and Stormy Daniels and Michael Cohen as your star witness because he was the henchman, if you will, in the middle of this. Now his credibility, as Misty so brilliantly put it, is at stake. Now you get Michael Cohen on the stand. Now you cross-examine Michael Cohen. I can't imagine a better witness to cross-examine than someone who has been convicted as a perjurer. It's better to be convicted as a drug dealer. I've cross-examined people that have criminal records, but never a convicted perjurer. That's like shooting fish in a barrel. And it looks as if they went and picked out every tawdry sort of element that you can find and added these charges. So if there's nothing else, if this is what we're dealing with, we have statute of limitations issues, and now your star is Michael Cohen.
Yeah, and I'm looking now at the statement of facts that have come in, and we're seeing this as you are, that's popping up. We're going to send this by email to both of you guys and hope that you can start pulling out things. The catch and kill scheme to suppress negative information, Trump Tower meetings, suppressing a doorman story, Woman 1 and Woman 2. Woman 1 sounds an awful lot like Karen McDougal. Woman 2 sounds an awful lot like Stormy Daniels. If that's the four corners of the case, Misty, is there anything new we've learned?
Doesn't appear to be. And I got to say, now that we've seen this indictment and you've read it to us, Leland, unless I'm missing something when I read it, the case is not too good. And I'll tell you why. There's something really, really, really important to remember. Those payments themselves, while salacious, making payments to a porn star, making payments to who sounds like Karen McDougal, payments to a doorman about these salacious allegations. Nothing is illegal about that. In fact, any lawyer worth their salt will tell you these types of contracts between parties is commonplace. They're considered business decisions. The actual underlying veracity or truth of those allegations is often only one factor in whether to enter into those agreements. So those agreements on their face are not illegal. I think that gets really, kind of looped in with everything else, so people think that that's the illegality issue. It is not. The question is the falsification of business records. All right, those are all misdemeanors. Now, how do we amplify that to a felony? It has to be within fraudulent intent. So now we have a state of mind crime. The prosecution now has to prove that these business records were manipulated or something was omitted for fraudulent intent. Well, how do we get to a felony? Now we have to prove from the prosecutorial perspective beyond a reasonable doubt that the intention was because of covering something up for the purposes of the election. Leland, this is a state of mind crime. We now have to go into Donald Trump's head at the time, looking at everything at the time and say, is this because of the election, or is this because a host of all sorts of other business issues? He's a married man. There's so many other reasons why individuals, especially high-profile individuals, enter into these types of agreements every day. It is a very tough case. There are federal preemption issues. Remember, John Edwards, back in 2011, $1 million payment, that was found to be a nuisance payment. It was found to be something that was not violative of campaign finance law. So I do not think this is a very strong case on its face. Of course, we got to hear the evidence. I understand that. But we didn't really learn anything new here.
George, Will, to you, as I listened to Misty lay everything out, I don't want to say I became bored, but I can't imagine a media saturated. Hold on, I'm just hearing from the control room. Does Robert have somebody? Robert, down to Robert Sherman with some new reporting. Robert?
Hey there, Leland. So our producer team just got outside of that courtroom, and we have a little bit of information to share with you on exactly what went on inside. You were mentioning some of the video that you saw of the former president walking into the courtroom and showing that face that he had. It appears as though the former president, going off of his body language, very annoyed by this whole situation and is in many moments looking down and not making direct eye contact with anybody in the courtroom throughout the entirety of the time that he was there. He only said 5 words when he was in court, and they were direct responses to what the judge had to say. Those words were yes, yes, I know, and yes. That's it. He didn't say anything else while he was in court today. Again, with this sentiment of feeling annoyed. In terms of his body language, we know that the president was very attentive in his body language. He was sitting upright with his hands on the table, fingers clasped, trying to make eye contact with the judge, at times looking down. And then towards the end, apparently reverting to that typical former President Trump body language that we've all seen, leaning back in the chair, legs crossed, arms crossed as well, towards the end of the proceedings as this was all going through. A couple of other important things to note here as well is that there was apparently some testiness in the courtroom between both the prosecution and the defense. The defense team, after hearing some of the remarks from the prosecution, even said they didn't even realize that opening statements had begun because they felt as though the prosecution was lambasting as they were speaking up there as well. But then the judge went so far as to bring up the Truth Social post that the former president has been making, taking some issue with some of the things that the former president had put online. He was saying that no gag order is going to be issued in this case. He said even if one was requested, which was not the case, wouldn't even go down that route. But he was asking the former president to not make any remarks that would, quote, create violence or civil unrest. The defense making their own case, saying that the former president's ex-fixer, Michael Cohen, has been making the rounds on all these cable news networks, and the president is simply defending himself. But still, that is the guidance that came from the judge in this case. In terms of the timetable that we're looking at here, we know that the prosecution asked for a January 2024 trial date. The exact response from the defense, and I quote, "That's aggressive," asking for a much more elongated timeline. We're not expecting motions to begin until August 8th, and the people's response taking place September 19th. Last small detail before you get back to the indictment, Leland. We know that the defense for the former president asked for presence to be waived in the courtroom.
We just lost
judge in this case, so the former president will have to be there.
Wow, very interesting. So the former president will have to be in the courtroom. Robert Sherman with some great reporting. Robert, by chance, is the producers who were there with you, next to you?
The producer's on the way, yes.
Okay, great. When they get there, we'll get them mic'd up and be able to
not here right now.
All talk. Excellent reporting by Robert and our team in the courtroom as well. All right. Michael DeSharo, I know you are an attorney, but we're going to ask you to at least be an arbiter of fairness, as you have proven to be over the past couple of weeks. Alvin Bragg, Manhattan is home to the country's most significant business market. We cannot allow New York businesses to manipulate their records to cover up criminal conduct. As this office has done time and time again, we today uphold our solemn responsibility to ensure that everyone stands equal before the law. James, tell me what you said one more time. All right, the president's attorneys, let's listen in.
We can't address what he posted, what he wants to post or did post.
But as his attorneys, have you told him to stop posting this rhetoric, these messages about the judge?
We can't, literally, we can't tell you what we've discussed.
No, I understand, but are you concerned that he's continuing to go after the judge, talking about the judge's wife, talking about the family?
I don't think the judge was concerned about it.
Yeah, but any other defendant, wouldn't you be like...
Any other defendant wouldn't be here today.
He's not going after the judge. He is not going after the judge. He commented that he thought that there was some issue that may cause a conflict. That's not going after the judge. He's going after the DA. Not going after the
right,
judge.
He's going after the DA.
He has said that the DA, he is angry because the DA brought a case that his son got. And so I'm not going to comment on it. You may disagree with the way he spoke.
Can you talk about the process? Was he fingerprinted? Was there a mugshot? Was there a mugshot?
I think that, thank you.
What about
where did he get the mugshot?
What's his favorite dish? Come on, say something, please. My mom was on the phone. My mom's on the phone. Please, just say something.
All right, so the scrum now of questions for President Trump's lawyers has gone from sort of the mundane to the ridiculous, but there you go. That happens after reporters run out of a few questions. Michael, back to you. Alvin Bragg. He is putting this out as nobody is above the law. Alan Dershowitz will be on with us a little later. Also pointed out in America, no one should be below the law. Based on what we've seen in the indictment, If this was not the former president of the United States and Alvin Bragg was not a Democrat and the former president of the United States was not a hated Republican by Democrats, have you ever seen fact patterns like this charged in New York before?
I have not. And when looking at the criminal justice system, I don't get into politics, as you know, but you look at the facts of a case and look at what has the prosecutor done in the past on these cases, what has he charged, and what has been the outcome? What have been the plea deals? I heard something that there were 155 false business document cases filed by the office. Okay, what were the facts and what was the outcome? This is a DA who on the first day told us what he wasn't going to do. So to take the moral high ground in this case, to me is suspect, but I'm going to leave the politics to your political experts.
Yeah, I'm just looking in terms of as an attorney who's practiced law for, I'm guessing, a dozen plus years. I don't want to age you, but you certainly look to be experienced, shall we say, if we put your picture up on the screen. Have you ever seen a similar case charged in this way?
Not in this way. I've seen falsifying business documents when it relates to tax cases, when it relates to fraudulent bank fraud, when people are defrauding their partners. But this is a radically different fact pattern that Misty laid out perfectly. What was Donald Trump's intent and how are you going to get there? Michael Cohen. Okay, we'll see.
Corey Lewandowski is with us, who was involved in the Trump campaign during the very time that Alvin Bragg is alleging this illegal behavior happened. The former Trump campaign manager, now political consultant, Corey Lewandowski with us as well. What do you make of the indictment, Corey?
Well, here's what I think. I think it's a sad day for America. I think it's a sad day for America because what we're seeing is the politicalization of a justice system which is supposed to be blind. And what we've seen is a district attorney who ran on the notion that he was going to go after Donald Trump. And so, look, Donald Trump was processed today in the courthouse, made some remarks, and now he's on his way back to Florida, where he's going to make some lengthy remarks. But I really think that whether you are a conservative or you're a liberal, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, you should be sad for our country today.
Yeah, Michael Starr Hopkins made that very same point, and now we can get into a little bit of the politics of it. We're going to pull out some of the more interesting points of the indictment and talk about them with the lawyers. But if Michael's still back with us, you think about going after Bill Clinton. That really backfired on Republicans because they went after him, and in the end, they didn't have the goods. They had a line about tawdry activities with Monica Lewinsky. How is this any different than lying about tawdry activities with a porn star and a Playboy playmate? We're not sure if Michael Starr Hopkins heard us. He's not. If Stephanie Grisham's back with us as well, she's not either. Corey, you are our man. I guess I come back to this. Look, reasonable people can disagree if the president did the wrong thing in these other two cases, being the Georgia case and the special counsel case. We talked to Chuck about the Secret Service agents possibly being forced to testify. There's a lot of issues there. But I can't figure out if this is anything beyond, and nobody's been able to explain to me, this is anything beyond falsely accounting for how you paid off an adult film actress and a Playboy playmate.
Well, and here's a larger narrative, right? Over the last 25 years, members of Congress have spent over $18 million of taxpayer money to settle 192 claims of something probably similar to what Donald Trump is being accused of. None of them are being indicted for it, except they use taxpayer money to do it. And so, look, if we're going to hold people accountable, then let's have a system that holds everybody accountable for the same crime. There's clearly a multi-tiered justice system. We see what's going on in New York. I believe that Alvin Bragg has indicted Donald Trump so that additional proceedings against him can move forward and not be as groundbreaking. Alvin Bragg is in a safe district, running as the district attorney in New York. So as other cases move forward, I think this was Alvin Bragg's goal, is to create a circus.
All right, we're going to have our producing team look through these indictments, pull out the most interesting parts so our lawyers can digest and talk us through it. But we'll talk about the politics for a little bit longer from Scott Bolden. And I go back to you, Scott. I ask you the same question I asked Corey. This comes down to 34 counts of not tax evasion, not tax fraud, of in a business that Donald Trump owns. He allegedly falsely accounted for how he was paying off a porn star and a Playboy playmate. That's what all of this is about today. How do you convince the American people that upending 250 years of tradition is worth it over this?
Well, I haven't seen the indictment, but I don't know how you get to 34 counts. And, you know, I'm a good Democratic lawyer, white-collar criminal defense lawyer and prosecutor from that office, the Manhattan DA's office. I don't know how you get to 34 counts unless there are 34 different records that have been been falsified.
That's basically what they're doing, is they're taking every time there was an entry for each one of the checks that the Trump organization or that Donald Trump personally gave to Michael Cohen to reimburse him for the payments. Each individual check now is falsifying business records. In furtherance of the secondary crime, which is violating federal election laws. I'm trying to be fair here, and I know you are as well. I don't get it. Where's the there?
Yeah, you know, the difference between a civil case and a criminal case is called discretion. And in Alvin Bragg's discretion, he's decided that the pattern and practice of the falsification of these records isn't a civil matter, but it is a criminal matter. But I must tell you, I am shocked. You and I talked last week on this show. I talked about racketeering. I talked about conspiracy. They certainly have some problems with the statute of limitations, which is usually 5 years. But I also didn't believe that they would make out 34 counts for Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal, that because the Trump team, the Trump company, and Wiseau had pled guilty or been convicted, that there had to be some business fraud or financial fraud to legitimize going after the president for the first time in history. I clearly was wrong about that, and it's very disappointing, I must say, because there are a lot of challenges, as your other legal guest said there, because criminal intent is super important. And what was his intent? To avoid embarrassment, to protect his lawyer and his family. There are lots of different reasons why he would do this. But in this case, Alvin Bragg says it was criminal intent and he's going to bring these charges. They're going to have some challenges, and watch the motions practice by the defense, because I could dictate it to you right now.
We're watching the former president's motorcade head to LaGuardia Airport. In the box on your screen, we're waiting for DA Bragg, who is going to come out, and if we believe he will say the same as in his press releases, nobody is above the law. But I'll ask you the same question I asked Corey and posed earlier. You know very well what happens when the opposite party goes after somebody for sex, which is that they went after former President Clinton when he was president for sex and lying about sex as it related to Monica Lewinsky. It backfired horribly on Republicans. And when you read this indictment, that basically is what it comes down to, is lying about sex or alleged sex. And I'm wondering if Democrats who are just so gleeful right now that the former president was in court and now he's driving off to Mar-a-Lago and on, and he was fingerprinted and all the things were here, if they should keep that history in mind.
Well, I think they should keep the history in mind, but there's a big difference here, if I may, and that is the impeachment of Clinton, the settlement of sexual harassment claims by members of the House and Senate. Those are all in the civil setting, if you will, in the legislative setting, the political setting. Here, Alvin Bragg has taken it even further. It's the criminal justice system now, that there was criminal conduct with these 34 changes or alterations, and that is a pattern and practice of bad conduct on Donald Trump's part. Let's also remember this. Donald Trump drives this negative narrative. He may be the first to be indicted as a past president, prior president, but Donald Trump has been like no other president. He's been impeached twice. He is engaged in bad behavior. He's been able to avoid any type of criminal prosecution or accountability. And what Alvin Bragg and that office is saying is enough is enough. It's going to stop. It's not about sex. It's about business fraud. And that is the fraud of making fraudulent business transactions or recording them. And it's important enough to the policy consideration.
Hey, Scott, if I don't cut you off, Marnie's going to, and that would preclude me the opportunity to say thank you for being with us today. The president's on his way to LaGuardia Airport. Alvin Bragg speaks soon. And then we have President Trump tonight speaking as we watch the president's motorcade head towards his 757 at LaGuardia. We thank Chuck Marino with Secret Service for this. I think the Secret Service's job at least is the hard part's over as they head back to Palm Beach. Chuck, thank you very much. Corey Lewandowski's with us as well. Misty Maris, Michael DeSharo, May Malman, Stephanie Grisham, George Will. Thank you all. Stick around for Marnie Hughes, who picks up our coverage now. I'll see you back in a couple of hours for On Balance.
All right, Leland, thank you very much. As we change seats on the set, I think it's a good time to reset exactly what we're seeing happen. And let's do a little looking forward, shall we? We've got a busy night ahead. Leland, thank you so much. We've got Chuck standing by as well. Chuck, talk us through just the leftover security cleanup here as the former president heads to LaGuardia. He'll essentially board his plane and head back to Florida. What the Secret Service is doing right now, and our local authorities breathing a sigh of relief that nothing bad happened over the last couple of hours.
Yeah, look, I think so, Marnie. Everyone did a great job. It shows what thorough planning does. It shows what cooperative working relationships look like between the Secret Service, the NYPD, and court officials, and they got the job done. Now we'll see everything transition as soon as the former president gets on board his plane down to Mar-a-Lago, where we expect that we'll still see some crowds down there. So they will have their hands full, but similar to what we saw at Trump Tower, similar to what we saw at the court building, we'll see a secure perimeter established around Mar-a-Lago, and it'll be a safe environment, just like what was delivered in New York.
All right, Chuck, thank you. I want to bring in Misty Maris once again. Misty, I am digesting the 16 pages of the indictment in front of me, and I'm also looking at DA Alvin Bragg's statement from moments ago, the catch and kill. I'm asking legally, do you see a smoking gun here? Help me read between the lines. Did we learn anything new in the charges that have been laid out, the felony charges, 34 of which involve falsifying business records?
Marnie, we didn't really learn anything new. In fact, the legal theory that you and I have been talking about for the past couple of weeks actually came to fruition. This all relates to payments made to Stormy Daniels. She's not named directly, but we can opine as to who the playmate is, who the porn star is, and the playmate, Karen McDougal. Those two payments, something that we were aware of. That's what's being called the catch and kill. There was, and I'm scrolling through as well, something about another payment made to a doorman relating to some other type of impropriety. All of those were what we anticipated would be the basis for these falsified business records. Remember, as we've discussed, the payments themselves, those are not illegal. Those contracts entered into, those are not illegal. It's just whether or not the business records relating to those payments were falsified for the purpose of covering up another crime. What's the other crime? Well, this indictment says the other crime is violations of both New York and federal campaign finance laws. This is what we've thought the whole time. There's a lot of questions about whether or not these misdemeanor falsifying business records charges can be bootstrapped to a federal campaign finance charge in order to reach a felony charge in New York State. Remember, we're in state court, not federal court. Now, as far as New York campaign finance violations, well, he was running for a federal office, so there's going to be legal challenges on all of that front. And then go back to what we talked about before. This is a state of mind crime now. This is what we know. If you get past all of the legal challenges that exist on motion to dismiss, federal preemption, statute of limitations, now we have to look into Donald Trump's mind and say, did he falsify these records for the purpose of covering up a campaign finance violation? Or was it another business decision because he's married? A whole other litany of reasons that somebody could enter into these agreements and make these payments. So really, really tough case here for prosecutors and a case of first impression as far as the legal theory is concerned.
So what are the menu options for the defense strategy moving forward, given what we now know?
I think you're going to see scorched earth motions to dismiss. No stone left unturned. We now know that there is a schedule in place. We heard from the excellent NewsNation reporting that August 8th, that's when we're going to see motions on the defense end. The prosecution can respond by September 19th. We're going to see them go after statute of limitations. Remember, even felony statute of limitations is 5 years. Prosecution has several theories there was called New York pause. That was a pause in statute of limitations because of COVID. Whether or not Donald Trump was actually in the state at the time, he enjoyed immunity as president. All of these are going to be issues, and there's defenses to those as well. Then we're going to see them attack every charge and say that there's not enough evidence to prove this case, that these should be thrown out on their face. And then we're going to see a specific argument made against the legal theory of a falsified business records charge for a misdemeanor linked to potential federal campaign finance charges, whether or not that can even pass muster on a New York State theory of law. All of those are going to be very novel arguments. It relates to federal preemption arguments, statute of limitations, and a whole other litany of arguments that we'll see come out on motions to dismiss. I think that those papers, they're going to be thorough. They're going to attack everything in this indictment. And we're certainly going to be interested in reading those when they're filed on August 8th.
So ultimately, this indictment, the 34 felony counts, gave the defense team a lot of ammunition moving forward. My question to you, Misty, having argued cases before this judge in New York, how does he proceed?
This judge is by the letter of the law and he's by the book. In fact, I made a false prediction before because I thought the judge would say it was okay for Donald Trump not to appear at every one of those hearings and motions. It's called presence being waived, and the reporting indicates the judge says, no, you have to be here. So he is really doing everything to a T, by the book, crossing T's, dotting I's. So with respect to these motions, he is a very fair judge. He's going to look at this case from the perspective of what is cognizable under the law. Do these charges pass muster under New York law? There's an element to the falsification of business records that says intent to defraud. This is going to be something that's going to be attacked majorly by the defense, because is there a victim here? Who's being defrauded, right? So these are all novel legal arguments that are going to be raised. And I think this judge is going to really look at this from the perspective of what we lawyers live in, precedent. And what precedent exists? Well, this is a different way of utilizing this particular statute. We have not seen it before. Novel legal argument. So this judge is going to have a lot of scrutiny, I believe. I don't know whether or not it will be dismissed. But remember, this judge isn't going to look at motion to dismiss about credibility issues. That's all for trial. It's just questions of law. Legally, can this case go to a court of law for a jury trial, or does this indictment, is this something that can actually not rise to the level, the facts? Do they support the charges that are in this indictment on this new novel theory? It's going to be really interesting to watch. The folks that are the legal nerds who are into the nitty gritty, I'm one of them, by the way, about these novel types of issues and putting this all together. This is going to be a heyday for legal analysts on this type of case.
Right, and focus on the law, but the wild card in all of this is the defendant is a potential presidential candidate for 2024 and obviously a former president. So I guess the question being, can former President Trump, the defendant in this case, walk and chew gum at the same time? So he's going to be out essentially on the campaign trail. Also, his team defending him in a criminal case with 34 felony counts.
Yeah, Marnie. And by the way, other cases, one in Georgia, potential federal charges coming for the confidential records situation. All of this is going to be taken into consideration. And I do think what you just raised, we have a presidential candidate who's going to be out on the campaign trail. based on reporting that NewsNation has done, it sounds like the judge tried to address that because we know Donald Trump. He is very vocal on social media. He is very vocal. He's going to be doing he's going to have a rally tonight. So we're going to be hearing from him. But the judge did give him a stark warning. He's not going to have a gag order, which is what we predicted, Marnie. You and I spoke about this yesterday. No gag order, but a warning that if something he says creates a violence or civil unrest, that a gag order could be a distinct possibility. So no gag order now, but there's the potential for one. This gives Donald Trump something to chew on as to what he's going to say at this rally, and he doesn't want to toe that line. I'm sure his legal team is telling him, of course, you have a First Amendment right to speak about this. You're innocent until proven guilty. You can proclaim your innocence all you want, but be careful about what you say, because you don't want that gag order potential to violate that because you're on social media and you're on the campaign trail, and then you got another criminal charge coming your way. So a lot of complicated issues with a former president who's actually on the campaign trail, something we have not seen before.
Right. So will the warning stick, or will it go in one ear, out the other, as Judge Andrew Napolitano said of someone he knows very well, the former president, Donald Trump? Will he stick to the script tonight as he addresses the nation? It will be the first time that Americans hear from him after his arraignment, his arrest, his essential booking in New York under these felony counts. There are a lot of questions that remain. A couple things that are happening on your screen. You can see the former president's airplane getting ready to leave LaGuardia. We are waiting that to happen. He will be heading back to Mar-a-Lago. We are also awaiting, on the left side of your screen, the district attorney of Manhattan, Alvin Bragg, the man of the hour, as to an answer to the charges laid forth. It is 16 pages, 34 charges, essentially catch and kill, all relating back to the hush money payments and falsifying business records. The former president has pled not guilty to all charges. The arraignment today took about an hour or so. If I may, I'd like to go to Robert Sherman. I know we're up against a break here shortly, but he is in New York. He's standing by with some information about what was happening inside the courtroom. There were 5 still photographers, but we couldn't hear any of the back and forth between the former president and the attorneys for the state and his defense. Give us some insight into what exactly was said over the course of that hour.
Right, we're doing this the old-fashioned way here, Marnie, is because, as you said, no electronics allowed inside that courtroom, no television cameras allowed during that arraignment. We had one field producer inside there, Kim Anderson, who laced up her sneakers and made her way out here in order to get us a lot of this information. But I have to tell you that, as you said, a very arduous process as this whole trial took place. We can tell you that the former president, he entered courtroom very slowly, gave a brief little smile to the judge as he walked in. But for the most part, the 45th president was very annoyed by the fact that he was even there in the courtroom, according to his demeanor there. He didn't say much while in court, only 5 words, and those were yes, yes, I know, and yes. Direct responses to questions that the judge had for him. Again, that sense of nuisance, that he seemed to have was pretty clear as well. But he was 100% respectful of the entire process while inside court. Our team saying that the former president sat up upright, made eye contact with the judge when he was spoken to, had his hands clasped on the desk, was always looking forward. There was a moment towards the end when he leaned back into that classic former President Trump look that we've seen with the arms crossed, gazing ahead, but for the most part, very attentive throughout this entire process here. I can tell you this, that there was a bit of animosity that you saw there right from the get-go between the prosecution and the defense, right from the get-go when both of these sides ended up going into court. Part of this,
Robert, I'm going to interrupt you. DA Alvin Bragg is
prosecution.
taking the podium. Let's listen in.
Earlier this afternoon, Donald Trump was arraigned on a New York Supreme Court indictment returned by a Manhattan grand jury on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records in the first degree. Under New York state law, it is a felony to falsify business records with intent to defraud and an intent to conceal another crime. That is exactly what this case is about. 34 false statements made to cover up other crimes. These are felony crimes in New York State, no matter who you are. We cannot and will not normalize serious criminal conduct. The defendant repeatedly made false statements on New York business records. He also caused others to make false statements. The defendant claimed that he was paying Michael Cohen for legal services performed in 2017. This simply was not true. And it was a false statement that the defendant made month after month in 2017. April, May, June, and so on through the rest of the year. For 9 straight months, the defendant held documents in his hand containing this key lie, that he was paying Michael Cohen for legal services performed in 2017. And he personally signed checks for payments to Michael Cohen for each of these 9 months. In total, the grand jury found there were 34 documents with this critical false statement. Why did Donald Trump repeatedly make these false statements? The evidence will show that he did so to cover up crimes relating to the 2016 election. Donald Trump, executives at the publishing company American Media Incorporated, Mr. Cohen, and others agreed in 2015 to a catch and kill scheme. That is, a scheme to buy and suppress negative information to help Mr. Trump's chance of winning the election. As part of this scheme, Donald Trump and others made 3 payments to people who claimed to have negative information about Mr. Trump. To make these payments, they set up shell companies, and they made yet more false statements, including, for example, in AMI, American Media Incorporated's business records. One of the 3 people that they paid to keep quiet was a woman named Stormy Daniels. Less than 2 weeks before the presidential election, Michael Cohen wired $130,000 to Stormy Daniels' lawyer. That payment was to hide damaging information from the voting public. The participant scheme was illegal. The scheme violated New York election law, which makes it a crime to conspire to promote a candidacy by unlawful means. The $130,000 wire payment exceeded the federal campaign contribution cap, and the false statements in AMI's books violated New York law. That is why Mr. Trump made false statements about his payments to Mr. Cohen. He could not simply say that the payments were a reimbursement for Mr. Cohen's payments to Stormy Daniels. To do so, to make that true statement, would have been to admit a crime. So instead, Mr. Trump said that he was paying Mr. Cohen for fictitious legal services in 2017 to cover up actual crime committed the prior year. And in order to get Michael Cohen his money back, they planned one last false statement. In order to complete the scheme, they planned to mischaracterize the repayments to Mr. Cohen as income to the New York State tax authorities. The conduct I just described and that which was charged by the grand jury is felony criminal conduct in New York State. True and accurate business records are important everywhere, to be sure. They are all the more important in Manhattan, the financial center of the world. That is why we have a history in the Manhattan DA's office of vigorously enforcing white-collar crime. My office, including the talented prosecutors you saw at arraignment earlier today, has charged hundreds of felony falsifying business records. This charge, it can be said, is the bread and butter of our white-collar work. And fraud presents itself in all different forms here in Manhattan. We have charged falsifying business records for those who violated federal bank secrecy laws. We have charged falsifying business records for those who were seeking to cover up sex crimes. And we have brought this charge for those who committed tax violations. At its core, This case today is one with allegations like so many of our white-collar cases. Allegations that someone lied again and again to protect their interests and evade the laws to which we are all held accountable. As this office has done time and time again, we today uphold our solemn responsibility to ensure that everyone stands equal before the law. No amount of money and no amount of power changes that enduring American principle. I'll now take questions.
Right. So we're going to take a limited number of questions. There are no follow-up questions. One question per reporter. I will call on you. And again, we have limited time. Thank you. The first question will be Rick.
Thank you. Rick, why now? I mean, some argue that this is a political move. You're not going to be a political person. The court dates are going to go into
We conducted a thorough and rigorous investigation, as we're known to do, at the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. I've been doing this for 24 years and am no stranger to rigorous, complex investigations. I bring cases when they're ready. Having now conducted a rigorous, thorough investigation, the case was ready to be brought, and it was brought.
Mr. Bragg, the indictment says that there were 34 false business records. And they would then conceal another crime, but the indictment does not specifically say what those crimes were. We are assuming, perhaps, that they might be election-related. I'm wondering if you can specify what laws were also broken.
All right. So let me say as an initial matter that the indictment doesn't specify that because the law does not so require. In my remarks, I mentioned a couple of laws, which I will highlight again now. The first is New York State election law, which makes it a crime to conspire to promote a candidacy by unlawful means. I further indicated a number of unlawful means, including more additional false statements, including statements that were planned to be made to tax authorities. I also noted the federal election law cap on contribution limits.
But why weren't there those crimes charged? Why wasn't he charged with those crimes?
Well, I'm not going to go into our deliberative process on what was brought. The charges that were brought were the ones that were brought. The evidence in the law is the basis for those decisions.
You had expressed a year ago that you had some reservations about the case's readiness. Can you talk to us about what were some of the questions in your mind that needed to be answered in order to bring a case of this magnitude?
I'm not going to go chapter and verse into any thinking. What I will say is, I believe the time period you're talking about, I've been in office for a couple of months. The investigation, in my view, was not concluded into the conduct in particular that is the basis for the charges today. Since that time, we've had more evidence made available to the office and opportunity to meet with additional witnesses. So as I said earlier, I've been doing this for 24 years. I don't bring cases prior to a thorough and rigorous investigation. Now, having done so, the case has been brought.
Mr. Bragg, Garrett Hake with NBC News. Your predecessor took a hard look at this case and decided not to charge it. Federal prosecutors took a hard look at this case and decided not to charge it. Do you believe you have new evidence that led you to decide to charge this, or why now?
Well, as I just mentioned, we have had available to the office additional evidence that was not in the office's possession prior to my time here. And as to your part of your question about the federal, we have a distinct and strong, I would say profound, independent interest in New York State. This is the business capital of the world. We regularly do cases involving false business statements. The bedrock, in fact, the basis for business integrity and a well-functioning business marketplace is true and accurate record keeping. That's the charge that's brought here, falsifying New York State business records. I'm not going to go beyond the plain language statement of facts, which I think speaks for itself. So the charge is falsifying business records. The charge requires, as I specified, criminal conduct that was concealed. One of the concealed crimes we allege is New York State election law. I went through in our statement of facts, which I think many of you have in front of you, goes through things including text messages, emails, contemporaneous phone records, multiple witnesses. All of that will be, as you saw in the fall, borne out in a public courtroom in downtown Manhattan.
Last question is Jonah.
Also mentions another woman, Karen McDougal, as well as a doorman. Can you comment on how those players are related to the charges you've brought or to the case overall?
I'm glad you put your finger on that, because it's not just about one payment. It is 34 business records, 34 false statements in business records that were concealing criminal conduct. And the earlier question about New York State election law, when I talked about conspiracy to promote a candidacy by unlawful means. Those unlawful means, we allege, include the conduct set forth in the statement of facts, which is additional false statements separate and apart from the charged ones in AMI documents, planned false statements to taxing authorities. It is not just that one $130,000 wire payment. Thanks so much.
Any comment about any incitement of violence by former president?
At what point do you think that warrants?
All right, Alvin Bragg, the district attorney for Manhattan, speaking to reporters momentarily about adding some weight and an explanation to the 34 felony counts of falsifying business records against former President Donald Trump. He said, in short, it is New York state law falsifying those records. He said that is exactly what this case is about. He said it's not one payment. It is 3 payments, which we knew already. He said it was shell companies, wire payments exceeding campaign finance caps. I think maybe the key piece of information there is the evidence that he wouldn't go into, but he talked about texts, emails, and phone calls that are not specified in the 16-page indictment, which is, again, 34 felony counts. So will those texts, the emails, the phone calls come out in court? Couple things, and I'm going to bring in Jesse Weber now, attorney, to react to what we have heard from DA Bragg, if anything new was learned. But quickly, Bragg has faced a lot of criticism as we heard his side there for the case. He's a former federal prosecutor, assistant attorney general in the state of New York. He promised during his campaign to change the culture of the district attorney's office, that he would no longer prosecute low-level misdemeanors. Jesse, these are felony counts, according to the district attorney. He is going after the former president for violating New York state election law. So we've got a lot to chew on here, but I guess my first question to you, anything new we've learned?
Well, this is what we came to expect. We had rumblings that this is what he was going to be charged with. I find it really interesting how he kind of sidestepped the issue of, well, what is the other crime that President Trump was accused of, hiding? And he wasn't really specific about it. When you read the indictment, it's not so specific about it. He said it's a violation of state election law and federal election law. He kind of gave some specifics there. But what was interesting is that he said, we're not going to have to prove that. Now, I have a feeling that defense attorneys for Donald Trump are going to hone in on that and saying, you might be able to show, and they're not going to admit this, but I think there's a strong case here, I think based on the facts of this, that there's evidence to suggest that this was a falsification of the business records, that this was not legal expenses, but trying to show the intent of the defendant, trying to show the intent of Donald Trump that he was going to cover up election law violations. That might be a little bit of a stretch. I thought we might get a little bit more specifics of that in the indictment or the statement of facts. How do you specifically show that the president knew he was violating state and a federal election law? We got a sense of it. I think they were trying to establish a pattern, conversations he had with AMI, Michael Cohen, what was happening with the Karen McDougal payments. But I didn't really get the specifics of how you're going to show that the president knew he was violating the law to cover up another crime.
So Michael Cohen, based on all accounts, will still be the state's key witness as this moves forward, correct?
Absolutely. This case arguably could be made or broken based on Michael Cohen's testimony. And the reason for that is he is going to fill in a lot of the holes that we hear in this indictment. A lot of what this supporting statement of facts is coming from Michael Cohen's account. Now, I have to imagine that Alvin Bragg wasn't going to make this case or bring this case just on Michael Cohen alone. I imagine there's going to be more there. There's maybe going to be documents. I don't know text messages. We know former President Trump doesn't really like to use text messages, but there's got to be more there than Cohen itself. But this case, when I'm reading this statement of facts and indictment, is largely based on Michael Cohen's testimony. And we know that he is a problematic witness. He's a convicted perjurer, and that's something we know that Donald Trump's defense attorneys are definitely going to jump on.
Right. So knowing that now, seeing the charges laid out in the documents, what are the options for the defense right now in terms of the timeline? Change of venue, statute of limitations, fighting the charges, waiving a speedy trial? I mean, there's a lot that they could do here.
I think you just named it all. They're going to hit on every single legal challenge. Why? One, because they might have the right to do so. As I mentioned, I think you can argue possibly for a change of venue. You can argue that this is, remember, there's going to be a preliminary hearing where you put the state on its burden. Can you really show enough evidence to go forward with a trial? They're going to argue maybe for a switch of a judge. They're going to argue every single aspect they can. One, because they want to get the case dismissed. And number two, I imagine they want to delay this. I think they want to delay it because they want to get into murky territory. The more you push this back, the more you push this back to the election, the more you push this back, let's say Donald Trump's actually elected president, then you're in very weird, murky territory. Now, I know by law, a president, someone could be convicted of a crime and actually be the president. They could technically serve as the president from prison. But I think the more they push this back, it goes to their advantage. And I can see why they would do that. They're going to challenge it in every which way that they can. And maybe their initial goal is trying to get this downgraded from 34 felonies to 34 misdemeanors. I imagine that's their immediate goal.
Right. And back to a point I was making earlier, can Donald Trump chew gum and walk at the same time, a defendant in a criminal case and also running for president? That complicates things not just for Donald Trump, but for his legal team and for the judge in this case, giving a warning of a potential gag order.
Well, he didn't put a gag order in place. So whatever Trump's going to say tonight, he's going to say. And I think that's a smart move. You know, to issue a gag order in a case is a relatively rare move. It has been done before. I think Donald Trump is a very unique defendant. You have somebody who is running for the presidency, and shouldn't he be able to defend himself when we know this is going to be a key talking point? Imagine a debate where his opponent is bringing this up. Is Trump's hands going to be tied? Now, he has to be very careful. I think he has to avoid and have a really important conversation with his lawyers about what exactly he posts about on Truth Social or what he says in public, because we know his words have weight and they could have potential consequences, not even legal, but at the very least, you don't want to put any limitations on his ability to be able to campaign effectively the way that he wants.
And we just heard from Alvin Bragg. You have to believe that he knew the challenges that he would face going into this. So is he ready for anything? And what should he be ready for?
I'm still not 100% clear why he brought this now. I heard what he said when the case is ready. I don't know if I necessarily buy that. But here's what I do buy. You as a prosecutor are not going to go after the former president unless you have the case. He feels confident right now. He didn't need to bring this. Maybe some would argue for politics. He felt it was necessary for him to go after Trump. But I think that really what he feels confident in is the evidence he has. There is more that he has than that's been listed out in this indictment. And he feels confident that he can get a conviction. I will tell you, though, this is all a pattern, 34 charges. I can't imagine a scenario where a jury would come back and say Donald Trump is maybe guilty of some of these charges and not others. It seems they're either going to find him guilty of all or none. Although I will tell you, the ones that he personally wrote from his bank account, those are the strongest ones from this indictment. And I would imagine that's where their focus is going to be. So Bragg feels confident, I would imagine.
And explain why. Why are those critical?
Because that shows intent. There's one thing to say, hey, I don't know what Michael Cohen was talking about. I don't know what my CFO was doing. I didn't personally see those checks. But to write the checks from your personal bank account, that becomes very difficult. That becomes very difficult in terms of showing you didn't have the intent and you didn't know what was going on. I still think that there could be an issue of, remember, when we're talking about falsifying business records here, this Class E felony, intent to defraud, intent to conceal. What exactly was Trump's intent behind this? And I think by establishing this pattern and his communications that he was having with AMI 2 years before, it shows he knew what was really happening. But the personal checks are the ones from his own account. Those are going to be difficult for him to explain away.
Interesting. So, Jesse, the judge said the presence was waived for Trump, so he has to be in appearance for the future proceedings. Prosecutors tried to set a date of January 2024 for a trial. The defense said that was aggressive. Which is it?
I don't think we're seeing a trial in January 2024. Typically, let's be clear, trials can sometimes happen in New York within a year, but they can be pushed back for a number of different reasons, especially if you have very good lawyers and you make a significant amount of legal challenges. Money is not a problem for Donald Trump. He doesn't care so much about his legal expenses, so he's going to hit every challenge that he can. But look, I think this also becomes a complicated question based on if Donald Trump faces any other charges in any other cases that might mess things up or change the scheduling in any which way. I think it's an optimistic goal for January 2024, but I also think that it's a little too soon.
Well, you bring up other cases. You got to talk about Georgia. You got to talk about the classified documents. It's back to the drawing table, essentially, now that they have a little more information for the Trump legal team. How does this case impact those other cases?
Well, I'll tell you, number one, if this was, let's say, a case where this trial goes to trial in 6 months, and we talk about a 5-week trial and Trump is ultimately convicted, if he's then brought up on other charges in another trial and he's found guilty in that separate case, he's now a convicted felon, and that could be important in terms of sentencing. I think the most immediate factor is scheduling. And it's going to be a coordination between prosecutors about which case goes first. And is there going to be information that is revealed during the course of one case that might be helpful to prosecutors in another case? But directly speaking, if you're talking about hush money payments here, it might not have a direct connection with the document investigation by Jack Smith or the Georgia election interference case. What it does do is create a headache for former President Donald Trump, especially as he's campaigning right now for a second term.
And if found guilty, he can still proceed on that presidential campaign. Boy, there's a lot to chew on here. Jesse, thank you for that. We're going to take a quick break, get back to our breaking news throughout the hour. Right now, former President Trump is en route back to Florida and Mar-a-Lago, where he will address the nation after being indicted on Friday, arrested and booked today in an arraignment in a New York courtroom. We're back in a moment. And I'm just looking at my notes from earlier today as we all witnessed the former president walk into a courthouse in Lower Manhattan. 2:28 p.m. local time is when the former president went into the courthouse. And just a couple of interesting things as we watched that happen, because it was unprecedented. I wish I had a different adjective at this point to describe what we're seeing. But the door starts to close as he walks through, and he has to open the door for himself as he goes into the courtroom. Stoic face. He glances at the cameras, but the former president does not say anything as questions are shouted at him from a small gallery just a few feet away. Very unlike him not to say anything, but this is a situation he has never found himself in. His attorneys entered the courtroom just a moment before. It was just shy of 1 hour before Trump walked out of that courtroom straight into the street, into his motorcade, and off to LaGuardia. And now he is en route to Florida, where he will address the American public later this evening from his estate, Mar-a-Lago. Quite an afternoon. We now know the charges against the former president: 34 felony counts for falsifying business records. Former president pleaded not guilty to all 34 counts. We didn't learn a whole lot new in terms of what these felony counts involve. They all go back to the hush money payments dating back to 2016. And according to DA Alvin Bragg, the lead prosecutor trying this case, it was 9 months. The key lie was paying his then attorney, Michael Cohen, for legal services, writing personal checks, 3 payments in question to shell companies, wire payments exceeding campaign finance caps. The evidence in the case likely that would come out in the weeks and months ahead will be texts, emails, and phone calls, according to the district attorney. I want to bring in Duncan Levin now, who is very familiar with the judge in this case, Juan Merchan. Thank you for being with us, former senior counsel, state prosecutor for the Manhattan DA's office. Not a slam dunk for the state, safe to say. Also, the former president not off the hook here. Both are true.
There's no such thing as a slam dunk criminal case, and there's always two sides to everything, but it's a pretty strong case with regard to the underlying falsification of business records. What we know now that the indictment has been unsealed is that it is as expected. It deals with the fact that the Trump organization mischaracterized in its books and records the payment to Michael Cohen as a legal retainer when in fact it wasn't. But what is interesting here is that there seem to be 3 different crimes that the DA is pointing to bump it up to a felony, because of course falsification of business records under New York law is a misdemeanor. But if it's done with the intent to conceal or commit another crime, it gets bumped up to a felony. And there seem to be 3 felonies here that the DA is pointing to. One is a violation of New York election law, which is basically the conspiracy part of it between Donald Trump, Michael Cohen, and AMI Media, the National Enquirer, to cover up some payments to a doorman at Trump Tower for $30,000, who is alleging that they had information about Donald Trump having a child out of wedlock, and $150,000 payment to Karen McDougal, a former Playboy playmate, for information about an affair. But also there are 2 other bases. One is this payment to Stormy Daniels for $130,000, which DA Bragg is alleging violated the federal election law cap. And then there's also material misstatements or lies to the New York State taxation authorities. Now, we don't know the details of all of that, and a lot's going to be coming out in the form of texts and emails. We have to wait and see what that evidence is, but that seems to be the basis of the case.
I hear you on the intent to conceal. I'm wondering, what are the challenges for the district attorney moving forward to get this thing actually to trial, because the defense will fight tooth and nail with lots of different options to appeal and then ultimately get a guilty verdict?
Yeah, I mean, look, the defense is obviously going to try to delay, which is exactly what Donald Trump does in every case he's ever litigated. But beyond that, there may be some meritorious motions that they can bring. One, for example, is whether this reliance on federal election law is permissible or whether it's, quote, preempted by federal law. There's case law that suggests that federal election law is governed by the federal courts, not the state courts. And so there might be some motions that they could bring that aspect of the case is preempted and should be heard in federal court, not in a state court. There may be motions that they can bring to change the venue of the case from Manhattan to somewhere probably more receptive to an audience that might be, in his mind, more fair, like Staten Island. There are a lot of motions that they can bring, but the fact is that the case at its core is pretty simple. The falsification is clear. And so the only issue is whether these other crimes evidence is going to be sustainable. I think the law is pretty solidly on the DA's side here because the New York courts have constantly held that falsification of business records crimes can be bumped up to felonies in instances like this. But we'll see. I think that we're going to expect to see a lot of motions coming from the defense.
Right. And how will the judge respond? He has been described as fair, by the books, as the motions are put forth in front of him. Any that he would lean into?
I think the judge is fair, and I think that what that means is giving meritorious motions a fair chance. He's having been in front of him both as a prosecutor and a defense attorney, I can say that he's doesn't tolerate any kind of gamesmanship. He's very down the middle. He's a person who is smart and understands the law. And I think to the extent that there's any meritorious legal arguments, he'll hear it and be fair on it. But I don't think he's going to tolerate any type of out-of-court statements that are meant to intimidate or threaten or incite violence. I think that's something that he'll be very careful to clamp down on. But otherwise, I think he'll fairly hear the motions as they're put in front of him.
I spoke with a legal analyst moments ago talking about the prosecution's attempt to create a narrative around this, a story essentially. And Alvin Bragg made a point to reference examples of charges for similar crimes, falsifying records, sex crimes, tax violations. He said it's like so many other white-collar crimes that we have gone after. Why do you think he put forth that argument and that strategy in his press conference?
I think there's a narrative in some aspects of the media saying that this is a novel case that's never been brought before. I was practicing as an assistant district attorney for many years, both under Morgenthau and Cy Vance, who were Bragg's predecessors. I've been practicing in the New York State courts as a defense attorney for a long time as well. And I can tell you that these cases are the bread and butter, as DA Bragg said, of the DA's office. They're brought routinely. And I think he's basically just trying to make sure that everybody understands that this is not a novel thing. This is something that's brought every single day of the week.
The other thing he said was evidence, that there was evidence that was made aware to him that was not in possession of the DA's office before he took office in 2021. Might that be texts and emails or phone calls that Vance didn't have prior?
I think that's exactly it. I mean, I think what happened is that he got into office and took a look at the case and said it wasn't ready. I take him at his word for that, and that they did more investigation and were able to find evidence that shored it up. Because look, at the core of it, the key witness here, Michael Cohen, is a felon, and he has his own issues in terms of credibility. And I think the defense will be able to attack him on the stand for credibility issues. And so everything he says has to be corroborated. It has to be corroborated in the form of videotapes and audio tapes and emails and text messages. And Trump famously doesn't use email or text messages. So it may or may not be from him, or maybe from people acting in his direction. But I think that will not be given out generally to the public at this point. But under New York law, they're going to be turning all that over to Trump's defense team within the next 15 days. He's entitled to broad discovery at this stage in the case. Now, he may choose to make that public or not, but he's going to be entitled to get all of the evidence that they intend to use against him fairly quickly. And that's a relatively new law in New York State. And so he'll be able to assess what information they have and what that evidence is. But we don't know what it is yet.
Quite a moment to see Former President Trump in court today. He said 5 words: yes, yes, I know, yes. We're going to see him in court again if they allow still photography. The judge, what do you make of the fact that he is making sure that former President Trump is present for future proceedings in this case?
I think what he's trying to do is make sure that Donald Trump has the same experience as the many, many thousands of criminal defendants who go through the system every year, all of whom are required to be there. And, you know, I've represented people who have other jobs and other obligations, and they're forced to be in court as well. And so there's really no special privilege being granted to him to not appear in court when thousands of other people every week are forced to come into these same New York courthouses and face the charges and appear for their court appearances. So I think what he's doing is basically trying to have a semblance of normalcy in a case that is anything but.
Yeah, and can you actually do that? I mean, realistically, there is nothing routine about what has happened today.
There's nothing routine about the defendant. There's nothing routine about the publicity. There's nothing routine about a candidate acting this way, but there is something very routine about this process and how it's been playing out. The indictment is routine. The charge itself is routine. The arraignment is routine. The booking process is routine. So I think what we're seeing is somebody who is anything but being subjected to a really tried and true process that is not his to make or remake. It's one that is being given to him by a system that is well equipped to deal with this.
What do you think tonight, given the judge did not place a gag order in the case, but he did offer a stern warning to Donald Trump about talking about the case? He's going to address the American public tonight. I know you're a prosecutor, but put on your defense hat for a moment. How would you advise the former president? What should he not say that could come back to haunt him?
Well, I am a defense attorney, and I would tell him what I would tell any single client of mine, which is not to talk out of turn right now. This is not the moment. Obviously, you know, in cases like this, there is an important aspect of trying to telegraph to the public what is going on and to you know, explain what his position is on all this. But as to the details of these charges, I think it would be unfoolish to really get into it. As I also am particularly concerned as an alum of that office, the fact that there's violence being levied at it, that they're getting, you know, powder, you know, envelopes of white powder, and, you know, the type of vitriol we're seeing on his social media where Donald Trump is pictured with a baseball bat next to Alvin Bragg's head. These are the kinds of things that really could incite violence. He should know better than doing that. And I think he's skating on thin ice if he thinks with Judge Merchan he can get away with that. So, you know, I think if he continues down the line that he's already been going down, he's going to quickly find himself with a gag order in the case.
Well, I appreciate that you say that, because although this is uncharted territory, any type of violence is beyond what we should see, even if it is the former president involved, which I wonder, as I looked at the still images in the courtroom, who else is on this prosecutorial team working on this case? Alvin Bragg is out in front talking about it, but there are a lot of other members in that DA's office who were involved. Who are they, as you look at some of the team? There's Trump's defense team, and what they will be doing moving forward in that office with so much attention being paid to this case.
Yeah, these are people who are dedicated, lifelong prosecutors. I don't think they're political in any way. I think that they are focused on the case at hand, to the extent that they have their own you know, thoughts about the political process, whether they like Trump or don't like Trump. That may very well be, but I think this case is being brought as a violation of New York state law, and that's you know, they're putting their head down and doing the work that they have to do.
I've heard it described a number of times today that this was a sad day in our legal justice and our political justice system and our political system. Would you characterize it as that?
I think it's sad when somebody commits a crime. I think it's sad when someone's accused of committing a crime. I think it's sad for the victims, and this is no different than anything else. It's just I think there are things to celebrate about our system today. The fact that somebody powerful is being held to account, that people are speaking truth to power, that the process works evenly for people who are in power, who are powerful or rich. I think that is something to celebrate about our system. But I think equally, it could be said that it's a sad day every time somebody is brought before the court accused of such serious crimes.
Duncan Levin, former senior counsel, state prosecutor in the Manhattan DA's office, and defense attorney. I appreciate your insight. It's great to have you on as we digest everything that has happened over the last few hours today. Thank you again. Donald Trump en route to Mar-a-Lago at this hour. At the top of the hour, we're going to take you to Mar-a-Lago as we await the president's arrival and his address to the nation later tonight. There is the venue. About 500 of the former president's supporters will be in attendance, including some key GOP leaders for the Republican Party. What will the former president say tonight? Will he stick to the script? We'll take you to Mar-a-Lago ahead here on NewsNation. tonight. The question being, will he stick to the script or will he likely follow his attorney's advice? And the judge in this case is warning that he not talk about pending litigation as a defendant in a criminal case. I want to go outside Mar-a-Lago, where our Brooke Schaefer is standing by, the president, former president. We're all making that mistake today, but he is en route from New York back to Florida as we speak. Brooke, talk about some of the preparations ahead of tonight's speech, who will be in attendance, and what we know at this point might be shared.
Right. So, Marnie, the president will land at Palm Beach International Airport. Then he'll make the roughly 15-minute or so drive from the airport back here to his Florida home at Mar-a-Lago. I can tell you right now, it's fairly quiet here, the route from the airport to Mar-a-Lago. There are a handful of Trump supporters here with flags. I think it's possible that the group gets a little bit bigger as we get closer to the former president landing back here in Florida. Again, he will make that drive from the airport to Mar-a-Lago. He'll go inside and make a speech around the 8 o'clock hour. But as you mentioned, what he will say in that speech is still really up in the air. I think we can expect him to continue some of the rhetoric that we have been hearing so far, slamming the Manhattan DA and the investigation as a whole, saying that there is no crime here. But as we've been hearing all afternoon, that might not be the advice of his counsel. So I think it's kind of a wait and see, as you said, to whether or not Mr. Trump sticks to that script. Marnie?
The other thing that, I took into consideration, Brooke, as I watched this today, and in a moment I'll ask you a question that you may or may not have an answer to, but, as I watched the former president head to New York, walk into the courthouse, he is flanked by his attorneys. He doesn't have any family by his side in that moment, which has to be, for anyone, whether you are a former president or not, has to be unnerving. It has to be scary. It has to be frustrating. It might or might not be embarrassing. His wife was not by his side as he went to New York. Do we have any idea at this point if Melania will be present for the speech tonight? And will his family be there in support after what has been undoubtedly a very difficult day for Donald Trump?
Well, Marnie, we don't know whether the former First Lady herself will be there at the speech tonight, but I think we can expect that some of his family members will be in attendance, some senior advisors for the Trump campaign. But the mood in Mar-a-Lago will certainly be different than what it was this morning in New York, right? Because he'll be here at his Florida home where he is comfortable, surrounded by possibly family members and definitely supporters of the former president. So that is really his sweet spot. That is where he's comfortable. And so, again, that is where we'll have to wait and see exactly how he decides to proceed with what he wants to say about this investigation.
All right, Brooke, stand by. We'll be coming back to you throughout the hour. We've been showing just a couple of shots from above, the flight tracker showing where President Trump's plane, former President Trump's plane, is right now above Virginia or so, headed south to the Florida coast, where he will arrive at Palm Beach International within the next couple of hours. There's the live tracker. I want to bring in Johanna Mosca now, NewsNation political contributor, CEO of Global Situation Room. As we're taking in all of the evidence, and at this point, really just the details of the indictment, what do you make of where things stand and the challenges for prosecutors moving forward?
Yeah. Democrats wanted the first charge to be undermining the U.S. government, democracy, the Georgia case. And we have a case that's largely about hush money payments, business, situation. The trouble for Trump is, Americans know that he has been in nefarious business arrangements his entire life. I mean, the organization has 3,500 cases, according to USA Today, that they've been part of. The issue I'm watching, Marnie, is actually that we are giving Trump precisely what he wants right now. I mean, we're talking about a primetime address that he's going to deliver that's getting wall-to-wall coverage from every network. And I remember in the 2008 presidential campaign, when we were running for president, when President Obama was running for president, we had to buy that network time to get that network time to make sure that we would get an entire hour. And yet we know that tonight networks, whether or not NewsNation is doing it, but other networks are going to give him all of this time. And that is, a candidate needs money or oxygen to win. That is a huge win for Trump. Now, we are not covering a lot of issues that Americans really care about. I mean, tonight we've got Wisconsin has a really pivotal state Supreme Court case that could determine access to abortion in the state of Wisconsin. Chicago has a pretty definitive mayoral election that can define whether we've got safety in communities. I think what I'm proud about with NewsNation is that I know we're going to try to cover these things differently. And so as we watch President Trump, as we watch this, yes, it's historic because he's a former president, but he also came into office having so many business proceedings against him. It's unprecedented that we have a president who was behind an insurrection and is being,
and also survived 2 impeachments. I don't dispute that there are very serious news stories that we are and will and continue to cover. The war in Ukraine being one of them, and the global threat that Russia poses. But today, a former president was in a courtroom being charged with a crime, a felony crime, 34 of which. So we can't ignore that, right? And to your point, that he wants the cameras on him, he didn't want cameras in that courtroom today. So you have to believe, to some degree, he's not only frustrated, but he might also be embarrassed that he's in this situation.
He has still cameras. Look, he knew he wasn't going to get away without
But he can't control those cameras, right? The difference is tonight, it's his place, right? Today, not his house.
And he has control. And look, the team, undoubtedly, there's an advance team that's still working for President Trump. I mean, he's a nominee. He's running for president. So he's got an advance team that's gone there, that's looked at all the camera stakeout positions. And the fact that there are so many cameras, it's not just, those like the tabloids that cover John Edwards. It's everybody. That matters to him. And he does want this coverage. Maybe not this kind of coverage, but the truth is you've got some people saying, oh my gosh, Trump's crazy tweets. That plays into his narrative. His Truth Social coverage that's just breathless. This all plays into his narrative. So you're right. There's a reason we're covering it. But to your point, Pompeo is currently in Ukraine, in Kiev, and we're not covering that. Pompeo is very likely to be one of his rivals.
Yeah, but he's not his biggest rival, right? And DeSantis has been quiet today. Nikki Haley's at the border. We had that this morning. What do you think about Democrats, though? What are you hearing from your sources? What are they saying in reaction now that we have a document in front of us, 16 pages of charges?
2 things. I think Democrats are going to let this legal proceeding play out. I think they wanted, and they'll say this behind closed doors, including congressional leaders, that they wanted the Georgia case to go first. And this, was not probably the case that they'd want to see first. However, they're going to let it play out. It's a legal proceeding. What you just said on DeSantis is exactly right. And what I keep thinking is DeSantis is the one who said, oh, we're not going to, cooperate with any extradition, which I don't know why he's protecting, Donald Trump, because Donald Trump doesn't care about that protection. He just went straight out, used the cameras to get all the oxygen, and has stolen it away from DeSantis, who sadly has also lost this most recent battle to Mickey Mouse. So DeSantis is going to have to get a little stronger if he's going to keep his poll numbers up.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Johanna Maska, thank you, NewsNation political contributor. I appreciate having you on. Good to see you. I want to bring in Judge Andrew Napolitano now. Judge, you and I have been speaking all day about this case. There was a lot that we didn't know. There was a big mystery. Well, I guess the mystery is out. We now have some answers, but did you learn anything as you have read through the indictment and the charges?
I'm sorry to tell you, Marnie, I know little more now than when you asked me 5 hours ago, Judge, what do you think he's going to be indicted for? And I said, give me some time to read the indictment. The New York State indictments, unlike in the federal system and unlike in many other states, are just bare bones. They basically just tell you the date that the crime was committed and the alleged statute that was violated by the commission of the crime. There are no details. The government is not required to put the details into the indictment, but it is required to provide those details to defense counsel and ultimately to the public and the press. And I understand that District Attorney Bragg is doing so even as you and I speak. It appears from little snippets of what I've heard from the DA, but not from the indictment, Marnie, that this is what we thought it would be. It alleges the use of corporate funds to pay two campaign debts. And the two campaign debts were to legally silence, two individual ladies, each of whom claimed to have had intimate relations with Donald Trump, both of which he denies. Now, they are not putting this detail in the indictment because they're not required to. It must have been an enormous letdown to the president and to his legal team when the indictment was handed to them in the courtroom, but they're New York practitioners, as I am not, so they knew to expect this. But your prior guest is quite correct. There's no allegation of a grand conspiracy to subvert the election in 2016. If that's what the Democrats want, they didn't get it.
So at the risk of sounding like a broken record here, because I feel like we all throughout the last 2 weeks have been having some of the same conversations and questions, and also not to be flippant, these are felony charges, but connect the dot for me on the crime.
Okay. So the crime is intentionally falsifying bookkeeping so that if the books were examined, it would look like the payments to Stormy Daniels and to this other lady were in fact legal expenses. Now, why is that a crime? It's a crime for two reasons. One, because it was a campaign expense and it came from corporate funds. That's a federal crime, and it's a New York State crime to use corporation funds for a campaign expense. So if Donald Trump had paid this money personally and directly to Michael Cohen to pay these ladies, no harm, no crime, it's his personal funds. Second crime is an income tax crime, because by making this a corporate expenditure, the corporation didn't pay income tax on it, and Donald Trump himself didn't pay income tax on it. So the false bookkeeping masks, Marnie, three crimes: federal campaign violation, state campaign violation, federal and state taxes, 4 crimes.
And
That's the best I can do to connect these dots for you.
I hear you. I'm asking you to connect them for people at home, too, because I think everybody's digesting this. I think the word we have to pay attention to moving forward, and I'll have you explain this, is intent, right?
Yes, because if Donald Trump's intent in using corporate funds to pay these two ladies to remain silent was to save his marriage, no crime, no harm. But if Donald Trump's intent to keep these ladies silent, it's now late October 2016. The Access Hollywood tapes came out. We all remember those 2 weeks earlier. If Donald Trump's intent was to save his campaign, then we have crimes and then we have harm. The federal government was harmed theoretically by not getting tax dollars. The state of New York was harmed, the same reason, and New York State crimes were committed. So it's all intent. And when Donald Trump gets on the witness stand and says, I was more worried about Melania than I was Hillary, how's anybody going to challenge that?
Okay, well, 2 things. Best impression I've heard all day, and 2, best explanation of intent. So thank you for that. Okay, so the prosecution has some challenges moving forward. One, they'd like a trial date of January 2024. The defense says, hold up, that sounds a little aggressive to me. Is it realistic?
It is realistic.
Why?
The court will clear its calendar for this because the court has an interest in this being over before we're into the election season. The court wants this over. Trump should want this over. Trump's usual MO Marnie, we all know this, in any litigation, I shouldn't say any, in civil litigation, it's the first criminal litigation of which I'm aware that he's been a defendant, has been to delay. He wants this over with and behind him. If he thinks he can delay this until after the election or after the convention, he's got to get the nomination first. That is not going to happen. We know the courts will do this. While all this was happening, a federal appeals court heard an appeal that was filed yesterday by Trump trying to prevent the feds from interrogating his former top White House aides. The federal appellate court ruled in 36 hours.
What does this case mean for the other cases, for the Georgia case, for the classified documents cases? If this is still going on, how do those play forward?
This is a roadmap for the others about what to do and what not to do. But this is also the weakest of the cases against the former president. The Georgia case is more profound. It alleges a conspiracy to subvert an election. They have the president on tape, and they have documents signed by the president's people, which were forgeries. The two federal cases are very strong. The government is very close to asking the grand jury to indict him on obstruction of justice in the unlawful retention of national defense secrets. The January 6th case, the government is still looking for conversations he had with his closest aides in the White House and with the vice president. They will get that information next week. So those three cases are stronger, but this one is a roadmap. And the message that the other prosecutors are getting is put details in the indictment. You don't want neutral analysts like I am being critical of you that we don't know any more today than we knew this morning.
Right. And me going through the indictment saying, well, all I see is falsifying big business records, falsifying business records. There are not any details in here for us to fill in the blanks. We're left with Alvin Bragg's statement, which is email, text, phone calls.
And together in the past 2 hours, it's the same paragraph over and over and over again, just with a different date filled in the blank.
Okay, so what's the defense strategy right now? They're on a plane, they're headed to Mar-a-Lago, maybe they're sitting in an office in New York going, okay, well, we've got this in front of us. What's our next step? Is it a change of venue? How do we file motions with the judge? What is their strongest case given what we know at this point? Maybe they know more.
They probably know more. But they should be filing this week, like tomorrow, a motion to dismiss on the grounds, A, that the defendant has not been adequately notified of the crime, and B, even if he did everything that was in here because he did it to save his marriage, it does not constitute a crime. And then they should also make, which they'll lose, unfortunately, because I disagree on this, a statute of limitations motion. New York rule is when the defendant is outside of the state, the statute of limitations stops running. It only resumes running when he comes back in the state. You have a defendant who lived in Washington, D.C. for 4 years, and he's now a permanent resident of Florida. I think that's a little fuzzy because the legislature, if they wanted that to be the law, they would have included it in it, and they didn't. But I would make that motion anyway and force the government's hand. The defendant's goal right now is twofold: to get as much information out of the government as they can, and to compel the judge to make as many rulings as they can possibly force him to make. All he has to do is make one or two key ones that are wrong. And if Trump is convicted, he's got an automatic appeal. So you want to force the judge to keep making rulings, and you want to extract from the government everything they have in their file.
Well, two things the judge did today, and I want to get your take on them. One, he said, Donald Trump, former president, defendant in this case, you will be present for future proceedings. What do you make of that?
That is standard operating procedure. That is not pleasing to the former president. But if he's not present, then you have a constitutional issue whereby the government was proceeding against him and he wasn't there to confront the proceedings. So just about every judge in the country, including this one, would have made that ruling this morning.
So does that mean that on August 8th, and I've got it in my notes somewhere, a motion hearing, we're going to have this same circus? He's going to head back to New York, face the judge in a courtroom in Manhattan?
Yes. Yes, for every proceeding in that courtroom, even the most mundane, the defendant in a criminal case is expected to be there. And they don't take excuses like, I'm debating Ron DeSantis. I got 10,000 people in Waco, Texas. None of that means anything to the court.
And how much heads up would Trump and his legal team get to appear before the judge?
Except for an emergent application, weeks. Really, this is not an unfair process. He'll know. He'll know very soon almost all the times that he has to appear there.
So the other thing the judge did today, or I guess didn't do, was did not issue a gag order, but he did issue, according to what we have heard from inside the courtroom, and again, there's no audio of it, but we'll be able to read it, a warning about talking about the case. And he has to be thinking about tonight and the potential that Donald Trump gets in front of the American public and the cameras at Mar-a-Lago.
This is defense counsel's worst nightmare. The president unleashed, angry, bitter, hurt, and unleashed, because the government is watching every word that comes out of his mouth. One of the things that was stated to him at the booking process, again, redundant, but they did it, is to read him his Miranda warnings. You have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. That applies from now up to the time that the jury gets the case. But knowing him as I do, knowing him as you do, as the journalist that you are, this is just not in his character. The judge took cognizance of, and the prosecutor was quite proper to raise this. Your Honor, the defendant has predicted death and destruction caused by his followers. Your Honor, behind me is my boss. He's the elected district attorney of this county. The defendant posted a photograph of himself aiming a baseball bat at my boss's head. The judge, I take this very seriously. Any judge would. This will not continue. No gag order. Judges are loath to impose a gag order because of the First Amendment. But if the judge concludes that the defendant, no matter who he is using his freedom of speech to intimidate or threaten the court or the prosecutors or any witnesses, he will silence that defendant.
If you're watching as the judge, are you paying attention to tonight's speech? Are you tuning in?
No, I am not. Right. I am if I'm the prosecutors, because I want to know everything he says, because as the judge, I am only interested in the valid, lawful evidence that comes into my courtroom. But as the prosecutors, I am watching everything he says, every movement he makes, every facial expression, every roll of his eyes, anything that could possibly be revealing of his thoughts or even mildly threatening.
Which brings me to my last question with you. Knowing former President Trump as you do, his body language today, appearing in New York, walking briefly through that small room into the courtroom, and then the still images that we have of him before the judge. What did you make of his demeanor, his facial expressions?
I have the two observations. One is he was obviously unhappy, and nobody would be happy in that environment. But two, he was restrained. You know, when the judge said to him, do you understand the charges against you? He could very well have said, I don't. And when he said, do you waive the reading of the indictment? He could very well have said no, and forced the government to read the indictment and forced the judge to explain the indictment. He didn't do that because his lawyers said to him, there's only two words that are going to come out of your mouth. Not guilty, nothing else. So for once in public, in a dramatic moment with the world watching, Donald Trump exercised self-restraint.
And it was the first moment probably in his life he has not had control over the situation, sitting as a defendant in a courtroom, 34 felony counts. Yes. Judge Andrew Napolitano, it has been a pleasure today. Thank you for your insight, your perspective, and for a few laughs along a day that has been like any other.
It's a pleasure to work with you, Marnie. I think we're doing it again tomorrow, and I look forward to it already.
We'll be back all week. All right. I'll see you then. Thank you. And I want to remind you at home as you watch our coverage tonight here on NewsNation, make sure you tune in to our primetime special lineup of coverage, Trump's arraignment today. Elizabeth Vargas, part of our team now, Chris Cuomo and Dan Abrams, all in the lineup tonight with the latest breaking developments, reaction, perspective, analysis, helping you understand exactly what's happening, what's ahead as the former president prepares to address the American public tonight. Our primetime lineup starting just in a little while from now, 8 p.m. Eastern here on NewsNation. All right, I want to bring in, I believe I've got Bernarda Villalona standing by. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yes, all right. Former prosecutor and defense attorney. As you listen to me talk to the judge there about the case, and I assume you've had some time to review the indictment. What are your thoughts right now as we await the former president's speech tonight and his own reaction in his own words to what we now know he's being charged with?
Well, definitely today is a monumental day, but what I do want to address the indictment, having been a former prosecutor in New York for 13 years and now a criminal defense attorney, I have to say out of the hundreds of cases that I actually indicted as a former prosecutor, all of them look similar to the indictment that was produced today in court. It is bare bones. It doesn't give you the actual facts or evidence of what was used to procure that indictment. So this type of indictment, as is sent in, the 34 charges, giving you the dates as well as specifying the law that was violated. It is very common. It is not out of the norm. But one thing that Alvin Bragg did do is that he attached a statement of facts to it. And that statement of facts gives us a little bit more insight as to what he is alleging that former President Donald Trump did. And based on that, it seems that he is framing it as an election interference case, that based on Donald Trump's actions of trying to conceal these payments, that it affected the election outcome in 2016. And that's what makes this type of crime so important, aside from the falsifying business records, but what actually resulted as a result of Donald Trump's actions, if it were to be proven in a court of law.
And did he include the statement of facts to contradict some of the criticism he has been getting and will continue to get, that this is a political prosecution?
So the statement of facts is not really to address politics. You got to think, as a prosecutor, your role is not to deal with the politics. You are to evaluate cases and investigations to determine what can be done, whether any laws were actually violated, and how can it assist in upholding the rule of law. So one thing that Alvin Bragg did do in terms of addressing the politics without addressing it is doing his interview, doing his press conference. He told you that these are the same typical cases that I do on a daily basis. These types of white collar crimes are cases that are the bread and butter of the New York County District Attorney's Office. You got to think that New York City is the financial capital of the world. So this is something that is quite common. This is not something that is new. This is a typical charge that is presented every day, having to deal with New York County crimes that are committed, especially with all the banks that are housed in New York City itself.
So he said felony crimes, and no matter who you are, these are felony crimes under New York state law. And I know he stayed out of the politics, but don't you think that he got into the examples of charges against similar white-collar crimes as a way to say, don't attack me for the politics, I've done this before, but the outlier in this case will always be that this is a former president. So what's the end game?
Well, the end game is for us to see this case go to trial, because we don't see former President Donald Trump pleading this case out, meaning pleading guilty to whether it's a felony or to a misdemeanor or to no jail time or to a fine. We don't see that happening. But ultimately, at the end, who's going to make the decision as to whether former President Donald Trump committed these crimes, these 34 counts of falsifying business records, is going to be 12 jurors that hear that evidence and unanimously must come and reach a verdict as to guilt or not guilt. Because right now we are very early on in this stage. It was a grand jury proceeding, and that grand jury proceeding, we know that the evidence in terms of the burden of what has to be proven is much lower than at the time of trial.
Right. So you've got 23 members on the grand jury. You'll have a jury that's much smaller, but very difficult for either side to find a jury that, I mean, one, hasn't heard about this case, but doesn't know Donald Trump. I mean, he is the most recognizable, one of the most recognizable people on the planet. You'd have to go to Mars to find a jury that isn't aware of what's going on, especially after the most recent coverage of all of this.
So when dealing with a grand jury, of course, those grand jurors, they weren't voir dire to the extent that they were asked questions about their views, about their political views as to whether they could be fair and impartial, questions to that extent. Compare it to a jury trial, a jury that will hear the evidence at the time of trial where the burden is beyond a reasonable doubt. Sure, in terms of selecting a jury, it'll be difficult to find someone who has never heard of Donald Trump. However, that is not the standard. The standard is that despite, even if you have heard of Donald Trump, even if you know him to be the president, even if you heard about these charges, even if you have seen this press conference, even if you have seen mention of this on social media, can you put that aside and be fair and impartial and listen to the evidence that's presented in the courtroom and base your decision solely on the evidence that's been presented in this courtroom and apply it to the law? That is the only and the most important question that must be posed to any potential juror when selecting a jury in this case.
Right. But in this case, and I hate to continue to fall back on this, but it is a former president who is one of the most polarizing people that we've come across politically. So people on any jury either love or hate him, voted for him or didn't vote for him, voted for him, didn't and won't, or did and will. I mean, you've got so many different components to all of this. I'm not questioning the legal system and seating a jury, but this is uncharted. This is unprecedented. I mean, there's just no way of knowing how this plays forward and how the American public thinks about it, and if their patience is running out.
Exactly, because it's going to be a long road, because even I believe the district attorney's office was asking to place this on a jury trial calendar for January of next year. So that's even less than a year away from now, what we're talking about. So it's going to take some time. Of course, it's going to depend of any continuances that the defense will be asking for, to say if they wanted to delay it several more months, or whether they want to argue this case in the appellate division, or do they want to go to the New York State Court of Appeals and start arguing and disputing any decisions that Judge Merchant can make about questions having to deal with this case. Look, ultimately, when it comes to the time of trial, I know one thing for sure, is that doing jury trials, you're bringing in maybe 100, 200 people to select a jury. I submit that in this case, you're going to have to probably voir dire or bring in over 1,000 people from New York County to see whether they can be qualified to sit on a jury having to deal with the former president.
Safe to say, it doesn't matter if you change venue. That really won't matter in this case.
Exactly.
One more question about the evidence for you. We have to read between the lines a little bit about what Alvin Bragg said, but we know the key witness for the state will be Michael Cohen, the former president's former attorney, his former fixer, who spent time behind bars for this very crime. He said text, emails, phone calls. This is new evidence that came to light after Alvin Bragg took office in 2021. Are we to assume, and I know it's speculative, but help me out here, that these texts and emails and possible phone calls came from the prosecution's key witness in this case, Michael Cohen?
Well, based on reading the statement of facts, assuming, of course, the name Michael Cohen, you don't find that inside of the statement of facts, but we are presuming that the lawyer that they are speaking about is Michael Cohen. But it does look that there are text messages, that there are emails also that probably was in the possession of Mr. Cohen that the district attorney didn't have, and the district attorney prior to Mr. Bragg, District Attorney Cy Vance, didn't have either. However, I will question that because Cy Vance did give an interview over the weekend where he was told by the Southern District of New York Federal District Court to stand down on the investigation. So I'm not quite sure what information Cy Vance had prior to Alvin Bragg, but we at least know that Cy Vance finally did come out and say that he was told to stand down. Either way, Alvin Bragg stated today during his press conference that he was availed of additional information that wasn't previously in his possession that led him to want to present this case to a grand jury.
Remarkable where we are today. Bernarda Villalona, as always, thank you for helping us break it down. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Let's bring in NewsNation correspondent Brooke Schaefer now. She is standing by live outside of Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida. The former president, en route still to Florida at this hour, where he will give a primetime address. What are you hearing about who's going to be there in the audience? We hear about 500 or so of the former president's supporters.
Yeah, it's still a little bit up in the air, Marnie, on who we can expect to be inside that room at Mar-a-Lago later tonight for the former president's primetime speech after he lands back here in Florida. But as you mentioned, we know that there will be supporters of the former president in the room ready to listen, as we all will be, to his first remarks since being in New York this morning. I think we can also expect some of his family members and, of course, some senior advisors for the Trump campaign to be there. As far as the atmosphere here in Palm Beach, Marnie, I can tell you slowly there have been some supporters of the former president showing up. There is a small handful of people that have gathered here. They have some flags, and I think it appears they're going to be waiting here, hoping to catch a glimpse of the former president after he lands at the airport, gets in his car, and then drives about or takes the roughly 15-minute or so ride from the airport back here to Mar-a-Lago. Marnie?
I always appreciate, Brooke, hearing from people who show up, not at events like this per se, but along the route, as you talk to them and as you have spoken to them in the days prior to today, and we're learning a lot today about what they think about all of this. I mentioned a moment ago the patience of the American public. How many political lives does Donald Trump have, surviving 2 impeachments, now charged with felony counts in criminal court? What do they say about all of that, his supporters and those who are frustrated with where things stand?
Yeah, Marnie, we have been here in Palm Beach for weeks now waiting for this news, and we've spoken to people really on both sides. There are people who are supporters of the former president who said, yeah, an indictment might make me question my support of him. But I do have to say, those who are part of Mr. Trump's base, his loyal supporters, have told me indictment or no indictment, their support of the former president is not going to change. In fact, they said if there was an indictment, they would probably support him more. And those are the people that we are seeing out here today, lining the streets, heading to Mar-a-Lago. These are Trump's supporters who said they aren't going anywhere, indictment or no indictment.
There was some level of concern what would happen today with people in both Florida and also in the heart of the Big Apple in Manhattan. It's been nice to see that things have remained calm and peaceful despite some of those concerns. Brooke Schaefer at Mar-a-Lago this afternoon as we await the former president's speech tonight. Brooke, thank you for that. 34 felony counts for falsifying business documents. The former president pleading not guilty to the charges criminally that he faces criminally out of the state of New York. Live again inside Mar-a-Lago as people start to gather at this hour. We are just hours away from the former president addressing the American public. You at home, and our primetime lineup coming up as well here on News Nation. We'll be right back with more coverage throughout the hour.
indictment that references a second crime. He did mention vaguely a state campaign election finance law. That's not going to fly, Marnie, because this was a federal election, not a state election. Trump's lawyers are going to argue the legislative intent of a state election law is for a state election, not a federal election. Bragg then cites a federal law violation, a federal campaign election violation, that the 130,000 went over the limit. Again, you can't argue a federal law violation in a state court. As such, I expect Trump's lawyers unequivocally to be filing a motion to dismiss these charges for the two reasons I just mentioned. There's not even a law cited, and if they do rely on the federal law, that the court lacks proper jurisdiction.
Janet, what do you think?
Oh, Brian's an old friend of mine, but I disagree thoroughly because the statute actually says that you don't have to cite a specific law that was violated. It's just, it takes it from a misdemeanor to a felony if the statement or the false statement was made in an attempt to cover up a crime. You don't have to even enumerate what that crime is. Bragg did cite those two potential crimes, but he's not limited to that. He actually, during the course of discovery, could allege other crimes, or in a trial could allege other crimes. But he doesn't have to limit himself to a New York state crime. He doesn't have to exclude a federal crime. It just has to be a cover-up of some criminal wrongdoing. So I think, he actually was smart not to limit himself in the document. And he said in the press conference, I don't have to enumerate which statute or which specific crime he violated, just that it was a cover-up of a crime. And the other thing is, even their own admission, the defense counsel's own admission, that this contribution was not to cover something up, but it was essentially to pay off, something that could be embarrassing. That's at least the misdemeanor. So their defense, I think, admits to committing the misdemeanor of making a false statement, even if it's not in the ends to try to cover up a crime. You can't do that. And Bragg was very adamant. New York is the business capital of the world. We take this very seriously.
Brian, would you like to provide a rebuttal to that?
Well, yeah, I love Janet, but look, any reputable prosecutor, Marnie, rest assured, in the highest profile case on the planet, right, including Mars, like you mentioned before, that prosecutor would tell a global audience, what is the second law that Trump violated? And he is going to lose this case because of that. There isn't anything, just so your viewers know, it is a bit complicated. You can't just argue 34 counts, right? And he did that on purpose, by the way. He's a good, salacious short story writer. 34 federal counts. There's not 34 counts because he didn't cite a single second law. You got to prove that second violation. And if he had that information, Marnie, rest assured, he would tell us what that is. One other point. I would not want to be in Bragg's shoes when your two star witnesses in this case, if it ever gets to a jury, are a convicted felon who in 2018, Marnie, stated unequivocally, he said this unequivocally, that $130,000 hush money payment to Stormy Daniels had absolutely nothing to do with the election in 2016. He said that. That's the prosecution's star witness. And then the second star witness is a former adult film actress. So I would not want to be in his shoes.
Well, I appreciate the position I'm in as mediator for this. So, Janet, I'll have you respond to what Brian is saying here. Is Michael Cohen a witness that you'd be concerned about in this case? Yes, he lied, but he says now follow the evidence. Look at the documents.
Well, and he has recordings, and it isn't just Michael Cohen. There's a doorman. There's a third count where there's a doorman who is apparently paid to stay quiet about an unwed mother who, had the child of Donald Trump. There's a lot more in this statement of facts than what we're talking about. But to Brian's point, and he and I as defense attorneys have been in this position where we've gotten into trial and said, these are the prosecution's witnesses. The government wants you to believe a drug dealer or a prostitute or a convicted felon. And then the prosecution says, we didn't pick those witnesses. These are not people we would associate with. Janet Johnson, Brian Claypool, their client picked these people. This was an attorney for Donald Trump. He hired this guy. This was a woman who, and I think the evidence is pretty clear, Donald Trump at least had an affair with this woman. Whether he, paid her hush money in the end to try to win an election, we don't know that. I also, would take a little bit of umbrage. I don't think her being an adult actress is necessarily, a reflection on her character. We don't know anything about her. I don't know anything bad about her. I'm not sure that, she has bad character, but he picked her. Donald Trump picked her, not Alvin Bragg.
So the wild card, and this is to you both in all of this, is that the defendant in this case is Donald Trump himself, a former president. One option that his defense has is, I did this to save my marriage, right? It goes back to intent. So how critical will that be? Will that be the key to their argument to ultimately avoid guilty? Brian, I'll go with you on that. I'm going to just go. Sure. I'll ping pong. Brian, you go.
Yeah, sure. Your question presupposes that Bragg gets this to trial, so I'll give you that assumption that you get to trial on this case. Now, in order, like Trump's going to argue exactly what you said. That look, this hush money payment was made, and I made this to salvage my family. And that is going to be corroborated by what I just said a couple of minutes ago. He's not making this up. This isn't some fictional thing that Trump's going to argue at trial. He talked to his top lawyer who said, I'll take a bullet for Trump. And Cohen already testified with the federal investigation that that's absolutely correct, that Trump wanting to put a hush on this had absolutely nothing to do with trying to influence the 2016 election. So in effect, think about it, Marnie, the Trump defense team is actually going to benefit from the prosecution calling Michael Cohen as a witness to prove this point.
I'll think about it, and while I think, I'll let Janet respond.
Thank you. There are two problems with that. One is that after the election, the cover-up continued. And in fact, there is one email and documentation that he wanted to delay one of the payments until after the election, because then he wouldn't essentially have to come through on the last payment because the mission would have been accomplished. The other problem with that is that's still a misdemeanor. That's still falsifying business records because there was no retainer to Michael Cohen for services that a lawyer was going to provide. This was still a way to filter money to Stormy Daniels, to Karen McDougal, to the doorman in an attempt to basically falsify these documents. Now, it might not have been to cover up a crime. It might have just been to cover up, cheating, but that's still a misdemeanor. You still can't falsify your business record. So I actually think, we were talking earlier and I heard the guest earlier say, this is definitely going to trial. Donald Trump talks about how he doesn't settle, but the evidence is to the contrary. He settles a lot in civil cases. I could see him actually pleading to a misdemeanor. I think that's what they're setting up. They're saying, yes, these documents, these business records were wrong, but they weren't to cover up a crime. They were to cover up an affair and to save his marriage.
A misdemeanor, pleading to that. That's the first I've heard of that. So, Janet, thank you for that. Janet Johnson, Brian Claypool. Let's put a pin in it. Great to have you both with us today. Thank you. We're going to take a quick break and get to the political implications of what has happened so far ahead of our primetime special coverage lineup tonight as the former president gets ready to address the American public. He's getting closer to landing in Florida at any moment. We'll be right back. expect to be an 8:15 Eastern Time primetime speech from former President Donald Trump. This comes on the heels of 34 felony counts falsifying business records now filed against the former president in Lower Manhattan just hours ago. The former president now in the air, expected to arrive in Palm Beach shortly. He has pleaded not guilty to all of those felony criminal charges. For his defense team tonight, it may be their worst nightmare because the judge did lay down a pretty stark warning about talking about the case. The former president has been critical of the judge presiding. I want to bring in Niall Stanage now, associate editor with our partners at The Hill, to talk about the politics of all of this, because you can say it's not about politics, but this is the intersection of our legal system and politics like we have never seen before. Does Donald Trump tonight stay on script?
Donald Trump almost never stays on script, but that won't necessarily doom him to problems or to some kind of catastrophe. Now, of course, if he goes after the judge, that could be a major problem. But really, the former president, I think, can take some heart from what has happened today. Zooming out, Marnie, the president woke up as the frontrunner, former president, woke up as the frontrunner for the GOP nomination, and he'll go to bed as the frontrunner for the GOP nomination. His critics woke up hoping that there was going to be more than we expected or more than had been reported in these charges, and there wasn't. So those are the basic dynamics. All the former president has to do is not kind of tread on his own cause by anything massively inflammatory this evening.
And real quick, Niall, I have about 30 seconds or so left. Does it behoove him to be a human in this moment, a person who had a pretty rough day, and to not focus on that necessarily, but focus on the future as the American public digests what is going on?
It would if he were a conventional political figure. He's not a conventional political figure. One of the challenges for him would be to reach beyond his base. We don't know if he's going to do that.
All right, Niall Stanage, brief. I appreciate that. Thank you. As we reach the top of the hour, it's going to be a busy night. It's been a busy and historic day. What a time to jump in the fray and join our team here at NewsNation. I want to welcome Elizabeth Vargas. It is time now for Elizabeth Vargas Reports as she picks up our coverage from here.
requested as well, but he went on to say even if one was requested, he wouldn't have initiated one. Now, prosecutors did point out the fact that the former president has been very active on social media, claiming that some of his remarks have been rather incendiary. But defense attorneys for former President Trump said, look, Michael Cohen has been making the rounds on all these networks. The former president has the right to defend himself. So the judge said there won't be any gag order in this case, but did issue this strong warning. He said, quote, that the former president should refrain from saying anything that has the potential to create violence and civil unrest.
All right, Robert Sherman, live from the courthouse where history was made today in New York City. Thanks so much. This is all uncharted legal territory. It's never happened before. So there are many questions surrounding what happens next as this case goes to trial. Let's bring in our legal experts. Former federal prosecutor Paul Callan, former New York Assistant District Attorney Ruth Young, and former Trump White House attorney Jim Schultz. Thanks all three of you for being here. First, I just want to get a quick reaction, Paul, from you to the charges. We've heard a lot of people criticizing, saying it's bare bones, there's nothing there. Other people saying, just wait, we don't know it all yet. What do you think?
Well, I think some of the criticism maybe is not completely well-founded because this is a state indictment, and state indictments are not as detailed as federal indictments are. Federal prosecutors like to, and I've been a state prosecutor and a criminal defense attorney, state indictments are much more bare-boned than federal ones. Federal ones are laid out like a novel, and they tell the whole story in great detail.
This wasn't a speaking indictment, as they...
Nah, this was actually kind of, I'd call it a quasi-speaking indictment. It had a statement of facts attached to it, which tells the story. It tells quite a graphic story, as a matter of fact, but it's not as detailed as a federal indictment might have been, and I think that's what it's being compared to.
Jim, I'm curious. There didn't seem, we know this whole thing has been, we've got to connect a crime of falsifying business records with something else. There has to be in pursuit of covering up another crime. What was that? Did we know that from today's indictment?
So it's not really clear. They allude to New York election law. Alvin Bragg alluded to that in his speech today, but it's really unclear. You have the misdemeanor, which is the falsifying the records, and the felony, which is if you're, the crime which the falsification, furthered or was attempting to conceal. It's really unclear what that other crime that Alvin Bragg mentioned is. And if I were on the defense in this case, I would want to know that. And I think that you'll see a motion for bill of particulars filed in this case to determine what exactly they are talking about in terms of those crimes. And, I think that will ultimately, be something that's going to be material when you get to that motion stage and the motion to dismiss stage. And noting that this is way out there. The next motion date is in December. That's a long time, and it doesn't look like this is going to get resolved before November 2024, that's for sure.
Yeah, no kidding. Ruth, you have been on both sides of this whole booking process. You are now a defense attorney. You've had to surrender clients to the booking process. You were a Manhattan ADA. What happened? We saw Trump walk into the courthouse, give a wave to the crowd, and then he disappeared behind the doors. What happens once a defendant walks in that building?
Well, typically he goes through One Hogan Place, which is the DA's entrance. He goes to the 7th floor, and at the 7th floor, he goes to what's called the Danny Squad. Danny meaning District Attorney of New York. That's the nickname for the office. And he goes in, and that's pretty much where you leave your client.
So at that point, his lawyers separate from him.
Right. But there's little concern that any questioning or interrogation happens because that's all predetermined. You've already spoken to the prosecutor, you've spoken to the Danny detective, and you say, obviously, my client's represented by counsel, don't ask him any questions. Even though it's clear, you would say it anyhow.
So where does he go?
So he goes into the Danny detective room. And
it's a small room?
It's a small room, and actually it's covered in green tile because it used to be originally the autopsy room when the district attorney's office was just in that one portion of the courthouse.
Wow. Okay.
So he's fingerprinted. I should just backtrack. Before he goes in, you take your client's keys, you take his jewelry, you take his coat, you take anything.
So he had to take off his wedding ring?
Everything. Newspapers, coffee, you take it all, and when he goes in. He has no cell phone, too, obviously. Once he's fingerprinted, he's asked pedigree information, even though he's Donald Trump, he's asked his name, all that stuff. all those forms are completed, and then he sort of waits like anybody else, and he's usually should be in a pen. And
a pen? What do you mean by that?
A pen is sort of the part of the office which is caged with
They
bark.
didn't put him in that, did they? No.
He should, technically, but I don't know, because this is new territory.
Right, but most white-collar criminals are also handcuffed and have a mugshot taken.
Correct.
And he didn't have those things happen to him, so.
He has very little access to food, to the bathroom, and if his attorneys properly prepped him, he would not have eaten anything or drank anything beforehand, because there's really no facility for him. And then he waits for his fingerprints to go through the system, and the fingerprints go through a Q database, and it has to go up to Albany, and you can't actually jump the line. So
even if you're the former president, I think he probably did.
He did, but
okay.
But then once the fingerprints are back, he can go to court, and his case is docketed.
Fascinating, utterly fascinating. I didn't know about the autopsy room. Paul, what happens next in this case? I mean, we know that the defense has said they're undoubtedly going to file motions to dismiss. Is there a motion for a change of venue? Because we've already heard the former president complain that, nobody in Manhattan likes me. I want to be tried in Staten Island. What happens next?
Well, the next thing that happens is they'll be discussing discovery in the case. Now, there are new discovery rules that are in place in New York, and discovery materials have to be turned over to the defense on a fairly quick basis, 30 days or 60 days, and you often wind up back in court having an argument about whether those deadlines have been met. So we can anticipate that. We can also anticipate there may be motions made of other kinds that come up regarding the pleadings in the case and other things. Now, Jim was saying that the judge has put down December as the final date for motions, but there could be other preliminary motions.
Is that normal? December? It's only April.
I'm shocked by that because, number one, this is the ex-president of the United States, and you would think maybe you could push this case along a little bit. So, yeah, I'm a little surprised at saying December. But I will tell you that a case like this in Manhattan would easily take a year or more to pass through the system. They're backed up.
Yeah.
There's a COVID backup and everything else. And the other thing that I wanted to mention
Very
is
quick.
Trump's lawyers love to make motions to delay things, and that's why I think his strategy is going to be delay, delay, delay. So that's what we're going to be looking for.
Paul Callan, Ruth Young, Jim Schultz, thank you so much for giving us your expertise tonight. It's been an unbelievable day. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our special coverage of Trump's arraignment continues. We'll be right back in just a moment. Hours at Mar-a-Lago, former President Trump is expected to speak in about 2 hours. We'll hear what he has to say about the charges unveiled against him today. I'm sure it'll be a lot. The speech will also be a chance for potential jurors on this case to hear what the former president thinks of the charges. And we can't forget he's also the leading Republican presidential candidate for 2024 for the GOP nomination. So this speech could sway Republican voters who are deciding whether to vote for him in the primary. NewsNation correspondent Brooke Schaefer is live in Palm Beach with more on what we can expect. Hey, Brooke.
Hey, Elizabeth. Yeah, a lot still up in the air on what we can expect to hear from the former president here at Mar-a-Lago in just a couple of hours. I think it can be assumed that he'll probably stick to the rhetoric that we have been hearing so far, pushing back against not only the Manhattan District Attorney, but the investigation as a whole, saying that there is no crime here. But I can tell you this is, of course, a highly anticipated speech. Everyone really will be watching this, including some of his supporters who are expected to be inside the ballroom at Mar-a-Lago. And just outside here on the road leading from Palm Beach International Airport to Mr. Trump's Florida home, already we have seen a small group of supporters show up here. They have flags and signs, and we're assuming they are going to be hanging out here waiting to hopefully catch a glimpse of the former president when he lands back here in Florida briefly. Among these supporters, though, there is at least one person here with a sign saying, "Lock him up." So still a lot of opinions, obviously, a lot of people waiting to see what Mr. Trump will say in just a matter of hours. Elizabeth?
All right, Brooke Schaefer down at Mar-a-Lago where Trump will be speaking. Thanks so much. We'll be checking in with you throughout the night. Our next guest calls former President Trump, quote, the greatest showman in the country right now. Joining me now is Mick Mulvaney, former acting White House chief of staff for President Trump. You've worked side by side with him, very closely with him. You know him very, very well. I've got to ask you, his own lawyers outside the courthouse today described him as frustrated, disappointed. Other people in the court said he looked furious. What was that plane ride back to Mar-a-Lago like tonight?
Yeah, the plane ride was probably a lot better. Yeah, I'm sure he was angry. I'm sure he was frustrated. All those things sound right. He was not happy about being indicted. He doesn't think it's good for his brand, for his legacy, for his reputation. But I got to think that once he got on the airplane and started to hear the chatter, because keep in mind he's probably watching 4 or 5, maybe even 6 different networks to try and get the input on how today went, his spirits have got to go up. There's no question about it. Even his staunchest opponents, Mitt Romney, put out something in support of the president tonight. John Bolton, who can't stand Donald Trump, was saying nice things about him on another network. And even former Obama officials are saying that they don't understand exactly why this is happening. All of that combines to probably put him in a really, really good and upbeat mood as he heads back on that flight tonight to Mar-a-Lago.
So is he writing this speech on the airplane? There are no lawyers on the plane riding back to Mar-a-Lago. There is just political staff, political advisors. He's been warned by the judge to be careful about what he says. But who's writing this speech?
Yeah, I think since there's no gag order, there's just the warning from the judge, which I guess they probably give to everybody. But since there's no formal gag order, there's probably not any reason to have the lawyers on there to worry about the speech. The speech is going to be written by somebody else, and Trump will look at it, make changes and so forth. But what you watch for tonight is when is he reading the speech and when is he clearly sort of extemporizing, because he will do that for sure. This could be one of those speeches, Elizabeth. I mean, I guess as soon as I say it, it'll be 15 minutes, but it could be one of those speeches that go an hour with him simply riffing and going from extemporaneous as to how he feels about the day. So again, right. I think his energy levels will be high. But I don't think the lawyers will have much to do with what this speech says tonight.
Yeah, it's interesting. While his own lawyers and legal team, and out of concern, I guess, that this would be somehow politicized or made into a circus, they did not take a mugshot of him as they do with other white-collar defendants. And yet we hear reports that, his campaign is making sweatshirts with a faux mugshot, a picture they've taken to sort of resemble one. I mean, they're capitalizing on it at the same time that they're saying, please don't actually subject me to this.
Yeah, and they've raised a lot of money. It's not just the amount of money. I've heard numbers as high as $7, possibly $10 million over the past couple of days. It's not just that, Elizabeth. I'm hearing that 25% of the donors are new donors. These are folks who have never given money to Donald Trump at all. So that's a big deal in the political world. When you can find that many new people to give you dough, that's a big deal. So again, another reason to be upbeat. Look, the future is still unclear for the former president. He's got to deal with the charges and possibly in Georgia, possibly on the classified documents, possibly on January 6th. But tonight is probably a pretty good night down in Mar-a-Lago.
All right, Nick Mulvaney, thanks so much for weighing in on that. Nice to talk to you tonight. Coming up, we take you around the world as Trump joins the ranks of other former leaders who have faced criminal charges. And one potential GOP hopeful for president is predicting Donald Trump won't be the party's nominee. Republican Governor Chris Sununu joins me next. Donald Trump's arraignment is historic and unprecedented for our country. It's not so rare around the world. Dozens of former leaders have been jailed or prosecuted after leaving office over the past 2 decades. And that includes democracies like France and Israel. 2 years ago, a court handed former French President Nicolas Sarkozy a 1-year prison sentence for illegal campaign financing. Like Trump, authorities also raided and searched his home as part of the investigation. And in Israel, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is facing an ongoing corruption trial. He was indicted back in 2019 for charges including fraud and bribery. Back here at home, all eyes are on the 2024 as Donald Trump's arraignment shakes up the race. The first primary contest next year for the GOP is in the Granite State. Earlier, I spoke with New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu, who says he is considering a run for the GOP nomination. Governor Sununu, you're one of the few leading voices in the GOP not to criticize the indictment as a political hit job, but you did call it a circus. What's your reaction to the developments today?
Well, look, I'm not a lawyer. I think everyone's trying to parse out what the indictments mean, what the timeline of this thing will be. But it is going to be a circus, and it's going to be a circus for the next year. And I was mentioning, someone this morning said, gee, Gov, would this be happening if the president wasn't running for president again? And no, I don't think it would be. So, of course, politics comes into play, and I think everyone understands that. And so is this really something that is going to, bring America together? No, it's going to drive another wedge. And so for me, I'm an engineer. I'm not a lawyer, right? My job is to fix things and to make things better and create systems. But this, on the politics side, this is just going to create another divide for us. It's unnecessary. We'll see where it all goes. But this drama is just starting. It's like we're watching the first episode of a new daytime soap opera, right? And it's going to go on for the next year, and no one knows how it's going to end. But unfortunately, it's going to dominate the headlines for all of us for quite some time.
You were on Bill Maher on Friday talking about a possible run for the White House. Let's take a listen really quick.
You're running for president.
I'm going to wait to see what percentage of the potential candidates get indicted, and if it's over.
All right, I'll bite. When will you decide?
First, hey, that was a pretty good line, right?
It was a good line.
Bill Maher. Look, I think most folks will decide whether they want to jump in this race and be a voice on that stage and that platform. Probably midsummer, late summer, something before the debates, and that'll probably start late August, early September in that time frame. So, look, New Hampshire always comes first for me. I'm a governor. I got a 24/7 job. I take that incredibly seriously. We're going through our legislative process now. We're in great shape. We're, the fastest growing state in New England and #1 for personal freedoms and all this great economic stuff we're doing. So if it's really something where I think that, my voice can actually help the process, maybe hopefully direct the conversation on whether it's on international issues or free market, good conservative values of local control and limiting the size of government, as not just being right. Being right is easy, right? But actually limiting the size of government and believing in the process that the founding fathers set up. If there's a way to do that, and we can be constructive in that effort, then I'll absolutely jump in. But, my job, again, I see it as a voice of the party that's trying to bring independents and young voters back to the table. We can't win without them. And no matter what you think about any of these candidates, we need somebody who can win in November of 24. I don't want a repeat of November of 22. That did not work out well for Republicans because we got behind extreme candidates based solely on ideology without really appreciating, can't govern if you don't win. You cannot govern if you don't win. Let's put winners on the ballot for November.
Finally, Governor, I want to ask you about Finland officially joining NATO today. This is a big deal, an unintended consequence, I am sure, from Putin's invasion of Ukraine. This comes as some leading Republicans have been warning that our aid to Ukraine is not a blank check, to quote one leading Republican. Some other Republicans in the House are even calling for cutting aid to Ukraine. You recently wrote an op-ed in the Washington Post saying that we have lost our moral compass on Ukraine of your fellow Republicans. Why are we seeing such division now within the party that once stood strong against the Soviet Union?
Well, look, I can't speak for those other individuals, but we have to stand strong with Ukraine. The idea that Finland is coming on board to NATO is terrific. It just means that our team is one that folks want to be on. And if you're going to tell me that we have the opportunity to kind of crush the tin can army of Vladimir Putin in Russia without putting a single troop on the ground, let's do it. I mean, what the Ukrainian people have done is absolutely unbelievable. They're fighting for their freedoms. That's exactly the ideals that this country was founded on, exactly what we should be supporting around the country, around the world. And understand that if we're going to be the world leader, and we are, we're the most humanitarian, generous, strongest economically and military country in the world, that comes with responsibilities of both supporting your allies and showing your enemies that you have resolve. That if they want to come messing with us or our allies, we're not just going to dip our toe in the water, right? We're going to use our leverage points to ensure that, frankly, there is peace on earth. With America's strength across the globe comes peace on earth. There's no doubt about that. And so I can't speak for those others other than to say the fight in Ukraine is I think, connects with a lot of Americans in terms of what we're about and what our responsibility is across the planet.
Chris Sununu, Governor of New Hampshire, thank you so much for being here. I hope you'll come back.
You bet. Thanks so much.
And stay with NewsNation tonight for all the very latest on Trump's arrest today. I'll join my colleagues Chris Cuomo and Dan Abrams for live special coverage from 8 to 10 p.m. Eastern. We'll be watching as the former president delivers remarks in less than 2 hours from his Mar-a-Lago home in Florida. That is tonight, right here on NewsNation. We'll be right back. Former President Donald Trump's airplane just landing in West Palm Beach, Florida airport, taxiing us back to the gate where the former president will obviously disembark and make the journey back to Mar-a-Lago. We expect he's been working on this flight with his political aides on board on the speech he's about to deliver in that ballroom in just about, an hour and a half from now. We will, of course, have live coverage of that entire speech when he begins to speak. Back here in New York, Donald Trump's legal problems do not end with today's historic arraignment. The former president faces a host of other legal challenges that could tie him up in court for years, in addition to DA Bragg's indictment. There are 2 federal investigations underway, one into January 6th, the other into the handling of Trump's handling of classified documents. And in Georgia, a grand jury is investigating whether to indict former President Trump on efforts to overturn the 2020 election. And in New York, the Attorney General has launched a civil suit over Trump's business dealings. And also, there are 2 defamation lawsuits pending against the former president. Trump has denied all wrongdoing in all these cases, but each one still poses potentially serious problems for the former president, especially as he makes another run for the White House. To help break it all down, we're joined by Law and Crime Network host and NewsNation legal contributor Jesse Weber. Jesse, all along we've been hearing that this case down in Fulton County, Georgia, and this case that Jack Smith, special counsel with the Justice Department, is investigating into January 6th, and the documents obstruction case are much more serious. The issues at stake are certainly much more serious.
I agree 100%. So if we start off in Georgia, for instance, we're hearing ideas that it could possibly conspiracy charges or racketeering charges. And when you look at the evidence there, you have a grand jury who has already submitted a report, who's already indicated
conspiracy to overturn the election.
Correct. And they've already issued a report that says that they believe multiple people should be indicted. We don't know if it's Donald Trump per se. And now that's going to be up to District Attorney from Fulton County, Fani Willis, about whether or not to submit that report to a grand jury and return back an indictment.
Right. To clarify, it was a special grand jury
Correct.
that issued a recommendation for indictments against many people.
Georgia's a little different like
right.
that.
And then it goes to a regular grand jury.
Yeah. If they want to ultimately go forward with charges. And by the way, when you look at the evidence there, the idea there is President Trump was trying to pressure Georgia officials to overturn the election.
We've all heard the phone call.
But there's now another phone call that this grand jury heard about, which we don't know too much about. And then there's this fake elector scheme, this scheme to ultimately institute fake electors to the Georgia Capitol that would have essentially refused to have Joe Biden be the president. I mean, that's a really interesting scheme there, but also at the same time, it seems to be backed up by evidence. So Georgia's something to look out for. Then you'd mention Jack Smith, who's overseeing 2 different probes. I think the documents investigation in particular, the obstruction component is the thing to look out for. And what was the biggest development that happened in the last couple of weeks? Evan Corcoran, Donald Trump's attorney, has been ordered to provide testimony under something called the crime fraud exception to the attorney-client privilege. Basically saying the judge feels that a crime was committed and their conversations are no longer privileged. That is very, very rare for that to happen and significant. So I think those are the things to look out for.
It seemed that both Fani Willis, who was in front of microphones, or in court, I think, arguing to keep everything under seal, saying, quote, indictments are imminent or action is imminent. And Jack Smith, the special prosecutor, who was certainly moving fast with his issuing of subpoenas, it looked like both of those investigations were moving much faster. How soon might we expect to see something happen?
Well, look, we don't know if they have more information that they want to elicit. We don't know what degree they're at. I will tell you right now, when it comes to Georgia, Trump's team has filed a motion to quash the grand jury report. It's still being decided what will happen there. Jack Smith and Fani Willis, but Jack Smith in particular is a very capable prosecutor. Yeah. And this is somebody who was brought in as a special counsel for a reason. And I really think there's something to look out for there because I will tell you the January 6th probe is a little bit more nebulous. We don't know what potential charges are there. It's really the documents one that seems to be relatively straightforward.
And if you believe reports, there are many close to Trump and his inner circle that are most concerned about that documents case. All right, stand by, Jesse. Today's court proceedings would have been a routine matter if it involved anybody else as the defendant. But these charges are against former President Donald Trump. And how this all plays out is still unclear. But one thing we do know, today's monumental court appearance by a former U.S. president changed history. Joining us now to discuss just the significance of this day is Margaret Talev, director of the Institute for Democracy, Journalism, and Citizenship at Syracuse University, and Jeff Mason, White House correspondent for Reuters. Glad to have you both here. Margaret, just the magnitude of today. I mean, I tell my kids a lot after the pandemic and what we've all gone through that, kids, you're living through history, but today really set the bar.
Well, it sure did. It's 34 counts. These are felony charges, at least until a court or an appeals court rules otherwise. And this is a major moment, and it is not the only moment because, as Jesse just laid out, it comes amidst two other parallel probes, which are actually more likely to be consequential from a legal standpoint. And of course, this all comes as the 2024 GOP primary is gearing up. So, you know, part of me was like, oh, do we really have to watch like the car chase and the helicopter? It's not the car chase, but the motorcade and the helicopters. And then at the same time, the minute those cameras dropped off and the arraignment began without cameras in the courtroom, you had this feeling like this is this incredible moment in American history. It's frustrating not really to be able to watch it.
It was an incredible thing to see that shot of former President Trump sitting at the defense table, you know, with some uniformed NYPD officers standing behind them, you know, with their guns in their holsters. You know what I mean? It was just like, it was a very unreal thing to see that. He looked very ordinary in that moment.
Well, after all, he is just a man who's not the president of the United States anymore. And in that moment, he looked both sort of deflated and very, very angry. But I think we're going to see a different Donald Trump in a very short amount of time. Just the clues from Truth Social so far saying Bragg has no case, saying that it was totally legal, his NDA with Stormy Daniels,
right,
and giving her one of his trademark nicknames in the process. So, yeah.
Jeff, sex scandals are not new in politics. They've been in politics since Alexander Hamilton and probably before that. These other charges that Jesse was outlining, obstruction of justice, election tampering, you know, conspiracy to overthrow the election or the fair and free election. These are much more serious, and if they come to fruition and if they lead to an indictment, that seems to be much more history making. Am I right?
I think so. I mean, I think all of it is history making, but certainly those charges would be particularly would get more than just a footnote in history, and certainly in the story of who Donald Trump is and was as a candidate and then as the president of the United States. I mean, let's think back to 2016 and the various ups and downs of that campaign and the various things upon which that election ended up turning. There was, you know, just a couple weeks before the election, there was the Access Hollywood tape. Mm-hmm. And then you also had, for then Secretary of State Clinton, you had the revelation of more emails being found on Huma Abedin's computer via her husband at the time. And the FBI director weighing in on that. I mean, all of these things that impacted that election. And that's a long way of saying, if this had come out in 2016, it may have had an impact as well. And that is part of the background to these charges because the president is alleged to have tried to cover that up, the former president, I should say, with this $130,000 in hush money.
Right. So actually, maybe we shouldn't just dismiss this as yet another sex scandal in politics, although we should say Trump has denied that he had an affair with Stormy Daniels. You know, you're right. It actually did come down. This payment was made days before the 2016 election, and he repaid Michael Cohen, according to the DA and Michael Cohen himself, during 2016 while he was in the Oval Office.
I mean, the timing is critical, and all those details are critical. Margaret is right, and in that there are other cases and there are other moments. I mean, both Margaret and I covered this White House together while President Trump was in office, and we experienced multiple moments. I can tell you one of them was on the plane. I don't think Margaret was on the Air Force One that day, but I remember being on the plane one day when a colleague of ours asked President Trump when he came back to talk to the press specifically about those payments and whether or not he was aware of the payments that had gone to Stormy Daniels, and he said no. I've seen that clip being played in the last few days, understandably because of what's happening today. I don't know that that will be part of the evidence or if that is even considered particularly serious if he says no to a bunch of reporters. But it may come back to haunt him, and that's one of many things that no doubt his legal team and the prosecutors are looking at as they study this case.
So, Margaret, how does history, what's the line? I mean, how does history remember this day and this former president?
Well, before we get to history, I think we probably have to get to how does America pass final judgment on Donald Trump. There's a primary to go through, and then if he were somehow to emerge again, despite everything that has happened, including January 6th, if he were to emerge again as the nominee, which he could be allowed to do even if there were convictions on these charges, then I think that would be your answer. But right now, you've got a public. The overall American public does not support another run from Donald Trump and is not supportive of him. His overall approval ratings are low, but his approval ratings in the base are still high. And at least in the short term, this has galvanized supporters, boosted his fundraising, boosted his social media, widened the gap between he and Ron DeSantis, who's his closest rival. That may not last forever. It is very, very early in the process. But if people were looking for the unveiling of these counts, this indictment today, to be hugely revelatory and introduce new information into the system, they don't have that. That doesn't mean it's not a legitimate case, and it doesn't mean that the system has conspired against Donald Trump. This is now the beginning of the legal process. There's a judge. There's presumably going to be a jury. I don't know if that jury will be in New York or not. The next court date right now is in December. I don't know if that's going to get moved up or moved back. I don't know if presumably there may be some motion to dismiss. So there's a whole process that involves fairness and checks and balances that hasn't even begun to play out yet. I think we have to wait and see. But for Donald Trump, who laughed and roused the crowds with cries of "lock her up," who wanted the harshest penalties for the Central Park Five, who later were found to have, not been guilty as charged. You see a very different Donald Trump today. Someone who says this is totally unfair. I'm being railroaded. This is a witch hunt. It's actually it's the way the justice system works. You can argue with whether or not this is the right case to bring or whether the charges will stand, but it's being brought in the appropriate way, and now there's going to be a process that's going to adjudicate it.
You know, very quickly, as we're watching this live shot of the Trump plane that has just landed, just in 10 seconds, Jesse, how does this happen if this trial happens during a presidential campaign? Doesn't he have to be in court? I mean, can he say, I've got a campaign rally I've got to go to, or the judge says
Court
no
comes
dice?
first. Court comes first,
right?
and it's difficult, but we all remember he can still run for president, he can still be president, and even be convicted of a crime, which is just one of the oddities, but the truths that are coming out in the course of this.
Margaret, Jesse, Jeff, thank you all so much for being here with us on this historic day. All right, as I said, we're looking live at a Palm Beach International Airport live shot where former President Trump has landed after pleading not guilty to 34 felony counts in New York. We expect him to make his first public remarks since his arrest in a little more than an hour. Stay with News Nation. We'll be right back. Much more in store for you live tonight on NewsNation. Former President Donald Trump has landed in Florida and is in his motorcade on his way to Mar-a-Lago, where he will make his first remarks since his historic arrest today. During the 8 p.m. Eastern hour tonight, I hope you'll join our live coverage of his speech. Join Chris Cuomo, Dan Abrams, and me for our special coverage. But first, Leland Vittert and On Balance take over live, and that show starts right now.
Welcome to the Ferris Show on television. I'm Leland Vittert. Live pictures of Palm Beach International Airport as the former president's motorcade has just departed. We await his first remarks, although we've heard from him on social media saying, among other things, Alvin Bragg shut down New York City, brought in 38,000 NYPD officers, and will spend an estimated $200 million of New York City funds for a totally legal 130,000 non-disclosure agreement. And he will make much of the same case tonight when he speaks about an hour and 15 minutes from now from Mar-a-Lago. A reported 500 people, supporters of his, have been invited to attend tonight's activities. He did not say anything as he walked in and out of court today. He was inside the courtroom to hear the charges against him for about 45 to 50 minutes. We're told he answered about 10 questions, saying he was not guilty and he understood the charges against him. You can see right now the motorcade departing the airport with a number of President Trump's supporters standing by. It will soon pass Kelly Meyer, who is outside Mar-a-Lago on the bridge heading over to Palm Beach. Hi, Kelly.
Hey, Leland. Yeah, that's right. We are actually waiting right now right next to the road where the former president will come down, and his supporters are waiting here for him to greet him as he returns here to Mar-a-Lago. You may hear some of them cheering as they're getting ready to see him in the background, cheering and honking. He makes his way, as you can see behind me, to Mar-a-Lago. We were just inside there. The supporters, the crowd there growing as it gets closer to his speech, his primetime speech at 8:15 Eastern inside Mar-a-Lago. And it's interesting, Leland, because we were right there as well just about 5 months ago when he launched his 2024 presidential campaign, also a Tuesday night primetime speech. Now he's coming back here after all the events of today, arrested. We can imagine he wasn't planning to give a speech like this here tonight. And we're kind of wondering what kind of former president, what version of former President Trump we're going to get. Are we going to get a subdued, shaken up version of the events today, or are we going to get a fired up former President Trump, defiant of these charges against him? If it's any indication, we're seeing his team email that latest T-shirt, a mugshot, a fake mugshot of former President Trump with the words "not guilty" on the front. They've been fundraising off this indictment. So far, they tell us 10 million raised since the indictment. We know that was 8 million last night, so they've raised another 2 million just in the last 24 hours. And as far as his supporters, Republican supporters in Congress, they've been tweeting messages of support for the president. But as far as showing up in person, from folks we've reached out to, from Jim Jordan in the House to Lindsey Graham in the Senate, they're not going to be inside for the speech here tonight, despite it being Easter holiday. So that means that they are not in Washington. They don't have to be in Washington there tonight. So it'll be interesting to see who does show up to support the former president inside Mar-a-Lago tonight, Leland.
Yeah, very interesting, Kelly. You bring up the exact point, which is what version of the former president will we get? And maybe not even subdued or animated. Certainly when we look at him in court today, in that one picture, the still photographers took, it was a Donald Trump unlike anything I'd ever seen, sort of a little hunched over, seemingly a little chagrined, some said bored, but he certainly was not defiant and in control. No defendant is in control of a courtroom. We'll see how slow the Secret Service drives past many of the supporters. We saw them do that on the way out. We understand that the Trump campaign has videographers with President Trump to record every bit of the trip to New York, to the courthouse, in the courthouse, and then on the way back out, as they will portray him as a victim. Give us a sense of the remarks, because it may not be a subdued Donald Trump or a not subdued Donald Trump, but what percentage of these remarks are we to believe is going to be the airing of grievances against Alvin Bragg, which we have heard an enormous amount of, and litigating the charges against him related to the payoffs of Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal, the former Playboy Playmate, And what percentage is a typical campaign speech about things that people might care about other than what's happening to Donald Trump, a la all of the issues that he wants to say that he will fix in the United States?
And you bring up an interesting point, Leland, because, you know, his advisors and those around him are urging him to keep the message focused on the people, on his supporters, what this means for the country. But the indication by that sample T-shirt with the fake mugshot of it very much still focused on the former president, whether he makes this about him tonight or about the people. That's going to be a question. As far as what kind of former President Trump we get, you know, you hear his supporters rallying for him here. That might pump him up as he returns here to this crowd, both outside and inside. That might fire him up even more to make the speech more about what happened today, to air his grievances, as you said. And we mentioned we were in Waco, Texas for that rally, and much of that was focused on this indictment. But I do think a lot of people also want to hear about his message for the future, because he is also at this moment still campaigning for a third bid for the White House. So he's very much still campaigning for 2024. We see that in his fundraising. But as far as the messaging, that's going to be something to watch here tonight, whether it's about the people or it's about the former president.
And you make a great point. You were there in Waco now about 10 days ago when, if you listen to him, he sounded an awful lot like he thought he had beaten this, right? He was celebrating that basically he had bullied and his supporters had bullied Alvin Bragg into backing down. We found out on Thursday that was definitely not the case. And now we wait to hear from the president for the first time today. Kelly Meyer, Kelly, we're going to keep your camera up, obviously come back to you as the motorcade passes. Live pictures of Mar-a-Lago right now, and you can see the room filling up for the speech shortly. Alan Dershowitz is here, civil liberties lawyer, professor at Harvard Law School, author of Get Trump, the threat to civil liberties due to due process and our constitutional rule of law. Good to see you, sir. We appreciate it. You have been critical, to say the least, of the indictment of Donald Trump and of the investigation into the hush money payments. Want to play you Alvin Bragg, only fair to allow him to defend himself, and then you can deliver your opinion. Take a listen to Alvin Bragg, this after the hearing today.
These are felony crimes in New York State, no matter who you are. We cannot and will not normalize serious criminal conduct.
Did Alvin Bragg say anything that changed your mind, number one, or number two, gave enough evidence that made us believe at least that a normal person would be prosecuted for these, and therefore this is not the political persecution, prosecution, say what you want, that Donald Trump complains about?
Well, I was hoping that maybe there would be a smoking gun. It would help the American system if there really was a very, very strong case and not selective prosecution. But I've now read the indictment, and it's weaker than I ever thought. Bragg told the American public that the bread and butter of his prosecution office is to prosecute people for making false entries, even to cover up sexual offenses. So here's my challenge, DA Bragg. Show me a single case in the history of New York or the United States where a person paid hush money to prevent his wife, his family, his brand, his businesses, or even his voters from learning about an adulterous sexual affair, and they then immediately after paying the hush money reported on a public document the reason he paid the hush money. It's so stupid, you can't even say it with a straight face. Here's what Bragg says that Trump should have done. He paid the hush money, $130,000. Then he should have written on his corporate form, the reason I paid the hush money to keep the porn star quiet was to keep the porn star quiet. Now I have to make it public under this form. Why would anybody ever pay hush money if they had to then accurately report the reason they paid the hush money? It's unthinkable. It has never happened. And neither he or any of his predecessors, I knew all of his predecessors, have ever prosecuted somebody for a crime like that, for failing to disclose the fact that you paid hush money to prevent your wife and family from learning about an illicit sexual affair. It just isn't true. And I challenge Bragg to come up with one case.
So we're watching right now the Trump motorcade move awfully slowly past the supporters, and there's a lot of different places on the way to Palm Beach and at Palm Beach for the president to slow down and wave ahead of his speech. Look, to be fair, you're a professor at Harvard Law. Alvin Bragg went to Harvard Law. No one believes he is stupid. The only thing worse than indicting a former president and having even Democrats and ardent haters of Donald Trump say that this indictment is as thin as turnip soup is to lose in court, either to lose and have this thrown out or to lose at trial. Is there a possibility that there is something we don't understand here?
Yeah, there is something we don't understand. He knows the case is over. He's going to win. No judge in the city of New York, elected judges, will ever throw out a case against Donald Trump. Imagine having to live in New York and have the finger pointed at you. Oh, that's the judge that threw out the case against Donald Trump. I know what I went through when I defended Donald Trump. I didn't even throw out a case. I just defended him. Nobody would talk to me. Nobody would interact with me. Members of my family won't come to my Passover Seder because they live in Manhattan and because I defended President Trump. There's no way a judge has the courage to throw out a case against Donald Trump. How about the jurors? Well, who are the jurors? They're people who voted for Bragg. He got a very high percentage of Democratic, it was a close case, but he got the percentage to win, and he had promised his voters that he would get Trump. So you're going to get jurors who voted for the man who promised to get Trump, the case presided over by a judge who would never have the courage to throw the case out. So if I'm Bragg, I'm saying to myself, I'm winning this case. Maybe 2 years from now it'll be thrown out by the Court of Appeals, but nobody will even focus on it then. And the trial judge, usually trial judges don't want to be reversed on the Court of Appeals. In this case, the trial judge couldn't care less. As long as he gets Trump, that's okay. If he then can blame it on some judges in Albany that threw the case out, that's not his fault. This entire process is politicized. The case must be moved to Staten Island or to another county in New York or somewhere where there's a possibility of a fair trial. The passions are so great against Donald Trump. I know because they're taken out on me and I voted against Trump. I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm a Biden supporter. And people won't talk to me. Imagine what will happen if a judge were to throw out the case.
I guess by your same logic, though, why, and if we think about the judge, everybody I've talked to, DAs who've argued in front of him, former DAs, say he's actually remarkably fair.
He is.
And I guess I'm wondering if he wouldn't throw out a case that's this thin, why would he move it to Staten Island, which would be a much more conservative jury pool that might acquit, and then he would be the judge who presided over the acquittal of Donald Trump? You're laying out the case for Donald Trump that it's impossible for him to get a fair trial anywhere because the judge will be in the bag.
The judge will, I'm not saying that, that's too strong a term, but the judge will be influenced, maybe consciously or unconsciously, by the hatred he would face if he threw it out. This judge is not going to move the case to Staten Island. Bragg should have agreed to move the case to Staten Island. He said today it's going to be tried in Manhattan. If he has such a strong case, it shouldn't matter. But an appellate court, remember, you can challenge a motion that's denied on venue, and an appellate court might move the case. Or if not, they might reverse the conviction if the change of venue is not agreed upon. We may have to wait to see what the veneer is and who the jurors are and whether or not they can give a fair trial. But I have to tell you, I would not want to be tried by a Manhattan jury if they knew that I had defended Trump in front of the United States Senate, even though I voted against Trump. That's how strong the passions are against Trump. I know because I feel it every single day.
No,
my
look,
life
it doesn't.
Since I defended Trump, and no judge wants to go through that.
Well, that's a fair point. You'd hope a judge that would recuse himself and say, I can't be fair, but fair enough to say that may not happen. Speaking of the judge, this is one of President Trump's attorneys, Joe Tacopina, talking about the exchange with the judge between the former president and the judge in court, obviously behind closed doors.
But as his attorneys, have you told him to stop posting this rhetoric, these messages about the judge?
We can't
literally, we can't tell you what we've discussed.
No, I understand, but are you concerned that he's continuing to go after the judge, talking about the judge's wife, talking about the family? I
don't think the judge was concerned about it.
That follows on to the judge having told President Trump, hey, I'm not going to put a gag order here. There wasn't a request for one, but there's not going to be one. But do not post on social media about the incitement of violence. Incitement of violence is not something that is covered by the First Amendment. I'm wondering what you made of that, if there was perhaps more to it.
Well, first of all, incitement is not covered by the First Amendment, but writing emails or writing tweets is covered by the First Amendment. Incitement generally requires kind of direct calling for people to do something violent, and no judge has the right to deny you and me our First Amendment right to hear Donald Trump. I want to hear him because I want to be sure that when I vote against him, I voted against him for all the right reasons. We have the same First Amendment right to hear him as he has to speak. So there won't be a gag order. And if there is, I will put together the best team of First Amendment lawyers, not on behalf of Donald Trump, but on behalf of Americans who want to hear Donald Trump, and take that case as high up to the Supreme Court as it has to be taken in order to make sure that no judge can prevent a defendant from speaking out. The defendant has a perfect right to say, this judge hates me. It may not be a smart thing to do, but he has the right to say it. He has a perfect right to say the system is unjust.
You have advised Donald Trump. You've defended Donald Trump.
Yeah.
We're watching Mar-a-Lago right now, and he's in the motorcade. He's either with his attorneys or certainly has been talking to them. If you were advising Donald Trump right now at what to say at the speech this evening, it would be what? And more importantly, perhaps, what would you tell him not to say?
I would not have him get into the merits of the case. He's not a lawyer. I would just talk about how he wants to continue to run for president and he doesn't want people to interfere with his right to campaign, that he speaks for a lot of Americans. I would have him make a political speech. I would have him stay away from this case, except to say in court he asserted his categorical innocence and he believes he's innocent. But I would leave it to the lawyers to defend him on legal issues. Would he listen? I don't know. I had clients me when I made suggestions like that. You know, you're only the lawyer. You're not their mother or their rabbi or their priest.
Well, we will all find out together. It's good to see you as always, sir. We appreciate the candor. Now to the view outside of the courthouse earlier today. Take a listen. All right, so outside of the courthouse, there were obviously a number of protesters. Not all of them were the same pro-Trump protesters that we are seeing down in Florida right now. And then Marjorie Taylor Greene, the congresswoman and one of Trump's most outspoken allies, showed up. Take a listen.
I came
You're fascist! You're fascist!
And you can see there's a guy in a red shirt with a jacket on. That's Gavin Wax, president of the New Young Republican Club in New York. And with us now, Gavin, good to see you. I don't know. We were told, and people said they were worried about a January 6th-like moment outside the courthouse. Did anything like that happen?
Absolutely not, Leland. It was a peaceful demonstration exercising our First Amendment rights. We had the entire park filled corner to corner. It's a city block, and it was filled to the brim. It was a perfectly peaceful demonstration against what we view as a overstep of the district attorney, Alvin Bragg. This is an obscene miscarriage of justice, going after the president on these sort of ridiculous and flimsy charges. We let our voices be heard. It was peaceful, and here I am today. You know, no blood, no scratches. Everything's good. All right. Well, we're glad to see you intact, and as the things remained peaceful. You can see Marjorie Taylor Greene, the congresswoman, being let off. Help me understand this. Every person I talk to a T, who is a supporter of President Trump, wishes nothing more than tonight at Mar-a-Lago he talks about the issues facing the United States, about the issues facing working men and women around the country, and how he is going to fight for them. And yet they all worry that he is going to relitigate his grievances of 2020
and his grievances against Alvin Bragg. And I am wondering, are there any of his supporters that you've talked to, or maybe you yourself, who wishes he would talk more about the Alvin Bragg case?
Well, Leland, I think he can walk and chew gum at the same time. I mean, I think these are all issues that are relevant to American politics and to his campaign and to the situation and issues facing the country. I mean, we have a district attorney here in Manhattan that refuses to prosecute a whole litany of violent offenses ranging from assaults to burglary up to even rape against people with long rap sheets going back years. And here he is taking advantage of a very novel legal theory to go after the leader of the opposition, the presumptive nominee in 2024. So this is an issue, whether it's involving Trump or somebody else. It's something worth talking about. I think he could talk about that. I think he could talk about the economy. He could talk about anything. But this is certainly on top of many people's minds as they see it as a weaponization of the legal and judicial system against Americans, in this case, a president. If it could happen to him, it could happen to anyone. And I think it just goes to show that a lot of people have lost their faith in our institutions. And I think this is an issue that's worth talking about in conjunction with all the other things that you listed.
All right, fair enough. We'll see how the president handles it. He is setting up this dynamic, right, where he is being persecuted because he is fighting, quote unquote, for you, or because he's fighting for his supporters. Marjorie Taylor Greene, as we said, one of his more ardent supporters, who you were with today, was talking to RSBN. According to this, her boyfriend is the reporter. I guess this is the person who's interviewing Marjorie Taylor Greene, comparing Donald Trump to a messianic-like figure. Take a listen. All right, so this comes sort of in the same vein of the memes that Donald Trump has put out in the past. One of them, in reality, they're not after me, they're out after you. I'm just in the way. At some point, we're going to have that soundbite, but in the meantime, is Trump and his supporters comparing him to Jesus really all that helpful? Accurate?
Well, listen, I think a lot of people need to not take everything so seriously. If he posts a meme, if he posts some AI-generated image as like a lighthearted joke, I mean, I'm not going to, freak out and overanalyze this. But
okay,
look,
hold on one second. Here is the soundbite. Take a listen.
President Trump is joining some of the most incredible people in history being arrested today. Nelson Mandela was arrested, served time in prison. Jesus was arrested and murdered by the Roman government. There have been many people throughout history that have been arrested and persecuted by radical, corrupt governments. And it's beginning today in New York City. And I just can't believe it's happening, but I'll always support him. He's done nothing wrong.
Nelson Mandela and Jesus, and now Donald Trump. We can perhaps agree that Jesus and somebody who's allegedly in trouble for paying off a Playboy playmate and a porn star are in slightly different categories?
Listen, I think at the end of the day, there is a strong point to be made that you don't jail and prosecute your political opponents. We have debates. We have healthy discussions. We can, duke it out on the electoral stage. But this is not American. This is not something that a first world nation does with human rights, civil rights, and a Bill of Rights. This is something that corrupt countries do. You can look to history. You can look to the present day. You can make references to other figures throughout history, political or otherwise. But I think the point needs to be made that many people view this as a politicized prosecution and persecution. And I think those are legitimate concerns.
Yeah, 60+% of Americans, which means a lot of people who don't support Donald Trump believe
exactly.
even that. We now join countries like Equatorial Guinea that have arrested their former president. So we are no longer in the camp of countries that do not do that. All right, we got to run. Thank you very much. And we'll check in soon, all right?
Thank you, Leland.
Now, live pictures of Mar-a-Lago as we await President Trump's primetime speech. And this is the side-by-side, of course, that the White House wants you to see. The events of today and versus Mar-a-Lago versus President Biden at the White House. A little bit more on what we're hearing that the president will actually say. And also, are we looking at the right case? If this was not the New York case, but the Georgia case or the federal case, would the images you see be very different today? first time talking about criminal charges against him. So far, President Biden has not commented on the charges against his most likely opponent for the 2024 presidency. President Trump back at Mar-a-Lago after a day in New York, having been indicted now on a number of criminal charges, 34 felony counts. And of course, it is not the only investigation into President Trump. You can see about 500 of his supporters there gathered at the Mar-a-Lago ballroom. That's where he declared his candidacy back in November. Trump's ongoing legal issues, the falsified documents over Stormy Daniels, now indicted, the New York civil fraud suit, Mar-a-Lago documents. We understand that there are Secret Service agents who are now going to have to testify about that, the January 6th special counsel investigation, the Georgia election interference case. And with that, we bring in our panel. May Malman, who used to work for President Trump in the White House counsel's office, Chris Hahn, host of the Aggressive Progressive podcast. Chris, I am wondering, for all of the talk about Alvin Bragg, and as much as Donald Trump is just pounding away at Alvin Bragg, if Bragg did not do Trump a little bit of a favor here, in that everyone can agree the indictment is about as thin as turnip soup. And therefore, the first case, the first indictment against Donald Trump is pretty easy to fight against, whereas the Georgia investigation with the tapes of Donald Trump and certainly some of the stuff from the special counsel, and if they have Secret Service agents testifying against Donald Trump in the documents case, would be a lot harder to hit back on.
Yeah, look, I think any favors he's done him are short-lived, right? I think how often are voters going to want to hear about this guy covering up payments to porn stars and others? I don't think this works out well.
Chris, come on.
I'm telling you.
Republicans ran into that wall at 100 miles an hour with Bill Clinton over Monica Lewinsky. And not only did it not hurt Bill Clinton, it helped him.
Bill Clinton was a Democrat. He doesn't have to worry about the religious right walking away from him, which Republicans do, quite frankly. They got to worry about it. And some of them, I know a few, actually believe what they say about family values. I don't think most of them do, but some of them do. And they are going to walk away the more you tell. Look, this guy can't lose anybody. This election is razor thin. He's already lost them in 2020. He's going to lose more over this. This does not help him long term. Now, short term, it eliminates his primary opponents. He is going to be seen as a martyr. You just played the clip of Marjorie Taylor Greene comparing him to Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah, Jesus Christ. He was paying off porn stars. I think that was the whole thing with Mary Magdalene. I think that was going on there. Good job, Madge. But it is, in my opinion, short-lived, any benefit at all. And the other cases are going to keep coming. Look, you didn't even mention E. Jean Carroll's case, which he's got to testify in at the end of April, which he's being accused of raping her.
Yeah, it's
so
a different.
The guy has got a lot of legal problems. This is just the appetizer, Leland. This is the sorbet before the meal.
The problem is when the appetizer stinks. Even people who want to go to the restaurant, if we're going to continue on, it ruins the meal, right? If all of a sudden the first thing you have is terrible, you go, I don't want any part of any of this. And May, I think Chris, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Chris brings up a good point, which is. How are we in upside down world enough where you have a Republican who talks about family and Christian values, who is being accused and by all accounts did pay off a porn star and a Playboy playmate, and now he's being compared to Jesus? I can't put it all. I can't draw that line.
Well, I don't know if he himself is being compared to Jesus, but the fact that they're trying to nail him to the cross, right? It's the act. It's going after somebody unfairly that's going to backfire. I think that's really the point. And nobody is hiring, the thing that I would hear a lot is nobody is trying to vote for Trump to be their priest. They're voting for him to be president. And as president, what they need him to do is enact all the right policies and then protect them. And the person who's going to protect them is not somebody actually who turns the other cheek and is very soft-spoken. It is somebody who's going to go out there and fight. And when you're finding someone who's going to go out there and fight, yeah, he might be a billionaire playboy that has all the
I'm just
baggage
going
of
to
a
point out
billionaire
something real
playboy.
quick. Boris Epstein, who was on the plane with President Trump, actually in court, sitting at the counsel table, the defendant's table in court, just walked into the room. So there's a reasonable chance that tonight is going to be on time compared to some of the past events we have seen at Mar-a-Lago. Chris Hahn, to you. This from Real Clear Politics, Phil Wegman reporting. Trump's longtime pollster, John McLaughlin, says Trump is getting significantly stronger in spite of what they're throwing at him, and it's not making a dent in the general election numbers. The gag order would backfire if he can't speak out because of the trial. Okay, fine. It's going to lead to more support for him. We know the White House's strategy here is to allow Trump to say, do anything, capture the spotlight, and they're going to sit back in the White House. It's not dissimilar from the 2020 run from the basement strategy. But at the same time, we're not in the middle of a pandemic. Joe Biden has an agenda to run on, and you've got Donald Trump who is going to come out and say, I am here to avenge the wrongs that have been done to you, the American people, in the same way the wrongs have been done to me. I'm not sure that there's a lot of people who really care whether or not he paid off a porn star. What, they're going to go vote for Joe Biden, these Christian conservatives?
I think they don't want drama. I think the reason why he lost in 2020 is because of all the drama and tumult around Donald Trump. The American people are sick and tired of it. What Biden was boring. And he's continuing to be boring. And the American people want a president. They don't have to be thinking about 24/7, 365. Donald Trump wants to make sure you are thinking about him 24/7, 365. And there is no way that this legal drama is going to help him long term. I don't care what McLaughlin says. He's completely wrong. Let me also point one more thing out. Nobody is saying he's innocent of any of this stuff. In fact, we all know he probably did it.
Well, right.
It's the question of whether or not this is the right thing to bring at the right time.
Yeah, there's a big difference, though, between not correctly accounting for payoffs to porn stars and what you typically think of as a felony, non-disclosure agreements. And
right.
It's interesting when you read the indictment, right, May, and I would encourage anybody to read it. Alvin Bragg does this long preamble about the catch and kill scheme to kill negative stories about Donald Trump, which is something that a lot of celebrities do, number one. And number two is not illegal, even if you admit to it. So there's those issues. But I think Chris makes a good point, which is the American people are a little tired of the Trump show when the Trump show is about Donald Trump, not what Donald Trump will do for Americans, May. And I wonder, as you're talking to people inside Mar-a-Lago right now, how confident are they that he can come out and take this opportunity and seize on it and not have it be a net negative?
Well, I think he can, because the reason that it is a Trump show, the reason that it's chaotic, the reason that he's in the news is because the Democrats can't help themselves. It's the Democrats who need him to fire up their base the most. So I do think that Chris is right. People do want boring. They did vote for Joe Biden because he promised to be the unity candidate. And where is the unity? It isn't there. So if the Democrats are bringing a partisan attack, who do you want to defend yourself from attack? Your lead attack dog, and that is Donald Trump. So, you know, the negative that you get with Donald Trump is that he's narcissistic and he brings it back to himself. That is a negative, sure. It's not as bad of a negative as having a weaponized system of justice. That is way worse. So I think Republicans were willing to deal with a little bit of, that's an annoying tweet.
Yeah, so certainly you have the question, what do you prefer, sort of the way America was or no mean tweets? That is going to be the question in 2024. Chris, May, nice to see both of you as always. Now we are just about 30 minutes away from President Trump walking into the ballroom at Mar-a-Lago for his comments about the events of today. Now that we've read the indictment, does President Trump have a point? We know he's going to say it. We know he's going to say this is a political persecution. Two New York lawyers who prosecuted a lot of cases against Alvin Bragg on whether the president has a point or not.
before the law. No amount of money and no amount of power changes that enduring American principle.
Alvin Bragg today facing withering criticism that his indictment, his 34-count indictment against President Trump, is politically motivated. 11 counts falsifying invoices from Michael Cohen, 11 counts falsifying checks, 12 counts falsifying ledger entries and vouchers, all relying on the payoffs and relating to the payoffs of Stormy Daniels, the adult film star, and then Karen McDougal, the Playboy playmate. This goes back to the 2015-2016 campaign for president. With that, we bring in Michael Desario, former assistant district attorney in New York City, Arthur Aidala, New York City trial attorney. Gentlemen, good to see you. Arthur, we haven't yet talked today. When you read through this indictment, was there anything in it, anything, that you went, gee, that could be a real problem for Trump?
No. But let me just tell you one more step. So I was at the courthouse today. I wasn't in the courtroom, but right after President Trump left, I was able to walk right over to Joe Tacopina and Susan Necklace, who are two lawyers who I know very, very well. And I asked them, I was like, well, so what's in the indictment? Because I didn't even have it yet. And they were like, it's exactly what I thought. It was exactly what we thought. And basically, they both said, there's not a crime here. There is no crime. And that's not exactly the way we typically talk after we get handed an indictment by the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. But that was their immediate reaction.
Hey, Michael, reading just from the indictment, the defendant did not want to make the $130,000 payment himself, asked lawyer A, conceivably that's Michael Cohen, convicted perjurer or admitted perjurer, and to the CFO to find a way to make the payment. After discussing various payment options with TO, CFO, lawyer A agreed he would make the payment. Before making the payment, lawyer A confirmed with the defendant would pay him back. Again, tawdry behavior. You've now had a chance to dissect things, and I preface this by saying you have been the man to call balls and strikes fairly and not politically. You read through this, if you're Donald Trump's defense attorney, what are you most concerned about in the indictment from what we learned today?
I'm not. This is an indictment that states there's a crime and then fails to state a crime. This is an indictment that says he did this to influence the 2016 campaign to get elected, yet he was already president when the first crime is alleged. This is a document that says this happened in a certain time frame that appears to be out of the statute of limitations. And that statute says you have to be continuously out of New York. As we know, the president, when he was president, was always in New York. So, and the witnesses that are going to support this is Michael Cohen, and I've talked about him ad nauseum, and another convicted member of the organization. And who is going to testify as to what Donald Trump actually himself did? He wrote the entries, or he directed somebody else to? So this is a case that is very defendable, and it is a stretch. And when they filed what's called, and Arthur will know what I'm talking about, when they filed what's called the Bill of Particulars, and they say, what is the crime that you're alleging? So we can defend this case. What crime, exact crime, are you alleging? And they have to tell the defense. So there's a lot to work with here.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to work with Trump's defense attorney. I've been trying to find a former Manhattan DA, assistant district attorney, who could come on and tell us and support this. I can't find any lawyers who really think there is a there. Arthur, Michael, it's good to see both of you. Thank you. As always, we're running up against a little bit of a time crunch here as we're about to hear from the president, former president, that is, 28 minutes from now. This is an important question based on what you just heard from these two lawyers. Both of them said unequivocally that there is no there. So what is there to cover about the indictments of Donald Trump? Is it covering the law or covering what a lot of reporters wished the law was? That when we come back.
for America, because for the first time in our history, a president has been indicted for paying off a porn star. How are we going to explain that to our grandchildren? Hopefully in the book, Donald and the Terrible, Horrible, No Good, Very Bad NDA.
246 years of history in the American experiment that we do not go after our former leaders. And Stephen Colbert best summed up how we will explain to our grandchildren why we have done away with that. And in keeping with the idea that most things today were pretty stupid, including the coverage, we can show you everyone following Donald Trump's motorcade, ourselves included, to and from the courthouse, almost like it was the O.J. chase, except you kind of knew what was going to happen in the end. Colby Hall is here, founding editor of Mediaite, and then our On Balance resident philosopher. Boy, all we care about on this program is doing things fairly, covering things fairly. And to be fair, I can't find a single lawyer with real chops in New York law as a prosecutor who will defend this indictment. And as I watch the other cable news networks, I can't find them doing that either.
I mean, I agree. In fact, if you sort of check out the other outlets, the more traditionally left-leaning progressive outlets, they're pretty morose. They're pretty saddened. I think that this clearly was a dud, and it comes in the context of years of expectations of handcuffs and orange jumpsuits, which, you know, of course, got way ahead of themselves. And so I can't really speak to the legal aspects, but I think that, you know, the media loves to think of everything like horse race journalism. Who are the winners and the losers in this? And I got to say, every single participant seems to come across as a loser. Trump lost because he got indicted. That's not good. I think, you know, Alvin Bragg looks like a real loser because this was a dud. And I think the media got way ahead of their skis. I mean, they had to report this. They had to cover it. It is historic. But the way the analysis and the sort of, you know, the expectations didn't really come across great. And so it's a sad day for America, but not for reasons that others are saying. I think that this just shows that we're kind of amusing ourselves to death, to use a famous line.
Yeah, I think there was somebody who said Americans get the government they deserve. And at some point, these are the people we have put in power. Donald Trump was elected as the president after having paid off a porn star and a Playboy playmate. And now Alvin Bragg is investigating him for it. So there we go. And we just try to cover it fairly. Colby, it's good to see you. We went a little long with Alan Dershowitz earlier in the night. The night, though, is still very young as we take a look at Mar-a-Lago. Primetime coverage starts at the top of the hour. We'll see you in a minute. walks down what is a very large aisle with supporters on both sides at Mar-a-Lago. He will speak for the first time as the first ever president or former president indicted on felony charges. 34 of them today that universally lawyers who like him and don't like him seem to think the charges are about as thin as turnip soup. And now we wait to hear how the former president will once again try to pull off the political unthinkable and turn things that for any other politician would be game-changing into an enormous win. He's done it before. Will he be able to do it tonight? Chris and Elizabeth from New York now.
Records in the first degree.
Hey, I'm Chris Cuomo. We have 2 hours of special team coverage tonight. Elizabeth Vargas and I are side by side once again. Dan Abrams is going to be joining us as we're all going to come together to report on the unfortunate kind of history for former President Trump.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. He spent quite a day today, an historic day. He started very early in the morning. We're here meeting with lawyers, meeting with his advisors before he headed down to the courthouse. Helicopters hovering overhead, monitoring every single thing. He walked into the courthouse, gave a single wave to the court, to the crowd that was waiting outside before going in. He was then separated from his lawyers, we are told, where he was processed like any other defendant charged with a felony crime, then appeared in court, and finally the indictment was unsealed. And shortly after, the district attorney in this case, Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg, took to the microphone to explain exactly what he is charging the former president with, 34 counts. Listen.
Earlier this afternoon, Donald Trump was arraigned on a New York Supreme Court indictment returned by a Manhattan grand jury on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records in the first degree. The defendant claimed that he was paying Michael Cohen for legal services performed in 2017. This simply was not true. Donald Trump, executives at the publishing company American Media Incorporated, Mr. Cohen, and others agreed in 2015 to a catch and kill scheme. That is a scheme to buy and suppress negative information to help Mr. Trump's chance of winning the election. Less than 2 weeks before the presidential election, Michael Cohen wired $130,000 to Stormy Daniels' lawyer. That payment was to hide damaging information from the voting public.
There you have it. So Alvin Bragg came out of the box hot in terms of what he says he has, but can he put meat on the bones? So here's the plus minus. The indictment is not the thing to read, okay? You should read the statement of facts, all right? A reporting point. There is no gag order here. There was no suggestion of a gag order. There's not a partial gag order.
There was a warning from the judge we'll talk about it in a little bit.
To both parties, though.
To both parties, yes.
Now, probably was intended more for
the witness.
for the man who we're about to hear speak and see whether or not the former president respects what he was told from the bench today to avoid incendiary language. We'll see how he deals with that instruction. Now, here's a quick plus minus. If you look at the statement of facts, this is a clear case of paying to quiet several potential PR problems. But those payments are not in of themselves crimes. How it was done is the issue here. There's also an allegation that a publisher, AMI, that does the National Enquirer, had agreed to look into and attack Trump's opponents in the campaign. Now, that's not just salacious. It could be a strong suggestion because it's the only feature that hasn't gotten attention that on its face is an untainted reflection that this was done for the campaign, as opposed to other PR reasons, which will certainly be part of the defense. Now, Bragg showed that his office has charged the business records over 100 times in his tenure, but never for anything like this. And not all those charges result in convictions, let alone sentences. Bragg got Trump's former CFO, Weisselberg, on false records, but the indictment doesn't seem to come from that same nucleus of fact. The DA before Bragg, Cy Vance, didn't bring this case. Bragg a year ago declined to bring this case and then changed this novel theory that we're going to talk about tonight. A misdemeanor false records charge becomes a felony if it's connected to an attempt or an effort to conceal another crime. Question is, what's that other crime? Bragg has that publisher, AMI, and Michael Cohen admitting to crimes to help the campaign, illegal contributions, etc. Is this concatenation of events that takes us from a porn star payoff to a federal campaign contribution compelling? And if it is, then why didn't the DOJ bring that case against Trump? Why didn't the FEC bring that case against Trump? Most conspicuous is the absence of this most important piece of the charges. No mention of what makes this a felony specifically. Now, fairness to Bragg, he didn't have to put it in the indictment. But now the next step for the defense is almost certainly to ask for a bill of particulars. You got to spell out the proof of the indictment charges. And then Bragg's going to have to come with it. It's going to happen. The defense will likely say two things. One, the facts don't sustain that this was about campaign finance because Trump's intentions were mixed between personal and professional concerns. Second, Cohen told him it was all legal, and Trump relied on him. Now, that's a summary take on this. How does it get argued? For that, we go to the better minds. Florida State Attorney David Arenberg. So we got Dave and the former independent counsel investigating Clinton and the Trump impeachment defense attorney, Robert Ray. Remember, he decided not to indict President Clinton after he left. So we'll be bringing Robert Ray in to discuss it. And I really do think it's going to be about the meat on the bones, Elizabeth. We're going to have to see if the DA can make this compelling.
I think the biggest thing I heard today from both sides of the political aisle and from legal analysts of every stripe and color was that that's it? I'm not. Why? I think people expected more. There was an expectation we would get more detail, more information, that there would be something more in there that we didn't already know. And what it basically was a setting out the facts that we have been already reporting on for many, many years, and that things have already been things people have been discussing for many, many years. So, yes, there could be a lot more to come. We don't know all the evidence he has. And we have Robert Ray sitting here right now on the set. What did you think, Counselor, when you heard what Alvin Bragg unveiled today in court?
I had a lot of thoughts. I guess you start with, I'm a defense lawyer now, so the first thing you think about is it's 34 felony counts. That's not a little deal.
No.
And, given the alternative between being charged not at all or being charged with misdemeanors and charged with felonies, felonies the end of the road. So that's serious. Chris has already mentioned defenses and other things that are going to happen as this litigation unfolds, and apparently it's going to go on for some time and probably stretch well into 2024, and that's going to collide, immediately in the presidential campaign. But the first thing to recognize is it's complicated, it's a serious situation, it's felonies. But my first reaction was these are 34 misdemeanors that have to be turned into felonies in order to survive the statute of limitations.
And how does he do that?
And how he does that is the same way with regard to each of the 34 counts. Remember, the 34 counts are just a set of records and facts that stretch over the period between February and December of the year after the campaign, which is 2017. And in order to turn them into felonies, the theory is that it was in furtherance of the violation of another crime. And the question is, what is that crime? He didn't have to specify, but the statement of facts and the press conference and the press release lay out that at least his theory initially is that it's a violation either of or both the federal election law or a state campaign violation, a conspiracy, which also happens to be a misdemeanor.
He did mention that this amount, for example, to Stormy Daniels, $130,000, it exceeds the allowable limit under state election law. Is that where he's getting this, turning it into a felony?
Well,
because it's a federal campaign and he's citing a state law.
Right. I mean, it raises a number of questions, and I'm not sure I have or know the answer to them. One is, does the Federal Election Campaign Act occupy the field here? Meaning, does federal law preempt the ability of a state prosecutor to charge a state campaign violation, state campaign act violation in connection with a federal election, and particularly when it's directed against the federal candidate himself, which would be Donald Trump?
Well, you don't have the answer because we haven't seen it.
Right.
He says it's a novel theory.
And he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to reveal all this.
He didn't have to do it today, but he is going to have to do it when the defense asks for a bill of particulars.
Was it a mistake not to reveal it today?
That's a good question. Better mind to answer it is Dave Arenberg. He's a prosecutor. He's working down in Florida as a state attorney. Thank you, Dave, for making time for Elizabeth and me tonight. So is this strategy or was this a mistake not putting the there as to the big ticket item of what this other crime is that makes this a felony?
Chris, he didn't have to put it in yet. You can count on that bill of particulars that's going to be given
to the defense when the defense requests it. But I think for the public's consumption, it would have been a good idea to include it. We're all waiting for the beef, and we're going to have to wait a little while longer. So that's why I'm taking a wait-and-see attitude, because we knew that this would be a case about the falsification of business records. But that's just a misdemeanor, as Robert correctly says. Where is the felony? Is the felony federal campaign finance violations, state campaign finance violations, or tax violations? All three were mentioned by Alvin Bragg in his press conference. He chose to mention it in his press conference, but he didn't put it in the indictment. And so that's why a lot of us are saying, that's why I can't judge the seriousness of this until we know that crucial fact.
Well, you have he dangled something, though. You have the AMI publisher, or the corporate agreement, their non-prosecution agreement, which said we did things to help the campaign.
And we will cooperate going forward.
100%. Michael Cohen pleaded guilty, saying, I made an illegal campaign contribution. So all of that points in that direction. I don't know that there is a tax violation. Dave, you're not a New York law expert, and Robert isn't a tax guy, but they'd have to find a felony on the tax side or the state side, and I don't know what that would be in the nucleus of fact as we understand it.
I'm not sure about that, though, because the way I read this is that it's a little bit like 1 + 1 = 4. You can turn a misdemeanor under New York law, apparently, into a felony, even if the object of that misdemeanor, books and records violation, is another misdemeanor.
You can?
Well,
like
because
two misdemeanors added up equal a felony?
Because the election law violation that I think he's talking about is election law 17-152, which says any two or more persons who conspire to promote or prevent an election of a person to public office by unlawful means, and which conspiracy is acted upon by one or more of the parties thereto, shall be guilty of a misdemeanor. So it's essentially rolling two misdemeanors together in order to turn it into a felony, because the misdemeanor of a books and records violation in furtherance of another crime, even if that other crime itself is a misdemeanor, becomes a felony.
If he goes that way. But now here's his problem the other way. The cleaner road is to do the federal level. But Dave, do you have any insight on whether or not a local district attorney can bring charges based on a federal act that was never charged?
And that's the big issue here, Chris. It's because if you read that statement of facts, he goes out of his way to talk about how this was meant to influence an election. They even had a meeting in the Oval Office. Trump was even saying that, hey, maybe we don't have to pay Stormy Daniels if we wait till after the election. And so that tells me that they're going all in with the campaign finance theory. But the problem there is that can a local DA, my counterpart in Manhattan, piggyback on a federal campaign finance violation? And I don't know that answer. It's untested. So you're dealing with an unprecedented action against a former president using an untested legal theory. So you may just do what Robert says, which is go for the misdemeanor state campaign finance crime, which is this old statute that's not used very much. It's vague. It is a misdemeanor, but you can go from two misdemeanors equals one felony.
Can I just say on the Federal Election Campaign Act, which obviously they're tracking the Michael Cohen prosecution, which was a federal prosecution. If you're going to try to do that as a matter of state law, you better have some authority to back that up. It's an untested legal theory, and it has come up before. I thank Norm Eisen for this. There's a case out of the Second Department, which does not cover Manhattan. That covers Brooklyn and Long Island. And it's in a somewhat unrelated context, but it deals with the question of what is, quote unquote, an other crime. And an other crime is one of three things. It's either a state crime, it's a crime that is like an ordinance, which is pursuant to New York state law, and the state crime has to be a New York state crime. And the third one is a weird sort of catch-all, any violation of an order, rule, or regulation of an instrumentality of a jurisdiction. It doesn't specifically say New York state, but the better view, and the view that was adopted by the Second Department, was other states' crimes do not qualify as crimes under the statute, first. And second, by implication, if other state crimes aren't covered, then federal crimes aren't covered either.
I think we're getting a little too into the weeds.
Wait. We should say Dan. Dan Abrams has magically appeared on the set here.
So here's why I think we're getting a little too into the weeds here. Because we're talking about prosecution of a former president. Right. And I think probably a lot of people would agree that because we are sitting here analyzing this question, it means we don't know the answers. Right. And that's the fundamental problem. The fundamental problem is, you guys were talking a minute ago about should the DA have been more specific about exactly what is the reasoning here? And when you're talking about, I just don't think it's comparable to just do legal analysis, right?
If you're going to take this shot,
if you're going to take exactly, if you're going to be prosecuting the former president of the United States,
and Dan, if we have to spend 10 or I said this to Chris offset, if we have to spend 10 or 15 minutes to just sort out even what's being charged here, that's probably not a good day for the prosecution.
Although Bragg, I think, likes this. He has this whole theory of chapters in a novel, and I kept telling you people
don't read ahead in the book.
He must have known, he's got smart people around him, men and women who said, if we don't put it in there, we don't have to, but if we don't, there's going to be a big chattering campaign.
But they would say we did put it in. They would say, oh, we said state and federal election law. We would, and then Bragg in the press conference gets specific about which state election law it could be violating. Problem is, you're throwing out a sort of a smorgasbord of options there.
Including also apparently state income tax law, without specifying or we have any idea what it is he's talking about or what statements could possibly be ones that would be within the intent sphere of Donald Trump with regard to with the filing of a state income tax return by the Trump organization.
But what I hear you both saying, and Chris as well, is if you have to try so hard to explain to people what's going on,
it is not a good day for the prosecution.
And it's going to be exactly the opposite of what we're going to hear from Donald Trump
in just a few minutes
right?
when we see him come out.
Donald Trump is going to keep this simple.
Right.
And it's going to be straightforward, and he's going to be defiant, and it doesn't make him right or wrong, right? But it's going to be just a totally different tone and focus. And look, and that's what happens, right? The prosecutor is obligated to come forward and give specifics on the law, and that's very different than the obligation of the defendant. Who's been charged in a case like that.
Do you think the former president, is in any way careful tonight, given what he heard from the judge today about all parties, please avoid anything that is incendiary or may lead to violence?
I don't think so. I mean, look, I don't think he's going to, a little bit, maybe, in terms of like really going after the judge. I mean, Don Jr. today tweeted out a picture of the judge's daughter. I don't think we're going to see stuff like that from Donald Trump himself.
Well, and the shot of him with the baseball bat, and Joe Tacopina was on TV saying today, no, he was just posing with an American-made bat. It's like, come on,
Right, but I think he doesn't want to give the judge a reason. And look, you can attack the judge. I mean, that's not a good enough reason, right? He can say, I think this judge has it out for me. I think this judge is biased. I don't think that's a reason to be concerned. It would have to go more towards incitement, which is the language that the judge used today in describing what could be a game changer.
Well, look, we have the picture up here because we love our flag, but we're also waiting for the former president to come up and make comments that he has planned at an event at his place down there at Mar-a-Lago. So as Dan and everybody sees this, this is not a normal prosecution. In fact, we've never seen anything like it before. So let's bring in NewsNation's political editor, Chris Steyerwalt, to kind of spitball what the political implications are. Chris, what do you believe the plus minus is on what works for the former president and what may be a little bit too much tonight?
Counselor, I got to tell you, you get this many lawyers together in a room, I start to get nervous that I might get indicted. You got a lot.
That's why we needed Elizabeth.
You have a lot of attorneys present. Elizabeth needs to watch herself. It's going to get dicey. Look, this is just to elevate, to go up to 30,000 feet for a second. This is obviously a sad day for America. This is a sad day for Americans, regardless of whose fault you think it is or who has a greater share of the fault. Is it the president who's paying off the porno queen? Is it the prosecutor who's bootstrapping and bed-sheeting his way to try to charge a former president? It's all tawdry and it's all sad. There's no question about it. And this is something that for all Americans adds to the feeling of disgust, adds to the feeling of discomfort with two parties that really are getting to be pretty pernicious in the effects that they're having on our national life. So that's the 30,000 foot. If you're a persuadable voter, you're an independent, all of this says the same thing a lot of our politics for the past 5 or 10 years say, which is this is no place for decent people. Now, what Democrats hope it says is that Donald Trump is strengthened in the Republican nominating process and becomes more likely, even more likely, to get a third chance at the Republican nomination, that he gets it a third time, and that but then it boomerangs on him, and persuadable voters are repulsed by Trump again, and that as they were with his candidates in 22, as they were of him in 20, and that Joe Biden wins re-election. And that's what Democrats are excited about. That's why they may not care as much about what's actually in the charges, because they just like the damage that it does. Republicans can't say publicly what they're thinking, which is they wish this guy would go away, because the strength of his supporters, the 30-40% of Republicans who believe in Donald Trump, who call it a witch hunt, who are super excited, they've got to honor those voters because they're their voters. They need those folks. So Republicans are in a push me, pull me tight spot, and that's just where Democrats like them.
Chris, what do you think the significance is of the fact that someone like Mitt Romney is coming out with a statement denouncing the DA here?
Look, once you start down this path of as you all alluded to, if this wasn't bootstrapping, this wasn't bed cheating, if Alvin Bragg came out and he had some big thing that Donald Trump had done, then you would understand the step of moving towards a destabilizing, because that's what this is. This is destabilizing. The one way that I think about it is what Alvin Bragg did today sounds like something Donald Trump would do if he had the chance, right? Because Trump does what he's not supposed to do. He goes where he's not supposed to do. He doesn't follow the rules. His supporters love it when he destabilizes things and disrupts things. Well, that's what Alvin Bragg did. And if we get into the business of criminally charging former presidents for things that they did as president or to get elected president, that is banana republicanism real quick. And you go from having a stable constitutional democracy to a banana republic very quickly, because it only exists because we say it does. It only exists because we're willing to participate in a decent government.
All right, we see the former president's family's coming out there now. There's his son, Eric, probably suggests that he's about to come out. Let's quickly bring in Anthony Scaramucci in the moments we have here before the former president takes this platform. What are you expecting here, Anthony?
Well, he was very subdued today, and I think he'll be obviously fairly animated. I know he's worked on that speech carefully because that's sort of red meat for his base. So he'll be animated. He'll describe it as a witch hunt, and he will press the buttons necessary to get those donors to fill up his treasury. That's what I think will happen here. But I do agree with Governor Romney and others that the case was not the best case to bring here, Chris. And I do think it does tip one more domino towards a lot more tribal nonsense and eventually building jail cells for our political adversaries, which I think is a very bad idea in a country like ours.
I mean, there is this perverse sense that the Democrats get a win out of this if it builds Trump's base and power in the primary, and he overwhelms DeSantis if he gets in, or anyone else, because they probably want to face Donald Trump in their own estimation more than anybody else.
I interviewed Governor Sununu just this evening. He said the exact same thing. This is a win for the Democrats. It's a big political divide, and it's just going to drive. He'll become the nominee, and then he'll lose, is exactly what he said.
They said the same thing in 2016, though.
That's right. And they're doing an announcement for him right now. They were playing the song Rebel, Rebel.
President Donald J. Trump. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right.
It'll be very interesting to see his demeanor as he begins to speak tonight. He did not look happy earlier, and his own lawyers described him as frustrated, disappointed. Witnesses say he looked angry, livid even.
But for a guy who is the agent of people's animus and a prosecution that can be spun, in part because of the way the DA did not lay it out today, as another step of deep state, of institutions turning on their own in the midst of a campaign, trying to silence the number one person in one party. This plays right into what he promises people, as he said the other night. I will be your retribution for this type of corruption.
And Trump was smart not to say anything at the courthouse, right? He's saving it for tonight. He's saving it for right here. People were saying, what is he going to say when he gets to the courthouse? He was smart.
Well, we're
said
about
nothing.
to hear it.
Yeah, no, but he's saving it for right now.
And
This
what a
is gonna be the
day. I
moment.
mean, what a day, Dan. I mean, just think about it, guys, for a second. What a day he has had. I mean, getting up in New York City, going down to the courthouse, being arraigned, being arrested, being fingerprinted, having to go into court, listen to a judge tell him to mind him, what he says. Please be careful.
Just the only good thing is he gets to fly private. So that helps.
Yeah, with Trump with his name on the side.
Yeah.
The hardest part of his day was probably when the bailiff didn't hold the door open for him. It was the only moment where I saw his face betray that this was a situation that he was not in control of.
Listen, I even thought the shot of him sitting at the defense table, looking like an ordinary person with NYPD officers standing behind him, it was strikingly ordinary.
Right.
For a man who has embraced and continued to embrace the trappings of the presidency long after his time at the White House was done. He's got a mock-up of the Oval Office in Mar-a-Lago. He's got his own personal plane that he looks very much like, he's made to look very much like Air Force One.
I mean, even this, we've never seen someone who was just indicted doing a victory lap at a celebratory event, essentially. Now, we'll see. He's walking around. He's pretty stoic as he's walking around. He doesn't seem to be chattering with people as much as he often does. He's taking the podium now. Let's see how he uses this opportunity.
Thank you very much, everybody. We have to save our country. God bless you all. God bless you all. And I never thought anything like this could happen in America. Never thought it could happen. The only crime that I have committed is to fearlessly defend our nation from those who seek to destroy it. From the beginning, the Democrats spied on my campaign. Remember that? They attacked me with an onslaught of fraudulent investigations. Russia, Russia, Russia. Ukraine, Ukraine, Ukraine. Impeachment hoax number 1. Impeachment hoax number 2. The illegal and unconstitutional raid on Mar-a-Lago right here. The lying to the FISA courts, the FBI and DOJ relentlessly pursuing Republicans, the unconstitutional changes to election laws by not getting approvals from state legislators, the millions of votes illegally stuffed into ballot boxes and all caught on government cameras, and just recently the FBI and DOJ in collusion with Twitter and Facebook in order not to say anything bad about the Hunter Biden laptop from hell, which exposes the Biden family as criminals and which, according to the pollsters, would have made a 17-point difference in the election result. And we needed a lot less than that, like about 16.9. It would have been in our favor, not my favor, our favor, because our country is going to hell. Agents who said Hunter Biden's laptop was Russian disinformation. It didn't exist. It was Russian disinformation. Remember that? And that was all confirmed strongly by the FBI when they all knew that it wasn't Russian disinformation. And so much more. Our elections were like those of a third world country. And now this massive election interference at a scale never seen before in our country, beginning with the radical left, George Soros-backed prosecutor Alvin Bragg of New York, who campaigned on the fact that he would get President Trump. I'm going to get him. I'm going to get him. This is a guy campaigning. He wanted to get President Trump at any cost, and this before he knew anything about me, didn't know a thing about me. He was campaigning. As it turns out, virtually everybody that has looked at this case, including rhinos and even hardcore Democrats, say there is no crime and that it should never have been brought. Never have been brought.
Everybody. Even people that aren't big fans have said it. They said this is not the right thing to do. It's an insult to our country, as the world is already laughing at us for so many other reasons, like our open borders, our incompetent withdrawal from Afghanistan, where we left behind American citizens, $85 billion worth of the best military equipment in the world, lost 13 magnificent young lives, and far too many to mention that are so badly hurt with the loss of arms and legs and facial obliteration. The most embarrassing time in our country's history, in my opinion. Then our give up on energy independence and even energy dominant. We're going to be dominant within 6 months, more than any other nation ×2. We had this all just 3 years ago. Our raging crime statistics, if you look in Democrat-run cities, numbers the likes of which we have never seen before. The open threats by various countries of the use of nuclear weapons, something never mentioned or discussed by outside nations during the Trump administration, and which could very well lead under the Biden administration's leadership to an all-out nuclear World War III. Can happen. We're not very far away from it, believe it or not. An economy that has been crippled by the biggest inflation we have seen in more than 60 years, and a military that I used to defeat ISIS in 4 weeks. They said it would take 4 years. 4 weeks. To kill al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, that has now gone woke at the top levels by trying to indoctrinate everyone down to the lowest ranking patriot. But now they have really stepped up their efforts by indicting the 45th president of the United States, who received $75 million votes, which is more than any sitting president in the history of our country. And in the wings, they've got a local racist Democrat district attorney in Atlanta who is doing everything in her power to indict me over an absolutely perfect phone call, even more perfect than the one I made with the president of Ukraine. Remember, I kept saying, that's a perfect call. This one was more perfect. Nobody said, sir, you shouldn't say that. Many people on the phone. Or hung up in disgust because of something I inappropriately said, because nothing was said wrong. In fact, at the end of the call, we agreed to continue our conversation about election fraud, and election fraud specifically in Georgia, at a later time. Many people on the phone, including lots of lawyers, nobody found anything wrong with that perfect call until a book promotion tour many months later. All of a sudden they say, you know, I remember Trump making a call. Let's look at that. This fake case was brought only to interfere with the upcoming 2024 election, and it should be dropped immediately. Then you have a radical left lunatic known as a bomb thrower who is harassing hundreds of my people day after day over the boxes hoax. You know, the boxes hoax, as we call it. Just so everyone knows, I come under what's known as the Presidential Records Act, which was designed and approved by Congress long ago just for this reason. Under the act, I'm supposed to negotiate with NARA, the National Archives and Records Administration, which as of this date is a radical left troublemaking organization that red flags the Constitution of the United States and the Bill of Rights as dangerous and triggering. Can you imagine? This is what we have to deal with. But there is no criminality under the Presidential Records Act. That is not what it's all about. We were negotiating in very good faith, proper way, in order to return some or all of the documents that I openly and in very plain sight brought with me to Mar-a-Lago from our beautiful White House, just as virtually every other president has done in the past. When FBI and DOJ officials with NARA were here, I told my lawyer to show them the very secure storage room in which they were locked. The FBI's sole request in writing was, could you please put another lock on the door? We immediately complied. It's a lot different than the Biden situation, isn't it? The next thing I know, we were raided by many gun-toting FBI agents who took whatever they wanted, including my passports and medical records. Everybody was in shock. Nobody had ever heard of such a raid before. We can't even believe it. Who would think that that could happen today? I immediately thought of the Fourth Amendment that protects against unreasonable search and seizure. But they did it anyway because our justice system has become lawless. They're using it now, in addition to everything else, to win elections. Apparently, they're not looking at me through the view of the Non-Criminal Presidential Records Act. They came up with a new one. This is a new one. And they're looking at me through the Espionage Act. Think of that. How does that sound? Of 1917, where the penalty is death. Even though that has absolutely nothing to do with openly taking boxes of documents and mostly clothing and other things to my home, which President Obama has done, the Bushes have done, Jimmy Carter's done, Ronald Reagan has done. Everybody's done. In fact, Hillary Clinton got rid of 33,000 emails, and that was okay. But nobody's done it like Joe Biden. This lunatic special prosecutor named Jack Smith, I wonder what it was prior to a change, who others of his ilk say he is even worse than they are, is only looking at Trump, yet Joe Biden took massive amounts more documents, even removed many boxes to Chinatown. You believe that? Just got $10 million from China. Where did that come from? I guess they were banking on Hunter's expertise and had others stored in unsecured offices in Pennsylvania and strewn all over his garage floor where his now very famous Corvette is also stored. All over the floor, including classified documents. But that's okay. Perhaps most importantly, he has 1,850 boxes in Delaware, which he is refusing to give up. But isn't that real obstruction? That's obstruction. As president, I have the right to declassify documents, and the process is automatic if I take them with me. It's automatic, declassified. Biden was vice president. He had absolutely no right to declassify as vice president. He doesn't come under the Non-Criminal Presidential Records Act. He comes under the very criminal Federal Records Act, unfortunately for him, but it's not going to matter because they don't follow the law, which has very severe penalties. He had classified documents that he took while he was a senator, which is absolutely inexcusable. And other senators, including Democrats, are outraged. But he's not being harassed and hounded like the people who work for me are. In fact, they seem to have forgotten about his documents entirely. So many, thousands and thousands. It's okay with him. They like to say that I'm obstructing, which I'm not, because I was working with NARA very nicely until the raid on my home. But Biden is obstructing by making it impossible to get the 1,850 boxes or explain why many documents were located in Chinatown. Can't explain it. Why were they in Chinatown? I don't know. Lastly, I'm under investigation. This time a civil investigation by another racist in reverse who also campaigned on, I will get Trump. I will get him. This was her campaign. Never ran for office. I will get him. Her name is Letitia James. And she proclaimed while campaigning, quote, "I look forward to going into the office of the Attorney General every single day, suing him, and then going home." Before she knew me. She announced, "What is fueling my soul right now is Trump." And that she had her eyes on Trump Tower. Those eyes are focused on Trump Tower. Didn't know the young lady. She even assured her supporters in an election promise that we're going to definitely sue him. We're going to be a real pain in the ass. He's going to know my name personally. And then she claimed that I was an illegitimate president. Think of that. With all we did on energy, with all we did on the military, on taxes, biggest tax cuts in history, biggest regulation cuts in history, right to try, people able to get drugs now that aren't approved. Hopefully you don't have that problem. Letitia James vowed to use every area of the law to, quote, investigate President Trump and his business transactions. Those transactions are going to be investigated, she said. And that of her family and his family, because we're going after his family, and we're going after them hard. This is all before entering office and all before knowing anything at all about me, but she was going to get me. This is why, along with unrelenting crime, so many people and companies are leaving New York. She said that I falsified my financial statements, but in fact, we're proving and will prove that my financial statements were substantially more than we submitted, not less. And in all cases have a strong disclaimer clause in them, which tells the institutions that may look at that if they want to, not to rely on the statement. But they've got a problem with their case because, number one, I'm very underleveraged. They can't believe it, all the stuff they read and gave, and have very little debt relative to the value of assets. And importantly, not one bank has lost even $1. She was investigating me to save banks. They have very good lawyers. But they didn't lose $1 with us during this period of time. In fact, the banks we're talking about made almost $200 million off Donald Trump, and they liked me very much. We never missed a payment, never got a default notice, had a great relationship with all of them. I don't need banks. They have a lot of cash. I built a great business with my family, built a fantastic business. I have a son here who's done a great job, and I have another son here who's done a great job. Tiffany. And Ivanka. And Barron will be great someday. He's tall. He is tall, and he's smart. But I have a great family, and they've done a fantastic job, and we appreciate it very much. They've gone through hell. So she's suing me over banks that weren't defrauded when she should be focused on violent crime that's driving people out of the state. This is a persecution, not an investigation. She's put our family through hell. It's cost hundreds of millions of dollars to defend, but our heads are held very, very high. They want to settle the case, but I want no part of that. So here we are now. It's where we were today, in a city that was so great just 4 or 5 years ago. But now we're there. Spend time there today, as you possibly read, with a local failed district attorney charging a former president of the United States for the first time in history on a basis that every single pundit and legal analyst said, there is no case. There's no case. They kept saying, there's no case. Virtually everyone. But it's far worse than that because he knew there was no case. That's why last week he delayed for a month and then immediately took that back and threw this ridiculous indictment together. Came out today, everybody said, this is not really an indictment. There's nothing here. My lawyers came to me and they said, there's nothing here. They're not even saying what you did. The criminal is the district attorney because he illegally leaked massive amounts of grand jury information, for which he should be prosecuted, or at a minimum, he should resign. And Alvin Bragg's wife confirmed a report that claimed her husband has Trump nailed on felonies. She has since locked down her Twitter account. His chief prosecutor, who represented the Democrats and crooked Hillary Clinton in a firm run by Chuck Schumer's brother, Robert, he quit the firm in order to go to work in the DA office in order to get Trump. Can you imagine that? Hillary Clinton's lawyer, Democrat firm. Ultimately, he quit as chief prosecutor because Bragg didn't think he had a case. Think of that same guy that brought this ridiculous thing today. Yet during his investigation, this prosecutor named Mark Pomerantz wrote and published a book saying all sorts of privileged things and has been very strongly reprimanded. He was reprimanded so strongly. I've never seen anything like it. That's probably the end of it. But what he did was probably very illegal. But he was very, very strongly reprimanded. Even District Attorney Bragg was furious with him. They were having a tremendous fight in the office because of it. But hope is never lost because various prosecutors in the DA's office also quit because they thought President Trump was being treated very unfairly. How about that? Isn't that great? Oh, I love them. I'd like to meet them. I'd like to meet them. The DA's office even had a web page. Meet the team of executives who have done this to President Trump. That was the title. Isn't that nice? They immediately had to take it down. Meanwhile, overall crime in New York was up 30% last year. Much more than that the year before, with felony assaults, robberies, and burglaries all up by massive, massive numbers. Not the same place that I know, not the same place that you know. And this is where we are right now. I have a Trump-hating judge with a Trump-hating wife and family whose daughter worked for Kamala Harris and now receives money from the Biden-Harris campaign, and a lot of it. We recently had another trial, and the same judge told the fine man who worked for me for many, many years that if you admit your guilt, you will be in jail for 90 days. But if you don't, if we go through a trial and you're found guilty, you're going away for 10 years and maybe longer, which for a 75-year-old man with a great family really means life. What the prosecutors and judge did to that man, I will never forget, because it's right out of the old Soviet Union. That's where we are. They said, you say anything about Trump, meaning that's bad, and you won't even have to serve the 90 days. You'll walk free. And they say that to many of my employees. We have this Jack Smith lunatic threatening people every single day through his representatives. They're threatening jail terms. But talk about Trump and you'll go free. This is where we are as a nation. Who would have thought? They can't beat us at the ballot box, so they try and beat us through the law. That's the country in which we live, however, right now. The USA is a mess. Our economy is crashing. Inflation is out of control. Russia has joined with China. Can you believe that? Saudi Arabia has joined with Iran. China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea have formed together as a menacing and destructive coalition. Would have never happened if I were your president. Would never have happened. nor would Russia attacking Ukraine have happened. All of those lives would be saved. All of those beautiful cities would be standing. Our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be our greatest defeat, frankly, in 200 years. There will be no defeat like that. That will take us away from being even a great power. If you took the 5 worst presidents in the history of the United States and added them up, they would not have done near the destruction to our country as Joe Biden and the Biden administration have done. Incredibly, we are now a failing nation. We are a nation in decline. And now these radical left lunatics want to interfere with our elections by using law enforcement. We can't let that happen. With all of this being said, and with a very dark cloud over our beloved country, I have no doubt, nevertheless, that we will make America great again. Thank you very much. And God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
All right. Was that as expected?
I think it was pretty much as expected, right? He was defiant. A lot of greatest hits that we hear in Trump speeches. Some, valid gripes about the DA you could make arguments for. Some things that are just outright untrue. But a mix from Donald Trump there. And I don't think that I'm particularly surprised. I was waiting to see if he would say anything incendiary in particular, because that's what the judge here warned him against. And it was only at the very end where he was talking, he said, we can't let that happen. And then he ended it. So I don't think he crossed the line to the point where the judge would take any action in this case, but that's in particular what I was looking for. A couple of other just quick thoughts here. He says that, there is no crime in this case. There's no case. There's a difference between no crime and no case and a case that shouldn't have been brought. Two very different issues, right? You could argue the case shouldn't have been brought, and there might be also a crime. That maybe, for example, a call wasn't perfect. He's going after all of the investigations here. He wasn't just going after the investigation that we learned about today with the indictment. He went after the Atlanta prosecutor. He went after Jack Smith. He went after Letitia James, who hasn't even filed a criminal case against him. She filed a civil action against him in New York State. So this was just a broader attack on all of the investigations into Donald Trump with various sort of political commentary sprinkled in.
Yeah, and in all of the investigations underway, he has claimed just moments ago at the podium that he did nothing wrong and that it's the radical left and a witch hunt, or, even the case that has been litigated. I mean, Alan Weisselberg and the Trump company, the family business, were found guilty in court of falsifying business records. So, but he even claimed that that was wrong. So I was actually taken. I know that the judge's warning was not to incite violence against anybody involved in this case, but he did use some pretty strong words. He called Jack Smith, the special counsel investigating the documents case and the January 6th case, a radical left bomb thrower. A Trump-hating judge is now seeing the case the Manhattan DA has brought. The Trump-hating judge's family, he once again invoked his daughter. People can argue that is off limits. She's a private citizen, not involved in the case. And
or anybody
for him
else,
to be,
it would be over the line.
Yeah, exactly.
Look, I think the biggest concern for the ears in his party is, did you just hear Donald Trump make a case that can win a majority of this country? And I think the answer tonight is a resounding no. This is not a coalition-building case that he made tonight. This is complainer in chief. This is solidifying the base. And that's going to be his challenge. He used this opportunity the right way. Alvin Bragg gave him an opportunity to weaponize the prosecution and use it as a telescope on everything else that's being done to him.
Should he just have spoken about the case? Or, I mean, because we did get the litany of everything, even from his 2016 campaign, of they've spied on my campaign. I mean, he went way back. Should he have focused just on the event, the historical events of today?
It would be the height of arrogance for me to question anything he does, because it has all worked to this point. Yeah, he lost his last election, but it should have never been close. And he won his first election, and it shouldn't have been close. So he has a mind for strategy and tactics. We'll see where it gets.
Well, let's ask Donald Trump's spokesperson, Liz Harrington. Liz, thanks very much for coming on with us. We appreciate it. So you've been listening to some of the commentary. I mean, certainly the former president could have stayed focused on today's actions in court. A lot of people feel that he's got some legitimate arguments to make against the DA, et cetera, but he went well beyond that. Smart move?
Well, what he did was lay out exactly where we are as a country, which is very perilous. And it's not a message to his quote unquote base. It's a message to all Americans, because what he just said affects every American. If we don't have equal justice under the law, if the dollar is no longer the world's reserve currency, if the U.S. is marched into World War III, when we lost our energy dominance that was secured under President Trump, all of these issues affect every single American. And at the core of it is what he laid out at the very beginning. The only thing he's ever been guilty of is defending this nation from the people who are in the process of destroying it. So this is very serious, and it's a message to all Americans, and it's waking a lot of people up.
Well, I don't know that it's waking people up, right? I think a lot of people are aware of the divide in the country, et cetera, right? But is there no difference between any of these investigations, right? I mean, because, you know, I tend to look at things issue by issue, right? Case by case. And I'll say, as I've said publicly, that I think that it was a mistake from Alvin Bragg to bring this case against Donald Trump. I've said that publicly. And yet there's a very different situation going on, for example, with the special counsel's investigation. I don't know what he's going to find. And yet Donald Trump is already calling him a lunatic and a bomb thrower, et cetera. There's no evidence that he's a lunatic or a bomb thrower. So why go there?
Well, he's laying out the truth, and what all these cases have in common are they're not focusing on crimes. They're focusing on a person, like they have for 7 years. That's not how our justice system is supposed to work. You're supposed to investigate crimes. They've been investigating a man and have found nothing. They've spied on him. They've tried to frame him for Russia collusion. Now they're trying to go after his constitutional rights. This sham indictment today doesn't even list the crime to make it from what they're trying to do from a misdemeanor to a felony. This is a joke. It's making our country a laughingstock. And they're harassing our campaign, and it's election interference. So it is absolutely uncalled for in our country. We should have it out at the ballot box, which is what President Trump wants to do.
Right, but that doesn't really address my question about the name calling, right, of the guy who's investigating, for example, putting aside Fani Willis, who's an elected Democrat, et cetera. But you have this special counsel. One's been appointed for Biden. One's been appointed of Trump. And, you know, you have him calling him a lunatic and a bomb thrower.
What is the one for Biden? What exactly is he doing? Are they leaking to the Washington Post? Are they bringing every single person associated with the Biden would-be campaign in to a grand jury? No, they're not. But they're doing that to us. They're harassing us every single day with taxpayer dollars, trying to take out his presidential campaign. It's election interference.
You don't think it's helping his campaign? I mean, you look at what's happened. The polls at least indicate that he's now triple, for example, on Friday after the announcement of the indictment. His lead against Ron DeSantis tripled from a previous poll. It would seem that this is actually helping Donald Trump's campaign quite a bit.
Well, the American people are very smart. They see what's going on. They see right through this, and they've been living through it for 7 years now, and they keep crossing the line. They spied on him. Then they raided him. Now they're arresting him. This is not what we do in the United States of America. This is what they do in third world countries. And this is why more and more people are galvanizing behind him and supporting him, because it's not about him. It's about the future of our great country. If we're going to have the rule of law and not just the rule of a corrupt political class that is running this country into the ground, and it's affecting every single one. And every single person in this country, when they go to the grocery store, when they go to the gas pump, when they try to feed their families. I mean, this is a country that, as President Trump said, is in decline, and it's because of this corrupt ruling class that is trying to stop President Trump.
Ms. Harrington, thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
All right, let's get a take from Leland Vittert, the host of On Balance here on NewsNation. What'd you think about what we heard, both from the former president and then his spokesperson?
Look, Liz Harrington is a spokesperson. That's what she does. I thought a couple of things. One, just from the optics, why didn't he go to a rally? This is the very same room that he got sort of panned in for starting his 2024 campaign from. Relatively low energy in terms of the crowd. There was a few more applause than there was during the 2024 campaign launch, but not some roaring crowd of adoring onlookers. A couple of things that stuck out to me in terms of things he said. Disclaimer clauses. If you're giving a political speech and you have to start talking about disclaimer clauses and the debt to asset ratio on your balance sheets and how much money you've given banks, you're losing. It's just not what the American people talk about. It's not what they relate to. It's not what they think about. He's trying to set up, and we saw this even from Marjorie Taylor Greene earlier today, who compared him to Jesus. He is the persecuted man standing up for the rest of America. And that is going to be the argument from Donald Trump from here on out. Whether people agree with it or not, that's what we're going to have. I thought the last thing, not so much what we heard, but what we saw, and in a way what we didn't see. This is Easter recess. The United States Congress, the United States Senate is out. This is the man who is leading the polls for the Republican nomination by 30-plus points. And there is nobody out speaking for him. And when I watched the shots as the former president had left, looking for faces that I recognized, the most prominent face that I saw there was Mike Lindell, the My Pillow guy. Where is all of the U.S. senators who allegedly say they support him? Where's the Tom Cottons of the world? Where's the Lindsey Grahams of the world? Where's the Tim Scotts? Where's the Kevin McCarthy, the Speaker of the House, who Donald Trump fought so hard to get to be Speaker? They're nowhere, and they're certainly not on cable news offering themselves up to defend President Trump. So it almost reminded me of us going all the way back to 2015. And Chris, I thought you said it very well. Far be it from you or I to sort of question the way he is playing this, because in 2015 and 2016, we wrote his political obituary so many times because of what he said or how he said it, and he's here.
Yep. Leland, appreciate you. Thank you very much for joining us on this. Look, I mean, we have heard Republicans cherry pick that this prosecution isn't the right one to bring. Even Governor Ron DeSantis has made that case. It's also very early in this campaign
Right. We still haven't even seen the case. We've just seen the bare bones.
We don't know the case.
Right.
We don't know the rest of the field that's going to be against him there in any real way. But I don't think he advanced his cause tonight. I think that he would have been in the exact same position had he said nothing.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's bring in Trump's former national security advisor and former U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, John Bolton, and Alan Dershowitz, a member of Trump's first impeachment defense team. Ambassador Bolton, I'd love to start with you. You have been a harsh critic of Trump in the recent past, but you took one look at what they unveiled today in court and said, huh?
Well, I think the theory of the case, as expressed in the charging documents and in Alvin Bragg's press conference, doesn't hold up. The idea that somehow the Federal Election Campaign Act was violated by what Trump did, assuming everything that's alleged factually is true about the hush money and the rest of it, simply does not rise to the level of a violation of federal election law. And I do have some purchase on that issue. I represented Jim Buckley and Gene McCarthy in the constitutional challenge to that statute in 1975, so I go back a long way with it. I don't think they've got any basis in the statute itself, and if they did, it would rise to a constitutional violation to be so overbroad and so vague that it couldn't possibly withstand a First Amendment challenge. I have to say, as somebody who does not want Trump renominated, this indictment today was a gift to Donald Trump and his campaign.
Alan Dershowitz, do you agree?
Look, I was hoping, as an American citizen who cares deeply about justice, that this indictment would have a smoking gun. I was really hoping I'd come on this show and say, I apologize for having criticized Bragg. He really has the case. American justice survives. And then I read the indictment, and it was weaker than I ever thought it would be. As I understand it, and I've been doing this 60 years, a little bit longer than John, not as well, but a little bit longer. The way I understand this indictment, here's what Bragg thinks Trump should have done to avoid being criminally prosecuted. He pays $130,000, perfectly legal. Alexander Hamilton did the same thing. He pays the $130,000 as hush money in order to prevent it from becoming known to his wife, his family, his voters, his business, that he had an affair with a woman while he was married. Then, according to Bragg, he's supposed to have done exactly what he tried to not do under the hush money. He has to put it in his corporate public filings. Oh, by the way, the reason I paid the secret hush money is so that my wife and my family and no one else will learn that I had this affair. Oops, now that I've told you about this affair, why did I pay the hush money? Nobody in the history of hush money has ever made a disclosure in a public forum that the reason for the hush money was to keep it hush and then unhushed it by making the public announcement. It's laughable. It's unheard of. That's the theory of the indictment. Without that, there's no misdemeanor, there's no federal, because you never get to the issue of what he intended.
If it's as laughable as you say it is, or do you think the judge is going to throw this out? Does this case ever go to trial?
Oh, no. Let me tell you why he doesn't throw it out. Because of me. I defended Donald Trump. I used to be the most popular person on Martha's Vineyard. Nobody will speak to me. You know, Caroline Kennedy walks out of the dinner. People walk out of the gym. People won't even come to my Seder because I defended Donald Trump. You think a judge, just because he has a robe, is going to have the courage to be the guy in the middle of Manhattan who everybody points the finger to and says, that's the judge who threw the case out? There is no chance that an elected judge is going to be courageous enough to apply the law fairly in this case. This case must be switched to Staten Island. It must get a judge from a different part of the state if there's any semblance of a possibility of a fair trial. If Bragg thinks this is such a strong case, why did he today oppose bringing the case to Staten Island? What's wrong with that?
Before we lose you, Mr. Bolton, does this change your timing and perspective on whether or not you want to challenge for the nomination of your party?
Well, I think somebody has got to step up and make it clear that unless we separate whatever legitimate concern is for Trump and the kinds of things that this case represents from the remedy some people pose, which is Trump is being persecuted, therefore let's nominate him for president. If we don't find somebody who breaks through that, he will be the Republican nominee, and we will lose. And we will lose control of the Senate, and we will lose control of the House. It just boggles the mind that that's a possibility again. But I don't see anybody out there at this point that's willing to make that point.
John Bolton would be a great president. He would be a great president. And can I just say one more point? You know, you talked before about all the 4 charges against them, because this is just the beginning. This is the weakest case. In my book, Get Trump, I go through each of the 4 cases, and I show how only one of them has a basis. That is the Florida classified material case. That's a hard one to bring politically if you're not bringing one against the President of the United States as well. But the other 2, Washington, D.C. and Georgia, are almost as weak as this one. This, however, is the weakest one. Why it was brought first,
well, we'll debate the merits. It was brought first because of the opportunism that comes along with it. Professor, I await the invitation to the Seder. I consider myself mishpucha. I will be there. John Bolton, thank you very much for being with us tonight. Appreciate it. It's interesting. Only Donald Trump can go through something like this and have his behavior compared to Alexander Hamilton and Jesus. Maybe he does have J as his middle name. Maybe that'll be a new part of the mythology. Yeah. But I'm telling you, the normal rules don't apply, and that's why there are so many people who are okay with which is an absolutely imperfect situation that we saw today. But they're okay with it because of their feelings about him and him needing to be held accountable. And he did this, what's in the indictment today. Is that good enough to justify the prosecution? I don't know.
I do think, though, that what Alan Dershowitz just said, he might be a bit of an outlier when he describes the other cases and investigations as being weak. Most of the legal minds that I've spoken to and interviewed on this case have said actually they look rather strong. And there does seem to, and there are issues that rise to importance. I mean, when you talk about obstructing justice, when you talk about interfering with an election, that is very, very different from hush money paid to an adult film star. So.
All right, so let's get in a break, and then we'll continue our special coverage of this big day coming up.
See my cup?
Oh, nice.
him, we're going to be a real pain in the He's going to know my name personally. And then she claimed that I was an illegitimate president.
A defiant Donald Trump speaking at Mar-a-Lago just minutes ago with a litany of commentary about not just the case that was filed today, but attacking the various prosecutors who are investigating him. But this is not just about the law. This is also about politics. This is politics meets the law. Donald Trump is clearly using this event today, as we just saw, as an opportunity politically. So let's talk a little politics. Back with us again is former White House Communications Director under Trump, Anthony Scaramucci, and Trump's former acting chief of staff, Mick Mulvaney, both of whom have been critical of their former boss since their time with him. All right, Mick, let me start with you. So you heard the speech that Donald Trump gave. He didn't just focus on this case. He didn't just focus on the other cases. He sort of went through the litany of 2020 election fraud, et cetera. You think he went too far?
No, I actually think he didn't go nearly far enough, Dan. Keep in mind, this is a speech that, for the first time in a long time, people might be watching that didn't vote for him in 2020 or thinking about voting for him, or who knows. It's not just the MAGA crowd. This was not a rally. He had a chance to speak to people that ordinarily he doesn't get a chance to speak to. And the speech can only be described as boring. I mean, if you're talking about your debt to equity ratios and your disclaimer clauses on your disclosures, my goodness gracious, this was a low energy speech. This was a boring speech. People wanted to sympathize with him. People who watched all day and knew he was speaking saw what happened today in the indictment. They saw the commentary about how weak the indictment is, about how overreaching the district attorney might be in Manhattan. They're watching because they're sympathetic to Donald Trump, and he gave them nothing tonight to say, you know what, I think you should vote for me in 2024. So I'm not sure how this speech got written. The speech was almost 100% scripted, 100% read. He went off script maybe for 5 or 10 seconds during the whole speech. But this has got to be seen as a lost opportunity for the Trump campaign, with such a great opportunity before him tonight that they blew.
But, Anthony, it was authentic Donald Trump.
It was, but I'm going to take a little bit of a contrarian view here from the punditry. I think he got crushed today mentally. I think the fingerprinting, being in the courtroom, the fact that he was arrested and arraigned in a United States courthouse, obviously a state courthouse, but you get what I mean, in the country that he was president of, I think it took the wind out of him, and he looked subdued tonight as a result of that. So he gave that speech, but he didn't give it with a vim and vigor. And I'm going to tell you something that I noticed, I'm sure Mick notices too, the family was not there with him. And whether you like Mr. Trump or dislike him, he's a family-oriented person. He's the Logan Roy of American politics. He may not love these people the way normal people love them, but he wants them around. And they're not going to be with him in 2024. So, you know, there's a chance here. People think I'm crazy, but there's a chance here he finds a way out, even though he's ahead in the polls as it relates to beating the Republicans. There's really not a legitimate path to him to winning this election. And the demography has changed dramatically in the country. So we'll see what happens. But he looks exhausted and he looks beaten, and he's about to get beaten again in Georgia. So we'll see.
Yeah, you raised a really interesting point, Anthony, that I was talking about with these guys here on the set a few moments ago on how he looked, and the fact that what a day. You know, I said, what a day he's had. This morning, he was in Manhattan. He's been in court. He went through, you know, what can only be described as a very dramatic, maybe by some accounts even traumatic for some people, perhaps not him, experience of being booked on felony counts, having all your things taken away from you, separated from your lawyers, taken into a room, held there waiting for the judge, treated like any ordinary person, flying back to Florida. And again, the same thing. He walks out on the stage alone. His wife, Melania, was not there. We did see Eric Trump and his wife, Lara Trump. Obviously, Ivanka is far away and has made it clear she's staying out. I mean, both of you have worked very closely with him. That it's got to have an effect to have the people you rely on most in your life not in your corner on this historic day when you were the first former president of the United States of America to be indicted on felony charges?
I totally agree with you.
Listen,
so anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry, Nick.
Well, I was just saying, Anthony's probably right. I mean, keep in mind, let's not lose sight of the fact that, Ivanka's not there. She lives down the street. I assume that Melania is on the property. This speech tonight was given for Mar-a-Lago, so it's an excellent point that Anthony makes. Maybe that explains why the speech was so low key and so low energy. Again, I was expecting something a lot more exuberant. I thought the day went about as good as it could possibly have gone for the president. Again, even his enemies, Mitt Romney is defending him. John Bolton is defending him. Even former Obama administration officials are defending him. I thought he'd be up and exuberant and sort of have that infectious energy that he gets. Keep in mind, this is a true extrovert. He usually draws energy from these types of things. And Anthony's correct. He looks like he's whipped. And I wonder if it doesn't have to do with some of the gravity of the day and then some of the lack of the family there. Because Anthony's right that as much as he's criticized for his family, he does care when they're there, and they weren't there for him tonight.
Mick makes a good point about this being a missed opportunity to some degree, whether you think it was too much or too little. But this is one of the first opportunities he's had to make a big speech in front of a lot of people.
To be forward-looking. I think that's what the point he's
making.
But
also that suddenly people are watching, right? It's being covered on NewsNation, elsewhere, and
everywhere.
And a lot of places. And this was his opportunity to sort of make his first big campaign speech. And it could have been, and remember, think about what his message has often been. It's about, I have been the victim of a witch hunt, etc. This is a perfect example to have tried to use that, to leverage that, to say, this is example A. Focus on today's case. Don't go through the whole litany of grievances about everything else, and just end it there, and boom. Yeah. That could have been a big win.
There's only one group that should be happy about what the former president said tonight, and it's the Democrats that want to run against him, because that is not a case that wins where he has to win and with whom he has to win in a presidential election. That is a no-brainer analysis. Now, is there an opportunity in this? Of course, in every challenge. He does not have what it takes to reach out, to find a different way, to see this way, to channel. He's not going to do anything differently.
But even just to look forward, I mean, maybe the move would have been to talk about the events of the indictment today and his point of this being unfair and unjustified, and then make your case for why you should still support me, and here's what I would do for you Americans if I'm elected.
Can't argue the facts. He did what they say he did. Why he did it will be an open question. This is an opportunity for other people in that party. It's easy to say, I don't like what happened with Alvin Bragg with this prosecution. That's not distinguishing yourself from Donald
and that's
Trump.
where Ron DeSantis started, right? His first comment about this was, look, I don't know what it's like to pay off a hush money to a porn star. And since then, it seems he's gotten a little nervous about that, and he's come back to, I'm not going to extradite him. Initially he said, I'm not going to get involved in this circus, and then suddenly decided I would get involved.
Somebody's going to fill that lane. You already see, I interviewed Governor Sununu from New Hampshire a few hours ago. He is staking that lane quite severely out there. I interviewed Governor Hutchinson yesterday.
But it has to be someone who's also got credibility with the base of the Republican Party. I don't mean that people who are saying that they're necessarily going to leave Donald Trump, but it can't just be what Donald Trump would refer to as the rhinos. It can't just be the never Trumpers, who Sununu effectively is. I mean, Sununu has always been effectively a never Trumper.
He's a moderate Republican.
Well, okay, moderate Republican, never Trumper. I mean, but
well, he's the kind of person that the Democrats would have to be very worried about.
Correct. I think so too.
Because, he can combine different flavors in a campaign. But I think there's a lot of fear on the Republican side. It's easy for Anthony and for Mick to make these points, and they're salient points. But you still got to get in the ring with this guy. and they don't want to do it, and the Democrats are very happy for it to be Donald Trump for good reason or bad.
It's interesting. Governor Chris Christie said anybody who takes him on has got to go toe-to-toe with him and be fearless.
Yeah.
You know?
And that's why he's been so quiet.
Exactly.
You know, I mean, I like Governor Christie, but, you know, you got to call it the way it is. Let's bring in NewsNation political editor Chris Stirewalt. Missed opportunity tonight? My sense on that is no, because he doesn't have another gear. The expectation that he's going to be, listen, let me explain what I did, and it was probably wrong. He's never said that word in my experience ever. What did you see in it?
I've experienced Donald Trump does have other gears, and he can do more things than that. And if we think back to how he became president, it was because he found a different gear after the Access Hollywood tape, right? After he became genuinely afraid that he was going to not just lose but be humiliated, he became willing to listen, go to the teleprompter, behave himself, keep it cool, and tighten it up to try to avoid a disaster.
Once.
And you know what it did? It took him to the White House. It won him a presidential election. And what I watched tonight was a guy who had a room full of people who wanted to freak out, go berserk, be excited for him, show their love, show their support. And he wouldn't let them do it because he had to go through all the grievances and he had to list all the things and the stolen election and all of the stuff and go through it at length. Imagine a 5-minute speech, tight, where he comes in high-minded regret, talks about the broken system and the bad people and that he's being targeted, all of that, and then turns and says, but together, you and I are going to make America great again. Together, you and I are going to undo these wrongs, and we're going to make it happen together. Keeps it tight, keeps it high energy, but instead he rambled. It was just not the right setting to do that. And I think you have said, others have said the absolutely true thing. This was a rare moment where Donald Trump gets to talk to some people other than Republicans in his base, the people who are already going to vote for him. Those folks they would run through a pane of plate glass for Donald Trump. They're going to vote for him no matter what. They can't wait to vote for him, the folks who are in that room. But he had an opportunity to talk to some folks who had maybe given up on him or had previously said they wouldn't vote for him, and he wasted the opportunity where Alvin Bragg gave him such a good one. So, yes, obviously Donald Trump continues to march toward a third nomination by the Republican Party, but I don't think he took himself any closer to being president tonight.
Wow. Chris, do you think that there's anybody, I mean, I'm curious. We listened to Mick Mulvaney and others close to him saying, I'm sure he's on that flight back writing this big speech that he's going to be giving at Mar-a-Lago tonight. And then we listened to the speech. And I mean, isn't there anybody in there who's saying we need to look forward or strategically, this isn't the smart move politically? I'm just curious. Like saying what you just said, in other words, Chris, which is we have an opportunity here. We're reaching, you know, people beyond our core supporters and constituents.
Who in that room was going to do that, right? Was it the MyPillow guy was going to do that? Who in that room, right? Who among the people who are in the Trump bunker, the permanent bunker, who is going to say, Mr. President, I got to level with you? And you all alluded to it earlier. His daughter, who used to be the person who did that, she's not there. There aren't any of the adults from the Republican Party in the room. Nobody's there because they know that Donald Trump strip mines the credibility of everybody around him because he won't be controlled. And what his voters like about him is that he won't be controlled. They see that as a positive. They see that as a good thing. But it means that he has desired to become unmanageable, and he has succeeded.
Chris, I appreciate it. You know, the Democrats, they should not be cheering for a prosecution. It's a bad look. But this is the guy they say they want to run against, and they got a little closer to it today. Appreciate you. Mick Mulvaney, always good to have you. Anthony Scaramucci, a treat on any night, especially tonight. Let's take a break. We'll come back and start processing what we all lived through together.
whose daughter worked for Kamala Harris and now receives money from the Biden-Harris campaign, and a lot of it.
And look, this is the Donald Trump that is incredibly effective on social media, incredibly effective as a demagogue and accessing people's fears and concerns. But he does not win a national election for president with this specific message.
Because in particular, I thought there was a lot of attacking of family member stuff, right? You know, going after, you just heard it right there, right? Of
the judge's daughter,
the judge's daughter,
wife.
And this person worked for this, you know, trying to link them all based on what their family members do. You want to go after the judge and say that this is the judge who tried the Trump organization case. I think he was unfair. This guy's never like, okay, fair enough. Make that commentary, but when you start bringing in the family, God.
Makes it shocking that a Mitt Romney comes out today, because, you know, I know he's had a couple of bites at the apple, but on paper, he is way closer to what that party says it wants. Yes, they're going to want a little bit more of an agent of their animus, a little bit more muscularity, but for Romney to come out and take Trump's side on this prosecution, even if they're trying to make it about the system, is really telling.
Senator Romney has been a very harsh critic of Donald Trump, and a steady and harsh critic. And his stake
voted to impeach him.
Absolutely, absolutely.
But
One
not
of the
today.
very few to do so, and suffered a lot of consequences for it.
But now is going after the DA and going after.
I don't think he's going after. I think he's just saying he didn't think it should be. I mean,
well, he's saying it's politicized. He's saying it was politicized. That's that's the ultimate, the ultimate insult.
So I'd like to hear what both of you guys, because you're both lawyers. I mean, the pressure on Alvin Bragg to prove this case now, if he brings this to trial and loses.
Well, now imagine it doesn't even make it to trial, right? That's the biggest concern. If I'm Alvin Bragg, my first concern is I really got to make sure this case makes it to trial. I got to make sure the felonies stick. Because remember, if the felony doesn't stick, you suddenly have a new statute of limitations problem, which is the felonies are 5 years. The misdemeanors are 2 years. And there are all sorts of arguments about how you calculate the number of days that he's out of the state, and there was an exception when it came to COVID, but it gets real close when you're talking about a 2-year statute of limitations. So you've got to, number one, survive the legal challenges, and then you can worry about the trial.
Although if he's sitting at a donor table meeting, and by the way, I wasted way too many calories trying to track down this Soros thing. Soros gave money to a PAC, and one of the people that the PAC supported was Bragg. They asked Soros about it, and he said, I don't know who Bragg is, but if he's a Democrat, I'm glad they supported him. But this plays into this trope about what this is about, and it does have political currency. But if you're Alvin Bragg and you're sitting at a table with donors and you say, I'm the guy who got it done, nobody else could do it. Tish James couldn't do it. That was a civil suit.
But he's got to do it. That's my point.
But he did it today. And everybody knows it gets messy once the process starts. Because remember, the Democrats have a bifurcated interest here. One is they think he should be held accountable, Donald Trump, and that he is a criminal. And that's what they believe. I don't know that they're going to get satisfaction in this case. But they also want to run against him. And this made both of those things a possibility today, that there may be some accountability. You never know. See what happens as we go forward. And you made it more likely that he wins the nomination, which is exactly what they want, which is why they funded Trumpy people in primaries all over the country. You know what I mean? You can't forget that.
It's such a risky business. I mean, I remember when they were doing that, right? When the Democrats were putting out these ads supporting the Trumpiest. You know, a lot of us, I think you as well, Chris, I know I was very critical of Democrats at the time. I was saying, man, this is, I don't know what kind of business.
I know. And then they would call me up and say, what is with you? 1 minute you say we don't know how to play the game. Then we play the game and you say we shouldn't be playing the game.
You're the ones who bring like a, a manila envelope to a knife fight or whatever they're saying.
We'll live the two Americas right now. Okay?
All right.
We have former Trump Advisory Board member Jason Meister and Johanna Maska. She previously served as President Obama's White House Director of Press Advance, also NewsNation contributor. Johanna, thank you for jumping in and getting ready so quickly. Would you like to attack what I just said about how the Democrats see this situation?
Look, I think, Chris, we're giving Trump exactly what he wants. We are talking about Trump incessantly tonight. You could not buy that primetime.
Well, you indicted him, Johanna.
But,
you know, you're going to talk about somebody when you indict them as the first former president.
John Edwards was indicted, and we didn't see this kind of coverage. I mean, this is the thing is Trump had legal troubles before he was president. He has legal troubles now. The RNC has had to cover epic legal bills. We are the ones choosing right now to talk about this instead of Wisconsin. Right now on the ballot, abortion access. We've got a state Supreme Court election tonight that we're not talking about because we're talking about Donald Trump, hush money payments. And I agree with you. I don't want to be talking about this case. I was with a bunch of Democrats this weekend, congressional leaders who were saying that they wanted the Georgia case because that's the one that actually has merit and is going to be more straightforward and is him undermining democracy.
So you upset at Bragg?
But at the same point, we're giving him, no, I'm upset at what we're doing. We are feeding the cycle. And we know at NewsNation, we want to do things differently. And I think we're feeding into exactly what he wants because he's going on Truth Social. We're not even covering Twitter anymore. We're covering Truth Social, and we're covering everything he says on Truth Social. We've taken his line that this is historic, that this is an historic indictment, whatever he said.
Indication, he said. But he's also, he's right. He can't type, but he's right. He just got indicted on a case that does not scream obvious justice by a Democrat who allowed himself to be painted as an agent of an instrument of justice against Trump. So, I mean, this is a situation of your own contrivance. But hold your response on that.
There was a grand jury.
Yeah, I know, but you know the expression, you can indict a ham sandwich, right? Yes, people, 23 people spent a lot of their time and energy being presented evidence in one direction here to the satisfaction of one side. There are no witnesses. There is no challenging of it. And that's why the probable cause standard is the beginning of this process, not the end. But I hear you on it. Let me bring in Jason Meister. It's good to have you. Did you believe that the former president seemed a little down and low energy tonight because of how horrible this had to be to go through the experience of being arraigned, fingerprinted, booked, the whole nine?
Yeah, Chris, look, it's a horrible situation, but the fact is that they're trying to use a two-tier system of justice to eliminate and imprison their political opponent and the opposition leader. That's what's happening here. And this is what happened. They're essentially using a radical Marxist DA, a Democrat grand jury, and a Democrat judge. And this is what they do in third world banana republics. At the end of the day, President Trump has delivered for the American people, and the establishment, want to get rid of him. And that's what this is all about. And this case is going to backfire on them because they are essentially prosecuting President Trump for trying to save our republic from a corrupt establishment that has raided and ravaged our country.
They're prosecuting him for making payments through a third party and lying about it. That's what they're prosecuting him for. Whether it's legally sufficient, we'll see. But they're not prosecuting him nominally because they don't like what he did as president. He did what they're coming after him for. The question is whether or not it rises to the level of legal sufficiency. But Dan, you had a point.
No, I wanted to ask a follow-up question because you were saying, hey, it's Dan Abrams here, Jason. Thanks for joining us. You mentioned that they were trying to sort of eliminate him as a political opponent, but isn't the reality that this is helping his political campaign?
There's no question. I absolutely agree with you. They're throwing him, they're catapulting him into the news cycle. I think the biggest loser here is Ron DeSantis. So I absolutely agree with your point. But to go back to Chris's comments, this is a misdemeanor at best from an AG, a radical AG that has been bringing down charges, not elevating them. He's elevating a misdemeanor at best to a felony just to get Trump. And I think that that's going to backfire on them because this is what Trump reads off of. The fact that they're all targeting him because he's putting the American people first and the establishment is constantly putting the American people last. That's how I see it.
So why do you think he didn't prosecute him on the bank and tax fraud cases last year when he was under enormous pressure to do it by his own deputies and he didn't charge Trump?
There's just no crime there. I mean, these are the fact that we're talking 7 years later about hush money or non-disclosure agreements. We're talking about Stormy Daniels when we had the Russia collusion hoax, which was completely debunked. We had impeachment 1, we had impeachment 2, we had the Mar-a-Lago raid on his private residence. Now we're going back to Stormy Daniels. Can you imagine for one moment being in middle America, barely being able to pay for your groceries, putting gas in your gas tank to get to work, putting on your television at the end of the day, and seeing the mainstream establishment media still talking about Stormy Daniels? I would take my television and throw it out the window. This is going to have an absolute backfire effect.
But isn't it also true that Donald Trump should have used that, right? Because he wasn't talking about issues that everyday Americans care about in the speech he gave today.
No, I think that he actually was expressing how this was a political witch hunt and a hoax.
Yeah,
just
right.
like,
But I was following up on your point, right? You were saying average Americans. I think you bring up a fair point about what average Americans are thinking about. I agree with you. They're not thinking about Stormy Daniels. I just wondered whether maybe he should have focused more on some of those issues. But Jason, listen, thanks a lot for joining us. Appreciate it. Joanna Mosca, as always. We're going to take a break. Come right back.
There were two groups of losers today. One was any Republican who wants to run against Donald Trump in the primary and caucus season this coming election cycle. The two national Democrats. I mean, I think it's increasingly clear they're going to lose in the court of law. And on the bigger scale, they needed to win today of all days in the court of public opinion. And when you've got Mitt Romney, who's obviously no fan of Donald Trump, out saying this is political, not only Republicans united in that regard, but I think the majority of independents and even discerning Democrats think this was a political overreach by the DA in Manhattan. And so this is not at all what those who oppose Donald Trump were expecting. I think they were the losers. And at least for the time being, Donald Trump was the winner.
Right. I was talking to Governor Asa Hutchinson yesterday, and I was talking to Governor Chris Sununu earlier today. They were both talking about the fact this is going to suck all the oxygen out of the room and the Republican debate stage. In other words, all anybody's going to talk about if Donald Trump is still in the race now is what's going on with this indictment or this, investigation down in Georgia, the two investigations by this. It basically hijacks, they said, any discussion of what really matters to real Americans across the country. Governor, are you there?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were, I thought you were calling one of the other panelists. No, from that standpoint, yeah, there's no doubt about it. The guy that won in 2016 was the guy we saw about a month and a half ago in East Palestine, Ohio. That's the guy who's standing up for the forgotten men and women of this country. We certainly saw there's a contrast to feeling abandoned by Joe Biden and the federal government. It wasn't until the day after when the Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg, actually showed up. That's the guy that I saw, coming in with the cleaning supplies, coming in with the pallets of water, taking out the first responders to McDonald's. That's the kind of political instinct that won in 2016. If he shows that going forward, now I agree tonight was a lost opportunity in terms of speaking to the masses. I think he wanted to lay out why he's become such a target. But going forward, he needs to talk about going forward, not going backward. He needs to be that guy in Ohio. Not the guy who's constantly looking back to the past.
Hey, Johanna, I want to bring you back in, Johanna Maska, and challenge this idea that, we're giving Trump what he wants. Again, you indict a former president for the first time, it's going to get coverage. But when you say this is what he wants, you don't think you can beat the man that you saw at Mar-a-Lago tonight?
I think the Democrats will absolutely beat that man. It does us a disservice to have a Trump v. Biden ticket again. And I know we were talking about this on election night the last November. I don't believe the majority of Americans want a Trump versus Biden ticket again. So we've got exactly what we were talking about before. DeSantis has lost his steam. He, said he was going to protect Donald Trump, who didn't want his protection. He's, losing fights left and right with the likes of Mickey Mouse. And now we've got this, oxygen just surrounding Donald Trump. So it's very likely, if you continue this way, that the Republicans don't get to know the other candidates. And then we aren't likely to have a primary because Biden wants to be the Queen of England and he's going to stay in office forever. And so now we're doing that disservice to the American people because we're not actually talking about Pompeo, for example, was in Ukraine today, talking about why that is a national security fight for the Americans as much as it is the Ukrainians.
If Biden were more like the Queen of England, you guys would be happier about having him serve forever. Let's bring in talk show host Mark Davis. How do you see the calculus based on how the cards fell today? And thank you for joining us.
It's our great pleasure. Great to be on with you guys, especially in hearing the magnificent tapestry that you guys have brought of every possible combination and permutation. People who hate Trump but still think that Alvin Bragg is a terrible merchant and steward of this case. People who love Trump so much that they're already saying he's absolutely going to be the nominee. DeSantis is the real loser tonight. Good Lord, people, it's April of 2023. There is so much yet to play out. And one thing that may play out is this case may be so threadbare and so bereft of legal logic that it may be gone sooner than anybody recognizes. And Trump may stand vindicated in the rearview mirror, and that'll be really great for him, and it may propel him further. But the notion that this is a commanding issue when real people don't even vote for almost a year, I can understand the obsession with the here and the now in view of the kind of day it's been. But everybody, please, if I can offer any advice, let the game come to us. We have hundreds of miles to go yet.
And what happens, do you think, Mark, Dan Abrams here, what do you think happens if there are other indictments, right? We're expecting that in Georgia, he's likely going to be indicted, right? And the special counsel is apparently moving towards an indictment, all in the next few months. Does this all in the aggregate help Donald Trump, or is there a way, is there somehow that some of this will end up chipping away? And I'm talking about even within the Republican Party.
It could very well be the death of 1,000 cuts. Everybody is looking at Trump, everybody that voted for Trump. I'm enormously Trump appreciative, but I'm absolutely open to see what this DeSantis guy brings, and if he lives up to the hype, he may. here's the genius analysis I know you brought me on for. It depends. It depends on one of two things that happens. These additional prosecutions, the Georgia, the January 6th, the boxes of classified documents, if those all begin to build in heft, where even people who were Trump appreciative say, oh my God, enough, please let me look at another option, that's one way it could go and hurts Trump. However, if the other prosecutions are as inept and as empty as this one appears to be, and I got to tell you, Georgia is no Christmas gift. That whole I'm looking for votes thing, the attempt to criminalize that, could fail as badly as this one will. It could build the Trump narrative of, look, they'll go to every length to try to bring me down. Why? Because I'm the only guy fighting for you. That sure is resonating now, and it may for a long time.
All right. Conservative talk show host Mark Davis, thank you so much. Former Wisconsin Governor Scott Walker, and of course, NewsNation contributor Johanna Mosca. We really appreciate you joining us and lending us your insight. Ashley Banfield will join us after a very quick break. Don't go away.
Sort of Bragg timing question. It doesn't relate to the evidence itself. It relates to the timing of it. Why did she wait so long to convene a grand jury in Atlanta? Doesn't mean the case won't be strong, but yes. 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 I heard my name. Oh, okay. Got it.
I like that you guys got to experience the Dusty was thinking of talking to you, so she opened the key.
No.
You like that?
I know. I'm like,
you like that?
You're killing me here because nobody's on set.
I get a lot of that. I have to go like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I've seen you. I think the camera's caught you a few times.
Now, I don't know what you just said, but my guess is it was a denial.
I'm guessing you stopped talking because your lips have stopped moving. But anyway.
Let's pretend I didn't hear you. And if you...
Yeah.
By the way... Hi, Ashley.
Good. How are you, Ash?
Hey, Ashley. Ashley, anything specifically you want to talk about? I was going to give you an open-ended question about having covered the criminal justice system for a long time. And, you know, yeah, go ahead. What Cyrus Vance said. You mean about being asked to stand down? But yeah. Special coverage of both the indictment of Donald Trump and Donald